guess what? Someone reached out to Parsons' agent, former NFL player Ryan Clark, and he revealed this information over the weekend.
I just hit David Mulligetta, and I simply asked him, I said, did you tell Jerry Jones to stick the contract up his ASS? Because I was like, ain't no way. And he laughed, and he said, I've never used that phrase in my life. So for anybody who is reporting that, for Jerry Jones saying that, this is false. This never happened. This is just another public way to make this situation, which is already ugly, even uglier. David Mulligetta in no way has ever told Jerry Jones or any other general manager or owner that. It's all bull crap. It's all lies.
And that, I believe. Like, I don't know. I'm not privy to these conversations between agents and owners, and agents and team representatives, however they go down. But that just didn't feel like it smelled or passed the smell test. And so I don't know why Jerry insists on coming out and saying things like this. I can't say I'm entirely surprised. But what we do know is that with each passing day, this relationship, this negotiation tends to get more and more acrimonious. And now it's in a really bad place.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we even had questions that the conversation even existed, let alone what he said. Because people were saying, okay, first we heard that Jerry Jones had not spoken with Micah Parsons' agent since February. So now we're hearing a new conversation that most people are saying they haven't even met. So it feels to me like Jerry Jones is one of those people who likes to kind of exaggerate things. We all know this type of personality. Jenks, I'm sure you can think of somebody who they're like this entertainer personality, and they tell stories and they fabricate a bit. They try to make the details a little more grandiose just to get a laugh or to just be a better storyteller. So it feels to me that that's kind of what Jerry Jones is doing here, because he loves attention. So he exaggerates things. So in this case, it's not even an exaggeration. It's a complete fabrication is what it feels like from the sources that we're hearing from. Like, obviously, I'm not there. I haven't spoken to either side. But still, like, from the evidence that is mounting, it does feel like Jerry Jones is the one that's greatly exaggerating some of the conversations to be had. But let's go to Micah Parsons for a second, because we get it. Jerry Jones has done some things that maybe is going a little too far, like insulting guys and their ability to stay on the field. Like, that feels super personal, and I feel like that's one of the things that kind of started this. But do you think Micah Parsons should be reacting this way where he looks like, I don't know, like a high schooler in biology class that's being defiant? They're like, I don't want to learn this. I'm going to play on Friday anyway. Who cares? So I don't know if Micah Parsons is handling this how he maybe should, but I understand why he's petty here.
Yes, I understand it. I just don't think he should be doing it. And that's you know, like, I get it. You're like, I am so over this guy. I'm going to take a nap during an NFL game on the trainer's table for everyone to see. Like, here's the thing. He knew if he did this, people were going to notice. How could you not?
Yes.
Right. Like, he knew if I do this, people will pay attention. So in his own way, he's drawing attention to the situation just in a different way. And yeah, he's being petty about it. I don't blame him, but it doesn't serve him to do this. Like, it doesn't behoove him to act in this way. And I get the frustration. If I were dealing with Jerry Jones, I'd probably bring a sleeping bag and, like, curl up and have a sleeping cap on and have a pillow and take a long slumber during the entire game. So I get the frustration, but ultimately you have to hold yourself to a higher standard. As difficult as it may be, support your teammates, be a good guy, and let it play out. But do I get the, you know what, how about I take a nap here? Yeah, I mean, I get it.
Yeah, I feel like people will show their true colors eventually. And I think we've had this long-standing opinion that, like, the Cowboys kind of do things this way as they wait till the last minute, usually with a lot of these big contracts. But I think we're getting closer and closer to the thought that Micah Parsons might not be around. Like, he might not stay, because this feels way more acrimonious than those other contracts, does it not?
It does. I think the broader question is that how long is he willing to sit out and do this? Because Jerry has said he's not going to trade Micah. And Jerry, if he wants to spend the money, he can keep Micah Parsons this year in the final year of his rookie contract. He can tag him next year. He can tag him the year after that. Even Jerry has said, well, I can't imagine anyone sitting out for 3 years, implying, well, I'll keep him around if I want. So now we're talking about a battle of egos. I can't see Micah Parsons saying, I'm just not going to play for 3 years. Jerry's right about that. I can see Micah Parsons sitting out for a couple games, seeing how the Cowboys fare, and then maybe that gives him some leverage. But I think regardless of whether or not he plays, how is this going to affect the Cowboys locker room? The Cowboys win total right now at BetMGM is set at 7.5. That's pretty low. It's pretty low. And a lot of people have said, I'm kind of high on the Cowboys. Well, I might have been one of those people. I was never high on the Cowboys, but I would have said, okay, I think it's a touch low. I think the Cowboys can get to 8. But now, with this going on, this nonsense, which is definitely not helping, and you have a guy as good as Micah Parsons who can absolutely disrupt the flow of any single game. He's not in the lineup, and the locker room probably isn't in a good place. Like, I wouldn't touch the Cowboys right now. They're a mess.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, is that I was like you in that I saw the Cowboys as kind of a stock where I was buying the dip. Because in the regular season, the Cowboys have been pretty good. And you look at last year, no team in the NFL is going to be good without their starting quarterback. Like, most of them aren't. You know, so they had some of the worst quarterback play of any team in the NFL. So if they can just raise that a little bit, which I'm not the biggest Dak Prescott fan, but I do think he can be at least an average to above average quarterback. They've been good in the regular season. So I think 7.5 seemed low. But when you look at all this nonsense going on, and you have the fact that you have a first-year head coach that has to balance this divorce type situation where he has the owner on one side and your star player on one, which most of your team seems to be siding with. Like, this is a tricky situation to handle in your first year. And oh, by the way, you don't get to, start the season on an easy note. You go on the road to the Eagles. Like, good luck with that. I will say, maybe that's a game you're not winning anyway, but still, it's not a great way to start the season against your division rival, the defending Super Bowl champs, and I would not be surprised if this is a really tough game for the Cowboys.
Odds to have the fewest wins in the NFL, 18-1. They're going to win some games. They're too naturally talented. Like, they just, between CD and George Pickens and eventually Micah, like, they're too good to be as bad as the Browns or someone like that. So that's not going to happen. But I will say, I do think it's interesting how, for a guy in Jerry Jones who is so desperate to be known as a football guy, who is so desperate to be known as someone who won Super Bowls, and he did, but as we all know, it was 3 decades ago. So for a guy who is so hell-bent on cementing his football legacy, like with each passing day, he just slowly erodes that, He'll be known as a great ringmaster, as a great marketer, as a great businessman. He's all of those things. But as a football mind, like, Jerry wants to be known as a football guy. And he's just not. We've seen that over the last 30 years. He's just not. He needed Jimmy Johnson and, okay, fine, Barry Switzer, but that was Jimmy's doing. And Jerry has been chasing that glory ever since. And all he's done is just lead this circus around. And every single year when we see, okay, here we go with Dak. Here we go with CD Lamb. Here we go with Micah Parsons. Now you're saying things that probably aren't true. It's like he's just taking a brick away from any sort of football legacy that he may have built in the past and just shoving in our faces the idea that he's just a guy who needs his ego stroked, who needs to be in front of the camera, who needs the attention, who wants to run a show, but at the end of the day, isn't very good at running a football team. And it's sad because that's what he wants to be known for more than anything else.
Yeah, I think the tough part's going to come during the regular season because as much as he wants to stand firm and say, oh, I don't care if Micah Parsons sits for the next 2 years, once they start losing games, like in some of those games last year where they were getting like smoked at home, Jerry Jones looked like he was about to cry. Because as much as he wants to like say he is a businessman, he cares about this team. Like, I'm not going to say that he's been the greatest at managing things because you're right. He's cost the team and himself hundreds of millions of dollars over the past decade or two. But he does care about winning. Like, he does care about the team. So I think that's where it's going to be real tough for him once the season starts. If Micah Parsons is sitting and the team looks like they're directionless on defense, That's when I feel like it's really going to be tough for him to stand firm.
When's the last time you were working and you decided, I'm going to go somewhere and I'm going to take a nap? You're taking a nap
We
on the
nap
job?
a lot on the show. Like,
We
not
do.
on the show.
We do.
But after the show. So, like, we do like naps.
That's true. I stuck in a nap at work before. It wasn't easy. I remember, what was it? It was a few years ago. And there was we worked in an office building where the studios were on the 6th floor, but the sales department was on the 2nd floor. And I was so tired. And I was like, all right, I don't go on the air until 10. Okay, I'm done. I finished early. I worked really hard. I'm like, okay, I'm done with the show. It's 7 o'clock. Like, I can check the highlights at 9. So now I've carved out a 2-hour window here. And so I would go downstairs to the 2nd floor to the sales department. It's 7 o'clock. They're all gone, right? And they're out of there at 5. They skedaddle. And so I'd turn down the lights a little bit and just lean up against a cubicle and be like, let me just rest my eyes for like 45 minutes here and just recharge. I do that from time to time. It was a nice little power nap at work.
See, I feel like anything under an hour is not worth a nap. It's not worth my time.
Oh.
I feel like mentally I can't get past it because I will do that thing where, you know, when you lay in bed and you keep checking your phone and you're like, okay, how much time do I have left now? What about now?
Oh, yeah.
It's like an anxiety thing where, like, if it's not longer than an hour, I will sit there and just look at my phone.
No, that's
and
very
just dread
fair.
it.
I did. God, on Saturday I woke up at 3:30 to get ready for the Commanders pregame, and I had so much. I had 3 shots of espresso. I had a Red Bull. I came back home. I had another half of a red eye, and I was so tired. I still slept for an hour and a half that afternoon. Like, my body was just like, nope, you got to get some sleep. I had so much. I cannot believe I was able to sleep, and I went out like that. A little worrisome.
Sometimes I think if you're, like, really tired, caffeine will just make you more tired. It's
Really?
like your body's just like, we give up.
Yeah. That's like,
Or it just does nothing. It just
Yeah.
makes you jittery, but still
Yeah.
tired.
I was sitting there, and Catherine was like, are you okay? I was like, yeah, I'm okay. I was like, I think I can nap. I think I just need to, like, and so I just, like, 45 minutes. I just need, like, a quick power nap. Then I was good to go. Maybe this next segment you can handle it, and I'll take a quick nap, and I'll come back, and we'll do best bet, something like that. We'll see. Maybe not. Coming up, we will talk all things New York City when we bring in Jake Asman of The Jake Asman Show on YouTube. She is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. We are wide awake. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Monday. Come on back.
Sammy P from Bet Sweats here Monday morning at 9:20 Eastern. Why nobody in the Commanders organization thinks last year was a fluke with Jaden Daniels.
Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Monday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Don't you start to fade that double D. Because you know what happens when we play this instrumental. I just talk, and then I say, Mr. Instrumental Guy, do your thing. Oh, man. That doesn't get you ready for week 1 in college football. Jake Asman coming up. Talk New York City sports. Yankees, Jets. We'll do that as well. What about you? You were asking me about my plans for the upcoming weekend. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do. Don't know. I got reservations at one place. It's kind of a hold. I might show up at another place, which is a Texas bar here in D.C. I'm definitely watching Texas Ohio State somewhere. I don't know what I'm going to do, Chelsea, but I got to draw some boundaries here and figure out what I'm going to do. It's amazing how people come out of the woodwork in college football season. Because yesterday, I get a buddy of mine who's like, "What are you watching this game? What are you doing this weekend?" Another friend of mine. "Hey, week 1, right? Like, we watching this somewhere?" Just out of nowhere. Everybody's so excited. Like, you can just feel people awakening.
That's what it feels like to have a social life, is it? Can't say I relate, because we do like 1,000 activities now. Now that Blake has started school and she also has softball practice twice a week, she's 5 years old. I don't know why we need 2 practices a week.
Crazy.
Where it feels like I don't have any free time. So, like, needless to say, I'm not bar hopping with, like, friends to watch these football games. Like, I'll watch them, but most of the time it's, like, the sad, here's me watching football on my phone, which is one of the saddest sights to ever see. No red-blooded American should have to watch football on their phone. You need a big screen.
That is true. I agree with that. Also, I have a suggestion. Here's what you do. You break out the finger paints, right? And you tell Blake, we're going to finger paint Arch Manning before the Texas-Ohio State game. That's a win-win. Huh?
Ooh,
Yeah.
I wonder how that would look. She does this weird thing when she draws
four
faces
arms.
where she always has, like, the sad faces. Like, all of her stick figures always just, like, look miserable. I'm like,
no.
Sweetie, a smiley face goes upwards. So I don't know, her reimagining of Arch Manning. I don't know what that would look like, but I don't think it would be great.
What if you asked her why is Arch frowning? And she was like, Arch got sacked 20 times. You were like, oh, my God, she's learning the game. I hope that doesn't happen.
He threw a pick 6, and the family disowned him.
The Longhorns lost in Columbus, and now his draft stock is dropping. It's like, whoa, like, that's crazy. Okay, well, we can't talk about week 1 yet because we got to get into some baseball and some NFL football. And for that, we bring in Jake Asman, friend of the program, of course, host of the Jake Asman Show and host on 880 ESPN in New York City. Jake, good morning for you. I'll ask you as someone who is big into baseball and big into the NFL. Are you big into college football? Is it everything for you, or do you focus on a couple sports?
I used to live in Texas for almost 6 years, so I was in Houston, where you had a bunch of A&M, Longhorn, LSU fans all kind of congregating in the same city, University of Houston as well. So I was into it when I was doing local radio because it was part of the job. But since moving back to New York, it's just not as big of a deal where I'm based now. So I still follow it, but I'm definitely not as locked in as I once was.
Yeah, let me ask you how we should feel about Justin Fields, because I feel like we've gotten to a level where, I don't know if apathy is the right word, but, nationally speaking, if you're talking about quarterbacks, Justin Fields doesn't really excite the masses like he used to. Is there still upside left in Justin Fields?
The Jets are banking on it. I think when you look at, kind of what they have said from the very beginning, they've, without directly saying, he hasn't had great coaching. I mean, Aaron Glenn has come out and said that we don't think Justin Fields has ever been truly allowed to play quarterback. Internally, the Jets have built their entire offense around Fields and the different things that he could do in the running game. I mean, they think that they're going to give him a real opportunity to have a scheme that fits his skill set, which obviously, there's questions about him as a passer, but, this is a guy that had 1,100 yards rushing in a season. So the Jets are banking on the fact that they do have a really good offensive line, at least on paper. They have 3 solid running backs led by Breece Hall and Braylon Allen. And we know Fields' ability as a runner speaks for itself. So they think they could build a real offense that, at the bare minimum, can at least be competent. And they think Fields, of course, has a lot more as a passer than we've seen so far. He has statistically improved each year he's been in the league, but I think there's, rightfully so, a ton of questions whether or not he could take another step forward in that department, and just whether or not outside of Garrett Wilson, if the Jets have enough weapons on the outside in that receiver room to be able to put Fields in the best position to actually break out like Aaron Glenn thinks he's capable of doing.
So, Jake, I was going to ask you about that because there are spots on that Jets offense where you think, okay, maybe they could do something here. What is the ceiling for the Jets, at least offensively?
I think if they're league average, you'd sign for that. I mean, the Jets, this is how bad it's been in their recent history. The last time the New York Jets had a top 10 scoring offense was a decade ago. Ryan Fitzpatrick was their quarterback, Brandon Marshall, Eric Decker, Chris Ivory. That was a really good offense that out of nowhere won 10 games and unfortunately floundered the last game of the regular season against, at the time, Rex Ryan and the Bills, so they missed the playoffs. That was the last time the Jets, by the way, had a winning season. That's how bad it's been. So I think if the Jets went out there and, they were just league average in points per game, they'd sign for that because I do expect the defense to bounce back and be a lot closer to the defense they were the last few years before they fell off a cliff this past year. And I think offensively they want to try and lead the NFL in rushing attempts, rushing yards per game. They don't want to put everything in the hands of Justin Fields having to drop back. I think they recognize that's not his strength. So if they could run the ball or they could get the defense back to what it was, I think they feel like with their schedule, especially in the second half, they could be competitive, they could be scrappy, and maybe they're alive going into the last month of the year fighting for one of those wild card spots.
Yeah, I think let's talk about the defense for a second, because I do think when you're a team with relatively low expectations, like the win total for the Jets this year is 6.5, a good defense can go a long ways. If you play, mistake-proof football and you play fundamentally sound football on the other side, you can hang with a lot of teams. So 6.5 wins. Do you think the Jets can get to 7 wins this year? Is that an attainable goal?
I definitely think it is. I mean, you just go back 2 years ago, and a quarterback room comprised of Zach Wilson, Tim Boyle, and Trevor Siemian. They won 7 games, and they started 4-3, right? So I think when you look at how the Jets did it that year after Rodgers got hurt just 4 plays in, their kicker, Greg Zuerlein at the time, was the most accurate kicker in the NFL. The Jets now have Nick Folk, who seemingly could stabilize their kicking situation, which was horrendous last year. They had a really good defense, which I think they should have with Aaron Glenn and Steve Wilks now coaching up that unit. And I think they just need Fields once again to be competent. And I think they could be a scrappy 7-win team. I don't think that's asking for that much. Very rarely, by the way, do you see a team that actually has, at least on paper, a top 10 offensive line be horrendous. So I don't know if they're a playoff team just because of how competitive the AFC is. And there are some legit concerns, as we covered, with Fields being able to throw consistently. But, winning 7 games in the NFL with 17 games, I don't think it's as hard as maybe some make it out to be. So I probably would lean with taking the Jets over on the win total. But I could see them being right around 6-7 wins. So I think Vegas has it right with the odds.
We're talking with Jake Asman, host of the Jake Asman Show on YouTube, also host on 880 ESPN in New York City. So, Jake, how huge was it for the Yankees to finally get a dub against the Red Sox last night and not get swept?
Well, here's the best thing I could say about the Yankees. They didn't get swept, as you brought up, and they have not lost now 9 straight games to the Red Sox. But, until they actually can prove that they could beat legitimate contending teams in the American League, it's tough to take this team seriously. I mean, the first 3 games, the way it played out, especially what happened on Saturday, was absolutely disgusting. They were outscored 19-4 in the first 3 games of the series. You look at the Yankees, and they're lucky they play in the American League because the wild card teams they're competing with for one of those spots, they're just not that good. So, ultimately, when you look at where this Yankee team is, they're probably going to make the playoffs, but I don't think there's any Yankee fan out there who has a whole lot of faith in this team doing anything, just because when they have played good baseball teams this year, when they have played the top teams in the American League, whether it's Toronto, whether it's Houston, whether it's Detroit, they've been bad. They've been bad for a while. You look at their record, they're 17-22 against teams in their division. They're 34-34 against teams over 500, and they're 7-19 against those top 4 teams that I referenced. Throw Houston in there as well. So, it's been very frustrating because it feels like a lot of the problems that have persisted for the Yankees for years continue to rear their ugly heads, and then the organization makes excuses and doesn't do anything to try and solve it.
Yeah, I don't think I meet many Yankees fans that are in good spirits these days. Despite like being a decent team, you would think that they were last in the American League East. So are there any glimpses of maybe hope? Because I will say eventually Aaron Judge will get back to playing the field. I know he hasn't been on a great streak lately of hitting like 192 over his last 7 games, but he's still hitting 324 on the season. And I think some people thought the injury may have impacted the way that he hits as well. Should we expect more from this Yankees team once Aaron Judge is back at full strength?
Well, the thing is, even when he was, running away with the MVP award, the team was still losing after they got off to another really good start. So I do expect Judge to get back to being, what he's been for most of this year. I think the injury definitely has affected him coming back. He's been, for his standards, he's been in the slump since he did return from the injured list. The big question with the Yankees, though, is can they consistently get enough quality starting pitching? Their bullpen, which was supposed to be a super bullpen following all the moves they made at the MLB trade deadline last month, just hasn't lived up to it. You've had major issues with Devin Williams. You've had major issues with some of the other relievers that the Yankees have acquired. So there's just no consistency. And then once again, they could beat up on some bad teams, right? Like going into this Red Sox series, they beat up on the Rays. They beat up on an average Cardinals team. They always beat up on the Twins, whether they're good or not, but they took a series from Minnesota. But until, once again, they do it against Toronto, Boston, Houston, Detroit, there's just not a whole lot of Yankee fans who believe this team is good enough to actually go on a serious run. The best thing for them, though, is that they play in the American League where there is no dominant team. So could the Yankees maybe get hot for a couple weeks in October? I guess they could. It's just tough to picture that given how poorly they have played for, really the last 3 months after they got off to a really good start in April and May.
So, Jake, I'm just curious who you think is maybe the team to beat in the American League, because you're absolutely right. The strength is definitely on the senior circuit, but who in the AL do you like? I mean, you want the Yankees to win, but who impresses you the most in the AL?
It's crazy because I still don't love their team overall, but I feel like you can't discount Houston just because they continue to find a way. It doesn't matter seemingly who their manager has been. It doesn't seem to matter who their general manager has been. I mean, this is a team that had been to 7 straight ALCSs since last year. Houston now, they're still in first place in front of Seattle. They're going to get Yordan Alvarez back. And as someone who just lived in Houston and just saw this team year after year be really, really good, I think when you have the rotation they do with Brown and Fromber at the top of it, they got a chance. Now, there's some questions about their bullpen, especially without Josh Hader probably for the remainder of the year. But they added Craig Kimbrell. We'll see what he could do. And, look, you still got Correa, still got Altuve, you still got Jeremy Pena. I mentioned Yordan. I think Houston's a scary team at what feels like a wide-open AL.
Yeah. Does Aaron Judge win MVP in your opinion?
I think right now, if the vote was today, he would narrowly win. But the way Cal Raleigh continues to hit, especially if Seattle maybe could actually overtake Seattle in the division, I think the voters maybe would lean with Raleigh if that's the case. I mean, Judge is still the betting favorites I saw as of this morning. That said, it's tough to discount what Raleigh has done from the catcher spot, but a lot of the voters just look at the stat WAR, and Judge still has a significantly higher WAR than Raleigh does. So if you base it off that, I think it's Judge, but if you factor in Raleigh as a catcher and you factor in Seattle maybe winning the division compared to the Yankees, who in all likelihood won't win the AL East, they'd be a wild card team, I think you could make a strong case for Cal Raleigh. But right now, I would say Judge would still win the award.
He is host of the Jake Asman Show on YouTube, also host on 880 ESPN in New York City. That's our friend Jake Asman. Jake, great stuff as we always get from you. Thank you.
Thanks, Chelsea. Thanks, you guys, for having me. Appreciate it.
You bet. And he definitely knows his New York sports. I was looking at his timeline, and he sort of implied this, but a couple days ago on Twitter, he was like, "The Yankees are a disgrace." Which you know what? I mean, when you lose 8 straight to your arch rival and you're playing the way that they have been playing, I don't blame him.
Yeah, but I feel like Yankees fans their expectations are always so high.
It's true.
That it feels like they're such a negative fan base. And maybe it's part of like playing in a big market where like the media covers everything, that we've had years where the Yankees have looked pretty good, and you'd think that like they just lost like half their roster to the injured list. Like the way that Yankees fans act, like they're just always negative. I don't know what it is about New York, but this year I do think it's deserved.
Yes. I mean, they've disappointed in big spots. And, man, had they been swept by the Red Sox yesterday, I mean, this was just kind of like keeping the powder keg from exploding. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was just like, oh, God, they need this, or our Yankees fans are just going to lose their minds even more than they already have over the past few weeks, and particularly against Boston. So they're holding off the pitchforks, but maybe for only so long. Okay, coming up next, we finished last week about as well as we could on a Friday. Even our show parlay came home at 19-1, but now the challenge begins all over again. That is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Donksters here. Best bets on the way. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Always great to start a week with you here. Week 1, college football. NFL will be here before you know it. So, Chelsea, I know Blake has been enjoying school. Last I heard, at least. How are things going with her? Getting used to hanging out with her classmates and her schoolmates for the first time.
Yeah, I think she really likes it.
Yeah?
I think that she was at the stage where I can't do enough to entertain her anymore. Because, like, we were just at home, and it's just me. It's like, Mom, can you play Barbies? Mom, do you want to play Play-Doh? So, like, it's nice for her to have other kids around. Because, like, a lot of kids have siblings that do this. So I think she's liked, like, making new friends and having other kids around all the time. And plus, like, she's learning all these fun PE games. Jenks, remember PE, where you play dodgeball, you play foursquare, you play kickball, and the new one is called Gaga Ball. And apparently they have, like, Den's heard of it. I can't believe somebody's heard of it.
Yeah, didn't get in here.
So we've seen places that have the Gaga Ball courts, where it's like a square, and what you do is you try to hit people below the knee. It's like you hit the ball with your hand. Den, I'm doing a terrible job of explaining
No,
this.
you're
Have
right.
you played
So, like,
Gaga Ball?
yeah, so like when I played, it was like a pit almost, so you were fenced in, so like you couldn't like run away, so to speak. You had to stay in an enclosed area, and you kind of bounce the ball, and you let it bounce twice, then you basically, with your hands, try and smack it at everybody else's feet. And if they hits their feet, they are out. They got to get out of the pit, and then whoever is left standing is the winner. It's big at like church camps.
Oh, okay.
That's where I played it for the first time, so it's like it's big in that world.
Oh, that's cool. That sounds like fun,
A good
actually.
demographic to own. It reminds me of kickball, where, do you remember that thing? And I don't know if this was everywhere, where you said chicken feet and you just did a line drive at somebody's feet. Do you remember that?
Oh, I do
I don't know how
remember
much
that.
you played kickball.
God, I played
Chicken
kickball
feet,
quite-
boom.
Wow. I haven't heard that reference in 40 years. That's a good one. Chicken feet. Well, next thing you know, you're going to have a, little kickball game in your own backyard, and Blake's going to be playing that and softball.
Well, the problem with Gaga Ball is that I am too old to be bending over continuously. I do not want to do this. Like, I told you how much I love sitting down these days. I don't want to bend over. Because, like, in Gaga Ball, like, you're bent over the entire time because you have to hit the ball with your hand. Like, imagine, like, a kickball or something, and you have to bend over and, like, kind of hit it with your hand the whole time. Like, it's miserable if you have bad knees. Like, I need a stool.
A stool. Hey, I hear you. Well, I still can't believe, and we'll get to our baseball bets here. I just can't believe that if you're a 5-year-old and you play softball, that you practice twice a week. That just seems absolutely insane to me. It's a lot of practice for a 5-year-old playing softball.
I do think she probably needs it because as opposed to soccer where it's like, hey, just kick the ball through the goal. It's not that like technically difficult to like master it on a basic level. Softball's hard. Like think about all the things that you have to learn. You have to learn to throw. You have to learn to catch. You have to learn to hit a moving softball because Jenks, they are in 6 and under and they do coach pitch. What are we doing?
Are you serious?
Like, I thought I was signing up for T-ball. So apparently what they do is you get 3 pitches, and if you don't hit it, you get to hit off the tee. But I feel like I don't want to complain about the league that I just signed up for, but I feel like you need a foundation of T-ball first because you should see how terrible some of these swings are. And listen, you're not going to correct bad habits by not hitting off a tee. There are major leaguers that still hit off a tee for this reason. So yeah, it's gonna be a long season.
Also, they're 5 years old. Like 5. Oh my God, that's crazy to me. Well,
hitting a pitch is difficult.
Yes.
Like no matter how old you are. So like having to learn all these skills, because like think about it, if you've never thrown a softball before, that's a skill you have to master. Catching a moving softball is not easy as well. So there's a reason they have all these practices, but I don't know if it'll be enough.
What's the over-under on home runs for Blake this season? 7?
Oh, there's a rule. You can't go past first base. Like,
What?
I think because the defensive fielding is going to be so bad that you have
This
to
isn't a
stop
game.
at first no matter what.
Okay.
Jenks is out.
I'm out on this. We got some cartoons at home. I'll give you a gummy or something. That's why I'm not a parent. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, Sammy P and Joe O will tell you why no one in the Commanders organization thinks Jaden Daniels was a fluke last year. And then I will be with the guys at 10 o'clock continuing to talk about the burgundy and gold and what to expect from the Commanders. Well, we expect another good week when it comes to our bets, so let's do it.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. Plus money bet. I like it.
I liked a lot of bets, but I think I like this one the best. And it's plus money because that's where it starts for me. You are getting great value on one of the best teams in all of baseball. So we're going to go with the Brewers at home today on the run line for plus 118. I understand sometimes it's tricky betting home favorites on the run line, but still, this is the biggest, it feels like mismatch of the day. You have the Diamondbacks in town, which have not been one of the best teams in the National League. And I understand that Milwaukee's been on a bit of a slump lately, but I think it's a great buyback spot for a Milwaukee team that is just too good to keep losing these games. Also, you look at the starting pitcher matchup today, Brandon Woodruff, one of the veteran pitchers in Milwaukee's rotation, 4-1 this year with a 2.47 ERA. Meanwhile, Erod for the Diamondbacks this year is just 5-7 with a 5.40 ERA. I understand he had one good start over his last 3, but that was against the Rockies. That is a far cry from what this offense brings to the table in Milwaukee. And plus, if you're looking for run line bets, you need an offense that can pile on the runs. The Milwaukee Brewers have the best run differential in all of baseball by a wide margin. So if there's ever a time for the Milwaukee Brewers to rebound, it's at home where they have been fantastic this year. 43-22, they've been greatest favorites, 47-22, and overall on the run line this year, 73-58. So let's go Milwaukee on the run line for plus money today at plus 118.
All right. I will be on that as well. My favorite bet, however, is Blue Jays on the money line. Shopped around, found it at minus 144, hosting the Twins. You got Joe Ryan going for Minnesota, Max Scherzer going for Toronto. My guy Mad Max has been dealing. In his last 4 starts, a grand total of 5 earned runs over 25 innings. His ERA has dropped from 4.39 to 3.60. Twins have been completely fadeable since the trade deadline, and Joe Ryan has become more inconsistent. 5 runs over 4 innings last time out against the A's. Blue Jays also 42-21 straight up in Toronto this season. And it always feels good to back a Nationals legend. Let's go, Blue Jays. Money line, minus 144. Guys, don't forget, we're also on YouTube. You can check out the Daily Tip along with each and every show on the BetMGM network. Just like and subscribe, and you can listen on the Odyssey app. All right, more bets. So, Phillies taking on the Mets at Citi Field. Total set at 8. I know Chelsea was maybe leaning towards the Phillies here, even though it's not an official play. I'm going to go under 8. Christopher Sanchez taking on Kodai Senga. So Sanchez has been unreal. 11-4, 2.46 ERA, and has just been an absolute just stud all season long, especially when we bet on him and the Phillies. Conversely, Kodai Senga also very good. 7-5, a 2.58 ERA. Both of these teams are under squads, and you definitely want to bet Philly away from Citizens Bank Park, where their run production drops in a big way. Overall this season, Philadelphia, the 6th best team to the under in baseball, so we're going under 8 in Philly. Again, also on the Brewers run line with Chelsea at plus 118, and you know what? I'll do it. Tigers run line, minus 131 at the A's. Tariq Skubal taking on JT Ginn. So I don't have to tell you how good Skubal is. I mean, he's going to win the Cy Young Award. There's no question about that. And yeah, it's in Sacramento. Maybe you worry about that a little. But JT Ginn in Sacktown, 15 earned in his last 16 innings. He has been brutal at home this season, 1-3, ERA of 6.75. Opponents batting almost 300 against him. And the Tigers just playing good ball. They've won 8 of their last 10 after that slump right after the All-Star break. So Tigers run line is the play, minus 131. We are starting big on a Monday.
I almost went big today, but then I don't know. I feel like if you ever have second guesses about like any of your bets, you just leave them off the card. I almost played Tariq Skubal to record a win That's minus 120. Obviously, there are some other things that go into that.
Yeah.
But he hasn't recorded a win since August the 2nd. I feel like he's due. Like, his offense has to support him a little bit more. What is he, Paul Skeens? Give a brother a win.
All right, let's bring in our other brother on this show. Sort of. I tried. It's the Donkster. Donkster, it's a Monday. What are you up to?
Good morning. I hear Andrew is coming in after the show to give us some ideas for the fall. And I have some ideas as well.
Sure you do.
I don't think you're going to be a part of that meeting.
Dad, I know. That's why I'm giving my suggestions now.
Okay.
Great.
God, we're all excited, as you can hear. What do you got?
First of all, we are in the communication business, and it's important for all of us to communicate effectively.
Yes, obviously. Do you have any actual ideas?
I do. First of all, why don't we do something fun at the end of the show, like showing a squirrel on water skis?
Because that's been done a million times, and this isn't local TV.
Secondly, where's all the skin?
See, yeah. This is why you're not coming to the meeting, Doctor.
Go ahead and show it off. Sammy P's in the corner with some money for you.
I
Yuck.
don't know about that. Yuck. That sounds shady. Do you at least have a bet, Doctor? We got to get out of here.
I do. Cardinals, money line, minus 145, hosting the Pirates.
Okay. Good job. Not surprisingly, after that, no one from BetSweat showed up today. They were like, nope, check it out.
Yeah, they don't get the attendance award. They're not leading the rankings in that. It's fine. We don't need them. Jenks, speaking of the Donkster, I think I've liked one too many horse videos on Instagram. Now my Instagram feed is just videos of horses running. I will say it's pretty majestic.
Oh, that's nice. Just stay away from the the hobby horse thing, and then you'll be okay. Well, no one from BetSweats, but it is coming up next. I'll be on the show at 10 o'clock talking Commanders. That's it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, I'm Jenks and the entire crew. Hope you go out and have a great Monday. See you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
When you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
I think Kenny Dillingham would probably double down and tell you that this team is better, and a lot of that has to do with the competitive depth, not just with the starters, but the 2 deep and the 3 deep. You look at where this team is right now at wide receiver specifically, it is a much deeper room than it was a year ago. We know about the prowess and the talent of Jordan Tyson, probably a top 3 wide receiver in college football, but they went to the portal and they got some dudes. They got Fresno State transfer wide receiver Jalen Moss, who's coming off that, I believe, 10 touchdowns in his combined last 2 years with the Bulldogs. And then they went to Bama. They got themselves a speedster, Jaron Hamilton, also a wideout, nicknamed Turbo, and he's been showcasing that just about every single practice. Not to mention you return Malik McClain. Then you look at the running back room, kind of the same thing. A lot deeper. Do they have a Cam Scadaboo on the roster in the running back room? Probably not. But they got 3 very, very serviceable guys in Tyson Brown, Malik Brown, and Kanye Udo.
You think Levitt has a legit shot to win the Heisman this year, Anthony? I mean, you bring up the wide receiver room and all those guys coming back. He's going to have one of the best receivers, if not the best in the Big 12 in Jordan Tyson. You think there's a legit shot that if ASU has another season like they did last year, Levitt could find himself in New York?
I think that's definitely a possibility, but it really does hinge on what you finished up saying right there, right? Is if ASU has a season like they did a year ago, then maybe Sam Levitt's in that conversation. Certainly Arizona State has to win this conference if Sam Levitt is going to get that kind of love. You saw it last year. Yes, Travis Hunter won it, but ultimately probably only because he was somebody playing offense and defense, right? A team that doesn't make the conference championship at a premier position like quarterback, it's going to be a tough sell to actually make it as a Heisman finalist. But I think Sam Levitt certainly has that capability. I think something that you're going to see a lot more this year than you did last year was his ability to use his legs. You saw it at times for the Sun Devils in 2024, but they had Cam Scadaboo. They don't have him now. I think Sam Levitt's probably the 4th running back, is like we call him on the show, for the Sun Devils here in 2025.
Yeah, that offense is going to be really good again, but the defense should be really solid again this year as well. They have a lot of guys coming back on that side of the ball. Which unit on ASU's defense this year, Anthony, do you think is going to be the most solid?
Ooh, that's a great question. I'm going to have to go with the secondary. I think this is a secondary that is returning just about everybody in terms of starters. I mean, the defense in general is returning 10 of 11 starters, minus their nickel corner from a year ago and Shamari Simmons, who's just out of eligibility. But that secondary is going to feature Keith Abney, Javen Robinson, the 2 starting corners from a year ago. You look on the back end, Miles Rouser, Xavier Alford, probably the best safety duo by my estimation in this conference. And then there's some really solid depth around there, trying to replace that starting nickel corner spot with either Montana Warren, who was a part of Kenny Dillingham's first recruiting class here, or Kendrick Breedlove, Purdue transfer. You look outside of that, Rodney Bimage, also another guy who had committed to ASU. He's in the secondary rotation. Nyland Green, that should ring some bells, a former 5-star who was previously at Georgia, then Purdue, and now in Tempe at Arizona State. So the secondary, they got some dudes, man, but specifically when it comes to those starters, it's a scary 4.
We're talking Arizona State with Anthony Totri here on Send It In. Give Anthony a follow on X at Anthony_Totri. For a team that has so much coming back, Anthony, and again, you do lose Scadaboo with the quarterback, the running back, or the wide receiver, I should say. You mentioned all the guys on defense coming back. They still are co-favorites to win this league in the Big 12. So entering the season, what do you think is the biggest question mark you have about this Arizona State team?
Yeah, it's something that we've been talking about really over the last couple of weeks. And that big question is, what does the center position look like? Because everyone's talking about the loss of Cam Scatterbo in the backfield, maybe the loss of Shamari Simmons at nickel on defense, but nobody's really talking about the loss of starting center Lee Fautanu, who has been the starting center for Arizona State the last couple of seasons, also somebody that didn't have any eligibility left. So Arizona State opting to kick their premier left guard from last season, Ben Coleman, kick him inside to center. There's been some competition the last couple of weeks of whether or not it was going to be Ben Coleman starting at center or if it was going to be Wade Helton, a redshirt freshman Iowa State transfer. Dilly did announce on Saturday officially that Ben Coleman will be the starting center for Arizona State. So I think that's probably the biggest question I have is this offensive line as efficient and as connected as it was just last season?
ASU's got a tough schedule, one of the tougher ones I've seen in the Big 12 this season. Road trips to Waco, Salt Lake City, Ames. They got to take on Iowa State, Utah, and Baylor. Also home games against TCU and Texas Tech. When you look at the schedule, Anthony, when you kind of dissect all the different games, which one stood out to you as the game that you think might be the most important this year or the toughest one for ASU to potentially win?
Yeah, I think honestly two different answers there. If we're talking probably the most important game for ASU in 2025, I don't know how you can look past that Iowa State matchup in November in Ames. This is obviously a game that Rocco Beck and company want get back for that Big 12 championship beatdown just last December. You saw what Iowa State did, getting a big ranked win in week 0 to open up the season. So it's tough to look past that game for me. I know there's going to be a lot of folks that say maybe that Texas Tech game with all the hype, but I think for me, maybe the most challenging game or the game that I am maybe like bite my nails a little bit if I'm an Arizona State fan, that's got to be the Utah game. It's always a tough place to play when you're on the road at Utah. Kyle Whittingham, despite a really down year for the Utes last year, is one of the best coaches in college football by my estimation. Just a historic coach, and he always knows how to build a winner. Going to be a tough team to play in mid-October.
You look at Arizona State's win total this season at BetMGM, 8.5. So they're expecting either like 8-4, 9-3 season out of Arizona State. What would be your prediction for the Sun Devils record this season?
Yeah, we actually just did our season predictions on Friday, and I've got Arizona State hitting the over. I've got this team at 10-2 in the regular season. A couple of games that you could maybe argue back and forth. I know there's going to be a lot of folks interested in that Baylor game early in the year. TCU's a fun wild card. You bring up Texas Tech. Who knows? Maybe Colorado puts it together. Iowa State. At the end of the day, this defense is one of the best defenses, if not the best defense in the Big 12. They're going to show that through the first 3 weeks of the season, I think. And then Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson are potentially the best quarterback wide receiver duo in the country, not just the Big 12. I think by the time you get to conference play, this team is going to be really, really firing on all cylinders. And yeah, there are a couple of games that I think throughout the year that this team probably ends up losing out on. But at the end of the day, it would be a pretty disappointing season if this team lost more than 3 or 4 games.
If you were to look at ASU this season, Anthony, would you rather place a wager on them to win the Big 12 again or make the college football playoff? Because again, with that schedule, maybe they lose some tiebreakers. They don't go to Dallas, but if they finish the season, let's say 10-2, still might find themselves in the playoff. You think better chance this year? Would you rather take the playoff bet or for them to win the conference?
Ooh, I'm going to have to take probably winning the conference here. I think we saw it in week 0 between Kansas State and Iowa State. There are still a lot of teams in this conference that, yes, they are talented. Yes, they're top 25 teams, but they got some things to work out, right? We saw arguably 2 of the best 3 teams in this conference just this past Saturday. Kansas State looked really out of sync offensively. Iowa State was getting bullied in the trenches early on in that game. Still not a lot of answers at wide receiver after losing their 2,000-yard guys a year ago. I think Arizona State is the cream of the crop in this conference. So if I had to put money on it, either the CFP or winning the Big 12, Arizona State going back-to-back for the first time since the Sooners did it some time ago.
Love it. And then before we let you go, I've been asking this to all the Big 12 guests that we've had on because, I mean, the odds for all these teams to win the league is so jumbled towards the top. Who is the team that worries you the most in the Big 12 for Arizona State?
Worries me the most is an interesting way to phrase that question. I would say probably Iowa State. This is a team that, again, despite some of the issues we saw over the weekend, Rocco Becht is one of the best quarterbacks in this conference, one of the most experienced quarterbacks in this conference. And he has the pleasure of, his coach being the same as it's been the last several years, one of the best coaches in Matt Campbell that the Big 12 has seen. He's got that program just churning out talent. So I would say if there's anybody to worry about, it's probably the Iowa State Cyclones.
There you go. Anthony Totri, give him a follow on X at Anthony_Totri, Arizona State Sun Devils beat reporter, host of Phoenix Sun Devils as well. Anthony, appreciate the time, man. Have an awesome season. Hope to talk again soon.
Likewise, you as well, man.
All right, great stuff there. Anthony Totri joining us to talk some Sun Devils on Send It In. Let's continue talking ASU here on Send It In as we look at the Sun Devils' schedule for the upcoming season. As I was talking about with Anthony, very difficult for ASU this season. You have the road games at Iowa State, at Utah, and at Baylor. All three of those teams towards the top of the odds board in the Big 12. So going to be massive, massive games. Also have a road trip to Starkville to take on Mississippi State in week 2. So Bulldogs are probably going to be the worst team in the SEC again, but having to travel just about across the country, playing an SEC team on the road, that could be a little bit of a tricky spot as well. And then you have those home games against Texas Tech and TCU. So the way that Iowa State's schedule kind of works out is they have stretches in their season, kind of back-to-back games. It could be tough, right? At Baylor, home against TCU. At Utah, home against Texas Tech. And then at Iowa State, right before that bye week, going to be crucial. And then at Colorado, and then hosting Arizona, as always, to end the season as those two teams battle it out during rivalry week. One of the tougher schedules that we've seen previewing all these Big 12 teams is Arizona State. Big reason why their win total is at 8.5. Personally, I think for the Sun Devils, they are priced appropriately across the board. I think 8.5 is a great win total for them. I also think for them to win the Big 12 at plus 550, I kind of think you could argue that Arizona State probably should be the favorites in this conference. So maybe you could argue there still is some value on Arizona State. But again, this team won it last year. Yes, they lost their best player in Scadaboo, and he's going to be tough to replace. But getting Udo, the running back out of Army, he's really solid. I think they probably have the best quarterback in the conference in Sam Levitt. They probably have the best receiver in the conference in Jordan Tyson. I think we can all agree Kenny Dillingham is a rising star in the coaching landscape. And then their defense, they return a lot of production as well on that side of the ball. So they do lose the center, as Anthony mentioned. That's going to be big, and they do lose Scadaboo. Because Scadaboo was one of the best players in college football last season, and he kind of took the world by storm, especially that performance against Texas in the college football playoff. I don't think we're kind of discounting the Sun Devils a little bit. It's a lot like Boise State this year, where Boise loses Genty, but they have a lot of their team coming back. The difference is that Boise's minus 160 to win the Mountain West, and Arizona State is plus 550. I know we had Chase Kitty on last week. He knows the Big 12 as well as anybody. Arizona State was his pick to win the league. But the one thing we know about the Big 12 is that expect the unexpected. Arizona State last year was picked last to finish was picked last in the preseason in the Big 12, and they end up winning the Big 12. So it's tough to go back to back. The last 5 years in this conference, we've had 5 different winners. I tend to think we're going to have a different winner. You guys know I like Baylor to win the Big 12, but Arizona State's going to be good. It's going to be an 8-win team or a 9-win team. You know, a lot of times when you have a team like Arizona State that everybody thought was going to be so bad last year, they end up winning the league, and then they bring all these guys back. When that tends to happen, I lean towards fading that team the next year, right? Because everybody who missed out on Arizona State now wants to jump on the bandwagon. I do think Dillingham's the real deal. I think he's got a really good quarterback in Sam Levitt, but that schedule is not easy. And Arizona State's going to be getting everybody's best shot this year when they play. So I'm staying away from ASU all in all. The question I did ask Anthony, would you rather bet the Sun Devils to win the Big 12 or to make the college football playoff? I'd actually bet them to make the CFP at plus 400 because I do think they are one of the teams that if they don't win the Big 12 championship or even make it to the Big 12 title game, they could still get in with a 10-2 record because of all the quality opponents that they have to play, because they do play an SEC team out of conference. Even though it's Mississippi State, they're willing to challenge themselves, go to Starkville, play against an SEC team. And then again, if they go 10-2, I mean, they're going to beat 3 of those 5 opponents on their schedule, 3 really good teams. So there is a chance that maybe they could get in if they don't win the Big 12. I would maybe more so look at that. I just think it's going to be too hard for Arizona State to go back-to-back. But Sun Devils should be really good again in the year 2025. All right, let's talk the Buffalo Bills now here on Send It In, the last NFL team that we have to preview before the season gets going. And there is a reason that we saved the Buffalo Bills for last, and that is because I think the Bills are going to win the Super Bowl this season. I think it's Buffalo's year. Finally, after all the heartbreak, all the close calls, not being able to get past Kansas City, I think they finally do all those things this year. We all know they have the quarterback to do it in Josh Allen. He just won the MVP last year. I like some of the moves that they made in the offseason, getting Joey Bosa from the Chargers on that defensive line, bringing back Tre'Davious White to help out their secondary. Even though he's not the player that he once was, I still think he can help out in that secondary. The Bills are still going to have a really good offensive line. They paid James Cook. They brought in Josh Palmer to help out in the wide receiver room to go along with Shakir and Cam Coleman, who I expect to step up in year 2 there in Buffalo. But the reason I really like the Bills is their schedule this season. It's their schedule, and it's the fact that I think they're going to get the number 1 seed in the AFC, and that is obviously going to be so crucial for the Bills so that teams like Baltimore and Kansas City can go to them in the playoffs. I know Mahomes did beat them in Buffalo a couple of years ago, but obviously we've seen Bills Chiefs a whole bunch more in Arrowhead than we have in Buffalo. And the Bills getting that game at home, they would much more prefer than going on the road. But look at the schedule and how it sets up for Buffalo, right? I mean, the schedule is not very hard. Yeah, you have the Ravens, you have the Chiefs, you have the Eagles on that schedule, but they have the Jets, the Dolphins, obviously, in their division. They get the NFC South, though, so they get to play the Saints, the Panthers, the Falcons. They get the Browns playing the AFC North this season as well. Easy schedule for the Bills, especially for a first-place team. But also look at the fact that just about all their toughest opponents this year, they get to play at home. The Ravens in week 1, going to be at home. The Chiefs in week 9, going to be at home. 2 teams that they're likely battling to get that number 1 seed for, they get in Buffalo. So that is massive. The Eagles at the end of the year, that's going to be at home. Joe Burrow and the Bengals, that's going to be at home. Baker Mayfield and the Bucs, that's going to be at home as well. So a lot of the best quarterbacks, a lot of the best teams that they are playing this year, they play them at home, which is a big deal for the Bills. That Ravens game week 1, even though it's week 1, could go a long way in determining playoff seeding in the AFC. That's going to be a massive game. But after that, between the Ravens game in week 1 and the Chiefs game in week 9, I mean, look at the schedule that the Bills have, right? Jets, Dolphins, Saints, Patriots, Falcons, bye week, Panthers. You're telling me that they couldn't go undefeated during that stretch by the time that they play Kansas City? You're telling me they couldn't be 7-0 going into that game? There's a reason they're the only team in the NFL with the win total at 12.5, and it's minus 115 to the over. The bet that I would look at with Buffalo is for them to get the number 1 seed at plus 220. All these teams, when they start the year, obviously have an incentive to win their division, and when you're a team as good as Buffalo with Super Bowl aspirations, and to get the number 1 seed. So I think the Bills, the focus for them, having an easy schedule going up against some of these teams where they're going to be big favorites, is knowing they can't let up. They got to get that number 1 seed. I think they will. I like them at plus 220. I like them to win the Super Bowl, obviously, as well, at plus 700. It's the last year of Highmark Stadium in Buffalo. They got Hard Knocks there. It just feels like maybe all the stars are aligning this year for the Bills, and they finally get it done. So Buffalo is my pick this year to win the Super Bowl. I think they get the number 1 seed. And the reason I really like them so much is because of that schedule. And they get just about all their toughest opponents at home. The Ravens and Chiefs are at home, which is massive. And they got an easy schedule. They can do some damage and probably win 13, 14 games this season. So Buffalo, my pick to win the Super Bowl for the upcoming season. All right, it's a Monday. Let's get into some of my favorite bets, bet now games that I would look at for week 1 in the college football season. I got 4 of them for you guys all ready. Let's start on Thursday night we got Wyoming taking on Akron with a total of 50.5. Now, why do I like this game? I like the over because of both offenses and fading both defenses. So Ben Finley is the quarterback for the Akron Zips, and he's one of the best quarterbacks in the MAC conference. Their head coach is Joe Moorhead. You might remember him as the OC from Oregon, also was the head coach at Mississippi State. He's a good offensive mind, and his team can put up some points, and he's got a good quarterback again in Ben Finley. And then on the other side, Wyoming returns 9 starters on the offensive side of the ball. They got a second-year head coach, Jay Sewell, who's taking over for Craig Bowl, who was there for a number of years. And they went a little more up-tempo last year. Now year 2 of that, and returning 9 starters, I expect their offense to put up some points. And then on the defensive side of the ball for both teams, defensively, Wyoming's only returning 3 starters this season. Akron is only returning 2 starters this season. So I get a good quarterback with Akron. I get 9 returning starters with Wyoming and an improved offense. And then on defense, I got a whole lot of new faces and new guys playing on that side of the ball. I think the total is still a little too low at 50.5. When we think Wyoming, we think defense, low scoring, run the football. I don't think this game's quite going to go that way. I think we get some points on Thursday night. I'll take over 50.5 in Akron and Wyoming. Ohio State and Texas, game of maybe the year in college football, number 1 versus number 3. If you've watched this show, you guys know all offseason I have liked Texas to win this game, certainly cover the +3. But now that at BetMGM, Ohio State is down to -120, I think I like the Buckeyes now to win this game against Texas. Now, you guys know me. I bet numbers and not teams. And if the number's good enough, I'm going to bet whoever that team is. And at +3, obviously I like Texas. Now that we're down to -120 on the money line, I'm kind of liking Ohio State. And again, I liked Texas earlier this offseason. Ohio State's bringing in 2 new coordinators, right? They're fresh off the national championship. They're starting a true freshman quarterback. It's a revenge game for Texas. Sark's teams have been so good early on in these non-conference matchups. But now that we're at -120 for Ohio State, and I think about Ryan Day's teams the last couple years, and when people have been underestimating them, and when it feels like everybody wants to fade Ohio State, that's when they tend to play their best. In the college football playoff, nobody wanted them against Tennessee. They smash them. Everybody was wondering why they were favored against Oregon in the Rose Bowl. They smash them. A couple years ago, Penn State goes into Columbus. Everybody thinks James Franklin's finally going to get his win over Ohio State. Buckeyes take care of business. Texas becoming a little bit too trendy, and the line has moved down to a point now where I want to take Ohio State money line at -120. Next up, give me Virginia Tech +7.5 against South Carolina on Sunday. I think the Hokies are live in this game on the money line. Virginia Tech, South Carolina is just the kind of game I look for in week 1 of college football, where you have a South Carolina team that everybody is high on going into the season, right? One of the best quarterbacks in Lenore Sellers. They closed the season super hot. They got returning guys, and a lot of people think they're going to be really good. Meanwhile, for Virginia Tech, they really disappointed last season. People thought they could be a contender in the ACC. They end up going 6-7. But Brent Pry's on the hot seat this year. His quarterback, Kyron Jones, is back. And their team, I think, is going to be better than people give them credit for. Virginia Tech lost last season on the road at Vanderbilt when they were 2-touchdown favorites. And I promise you they remember that, and they want to make sure they start the season a lot faster this year. I think that game's going to be close. I think the Hokies have a chance of pulling off the upset. Give me Virginia Tech +7.5. And then finally, under 58.5 in TCU in North Carolina on Monday night. Been talking about it with Belichick and UNC all offseason. How I want to bet North Carolina early in the year is taking their unders. No idea what to expect. No idea what the Belichick experiment in Chapel Hill is going to look like. But what I do know is that Bill knows defense, and he's going to have his team ready on that side of the ball. So I like under 58.5 in TCU and UNC. All right, you read on YouTube, why would this year be different for the Bills, PJ? Read again. I think it's because Josh Allen and the Bills have never had the number 1 seed in the AFC. They've never had the 1 seed, and I think having that is going to change things. I just feel like it's a little bit of a down year, too, for the Chiefs. They've been there 3 straight years. I mean, they just can't keep getting back every single year. Maybe they can because it's Mahomes and Andy Reid. But I think this is an opening for Baltimore or Buffalo to take advantage. I trust the Bills more than the Ravens, so that's why I like the Bills. And then also Royals money line or over under Kansas City and Chicago first 5 at 4.5. That White Sox offense has been on fire. I'd probably look at that first 5 over at 4.5. All right, let's talk some SEC bets real quick here on Send It In. 4 win totals that I like in the SEC this season. We'll start with Alabama over 9.5 wins. I think they lose at Georgia and at Auburn, but I think that's it. I think they get to 10 wins. As talented a team as any that we have in college football this season, I think DeBoer gets the tie to double-digit wins. Florida under 7.5 wins at plus 125. Gators have so much talent, and Lagway is one of the best quarterbacks in the entire country, but the schedule is ridiculous for Florida. They have 3 games that you look at and you're like, yeah, they're going to win those. They play Long Island, USF, and Mississippi State all at home. Outside of that, though, you guys, they got to play LSU, Miami, A&M, Ole Miss this season on the road, and then they get FSU, Tennessee, Texas, and then at home in Georgia out in Jacksonville. Brutal schedule for Florida. I'm taking under at minus 125. Missouri, a team that we did not preview this year on Send It In, but a team that I think could be sneaky out of the SEC. I like them over 7.5 wins at plus 115. Missouri's going to have one of the best defenses in college football this year. They just return about everybody from last year. They lost nobody to the NFL. Bo Prabula transferred in from Penn State to be their quarterback. Keep an eye on Mizzou. And then Kentucky, under 4.5 wins at minus 110. I look at Kentucky's schedule, 2 games that I pick out where I'm like, they're going to win those. Everything else, I don't know. Zach Calzada was just to name their starter this year. He's not good. I think Kentucky maybe wins 3 or 4 games this year. I'll take their under at 4.5. SEC championship pick is going to be the Georgia Bulldogs. Why? They have Bama, Texas, and Ole Miss at home this year. They're going to win 2 of those games at least, get the tiebreakers, go to Atlanta, and win another SEC title. Ole Miss to make the college football playoff, I'd look at them at plus 210. I'd also look at Austin Simmons to win the Heisman Trophy at 40-1. I'm just taking the upside with Austin Simmons. He's as good as I think he could be. Keep an eye on Ole Miss this season. And then the only team I would bet out of the SEC to win the national title, that would be Alabama at 10-1 at the current price. Again, I think the Tide might be as talented as anybody. Year 2 of DeBoer, he made the title game with Washington in year 2. And if Ty Simpson's as good as what I've been hearing out of camp so far, keep an eye out for Alabama. All right, real quick, BetMGM promo, and then we wrap up the show. Any Sport Parlay Boost token that you guys need to take account of. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be found on parlays and short game parlays. Let's wrap up the show. PJ's plays. Going streaking today, I'm taking Lars Nootbaar against Mitch Keller, 9 for 23 in his career against Keller. Austin Simmons to win the Heisman Trophy, 40-1. That is going to be my prop lock. Give me the Reds and Hunter Green today, my dog of the day at plus 120 against the Dodgers. And then give me the Mets, minus 105 against the Phillies today. Christopher Sanchez against Kodai Senga. Mets nearly a pick'em. I'll take New York at minus 105. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Tomorrow we talk Utah and more college football. We'll see you then. Have a great rest of your day.
When you jump in, usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
I think Kenny Dillingham would probably double down and tell you that this team is better, and a lot of that has to do with the competitive depth, not just with the starters, but the 2 deep and the 3 deep. You look at where this team is right now at wide receiver specifically, it is a much deeper room than it was a year ago. We know about the prowess and the talent of Jordan Tyson, probably a top 3 wide receiver in college football, but they went to the portal and they got some dudes. They got Fresno State transfer wide receiver Jalen Moss, who's coming off that, I believe, 10 touchdowns in his combined last 2 years with the Bulldogs. And then they went to Bama. They got themselves a speedster, Jaron Hamilton, also a wideout nicknamed Turbo, and he's been showcasing that just about every single practice. Not to mention you return Malik McClain. Then you look at the running back room, kind of the same thing. A lot deeper. Do they have a Cam Scadaboo on the roster in the running back room? Probably not. But they got 3 very, very serviceable guys in Tyson Brown, Malik Brown, and Kanye Udo.
You think Levitt has a legit shot to win the Heisman this year, Anthony? I mean, you bring up the wide receiver room and all those guys coming back. He's going to have one of the best receivers, if not the best in the Big 12 in Jordan Tyson. You think there's a legit shot that if ASU has another season like they did last year, Levitt could find himself in New York?
I think that's definitely a possibility, but it really does hinge on what you finished up saying right there, right? Is if ASU has a season like they did a year ago, then maybe Sam Levitt's in that conversation. Certainly Arizona State has to win this conference if Sam Levitt is going to get that kind of love. You saw it last year. Yes, Travis Hunter won it, but ultimately probably only because he was somebody playing offense and defense, right? A team that doesn't make the conference championship at a premier position like quarterback, it's going to be a tough sell to actually make it as a Heisman finalist. But I think Sam Levitt certainly has that capability. I think something that you're going to see a lot more this year than you did last year was his ability to use his legs. He saw it at times for the Sun Devils in 2024, but they had Cam Scadaboo. They don't have him now. I think Sam Levitt's probably the 4th running back, is like we call him on the show, for the Sun Devils here in 2025.
Yeah, that offense is going to be really good again, but the defense should be really solid again this year as well. They have a lot of guys coming back on that side of the ball. Which unit on ASU's defense this year, Anthony, do you think is going to be the most solid?
Ooh, that's a great question. I'm going to have to go with the secondary. I think this is a secondary that is returning just about everybody in terms of starters. I mean, the defense in general is returning 10 of 11 starters, minus their nickel corner from a year ago and Shamari Simmons, who's just out of eligibility. But that secondary is going to feature Keith Abney, Javen Robinson, the 2 starting corners from a year ago. You look on the back end, Miles Rouser, Xavier Alford, probably the best safety duo by my estimation in this conference. And then there's some really solid depth around there, trying to replace that starting nickel corner spot with either Montana Warren, who was a part of Kenny Dillingham's first recruiting class here, or Kendrick Breedlove, Purdue transfer. You look outside of that, Rodney Bimage, also another guy who had committed to ASU. He's in the secondary rotation. Nyland Green, that should ring some bells, a former 5-star who was previously at Georgia, then Purdue, and now in Tempe at Arizona State. So the secondary, they got some dudes, man, but specifically when it comes to those starters, it's a scary 4.
We're talking Arizona State with Anthony Totri here on Send It In. Give Anthony a follow on X at Anthony_Totri. For a team that has so much coming back, Anthony, and again, you do lose Scadaboo with the quarterback, the running back, or the wide receiver, I should say. You mentioned all the guys on defense coming back. They still are co-favorites to win this league in the Big 12. So entering the season, what do you think is the biggest question mark you have about this Arizona State team?
Yeah, it's something that we've been talking about really over the last couple of weeks. And that big question is, what does the center position look like? Because everyone's talking about the loss of Cam Scatterbo in the backfield, maybe the loss of Shamari Simmons at nickel on defense, but nobody's really talking about the loss of starting center Leif Fautanu, who has been the starting center for Arizona State the last couple of seasons, also somebody that didn't have any eligibility left. So Arizona State opting to kick their premier left guard from last season, Ben Coleman, kick him inside to center. There's been some competition the last couple of weeks of whether or not it was going to be Ben Coleman starting at center or if it was going to be Wade Helton, a redshirt freshman Iowa State transfer. Dilly did announce on Saturday officially that Ben Coleman will be the starting center for Arizona State. So I think that's probably the biggest question I have is this offensive line as efficient and as connected as it was just last season?
ASU's got a tough schedule, one of the tougher ones I've seen in the Big 12 this season. Road trips to Waco, Salt Lake City, Ames. They got to take on Iowa State, Utah, and Baylor. Also home games against TCU and Texas Tech. When you look at the schedule, Anthony, when you kind of dissect all the different games, which one stood out to you as the game that you think might be the most important this year or the toughest one for ASU to potentially win?
Yeah, I think honestly two different answers there. If we're talking probably the most important game for ASU in 2025, I don't know how you can look past that Iowa State matchup in November in Ames. This is obviously a game that Rocco Beck and company want get back for that Big 12 championship beatdown just last December. You saw what Iowa State did, getting a big ranked win in week 0 to open up the season. So it's tough to look past that game for me. I know there's going to be a lot of folks that say maybe that Texas Tech game with all the hype, but I think for me, maybe the most challenging game or the game that I am maybe like bite my nails a little bit if I'm an Arizona State fan, that's got to be the Utah game. It's always a tough place to play when you're on the road at Utah. Kyle Whittingham, despite a really down year for the Utes last year, is one of the best coaches in college football by my estimation. Just a historic coach, and he always knows how to build a winner. Going to be a tough team to play in mid-October.
You look at Arizona State's win total this season at BetMGM, 8.5. So they're expecting either like 8-4, 9-3 season out of Arizona State. What would be your prediction for the Sun Devils record this season?
Yeah, we actually just did our season predictions on Friday, and I've got Arizona State hitting the over. I've got this team at 10-2 in the regular season. A couple of games that you could maybe argue back and forth. I know there's going to be a lot of folks interested in that Baylor game early in the year. TCU's a fun wild card. You bring up Texas Tech. Who knows? Maybe Colorado puts it together. Iowa State. At the end of the day, this defense is one of the best defenses, if not the best defense in the Big 12. They're going to show that through the first 3 weeks of the season, I think. And then Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson are potentially the best quarterback wide receiver duo in the country, not just the Big 12. I think by the time you get to conference play, this team is going to be really, really firing on all cylinders. And yeah, there are a couple of games that I think throughout the year that this team probably ends up losing out on. But at the end of the day, it would be a pretty disappointing season if this team lost more than 3 or 4 games.
If you were to look at ASU this season, Anthony, would you rather place a wager on them to win the Big 12 again or make the college football playoff? Because again, with that schedule, maybe they lose some tiebreakers. They don't go to Dallas, but if they finish the season, let's say 10-2, still might find themselves in the playoff. You think better chance this year? Would you rather take the playoff bet or for them to win the conference?
Ooh, I'm going to have to take probably winning the conference here. I think we saw it in week 0 between Kansas State and Iowa State. There are still a lot of teams in this conference that, yes, they are talented. Yes, they're top 25 teams, but they got some things to work out, right? We saw arguably 2 of the best 3 teams in this conference just this past Saturday. Kansas State looked really out of sync offensively. Iowa State was getting bullied in the trenches early on in that game. Still not a lot of answers at wide receiver after losing their 2,000-yard guys a year ago. I think Arizona State is the cream of the crop in this conference. So if I had to put money on it, either the CFP or winning the Big 12, Arizona State going back-to-back for the first time since the Sooners did it some time ago.
Love it. And then before we let you go, I've been asking this to all the Big 12 guests that we've had on because, I mean, the odds for all these teams to win the league is so jumbled towards the top. Who is the team that worries you the most in the Big 12 for Arizona State?
Worries me the most is an interesting way to phrase that question. I would say probably Iowa State. This is a team that, again, despite some of the issues we saw over the weekend, Rocco Becht is one of the best quarterbacks in this conference, one of the most experienced quarterbacks in this conference. And he has the pleasure of, his coach being the same as it's been the last several years, one of the best coaches in Matt Campbell that the Big 12 has seen. He's got that program just churning out talent. So I would say if there's anybody to worry about, it's probably the Iowa State Cyclones.
There you go. Anthony Totri, give him a follow on X at Anthony_Totri, Arizona State Sun Devils beat reporter, host of Phoenix Sun Devils as well. Anthony, appreciate the time, man. Have an awesome season. Hope to talk again soon.
Likewise, you as well, man.
All right, great stuff there. Anthony Totri joining us to talk some Sun Devils on Send It In. Let's continue talking ASU here on Send It In as we look at the Sun Devils' schedule for the upcoming season. As I was talking about with Anthony, very difficult for ASU this season. You have the road games at Iowa State, at Utah, and at Baylor. All three of those teams towards the top of the odds board in the Big 12. So going to be massive, massive games. Also have a road trip to Starkville to take on Mississippi State in week 2. So Bulldogs are probably going to be the worst team in the SEC again, but having to travel just about across the country, playing an SEC team on the road, that could be a little bit of a tricky spot as well. And then you have those home games against Texas Tech and TCU. So the way that Iowa State's schedule kind of works out is they have stretches in their season, kind of back-to-back games. It could be tough, right? At Baylor, home against TCU. At Utah, home against Texas Tech. And then at Iowa State, right before that bye week, going to be crucial. And then at Colorado, and then hosting Arizona, as always, to end the season as those two teams battle it out during rivalry week. One of the tougher schedules that we've seen previewing all these Big 12 teams is Arizona State. Big reason why their win total is at 8.5. Personally, I think for the Sun Devils, they are priced appropriately across the board. I think 8.5 is a great win total for them. I also think for them to win the Big 12 at plus 550, I kind of think you could argue that Arizona State probably should be the favorites in this conference. So maybe you could argue there still is some value on Arizona State. But again, this team won it last year. Yes, they lost their best player in Scadaboo, and he's going to be tough to replace. But getting Udo, the running back out of Army, he's really solid. I think they probably have the best quarterback in the conference in Sam Levitt. They probably have the best receiver in the conference in Jordan Tyson. I think we can all agree Kenny Dillingham is a rising star in the coaching landscape. And then their defense, they return a lot of production as well on that side of the ball. So they do lose the center, as Anthony mentioned. That's going to be big, and they do lose Scadaboo. Because Scadaboo was one of the best players in college football last season, and he kind of took the world by storm, especially that performance against Texas in the college football playoff. I don't think we're kind of discounting the Sun Devils a little bit. It's a lot like Boise State this year, where Boise loses Genty, but they have a lot of their team coming back. The difference is that Boise's minus 160 to win the Mountain West, and Arizona State is plus 550. I know we had Chase Kitty on last week. He knows the Big 12 as well as anybody. Arizona State was his pick to win the league. But the one thing we know about the Big 12 is that expect the unexpected. Arizona State last year was picked last to finish was picked last in the preseason in the Big 12, and they end up winning the Big 12. So it's tough to go back to back. The last 5 years in this conference, we've had 5 different winners. I tend to think we're going to have a different winner. You guys know I like Baylor to win the Big 12, but Arizona State's going to be good. It's going to be an 8-win team or a 9-win team. You know, a lot of times when you have a team like Arizona State that everybody thought was going to be so bad last year, they end up winning the league, and then they bring all these guys back. When that tends to happen, I lean towards fading that team the next year, right? Because everybody who missed out on Arizona State now wants to jump on the bandwagon. I do think Dillingham's the real deal. I think he's got a really good quarterback in Sam Levitt, but that schedule is not easy. And Arizona State's going to be getting everybody's best shot this year when they play. So I'm staying away from ASU all in all. The question I did ask Anthony, would you rather bet the Sun Devils to win the Big 12 or to make the college football playoff? I'd actually bet them to make the CFP at plus 400 because I do think they are one of the teams that if they don't win the Big 12 championship or even make it to the Big 12 title game, they could still get in with a 10-2 record because of all the quality opponents that they have to play, because they do play an SEC team out of conference. Even though it's Mississippi State, they're willing to challenge themselves, go to Starkville, play against an SEC team. And then again, if they go 10-2, I mean, they're going to beat 3 of those 5 opponents on their schedule, 3 really good teams. So there is a chance that maybe they could get in if they don't win the Big 12. I would maybe more so look at that. I just think it's going to be too hard for Arizona State to go back-to-back. But Sun Devils should be really good again in the year 2025. All right, let's talk the Buffalo Bills now here on Send It In, the last NFL team that we have to preview before the season gets going. And there is a reason that we saved the Buffalo Bills for last, and that is because I think the Bills are going to win the Super Bowl this season. I think it's Buffalo's year. Finally, after all the heartbreak, all the close calls, not being able to get past Kansas City, I think they finally do all those things this year. We all know they have the quarterback to do it in Josh Allen. He just won the MVP last year. I like some of the moves that they made in the offseason, getting Joey Bosa from the Chargers on that defensive line, bringing back Tre'Davious White to help out their secondary. Even though he's not the player that he once was, I still think he can help out in that secondary. The Bills are still going to have a really good offensive line. They paid James Cook. They brought in Josh Palmer to help out in the wide receiver room to go along with Shakir and Cam Coleman, who I expect to step up in year 2 there in Buffalo. But the reason I really like the Bills is their schedule this season. It's their schedule, and it's the fact that I think they're going to get the number 1 seed in the AFC, and that is obviously going to be so crucial for the Bills so that teams like Baltimore and Kansas City can go to them in the playoffs. I know Mahomes did beat them in Buffalo a couple of years ago, but obviously we've seen Bills Chiefs a whole bunch more in Arrowhead than we have in Buffalo. And the Bills getting that game at home, they would much more prefer than going on the road. But look at the schedule and how it sets up for Buffalo, right? I mean, the schedule is not very hard. Yeah, you have the Ravens, you have the Chiefs, you have the Eagles on that schedule, but they have the Jets, the Dolphins, obviously, in their division. They get the NFC South, though, so they get to play the Saints, the Panthers, the Falcons. They get the Browns playing the AFC North this season as well. Easy schedule for the Bills, especially for a first-place team. But also look at the fact that just about all their toughest opponents this year, they get to play at home. The Ravens in week 1, going to be at home. The Chiefs in week 9, going to be at home. 2 teams that they're likely battling to get that number 1 seed for, they get in Buffalo. So that is massive. The Eagles at the end of the year, that's going to be at home. Joe Burrow and the Bengals, that's going to be at home. Baker Mayfield and the Bucks, that's going to be at home as well. So a lot of the best quarterbacks, a lot of the best teams that they are playing this year, they play them at home, which is a big deal for the Bills. That Ravens game week 1, even though it's week 1, could go a long way in determining playoff seeding in the AFC. That's going to be a massive game. But after that, between the Ravens game in week 1 and the Chiefs game in week 9, I mean, look at the schedule that the Bills have, right? Jets, Dolphins, Saints, Patriots, Falcons, bye week, Panthers. You're telling me that they couldn't go undefeated during that stretch by the time that they play Kansas City? You're telling me they couldn't be 7-0 going into that game? There's a reason they're the only team in the NFL with the win total at 12.5, and it's -115 to the over. The bet that I would look at with Buffalo is for them to get the number 1 seed at +220. All these teams, when they start the year, obviously have an incentive to win their division, and when you're a team as good as Buffalo with Super Bowl aspirations, and to get the number 1 seed. So I think the Bills, the focus for them, having an easy schedule going up against some of these teams where they're going to be big favorites, is knowing they can't let up. They got to get that number 1 seed. I think they will. I like them at +220. I like them to win the Super Bowl, obviously, as well, at +700. It's the last year of Highmark Stadium in Buffalo. They got Hard Knocks there. It just feels like maybe all the stars are aligning this year for the Bills, and they finally get it done. So Buffalo is my pick this year to win the Super Bowl. I think they get the number 1 seed. And the reason I really like them so much is because of that schedule. And they get just about all their toughest opponents at home. The Ravens and Chiefs are at home, which is massive. And they got an easy schedule. They can do some damage and probably win 13, 14 games this season. So Buffalo, my pick to win the Super Bowl for the upcoming season. All right, it's a Monday. Let's get into some of my favorite bets, bet now games that I would look at for week 1 in the college football season. I got 4 of them for you guys all ready. Let's start on Thursday night we got Wyoming taking on Akron with a total of 50.5. Now, why do I like this game? I like the over because of both offenses and fading both defenses. So Ben Finley is the quarterback for the Akron Zips, and he's one of the best quarterbacks in the MAC conference. Their head coach is Joe Moorhead. You might remember him as the OC from Oregon, also was the head coach at Mississippi State. He's a good offensive mind, and his team can put up some points, and he's got a good quarterback again in Ben Finley. And then on the other side, Wyoming returns 9 starters on the offensive side of the ball. They got a second-year head coach, Jay Sewell, who's taking over for Craig Bowl, who was there for a number of years. And they went a little more up-tempo last year. Now year 2 of that, and returning 9 starters, I expect their offense to put up some points. And then on the defensive side of the ball for both teams, defensively, Wyoming's only returning 3 starters this season. Akron is only returning 2 starters this season. So I get a good quarterback with Akron. I get 9 returning starters with Wyoming and an improved offense. And then on defense, I got a whole lot of new faces and new guys playing on that side of the ball. I think the total is still a little too low at 50.5. When we think Wyoming, we think defense, low scoring, run the football. I don't think this game's quite going to go that way. I think we get some points on Thursday night. I'll take over 50.5 in Akron and Wyoming. Ohio State and Texas, game of maybe the year in college football, number 1 versus number 3. If you've watched this show, you guys know all offseason I have liked Texas to win this game, certainly cover the +3. But now that at BetMGM, Ohio State is down to -120, I think I like the Buckeyes now to win this game against Texas. Now, you guys know me. I bet numbers and not teams. And if the number's good enough, I'm going to bet whoever that team is. And at +3, obviously I like Texas. Now that we're down to -120 on the money line, I'm kind of liking Ohio State. And again, I liked Texas earlier this offseason. Ohio State's bringing in 2 new coordinators, right? They're fresh off the national championship. They're starting a true freshman quarterback. It's a revenge game for Texas. Sark's teams have been so good early on in these non-conference matchups. But now that we're at -120 for Ohio State, and I think about Ryan Day's teams the last couple years, and when people have been underestimating them, and when it feels like everybody wants to fade Ohio State, that's when they tend to play their best. In the college football playoff, nobody wanted them against Tennessee. They smash them. Everybody was wondering why they were favored against Oregon in the Rose Bowl. They smash them. A couple years ago, Penn State goes into Columbus. Everybody thinks James Franklin's finally going to get his win over Ohio State. Buckeyes take care of business. Texas becoming a little bit too trendy, and the line has moved down to a point now where I want to take Ohio State money line at -120. Next up, give me Virginia Tech +7.5 against South Carolina on Sunday. I think the Hokies are live in this game on the money line. Virginia Tech, South Carolina is just the kind of game I look for in week 1 of college football, where you have a South Carolina team that everybody is high on going into the season, right? One of the best quarterbacks in Lenore Sellers. They closed the season super hot. They got returning guys, and a lot of people think they're going to be really good. Meanwhile, for Virginia Tech, they really disappointed last season. People thought they could be a contender in the ACC. They end up going 6-7. But Brent Pry's on the hot seat this year. His quarterback, Kyron Jones, is back. And their team, I think, is going to be better than people give them credit for. Virginia Tech lost last season on the road at Vanderbilt when they were 2-touchdown favorites. And I promise you they remember that, and they want to make sure they start the season a lot faster this year. I think that game's going to be close. I think the Hokies have a chance of pulling off the upset. Give me Virginia Tech +7.5. And then finally, under 58.5 in TCU in North Carolina on Monday night. Been talking about it with Belichick and UNC all offseason. How I want to bet North Carolina early in the year is taking their unders. No idea what to expect. No idea what the Belichick experiment in Chapel Hill is going to look like. But what I do know is that Bill knows defense, and he's going to have his team ready on that side of the ball. So I like under 58.5 in TCU and UNC. All right, you read on YouTube, why would this year be different for the Bills, PJ? Read again. I think it's because Josh Allen and the Bills have never had the number 1 seed in the AFC. They've never had the 1 seed, and I think having that is going to change things. I just feel like it's a little bit of a down year, too, for the Chiefs. They've been there 3 straight years. I mean, they just can't keep getting back every single year. Maybe they can because it's Mahomes and Andy Reid. But I think this is an opening for Baltimore or Buffalo to take advantage. I trust the Bills more than the Ravens, so that's why I like the Bills. And then also Royals money line or over under Kansas City and Chicago first 5 at 4.5. That White Sox offense has been on fire. I'd probably look at that first 5 over at 4.5. All right, let's talk some SEC bets real quick here on Send It In. 4 win totals that I like in the SEC this season. We'll start with Alabama over 9.5 wins. I think they lose at Georgia and at Auburn, but I think that's it. I think they get to 10 wins. As talented a team as any that we have in college football this season, I think DeBoer gets the tie to double-digit wins. Florida under 7.5 wins at plus 125. Gators have so much talent, and Lagway is one of the best quarterbacks in the entire country, but the schedule is ridiculous for Florida. They have 3 games that you look at and you're like, yeah, they're going to win those. They play Long Island, USF, and Mississippi State all at home. Outside of that, though, you guys, they got to play LSU, Miami, A&M, Ole Miss this season on the road, and then they get FSU, Tennessee, Texas, and then at home in Georgia out in Jacksonville. Brutal schedule for Florida. I'm taking under at minus 125. Missouri, a team that we did not preview this year on Send It In, but a team that I think could be sneaky out of the SEC. I like them over 7.5 wins at plus 115. Missouri's going to have one of the best defenses in college football this year. They just returned about everybody from last year. They lost nobody to the NFL. Bo Prabula transferred in from Penn State to be their quarterback. Keep an eye on Mizzou. And then Kentucky, under 4.5 wins at minus 110. I look at Kentucky's schedule, 2 games that I pick out where I'm like, they're going to win those. Everything else, I don't know. Zach Calzada was just to name their starter this year. He's not good. I think Kentucky maybe wins 3 or 4 games this year. I'll take their under at 4.5. SEC championship pick is going to be the Georgia Bulldogs. Why? They have Bama, Texas, and Ole Miss at home this year. They're going to win 2 of those games at least, get the tiebreakers, go to Atlanta, and win another SEC title. Ole Miss to make the college football playoff, I'd look at them at plus 210. I'd also look at Austin Simmons to win the Heisman Trophy at 40-1. I'm just taking the upside with Austin Simmons. He's as good as I think he could be. Keep an eye on Ole Miss this season. And then the only team I would bet out of the SEC to win the national title, that would be Alabama at 10-1 at the current price. Again, I think the Tide might be as talented as anybody. Year 2 of DeBoer, he made the title game with Washington in year 2. And if Ty Simpson's as good as what I've been hearing out of camp so far, keep an eye out for Alabama. All right, real quick, BetMGM promo, and then we wrap up the show. Any Sport Parlay Boost token that you guys need to take account of, BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be found on parlays and short game parlays. Let's wrap up the show. PJ's plays. Going streaking today, I'm taking Lars Nootbaar against Mitch Keller, 9 for 23 in his career against Keller. Austin Simmons to win the Heisman Trophy, 40-1. That is going to be my prop lock. Give me the Reds and Hunter Green today, my dog of the day at plus 120 against the Dodgers. And then give me the Mets, minus 105 against the Phillies today. Christopher Sanchez against Kodai Senga. Mets nearly a pick'em. I'll take New York at minus 105. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Tomorrow we talk Utah and more college football. We'll see you then. Have a great rest of your day.
What advice would you give a Cowboys fan who shows up to the link 2 weeks from today?
Say your prayers. You need a blankie? You want me to tuck you in? Why don't you say a little prayer, because you're going to need God.
I can't. Perfect. And go Birds.
And go Birds.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Course, Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM network, getting ready for the start of the NFL season. Final weekend of the preseason. Now we wait. Now we wait. For most teams, ends up being a couple of weeks, but we've got a game Thursday. Don't forget, we get the Brazil game coming up on Friday as well. We mentioned the college football nonstop starting on Thursday. The game's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then it gets rolling right around the corner with the NFL. So great time of the year. Super jacked about it. Joe O, Sammy P here. Weekdays, BetMGM Network here on Bet Sweats. And we had the NFL preseason wrap up over the weekend. What do we do with this? Is there anything there, Sam? Or is it just like an excuse to continue the Shedeur talk as we just await the start of the season?
I was wondering when we were going to bring up one of the brothers Sanders, whether it be Shedeur, Shiloh,
Barry. I thought you were talking about Monica McNutt.
No. Look, there's a lot of rage bait on the internet about Shedeur Sanders, and I've always felt the same way. If he's good enough to play, he'll play. If he's good enough to be on a team, he'll make a team. I'm not going to make it about anything else. Now, his brother, Shiloh, did get cut. And ironically enough, it was a day or two after he presented his mother with his jersey. And then he got into a tussle, got ejected, and then he gets cut. So that was unexpected, but also don't get ejected from a preseason game. If you're a fringe roster guy, you need to give your team reasons to keep you, not cut you. And then there's this whole, path about, well, if he was this and if he was that, he'd make the team. I don't think the NFL cares about his last name. If he's good enough to play, somebody will find a role for him. If he's not good enough to play and he's getting ejected from preseason games, he's going to get cut. Why does it always have to be second meaning, third meaning? To me, it's very simple. If they're good enough, they'll make teams. If they're not, they won't.
My prediction is Flacco, Pickett, Shedeur, Gabriel all make the Browns roster. I think they're keeping 4. And that's probably the route that I would go. Why would you draft a guy and cut a guy? Like Gabriel, for what it is, he had a very good preseason. Sure, they put him in positions to succeed. I mean, that's what the preseason is. If you look at yards per attempt, he was the best of all the quarterbacks that played. He was a little bit better than Flacco, better than Huntley, better than Shedeur. Gabriel did fine. And you drafted him higher. I don't know evaluation process where they are on him, but they did end up drafting him higher. He's not going anywhere. Flacco's your day one starter. You brought in Pickett to be a bridge. You can't have one Flacco injury to a 40-year-old quarterback, and then you got to go to one of these late-round rookies. Like, no, you can't have that. So I think all 4 are going to stay, man. That's the interesting part. So Huntley got some time in the preseason. He'll be gone, but those other 4, I think they keep them all. What do you think?
According to this story, it's the number one story on Fox Sports right now. It's that the Browns GM opens the door to have 4 quarterbacks on the active roster. So click that because, of course, you do, because you click everything Sanders related. And there's a quote from the GM, Andrew Berry, Cleveland's GM. Honestly, not much of a decision for us. We have room, and we like the room that we have. We don't see it as a problem. We see it as an opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
So that plays into what you're saying. They don't know what they've got, so they might as well do it. It's very unconventional. A lot of teams only dress 2 quarterbacks and have the third on the practice squad. Okay. If you have 4 quarterbacks, do you have 1 quarterback? Probably not.
No, you're hoping one sticks. And so why would you get rid of one with the worry that, oh, man, that might be the one that can actually play in this league? So, yeah, I agree with that. I think they're going to keep all 4. More quarterback news. I saw over the weekend, Pete Carroll said that they're going to add a veteran quarterback with the Raiders because they now have to. Aiden O'Connell, broken wrist. He's going to be out 6 to 8 weeks. So some of that depth gone. Like outside of O'Connell, that's now going to be a new quarterback room in Vegas.
And you have a new backup in Minnesota as well, because the Vikings trade Sam Howell to the Eagles. I think Sam Howell should be in the CFL, but different combo, different day maybe. And the Vikings signed Carson Wentz. So now it's J.J. McCarthy 1 and Carson Wentz number 2.
Yikes. I mean, he's such a quarterback whisperer. I can fix Sam Howell. They're like, yeah, no, this guy's trash. Let's get him out of here. Yeah, the Raiders are going to have to sign somebody, because at the moment the backup is Cam Miller out of North Dakota State. Yeah. Cam Miller. He's the backup right now to Geno. So they're going to have to add somebody there. So that there's going to be a move there. I don't think there's anything else quarterback related. I guess a Saints quarterback decision coming up in a few days, but I don't know. All the content I consume about the Saints, which is admittedly not a ton, that is by design, because what else are you going to say? It just seems like they're going with the rookie. Like, all signs have been pointing to that all offseason.
I wanted to read you a snippet of this email I saw from Ed Fang. I know a lot of us subscribe to the Power Rank. He went in on the Patriots. And he is talking about how while Vrabel might be a solid motivator and they'll be better, he's not sold. And here's a line from Ed Fang's newsletter. In addition, Vrabel's best teams in Tennessee were frauds. You don't hear a lot of that. Look, as somebody who's heard way more Patriot hype than most, because I'm here in Boston and I deal with a lot of this, you're not seeing many people say Patriots under. If anything, it's over, sleeper, playoff team. Fang said that the team in 2020 that went 11-5 was his 15th best team. They lost in the wild card to Baltimore. In 21, Vrabel's Titans went 12-5, but they overachieved because they were his 14th best team. He likes Vrabel. He thinks he's an awesome motivator, and he thinks schematically they're going to be in the right places. But he is warning people on the Patriots. Do not drink the Kool-Aid. Do not believe that they're going to just turn this over from last year to this year, because that was a 4-13 team last year, and they didn't really add a lot of talent. Okay? People like Henderson. Get it. I get it. Henderson's fine. You add Diggs, who hasn't been on the field for almost 3 straight seasons now. You have 2 rookies starting on the offensive line, and you overpaid on defense for multiple free agents. Why are people so excited to bet that win total over? I don't get it.
I agree with you, man. Just the talent level is not that much better. And people have that so much faith in Vrabel. I'm chuckling to myself because you are bringing me to a much better time. And that better time was the Tennessee Titans fraud conversation. And I'm glad that Ed brought that up. I haven't heard that brought up much here. And he's right. And I say a better time because there was, I don't know if you remember this, there was an all-out war online. On one side, it was Chelsea Messinger. The Titans are not frauds. And on the other side, it was Ian McMillan. They would battle constantly over this. It was phenomenal. Some of the best content I've ever seen. Both sides would get very angry about it. And then Ian started doing his fraud rankings every week. And he kept putting the Titans number 1. And she would get so pissed about it living in Tennessee. But Ed was right. Ian was right. The argument that people are going to make is, well, that's how good Vrabel is. And that's what he's going to do. He's going to lift this team up. Look at Vrabel's ATS record. It's kind of like Tomlin. They're like in that 60% range. Like, you don't see that much. And that's what Vrabel's going to do with New England. That, yes, they don't have the talent they want yet, but they're going to get there. And just having an adult in the room, a professional coaching staff, Vrabel's going to lift that team up to all these extra wins. That's the argument that's being made. I hear it from Patriots fans as well. Like you, I'm not buying it.
They have to be 5 wins better than last year. Again, They went 4-13 last year. So to get over 8.5, you got to be 5 wins better. I know the schedule's easy, but what if they're just not good? I'm looking at Kenny White's NFL power ratings. He has the Patriots 26 out of 32. 26. The only teams he has worse are Atlanta, Jets, Giants, Titans, Browns, Panthers, Saints. That's their company right now. That's the block that they live on. And also for Vrabel. Okay, I get it. People like Vrabel. I like Vrabel. But we don't have this history of Vrabel turning a bum team into a good team. Remember, Mularkey gets fired after 9-7. Mularkey went 9-7, 9-7, gets fired. They bring in Vrabel, who proceeds to go 9-7, 9-7. It's that third year where they get to 11 wins. The fourth year, they get to 12 wins. Vrabel's not going to just change this overnight. So that's where I'm at. But that's another team. That's another you better, you bet playoff team. The Bears are 1, the Patriots are 2. What? I'm giving you facts. You want facts? Those are facts.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but those are the 2 most popular over the win total teams, right? Like by a wide margin. Been Bears and Patriots all offseason.
Probably.
Yeah. That's what I've seen from John Ewing all offseason. Bears over, Patriots over. I mean, and that's what those fan bases are going to do. They're going to bet those teams to go over every single offseason. I didn't know, but to clarify,
you missed a lot.
Not added to the Super Bowl, list, just playoff list. Are we saying double-digit wins for both?
I don't remember how many wins for New England, but Bears was definitely 10. But the good thing about those bets that they were talking
after
about
the Bills game
is that
was it after the Bills game? Tell me it was after the Bills game.
What had to have been because it was last week. So
okay,
yes.
Perfect.
So the Bears, I believe, were plus 150 to make the playoffs. And then the Patriots were plus 140 or something. Maybe it's 160, 140, 170, 150, whatever. The point is, if one of them makes the playoffs, you make money. You go 1-1, but you juice up. You don't juice out because they're both, 150, 160, 170, whatever. I don't have the prices in front of me. But the point was he's going to roll the dice on both of them. And if you go 0-2, you lose 2 units. You go 2-0, you win almost 3. You go 1-1, you're up on the juice because they're both plus money. But yeah, Patriots and Bears for sure.
I'm looking at this Patriots schedule, and I understand why people say it's so easy. The front half's easy. If you look at the end there, you got a bunch of divisional games, as always. You're going to Baltimore. One of those late division games is Buffalo. You get Dart in week 13. Like, that's a game that people are guaranteeing a victory. Okay. He's been playing for 3 months, maybe. Like, that's not the easiest spot. They got to go to Cincinnati, too. Like, this second half isn't that easy. And I don't think people really know what the Jets are. And you get them twice in the second half of the year. Like, the Jets might be okay. They might, dare I say it, they might be better than the Patriots. I know you're not supposed to say it. They're the second place team in the AFC East, but they might be better. And a lot of those bad teams that they're playing, they might be looking at New England on the schedule and saying that's an easy game for them, or that's an attainable victory for them. So I'm on the same page with you in New England. I'd rather go.
We don't know if Drake May is good. He could be.
No.
We don't know. I'm looking at the recent depth chart for the Patriots. Rookie at left tackle, rookie at left guard. That's your quarterback's blind side.
3 straight road games. The third road game at Tennessee in the middle of the season. Those are always very difficult spots. Revenge game. That's going to be fun to talk about. Joe O, Sammy P. Let's talk some contests on the other side. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. on the BetMGM network.
Bet Sweats, BetMGM network. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll get to lightning bets coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll muster something up. Man, we started the show with it, mentioning it, but I know it's August. Summer's over, man. The kids, it's their second week of school. We're now going into the first week of college football. It's officially done, man. When you were out in Vegas, did you get all the contests that you were hoping?
Yeah, I got 2 survivors, and then I joined a third one with a couple of the guys you may know, 108 guys. And then I'm in 2 Westgate college contests. So 5 in total. That's enough. I did laugh, though. I was in Vegas. Obviously, we haven't seen each other or talked to each other on the air. I got through all my signups, and it was a tough week because you get in Wednesday, I came in hot. And then Thursday, I got even hotter. I had to sign up like Friday morning, Saturday morning. As I finally got back to my hotel room to check out, like I was ready to go. I was tapped. It was done. I was ready for the airport. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Joe Ostrowski. Hey, are you all signed up for contest? Question mark. Like, dude, you've had 7 days to reach out.
I know.
You knew I was going to be there. So no, I did not. Bet Sweats does not have any entries in a Vegas contest, but Maddie did ask. He goes, "Oh, where's Joe's money at?" I'm like, "I don't know, man. Text Joe."
He never texted me. I've been going back and forth about it. And when you're off, you lose track of days as well. Like I didn't even last year? I think Ray Diaz, he signed up for me from the Score and executive producer when they were out there. They were out there again last week because it was sign up weekend. I didn't even mention it. I think there's a part of me that just doesn't want to do it. I'm going to be entering a lot of contests. And then I saw that like Splash is doing some high money ones. I'm like, oh, so I don't have to fly out to Vegas. I don't have to bother people and try to get them to sign me up and go through all those hoops. I'm like, I don't think I'm going to do Circa. I'll have enough. I'll be in enough contests where I'll be very happy if I end up winning. And if I win, I'll be okay. If it's not the prestige of the Circa Survivor or Circa Million. What's the Chirizi one? What's the 108 guys one?
So they wanted me to split one with them. So it's 33, 33, 3. So the 3 of us are in one. And then my partner, we have 2 Survivor, 2 college. So yeah, I got on the plane with about $6,000 cash, and that's enough, right? I mean, obviously people go with more money. I'm not saying that's an exorbitant amount of money, but I mean, that's a good amount of money to get on a plane with. And it's all in the contest. It's all dumped in contests and future bets. So everything's been sprayed and scattered, and now we wait. And the college contest, I believe I have to get my picks in by this Friday for week number 1. And it's 7 games ATS. The entire college board is on there, FBS. So that's exciting. I feel good about it because you're not going to have anywhere near the amount of people as you do. Survivor's going to have a $20 million pot, but you have to outlast all of those people. The college contest is a lot smaller, and in my opinion, much easier to win because there's less people, number one. And number 2, I think I'm better at college than I am at pro. So I feel good about it.
I still have to figure it out. Get that. I'll figure it out what exactly I'm doing. But now, like online, there are $1,000 entry ones. I see a $5,000 entry one. I'm like, okay, and I don't have to fly to Vegas. I don't have to pay for a flight. Don't have to get a proxy. It's just like, yeah, it's a thing, and it gets your name out there if you end up winning that contest. But like you said, the pot's awesome, and it's, I think, the best contest going. But I can play in other Survivor pools, and I'm going to play in I'm going to run a couple of Survivor pools. So does it have to be that one? I don't know that it does. Yeah, it's just the whole Vegas thing and the Wire Act. It's so stupid, man. I'm not taking a stand or anything, but I'm just kind of like, I'm kind of over all that. Like having to go out there to sign up. It's so ridiculous.
It is sort of funny, though. You can't break the wire act to do a Vegas contest, but you can do it on Splash Sports.
I know. It's so stupid. I
know. Basically,
and that's gotten
thing.
bigger and bigger. It's just now a handful of states that don't have it. I started sending out the invites yesterday to mine, and there are a lot of people that do my contest in Pennsylvania for a number of reasons. The show's on there. It's a big Odyssey station. Joe Giglio was on the show for a while. But yeah, and I was getting emails and like, nope, they're in PA now. And that is a massive get for them. So it's just a handful of states where you can't do it. And most of them are out west, and you understand why, including Nevada.
I haven't even signed up for yours yet, and I'll be in yours. Are you going to do the two again? You're going to do the lower one and the higher one?
Yep, exact same. Yeah, I've been behind on all that.
250? Is that it? 50
Correct.
And 250 price point? Okay.
Correct. And the 108 guys won the 250 one last year. And then I was curious because I forgot how long it took. They won it in week 10. Like, people talk about these paths and all that. For Circa Survivor, you need to do that. You need to save certain teams. Theirs was over by Thanksgiving. And there were, I think, 206 entries in that one for their prize, which was almost 50K. Like, man, that's a completely different strategy if you know it's only going half the season as opposed to the entire season.
I'm really going to take your Rich People League a lot more serious this year and not just come out of the gate and fade the Bears. But I did stick to my guns. I faded the Bears, took the Titans. Gertch has the famous picture of Will Levis throwing with his knee almost on the ground. It's unbelievable. The Bears didn't score an offensive point and knocked me out of Survivor. But I did stick to my guns. I said I was going to pick against them, and I did, and I lost.
Mm-hmm.
I promise you I will take your Rich People League a lot more serious this year.
I am doing College Football Survivor. I said I wouldn't. I'm doing it. I'm doing a lot of these contests. I mean, who am I kidding? It's just a matter.
Up, man.
Yeah, I know. That's the whole thing. So I'm being careful about which ones I'm doing because I used to enter too many. I did enter Betos as well, which I know you're a part of. It's a Chicago media ATS contest. I got into that one, and actually, like, if they're all on one site for the most part, it makes life a lot easier when you're double and triple checking all your picks and getting them all in and all that. So I'll be in that one as well. We'll get it all figured out, but it's going to be big. It's going to be a big year as far as contests. One of these years I'll win a Survivor.
You could argue that it might be a legendary football season.
You could argue that, and I hope it is. We're going to make it legendary. What about fantasy drafts? Have you done any?
I have one Thursday. So they told me where I pick. It was on Friday night. I was out. My parents were here. I wasn't really paying much attention. It's a 12-person league, and I got pick number 6, snake style. So I'll miss all the good running backs, and I'll take a receiver, as I always do. If I pick 6, I just pick the opposite. So if it goes 4 receivers and 1 running back, I'll probably take a running back. If it goes 5 running backs straight, I'll take a receiver. But I have a feeling you're going to see a lot of Jamar Chase at the top, 1 or 2. So I just kind of have to see how the draft breaks, and then I'll take the best with the most remaining, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I remember last year when you took Chase, like there was the big celebration, and you were spot on with that pick. It was a great pick. I have not done fantasy football over the last couple of years. It got to a point where it was too much. If I'm going to jump back in, I need it to be worth my time, and so I probably need to reach out to our guy Mike Shope at WGR in Buffalo, because he knows about these high level leagues. I feel like I want to do one of those. If I'm going to jump back in, let's make it worth my time.
I think he has 80 fantasy teams.
Insane. insane. Does Underdog do that, or am I wrong?
Yeah, Underdog's a part of it. He does a lot of the best ball stuff. He's so next level at the fantasy. He's got all these types of leagues. And then he also does the weekly leagues, which, you can do. You don't have to have a season-long team. You can basically allocate your budget to build a team for week 1 or week 4 or week 8 individually. So if you could just build the best lineup for your buck in a given week, you could make $100,000 bang, just like that. So it's a different world for me, though, because as I've always said, it's very difficult to be good at both. The best bettors are probably horrible at fantasy, and the best fantasy guys are likely bad at betting. It's very hard to do both, and I don't have the capacity to do both.
Yeah, or the fantasy guys, they're good at prop betting specifically, maybe season-long props, stuff like that. It's kind of like if you're going to do both, you have to do certain like if you're a side bettor, you're probably right that you're not the biggest fantasy guy. And Paul brings up the guillotine leagues too. I love those, man. So you can get yourself into trouble. You could spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars and get zero back before your NFL season even gets going. And that's something to be careful of.
I haven't even had my conversations yet. Ooh, nice notification. Very important news. Sabrina Ionescu and Breanna Stewart are both going to play tonight for the Liberty. All right. Now we can move on with our lives. I haven't even gotten to talking about week 1 yet. And I'm in 3 survivors. We haven't even crossed that bridge yet. So we haven't had any discussion on teams we like, teams to stay away from. Have you done any diligence yet on week 1? I know we've talked about the games and we've had small conversations, but knowing that you're going to be in it some way, shape, or form, have you created a list? Are you checking it twice?
As far as
teams to bet week 1, Survivor. Like teams
Survivor?
to pick week number 1. Yeah.
No, I mean, I've looked at it a little bit, but I think we all know what the super popular play is. It's going to be the Denver Broncos. That's the chalk, but I don't know that I want to avoid it entirely. Like, it makes sense. But in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, what if Cam Ward's Jaden Daniels? Like now that's going to be a concern. But I don't want to bet on a rookie quarterback going to Denver. That's one, Washington is going to be very popular because, we're looking at rookie quarterback situation there, even though I think the Giants are probably going to be better than a lot of people expect. It's probably going to be more picking on teams. Like, I'm going to take some Arizona. And that might be my favorite pick if we're talking about just staying away from the chalk. The chalk is going to be Denver. That's going to be the most popular pick. And I just don't see how there's any way around that.
I think my favorite one, week number 1, might be Jacksonville.
Okay.
Let's go, Joe.
Go ahead.
I was trying to rile you up,
Let me
Joe.
know how that
went
goes.
right to your head.
Let me know how that one goes. I would take Carolina outright in that game. I'm not joking.
See, this
Basically
is
what Sam did with the
year.
Titans. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
It's
exactly
what
what Sam did.
Everybody was saying Bears and laying the spread, and I said, you know what? I'm so anti-Bears week 1. I'm going to take the Titans and Survivor. Did not work out.
I dare you to take the Bengals at the Browns.
So
do that.
In all seriousness, my short list right now, and you're not going to like one of them. Number 1, Bengals. Number 2, Raiders.
Jaguar. Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
Look
who the Raiders
face. It's the same thing as the Titans a year ago. It's the exact same thing.
I can't quit. I have a problem. I need to take an underdog in Survivor week 1. Y'all got any more of them underdogs?
What? It's week 1. Why?
Dude, you know the Patriots are losing. You know they're losing. You know it, and I know it.
I like them +3, but I'm just saying. I don't know, man. Like, just you can make your point by fading them in other ways. You don't have to go against them in Survivor.
Don't make me funnel 250 into the Rich People League and hammer the Raiders in Survivor week 1.
You're doing it. You're doing it. All right,
maybe
let's get our underdog parlay going here. Apparently,
didn't
I think
at some point didn't Sam say he's not doing exactly what he said? I'm going to take Joe O's Rich People pool much more seriously.
Seriously,
5 minutes ago.
Well, things change.
Do it with one of your circus spots.
No.
Lightning bets next. BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Eberflus and Shane Waldron to Ben Johnson, even though we haven't seen Ben Johnson coach a game as a head coach. But going from those two to Ben Johnson is like going from like a broken down jalopy to a Ferrari. You can't overstate how important this is, how big this is, going from the bottom of the barrel to the most desired head coaching candidate. I absolutely love the theoretical fit Ben Johnson as Chicago Bears head coach.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Hilarious. Joe, Sammy P. Thanks. I was wondering what was coming back when Sam asked Jake, how do we feel about it? Are we going to have it? Yeah, we got it. They got it. That was not recorded after the Chiefs game, right? Just after the Bills game?
After the Bills game.
Bowl? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When Bears fans booed them when they took a knee at the very end of the game. They wanted them to continue. It was, I think it was 38-0. I forget, it was 44 or 38. I think 38. And they were booing the Bears because they took knees at the end instead of going for the touchdown. They got the shutout. That wasn't good enough. Man. I hate that stadium because it looks like a spaceship. That I couldn't tell you the last time I was there before I went to that Bears-Bills game. But I do have to say that once you're inside, there's not much to complain about. Like, it's not the coziest atmosphere. It's not their place. That's what they're going to get with their next stadium. But there's really not a bad seat in the house. Like, everything's comfortable. Everywhere seems to be a pretty good view for the most part. Like, it's ugly from the outside when you're driving down Lakeshore Drive. It looks hideous, like a stain on the city, and I can't stand it, and it pisses me off. But once you're inside, it's not a bad stadium, and looks like Bears won't be playing there not that much longer.
Well, they should do what the Patriots did. You buy up all the land, build the stadium, and then you own all of the land that the businesses and bars and restaurants have to pay you for. They have a freaking monopoly here. It's not easy to get to. It's 2-lane highway all the way down to Foxborough, but the Crafts own everything. And you pay them no matter what to operate your business, your bar, your restaurant, on top of the success from the team, landmine. I think that's the model that the Bears should follow. Not that I'm an advisor to the Chicago Bears, but that's what I would do. Buy the land. Did we learn nothing from the founder? You're not a fast food operator. You're in the real estate business. That's what the Bears should do. Own the land and charge rent to everybody.
They did buy the land. Speaking of buying, I jumped in on the Cowboys documentary. Have you watched any of it? I only watched one episode.
I'm about halfway through. Oh,
you're further along than I am. Okay. So how is it coming up? What am I in for? Not give it away, but enjoyable.
So episode 3 is when they become legit, and then I'm at the 4th episode now. I think I fell asleep during the 4th. It's when they start to show that Super Bowl power. But the first episode I thought was very well done. Kind of set the stage. And I was a year old when Jera bought the team. So I don't remember how much hatred he got from the fan base. So it was a nice refresher course there, because I was a child, an infant, when the Cowboys became the Cowboys under Jerry. So I never knew a lot of the backstory stuff. And I did know about them trading Herschel Walker and then cutting all the players. That's a brilliant move looking back. Yeah.
I can't wait for that. I remember that. Yeah. I
don't want to give too much
Everybody
away.
knows what happened.
Right.
I'm looking forward to it. The first episode for me, when Jerry bought the team, like, I was too young for that even. But, like, I do remember the Cowboys, when they were building that, I was like, this is, in addition to the Bears, like this is my other team. This is a team I love. Like this team is awesome. And I haven't been like that in a long time. I just love between the Herschel Walker trade and the way they were building things. I'm like, that is the team. So I can't wait. It looks like it's pretty damn good though with Jerry. I just find it to be hilarious because the title is America's Team, The Gambler and His Cowboys. And you're right, it sets the stage. And again, I've just seen the first episode so far. It's quite ironic because this is not who Jerry has been for decades. He made his millions, or billions, I should say, being a gambler. His big moves that went positive for him with the Cowboys, and he said this in the beginning of it, he gambled, he took shots. He doesn't do that anymore. Whether it's the coach or the big moves or it's paying their dudes, he's not a gambler anymore. And they haven't won in a long, long time.
They have not won a playoff game since I was 6 years old. 30 years.
Yep. Maybe it'll happen this year, but they're going to have to take down the team that we talked about today and count down to kickoff the Washington Commanders if they want to make the playoffs. I don't think we're going to see 3 teams out of the NFC East make it. So, yeah, I'll probably watch an episode or two of that today. Looking forward to that. You know what I finally watched? And I know you'll appreciate this, and I guarantee you've watched it. I can't believe it took me this long. I finally got around to binging Tires.
Dude, good. It's so good. Tires is insane.
It's insane. Like, I like Shane Gillis, but I want to punch him in the face. Like his character, if I had to deal with that person in real life on a daily basis, oh my God. It's nuts.
The whole staff is nuts. I mean, top to bottom, they're all insane. And then you got the writers as some of the cast members. Very, very funny. When they have the HR meeting in the lobby with the TV.
Uh-huh. Yes.
This is absurd. I also, not to pivot here, I want to correct myself. The Cowboys haven't been to an NFC championship since I was 6 years old. They've won playoff games. Granted, wild card games. Wild card. They haven't won a big playoff game since I was 6 years old. So I stand corrected. I knew what I meant to say. I just didn't say it right. But yes, Tires is a very good show. A lot longer season 2 as well.
Oh yeah. For good reason. We didn't even mention this with Jenks, and I think it was because we barely mentioned it. Because we figured it was going to get done. It is official. Terry McLaurin is signed. If you're worried about Scary Terry being back with the Commanders, worry no more. 3-year extension worth $96 million. So Terry McLaurin will stay a Commander. So in that division, what about Parsons? That's the question.
They always thought Terry would be there. I don't think anybody around that building thought that he was going to leave. It was just a matter of making both sides happy. They are trying to build around their superstar quarterback. And you brought this up earlier. That defense is getting older. I know that you have a long shelf life, ideally, with Jaden Daniels. But they feel like with the team they have and building off of what they did last year, they feel like they have a Super Bowl window in the next 3 years. So they wanted to make sure that everything around Jaden Daniels stayed the same or got better. You don't get better by losing Terry McLaurin. So this always felt like it was inevitable that they would bring him back.
Yep. You had to. Based on every move that you made, and with Jaden Daniels, like you mentioned, you had to bring Scary Terry back. 5 1,000-yard seasons. He's back with the Commanders, so no concerns there with their wide receiver 1. Joe O, Sammy P on Bet Sweats. Sam, what do you have for lightning bets on this Monday?
Let me give this one out. I think we talked about this a couple months ago. It's fine. I gave out Miami +3. It's now 2.5. I still like it. I think Miami's going to win the game. I think they should be favored in the game. So if you didn't get down a couple months ago. Let's play Miami. The Canes are +2.5 at home against Notre Dame and that young quarterback. Joe and I probably going to be rooting for separate sides in that game. Wink, wink. But I am taking the points. And then we talked about this off the top. I was able to find a couple places that are taking bets on this. The Big Dumper MVP parlayed with the Bills to win the Super Bowl. One book's letting me do it right now at +2,000. So that is something that should be considered. The other book was doing 15-1. This one's doing 20-1. Bills win it all. Raleigh wins the MVP 20-1.
Good idea on college football. That's the direction I'm going to go. I don't feel great about anything. I was looking at Scherzer. He's a sizable favorite. He's on a good run right now, going up against Joe Ryan. But give me LSU. LSU getting 4, neutral site game against Clemson coming up on Saturday night. All the chatter this week is going to be about how terrible Brian Kelly is in season openers, and they're never, ever going to win one. I see a 4.5 out there already, but the market's 4. I'll call it at 4. I will take LSU getting the points against Clemson, even though I do like Clemson this season. All right, let's go to the fellas. We've got Jay Kassan, Paul Aspen. What are you guys thinking for lightning bets?
I don't know if Paul's here, but I'll just take the lead on this one.
All right,
Paul.
Speak
I don't
up,
know.
Please.
Christopher Sanchez, please, tonight against the Mets. I know we're not likely to win. Skeens was awesome against the Rockies yesterday, but Sanchez, just keep us in it. Just make it interesting. That's all I'm asking for. Against the Mets tonight, if he shoves, I still feel like we're kind of in the conversation. I'll take that. So, no official bet. Just go Christopher Sanchez, please.
$1.30 road favorites over at BetMGM. Christopher Sanchez tonight. Yeah, this might be the last stand. If it's not good, it's all Paul Skeens. For Sam, I'm Joe. This is Bet Sweats. We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time, every single day. It's football season. Welcome back, everyone. This has been the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Ready. It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network, where we will make it legendary here on a Monday. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also watch us on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. Also check us out on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you want to listen to us live, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram at Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. You know, if you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tips, Send It In, all the shows that we have weekdays and weekends, once again, at BetMGM Network is where you can find it over on Twitter. We got the crew hanging with us here on this Monday. We have Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Nick Costos. He's out today, but filling in for Nick is the guy you know and love. You see him weekdays on Send It In, 1 to 1:30 Eastern Time. Our guy, PJ Glasser, who you can hit up on Twitter at PJ Glasser9. PJ, how we doing? How was the weekend? College football back in our lives, baby.
Back in our lives, Femi. We got the appetizer on Saturday with week 0, 5 games, and we get week 1 this week. And we got some good games on like Thursday and Friday too, leading into Saturday, and then we get a couple Sunday and Monday. So it's great to have football back. Yesterday was the last Sunday without football that we'll have the rest of the year, which is just a beautiful thing to say. So very excited about that. Had a great week in college football. We went 4-1 on the PJ Pick 5. Unfortunately, Kansas State could not come home. That was the only loser that we had on the money line. But other than that, good day in college football. And now we got the U.S. Open starting up. I'm watching a little Newcastle and Liverpool. So always great to talk football and then have some live sports going on throughout the show as well.
Little football and football overseas there with the Premier League action. Premier League, I think about like a week into the season. So we get some overseas, which is honestly, it comes in clutch for us here because it's some live sports that we can get on the TV during the show. So we're very much appreciative of the Premier League for playing a match right now. I don't know what time it is over there. Probably like, 9 o'clock, I'm assuming, 8 o'clock over there in the UK. So, yeah, little Monday night football for those of you who like to dabble in the Premier League. But as always, we're going to talk a lot of college football, a lot of NFL here coming up shortly. Going to get to a little bit of Major League Baseball, U.S. Open. If you miss any part of the show, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcast. And because we're putting the content on there on demand for you guys to consume, the least you can do is subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcast. We have 3 great guests who will be joining us throughout the program. Starting at 4:40 Eastern, college football betting analyst for the Action Network, Michael Calabrese, will return to You Better You Bet. He's going to help us recap what we saw in Week 0 and also look ahead to Week 1 and the marquee matchups that we have. Oh, baby, Texas, Ohio State. Cannot wait for that one Saturday afternoon to kick off the Labor Day weekend. And then at 5:40 Eastern Time, host of MLB Central on MLB Network, Robert Flores will join us here on You Better You Bet. Does an awesome job with Lauren Shahadi and Mark DeRosa on honestly what I think is like the best sports morning show period in the country. Like, they do an awesome job. We're going to talk a lot about Major League Baseball, of course, with RoFlo coming up a little bit later on at 5:40. Get into who's going to win the NL West. Dodgers and the Padres tied after their weekend series this past weekend. So we'll get into a lot of big picture baseball topics with Robert Flores at 5:40 Eastern. And then during the Power Hour at 6:20 Eastern, betting analyst for NBC Sports Bet, co-host of the Deep Dive podcast, it is the whale capper, Drew Dinsick, who will be joining us after a week off last week. We'll catch up with Drew to talk all things NFL as well as the U.S. Open, which just got underway yesterday out in Flushing Meadows. But PJ, let's go ahead and get into some National Football League to start the show today. And I want to start in the NFC East because there's been some developing stories in the NFC East. We will get to Washington Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin here shortly, but we have to start with the Dallas Cowboys and Micah Parsons. Like, this news just came down about 20 minutes ago. A lot of the insiders tweeting it, folks who are at Cowboys practice right now, because the teams still have some open media portions of practice as they're getting ready and gearing up for opening night. Cowboys take on the Eagles next Thursday to kick off the NFL regular season. But a lot of the beat reporters earlier this afternoon, about 30 minutes ago, were tweeting out that Micah Parsons was not in attendance at the open portion of the practice. So Micah Parsons was not at practice on the field where the media was taking everything in. However, we also got another report from an NFL insider, Josinas Anderson, saying that Micah Parsons is in the building. He's in the building! Like, I don't know if this is like Oprah-like, but like Micah Parsons is in the building, not on the practice field. Now, what do you want to infer from that? I know as a Cowboys fan, I'm hoping it means that they're making progress on something and maybe they can announce something later on this afternoon. That's probably just pie in the sky. Maybe he's rehabbing his weird back injury that he's been talking about where he got an MRI on Friday. Brian Schottenheimer, the head coach of the team, said that all came back clean. But Micah Parsons not on the practice field. He's in the building as the Cowboys begin their practice and gearing up for the Philadelphia Eagles in a little over a week now. But PJ, this has been a long-running storyline. I'm sure you saw everything that was happening Friday night during the Cowboys preseason game. Everyone was sharing that all over social media. Micah Parsons hanging out on a trainer's table, like laying down, looking like he was disinterested. I will say this, though. Folks who were there in attendance reported that, hey, that was like 3 or 5 minutes. For the most part, Micah Parsons was sitting on the sidelines with the rest of his teammates. Not in jersey, but was out there in sweats and T-shirts. But Micah Parsons, not on the field, in the building. Progress made. We'll find out soon. But that's the latest going on right now with the All-Pro edge rusher and the Dallas Cowboys.
I mean, yeah, look, we talked about that last week, right, with Parsons, and I still feel the same that I did about last week with Micah, Femi. I think they're going to get a deal done before the season starts. Jerry has a track record of getting deals done with his guys, especially as of late, and he gets them done rather late. You know, the Dak deal was done on that Sunday of week 1 in the morning. CeeDee Lamb was just before the season. So Jerry knows this is how the Cowboys do business, as you know. They're really not big spenders in free agency all that much. They believe in building their team through the draft, and then when they get good players, they lock up those players. They sign them to long-term deals. So that's what they've done with Dak. It's what they've done with Lamb, and I think that's what they're going to do with Parsons. And look, because it's Micah Parsons and he's one of the best players in the league, and because he plays for the Cowboys, anything that he does is always going to get blown out of proportion, and snapshots or videos that the media sends out can always be construed different ways. I still think they're going to get a deal done, Femi. I still think he's going to be out there week 1. It might, take up until the week of the season, but Jerry is going to find a way to get this deal done because they're paying Dak all that money to be the highest paid player in the NFL. You're competing for Super Bowls. You're not paying Dak just to go 7-10. Like you're paying Dak because you think he's good enough to win you the division, get to the playoffs, make a run into Super Bowl. And to do that, obviously, you need Micah Parsons on the defensive side of the ball. So I think they get it figured out, but it probably is going to be pretty close to when the season kicks off.
Yeah, deadlines make deals is what I've always learned, like following sports. And there's never really been a deadline. Once you get into training camp, people think of that as a deadline, but that's like a soft deadline because a lot of these guys, they feel like they don't need the training camp. Now, I'll disagree with that. There's a reason why training camp exists because it's meaningful. But, by and large, once you get into the week 6, week 7, nobody's going to be thinking back to, oh, man, he missed all of training camp. Like that stuff ends up being a little bit set to the wayside there a little bit. But we are coming up on a deadline because, once again, the Cowboys play opening night. This is not a game that's happening next Sunday. It's happening next Thursday. So once we get to this Thursday, which is in 2 days, or I guess 3 days now since it's Monday. I keep thinking today is Tuesday for some reason. Today is Monday. But once we get to next Thursday, or get to this Thursday coming up, we're now in game week for the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles. And if you're going to get something done, you would want to get it done because we're going to start talking about practices and injury reports for the Cowboys, a ramp-up period for Micah Parsons. If he's going to play in that game, which all indications are that he will, he needs to actually get out there on the field. So maybe there's progress being made. They signed CeeDee Lamb on August 30th last year. We're still sitting here on August 25th. Maybe something will get done with the Dallas Cowboys. I will, though, say this before we head on over to Washington Commanders and their big news of the day. Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer, he did meet with Micah Parsons to discuss his behavior during Friday night's preseason finale. What came of that meeting, we have not seen that reporting yet, but I'm assuming Schotty and Parsons are all on the same page here of what was going on and what they saw happen over the weekend in the preseason game against the Atlanta Falcons, a game where I thought would go under the total. It did not. It went over, which is rather unfortunate for my bankroll. But that's the latest with the Dallas Cowboys and Micah Parsons. Let's stay in the NFC East, PJ, and go over to where you're stationed in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., where it's done. Signed, sealed, and delivered. We got pen to paper between the Washington Commanders and wide receiver Terry McLaurin. McLaurin inking a 3-year, $96 million extension to end his hold in. McLaurin gets a $30 million signing bonus. We don't know the guarantees on the contract. That has not been reported. But, for what we do from a betting standpoint, doesn't really matter. What does matter is McLaurin is back on the practice field and will be there for Jaden Daniels in year 2 for this Commanders organization where, the arrow's pointing up. After what we saw last year going all the way to the NFC title, now they get one of their leaders back out there on the field as McLaurin gets his big money contract. It's got to be a nice sigh of relief for Commanders bettors, Commanders fans, and of course Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels.
No question. We talked about this last week as well, right? How important Terry is to this offense because Femi, after McLaurin on the depth chart at wide receiver, it's not pretty. It's aging Deebo Samuel, it's Noah Brown, Luke McCaffrey, KJ Osborne. You need Terry out there. And even though he's probably entering out of his prime, he's still a very good wide receiver. Maybe he's bottom end number 1. He's so durable, and he's obviously Jaden's number 1 guy. He's great in the locker room. He's one of the captains on the team. And like you said, this is such a big year for Washington because they need a guy out there like Terry who's not going to back down from the expectations, and he's going to help keep everybody accountable. So Look, I mean, I've been living in this area my whole life. It's never been like this for a Commanders season. Everybody is so excited. This is such uncharted territory with how they played last year, the fact they have a franchise quarterback. I mean, people are pumped up to see what this team can do. And Terry's been there through the dog days. He's had to suffer through some really bad quarterbacks. So I think this is a huge win for all involved. Terry gets his money. Jaden gets his receiver. Washington gets one of their best players and one of the leaders back in their locker room. We'll see. I know there are some people that are concerned, Femi, that maybe he's not going to look like the Terry McLaurin that we're used to week 1 against the Giants. Terry strikes me as the kind of guy that even throughout all this, that he's probably been training pretty hard and keeping himself in game shape to make sure that he's ready to go. So I think Terry's going to be pretty good week 1 and look most like Terry McLaurin. But obviously a huge deal for Washington getting that figured out and getting McLaurin on the field, because if he wasn't out there, I mean, they're already asking Jaden Daniels to do a lot. Without McLaurin, I mean, they would need him to just about do everything for them.
And there are some massive expectations for this team in 2025. Like, that's the big part of this McLaurin deal, which we always felt was going to get done. It was just a matter of when. And once again, we go back to the soft deadline of training camp. I think it was just like, all right, Terry, like, we know you've taken care of yourself. We know that where you're at. Like, we believe in you. We'll get this thing eventually done. Just be patient. And he showed up. Like, that's what got him from being a holdout to a hold in. He showed up to avoid the fines, but also like good natured, I guess, good faith negotiation. And he eventually got his deal. Had to probably wait a little bit longer than he had once thought, but he got his deal sitting here on August 25th. But when you look at the expectations for this Commanders team, with Terry McLaurin now back in the fold, they're now tied for 4th choice to win the NFC in the betting market over at BetMGM. Like, you have the Philadelphia Eagles as your favorites, plus 340, the defending NFC champions, defending Super Bowl champions. You have the Detroit Lions, who were the 1 seed last year at plus 525. The 49ers are plus 850. And then after that, it's the Rams and the Commanders, both at 9-1. The Commanders have better odds than the Green Bay Packers, the Minnesota Vikings, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and on down the line. This team is no longer sneaking up on anyone. They have been the toughest team for me to try to handicap this upcoming season because, once again, all signs point to a regression. But then on the other side, they have, in what my opinion is, the best quarterback in the conference. Week 1, I don't know what to do with them. Long term, I don't know what to do with them. Like, this team is just it's like a conundrum. The Commanders' conundrum is what we'll call this going forward throughout this 2025 season. But I think as it stands right now, I mean, they're going to be in the playoffs. Beyond that, I don't know. But I think they're going to be in the playoffs because their quarterback is too good. And the quarterback now gets his pass catcher back, which is a big, big deal for all of you out there in Washington. We're just getting started here on You Better You Bet. On the other side, we'll get to the new development in Cincinnati with their edge rusher, Trey Hendrickson. And yeah, we're a sports show, so we do have to talk about Shedeur Sanders and the Cleveland Browns. It's all coming up next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I mean, it's possible. A team can do it, but will they do it? Because my first reaction to this sentiment was, do they not play South Carolina anymore? This year, South Carolina looks to be pretty good. South Carolina was good last year. You know, and I understand Clemson beat South Carolina last year, and that was a good South Carolina team. But, like, this is a rivalry matchup, and I feel like it always presents a challenge for both sides in this game. But 6-0 is different. Like, Clemson can still win a national championship and lose a game. Like, they do have an easy schedule, but we see this in the NFL probably more than college football.
Yeah.
That there's always a team that shouldn't scare you that actually does. Actually, we see this in college football a lot. You know, Clemson will probably mess around and lose to, like, Boston College or somebody, but beat, like, LSU and SMU and South Carolina. That's just kind of how things play out. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think it ruins their chances to play in the college football playoff. I don't think it ruins their national championship hopes. But 16-0 is a much different accomplishment than winning a national championship because it means you have 0 slip-ups, and it's just hard to count on, like, 18 to, I was going to say 22-year-olds, but now it's like 25-year-olds to keep their heads on straight for an entire season. So maybe they could, if anybody has the schedule to do it, it's Clemson. But they start the season with LSU and they end the season with South Carolina. Those are two challenges that I feel like you cannot just assume that you will win.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network here on a Monday, presented by BetMGM. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser, hanging out with you guys this afternoon, talking all things National Football League. We'll get to our college football Week 0 recap 40 minutes from now at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. Very curious to get PJ's thoughts on the Farmageddon over there in Dublin, Ohio, Dublin, Ireland. Between Iowa State and Kansas State, with the Cyclones victorious as an underdog 24-21. A little bit of total drama with that one, which we'll discuss in about 40 minutes. The Glass Man having to sweat out his winner there on the under. But let's talk about the Cincinnati Bengals here, PJ, because this has been a running storyline all throughout the offseason. Just as Michael Parsons has been a storyline and McLaurin was a storyline until he finished and signed his deal earlier this morning, 3 years, $96 million for the Washington Commanders. Trey Hendrickson has been a storyline, and it went from Trey Hendrickson wants to get paid. Trey Hendrickson has now requested a trade. Trey Hendrickson has now resumed contract talks. Trey Hendrickson is holding out. Trey Hendrickson is now holding in. Trey Hendrickson now has resumed contract. We keep going back and forth, and there continues every 3 to 4 weeks a new development with this Trey Hendrickson Cincinnati Bengals contract discussion. And today, NFL insider Jordan Schultz, he reported about an hour ago that the Bengals and Trey Hendrickson have resumed contract talks. And in the tweet that Schultz put out there, he said this, quote, My understanding is the two sides have been exploring a more, quote, unique avenue to get something done, giving Hendrickson more money this season while still letting his contract expire after the year has been discussed. Sources told Schultz that there's cautious optimism. Now, this sounds a lot like what happened with those running back deals a couple of years ago. I think Josh Jacobs, when he was with the Raiders, they gave him some extra money, but then still allowed him to become a free agent the next season. That's when he signed with Green Bay. We saw this. Jonathan Taylor, it almost happened to him. He ended up getting his contract, but it happened to Saquon Barkley, where he got a little bit more money and then ended up becoming a free agent. So it was almost like, hey, we'll give you a little something this year, but we still don't want to lock you up long term. I actually think that's smart business by Cincinnati. I don't know if I would want to lock up Hendrickson long term. He's entering his age 31 season. I think we've seen his best. Not to say that he can't sustain that over the next couple of years, but he's not going to get better. Like the Hendrickson that you've seen, that's as good as it's going to get. Now, it all comes down to can he maintain that, or worst case scenario, does he start to get a little bit worse? You don't want to pay that kind of a guy a multi-year big money contract. So while usually like Cincinnati, they catch a lot of hell from a lot of us who speak into microphones, and I think deservedly so. If they can work something out this year where they just give him a little bit more money and don't have to be locked in long term, I think that's good business by the Cincinnati Bengals. We'll see if Hendrickson goes for that because he wants the security of being on a long-term deal, as most people would. Like, hey, like, do you want a 1-year guarantee or do you want a 3-year guarantee? We're all signing up for a 3-year guarantee. But it would allow him to go out and test the open market next March, which I think would also be beneficial for Trey Hendrickson as well, especially if he's able to maintain his level of production, which, oh, by the way, last year he led the league in sacks. So I think that this is smart business from Cincinnati. They just need to get it done. I'm more questioning, why the hell wasn't this the idea earlier? Why didn't we get this thing done so where Hendrickson could have been a part of training camp instead of waiting until now on August 25th for this to be the case? But regardless of what happens with the contract, as we spin it back to the betting aspect of it, the defense is still going to stink. It stunk with Hendrickson last year. It stinks right now if you've been watching the Bengals in the preseason, where they've been getting lit on fire every single game. Now, Cincinnati will push back and say, well, you know what? We're not really showing much. You were showing stuff last year and it didn't work, and you didn't really make a whole lot of improvements in terms of the roster. Now, you bring in a new defensive coordinator, Lou Anarumo out, Al Golden in from Notre Dame, but Al Golden has nothing to work with. Shamar Stewart, let's hope he turns out. He only missed all of the spring activities and then finally signed his rookie deal prior to training camp starting. So there's just not a lot to work with. And if that's going to continue to be the case, if this team is not aggressive leading up to the trade deadline to bring in impactful defensive players, I don't know how you could expect this team to be a Super Bowl contender. Let alone a Super Bowl contender, they might not even be a playoff team, where we might see Cincinnati miss a third consecutive postseason if this defense continues to be as bad as it's been. So, PJ, I think this is good business by Cincinnati. Get him in on a 1-year deal, but also from a betting standpoint, even with Hendrickson, a dynamic pass rusher, this defense is still in a world of hurt, and they're going to put a lot of pressure on Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and that Bengals offensive attack.
I agree with you. I mean, it was just a poorly planned offseason by the Bengals. They clearly wanted to keep the offense intact. They gave Chase the contract extension. They gave Higgins the contract extension, right? Burrow came out and he said he wanted his guys back, and they made it happen. Okay, that's great. You're still going to have one of the best offenses in football. But then, like you said, where's this idea with Hendrickson been all along? Why is it taking so long to try and construct this kind of idea? And also, like, why not have a plan B? Like, why not go into the offseason saying it would be great if we could re-sign Hendrickson, but even with him, even if we are able to retain him, I mean, we were bad on all three levels last year. Like, we got to get better on defense. I don't know if they just thought, like, hiring Al Golden would fix a lot of that, their new defensive coordinator, or if they just thought a lot of their guys had bad seasons, are going to bounce back. But like you said, Femi, from what we've seen in preseason, because we know the starters have been playing the first quarter for the first couple games, it hasn't been good. And whether it's vanilla defense or whatever, it just feels like it's kind of going to be the same season for Cincinnati. You and I are on different sides of the Bengals. You think they're going to miss the playoffs. I think they're going to get in. I do agree with you, though, where I just don't think this is a Super Bowl contending team. I think their ceiling probably is win one playoff game. Burrow in that offense is good enough to win you one. Maybe they can win you 2 if there's like an upset. Baltimore gets upset, Kansas City gets upset, and they get matched up with somebody in the divisional round. Maybe they could win another one. But you're just not going to be, with that defense, you're not going to be able to win 4 games, 3 games en route to winning a Super Bowl. So I'm with you there. I don't think that's going to happen. And what I will say, too, about the Bengals is the way they've gone about it, putting all of their eggs on the offense and really not addressing the defense. Femi, they have no room for error on the offensive side of the ball. And we were kind of reminded of that because Higgins had that injury late last week, right? And we know he's constantly battling that stuff day to day, week to week throughout the season. So it's great you were able to keep Chase and Higgins together, and Burrow's happy, and that offense is going to be really good. But you better hope those guys stay healthy because we know the defense is going to be bad. So if that offense suffers any kind of injury to one of those big 3 players, obviously Burrow and Chase being really, really bad, they're in deep trouble this season.
It's funny because you said like the Bengals didn't really plan for this. They kind of did plan for it, at least like for Trey Hendrickson's succession plan. They drafted Shamar Stewart. That was the plan. Now, they also jerked him around with the contract talks, similar to what's happening with Hendrickson. So it's like, okay, like you made this plan. You use this on your first-round pick on an edge rusher to be like the heir apparent on that defensive line, but then you don't get that guy up to speed. You don't get him into the OTAs, into the rookie mini camp, into the veteran mini camp. Like all that stuff was missed. That's time you can't make up, to where he didn't come to terms on his deal until training camp, to where it's like now he's kind of behind the 8 ball since he hasn't been doing anything on the field. He was working out in College Station with his old teammates at Texas A&M. Like that's how bad it had gotten before they finally came to terms on a rookie deal that both sides felt comfortable with. So like the process standpoint were fine. Execution was rather poor. And now once again, we're seeing them kind of fumbling around with this Hendrickson extension, which we'll see if it gets done, or probably not going to be an extension from the report. It sounds like it's just going to be a raise. And then maybe he goes into free agency again next year. But yeah, I really don't have faith in a defense this poor, and also an offensive line, because a lot's been made about the defense. The offensive line has kind of been skating by a little bit too. Like that O-line is not good. They're not protecting Joe Burrow like how they should. Bad O-line, bad defense, that's just not a good combination. I don't care how good the quarterback is. I don't care how good the wide receivers are. If you had a bad O-line and a bad defense, you're not going to win games. Or if you do, it's going to be all these high-scoring coin flip games, which we know how that can go, as it did last year for the Bengals, where they found themselves on the wrong end of them more than on the right side, which is why they missed the playoffs. So there's just not a lot of optimism for me, as we've discussed all throughout this offseason. Plus 115, Cincinnati, to miss the playoffs, a bet I will make prior to the start of the regular season. Staying in the AFC North here, PJ. Did you watch the game on Saturday? I know a lot of college football was going on, but did you watch what was happening in Cleveland? Where, from a betting standpoint, real quick before we even get into the meat of it, the Browns went off as 10-point favorites.
Yes.
I cannot remember a team being that big of a favorite in a preseason game, because the Rams were playing dress or win the whole time. Cleveland was going to play their starters and all 3 of the quarterbacks. 10-point favorites, and they barely survived winning it by 2 in the preseason game. But all that stuff is immaterial. The biggest part is what happened once we got to the second half with Browns' 5th-round pick, Shedeur Sanders. Now, Shedeur, in his preseason debut against the Carolina Panthers a couple weeks ago, really good. Threw a couple touchdown passes, looked pretty solid, looked like the guy that we saw at Colorado. Missed the game against Philadelphia due to an oblique injury, but then played on Saturday against a Rams team, playing primarily backups and practice squad guys, and this did not go well. It was a very poor showing for Shedeur Sanders, sacked 5 times. All of the warts that we saw from his days at Colorado, the holding the ball too long, the drifting back in the pocket, all that stuff, it was on full display. And it really shook up, I think, a lot of folks on social media. I know everyone's debating back and forth of, see, this is why he wasn't drafted. And, oh, he's being set up to fail. They're giving him a bad O-line. Like, guys, let's relax, all right? He's a rookie quarterback. Those guys struggle, and we saw why he struggled. It was what he was doing when he was in college. I don't think there's too much to read into how Stefanski was deploying him, which I'm surprised he even had to address it and was asked by the media if they were sabotaging Shedeur Sanders. Just the whole thing has become utterly insane. But when we talk about the football, this is why I do think Shedeur Sanders is very much in third, maybe even fourth command once we get to the pecking order of these Browns QBs in the regular season. I think it's going to be a while before we see Shedeur Sanders because, quite frankly, he doesn't look like he's ready.
No, he doesn't. And this is, like you said, the thing he has to learn the most about the NFL. He's got to find that middle ground of extending plays, but not to the point where he's going backwards 17 yards and taking a big sack. That's the thing, Femi, for a lot of these guys nowadays. In college, we have way more dual threat quarterbacks than we did 15, 20 years ago. So, there are very few, like you watch the college game, there are very few quarterbacks these teams have that are true pocket passers, that like a lot of them just really can't take off and scramble. So a lot of these guys, when they're playing Pop Warner football, they get to high school and then they get to college. A lot of times they're the best athlete on the field and they can just run around and make plays and make these D linemen look silly. When you get to the NFL, that's not the case. You're playing against edge rushers that can run 4.4 in the 40, 4.5, all that kind of thing. They're freak athletes, and that's where Shedeur got into trouble. We saw a lot of that with Caleb Williams last year, which I think why everybody was so excited after the Bills game in the preseason, because you saw him get the ball out of his hands quick. You saw that quick passing game with Ben Johnson, and we know Caleb's got all the arm talent. It's kind of have to be the same thing with Shedeur, where we know he's a talented guy, but he's just got to get rid of, too much trying to hit the home run and sometimes just playing for the single, right? Sometimes it's just not there. You got to throw it away. Sometimes you just got to take the 5-yard check down. Sometimes you just got to throw it, to the out man for 3, whatever it may be. So you saw that a bunch of Colorado. He was constantly looking for the big play. He was constantly getting hit. He was constantly taking sacks. And that's going to be the big learning curve for him. It's something he's just going to have to deal with. Like, he's not as fast as Lamar. He's not as fast as Kyler Murray. He can't extend plays like those guys can. He's very good at extending plays, but against the NFL, it's just a completely different ballgame. It was eye-opening, Femi, and I think you're right. I think at this point, Dylan Gabriel, probably even Kenny Pickett, are above him on the depth chart. And I think this is a lot of the trepidation that a bunch of these teams felt when they were drafting him. Was a lot of them probably saw he was a work in progress. And that if you're going to bench him, make him QB3, QB4, all the media that comes with it, and do the coaches, do the front office, do the players, do they want to deal with all this stuff? And it's looking like that's the situation the Browns have maybe put themselves in.
Yeah, it's the whole thing is like a pain in the ass,
Mm-hmm.
If you're the Cleveland Browns, you're Kevin Stefanski, you're there at the podium, and you're being asked about hey, what about this player? What about this player? And then here's a question of, hey, are you guys trying to sabotage Shedeur Sanders? What? We drafted him. What are we talking about? This is football. Sabotage their 5th round draft pick? The fact that was even asked, or again, I'm paraphrasing a little bit here, but not that much. It's actually insane that that's a storyline that was brought to the head coach of the football team, and they're not going to want to have to deal with that. And right now, the way things are kind of standing out right now, and we can talk a little bit more about this on the other side. I don't know how much of Shedeur we're going to see here, because clearly Flacco's the guy. Of course, they named him the starter. I think Gabriel's pushing Kenny Pickett for being QB2. And then it's going to be either Pickett or Gabriel that goes up 3rd, and then it's Shedeur 4th. We're probably going to see Shedeur for 3 games this year? Maybe 4? What's the over/under on games played for Shedeur Sanders, or games started for Shedeur Sanders? I think it's got to be set at 3.5. At this point, I'd be more inclined to bet the under, because I think all 3 of those other guys would get a little bit more runway than the Browns having to go to the last-ditch effort, which would be Shedeur Sanders playing in an NFL regular season game. We'll talk more about Shedeur, as well as some of the other notables from over the weekend in the National Football League. This is You Better You Bet, coming at you here on a Monday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
rating, Corey, the analyst. 80 in defensive rating. Whole hum. What are your thoughts on the fighting Christian McCaffreys? Can they win 4 games this year? If they do, it's a handsome plus 145.
If they do, I might be living in a box, unfortunately. My 2 favorite win totals this year, LSU over 8.5, Stanford, even though it's a low number at 3.5, under 3.5. They have 4 straight seasons where they've won only 3 games. Andrew Luck is in control of the program right now, so he brings in Frank Reich. Frank Reich is now the head coach, man. They have a former 4-star quarterback, Elijah Brown. I don't know if he's any good. They got a wide receiver, C.J. Williams, in the portal from Wisconsin, but under on Stanford. I think they win 2 games at the most.
Wow, 2-win season expected there in the Bay Area. So in Palo Alto, a place I know and love. I visit there often. A bar that just shut down, I think, like a year ago. The Old Pro, I used to go there all the time. When I worked at Yahoo in Sunnyvale. Man, pour one out for Stanford. It could be a very long year.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Monday on You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM. Femi Abebefe alongside PJ Glasser. 20 minutes from now, we'll get into our college football Week 0 recap, including Farmageddon over in Dublin. That's how Iowa State beat Kansas State 24-21. Big win there for the Cyclones. And what was a really interesting start to the college football season. But PJ, we were continuing our conversation about Shedeur Sanders during the break here, but in the last segment, talking about what we saw Saturday afternoon as the Browns beat the Los Angeles Rams, I will say this with Shedeur Sanders, and this is where it looked a little bit strange, and I'm curious to get the thoughts from Kevin Stefanski on why they did this, but they pretty much gave Shedeur the entire second half until the final drive. They got to a 2-minute situation, and they put in Tyler Huntley, the same Tyler Huntley who they since waived 24 hours later. I thought that was a little weird that they didn't give Shedeur that opportunity. Hey, let's see what it looks like. It might be bad. We might lose the game, but let's just get another evaluation of Shedeur Sanders in a 2-minute drill trying to win a game. Not giving him that opportunity felt like a wasted chance there because Tyler Huntley, they knew what they had in Tyler Huntley. Tyler Huntley was always just going to be a warm body because Kenny Pickett was injured. He was never going to make the team. I would have loved to see what happened with Shedeur. And maybe it would have been terrible I mean, based on how the rest of the game was going, probably would have been terrible since Shedeur was 3 of 6 for 14 yards and 5 sacks. But like at least give him the chance to see if like he could come up with some late game heroics. And who knows, maybe they just didn't want Twitter to go all apeshit or all go crazy for Shedeur winning the game. But I thought that was a little bit strange that they did not give him that opportunity.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It was a little bizarre that they did that. You know, you play him the whole second half, like you said, and then the final drive, you take him out. So I don't know. Maybe they didn't want him, you know, game's over and everybody's kind of just like booing him to an extent because he played so bad and they were so excited after what he did against the Panthers in that first preseason game. Like you said, Huntley, maybe it was because they knew that they were going to get rid of him, so you didn't want Shedeur getting hurt on that last drive or something like that. But yeah, look, as a Ravens fan, Femi, I'm hoping that maybe they look at bringing Snoop back as a backup. I don't think that would be terrible. That was my first thought when I saw him released, was maybe he would want to come back to Baltimore, because Cooper Rush, I know he did some good things with your Cowboys. I think in the Baltimore system, I don't know if he's the best fit as the backup.
No, it hasn't looked good for Cooper Rush for the Baltimore Ravens. But hey, hopefully Lamar just stays healthy, because if Lamar gets hurt, I think the whole thing is a little bit shaky. But to your point, it was not shaky when Tyler Huntley was the backup. They were able to kind of keep the ship afloat. We have not found out yet, PJ, who will be starting week 1 for the New Orleans Saints. So Kellen Moore met with the media earlier today, and we figured, hey, is Kellen Moore going to finally tell us who will the starting quarterback be between Spencer Rattler and Tyler Shuck? Well, Kellen Moore said, we're still very close, is what he said. Like, obviously pretty close on deciding who the QB1 will be. That's not going to be until next Sunday when they play, but I'm sure we'll find out either tomorrow or at some point this week if it's going to be Shuck or Rattler. I think all indications are it's probably going to be Spencer Rattler based on how the preseason has gone. Like, Tyler Shuck hasn't really looked good. Spencer Rattler hasn't looked that good either, but at least he's like a veteran quarterback. You would think that maybe they go with Spencer Rattler to start, and then if things go poorly, they could always go to Tyler Shuck afterwards there. But as it stands right now, the New Orleans Saints have not announced their QB1 for week 1, and I guess we'll go ahead and figure things out a little bit later on. But the betting market stands right now, Arizona a 6-point favorite, total 42.5 when they take on the New Orleans Saints. So Arizona a big favorite in that game with New Orleans in their home opener. I think this team is going to be dreadful. Like, I don't know how you can make the case for them being good unless maybe Tyler Shuck is good, but I feel like we've seen enough of Shuck in college and also a little bit in the NFL to where, hey, if he's good, it's not going to be right away. So this team should be rated as one of the worst teams, if not the worst team in the league. So I think the betting market thinking that these guys are going to stink out loud, that is very much the right way to think about it. As for week 1, I'll go back and forth in terms of what I want to do with that game. But PJ, I think right now it's just going to be, hey, you know what? Spencer Rattler off the top, and then we'll figure out and see how long he can hold on to the job until they give the reins over to the rookie Tyler Shuck.
I mean, that QB room that they have in New Orleans is so bad. It is so bad. And I know that they were expecting Derek Carr to maybe be available for this upcoming season when he retired, and he kind of put them in a bad spot. But like you said, I think it's going to be Rattler. If it's Shuck, I mean, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. My stance on the Saints this year, Femi, is that I think they're going to be bad, but I don't think they're going to be the worst team in football, because I feel like the last couple years, there's been a general consensus among people who we all feel like the worst team in the league is going to be. Like last year it was the Patriots, right? We started the season, everybody looked at the Patriots, and that was like the team that everybody thought was going to be the worst team in football. Now, did they turn out to be very bad? Yes, but they ended up with the number 4 overall pick. I kind of think the Saints are going to be in the same boat, where they're going to be bad, but I think they're going to be like the 3rd or the 4th worst team. A couple of years ago, you had Arizona when Kyler Murray was coming back from that ACL injury, like middle of the season. Josh Dobbs was start. We all thought Arizona was going to be by far the worst. Ended up not being too bad. So that is what tends to happen a lot of times in the NFL. Is there's usually a team in the offseason that everybody kind of points to, and they're like, that is definitely going to be the worst team in the NFL. Everybody kind of latches onto that team. And everybody's betting the Saints to have the fewest wins in the league right now. I kind of think they're going to be like the 3rd or 4th worst team. The team that we just talked about, the Browns, that would be my pick to have the fewest wins in the NFL. We talked about it last week, Femi, the opening to their schedule, those first 6 games. They got to play the Bengals, the Ravens, 3 NFC North opponents. Like, it is absolutely a possibility they could go 0-6 or certainly 1-5 to start the season. And if that happens, I mean, good luck. Stefanski obviously on the hot seat. Do they make a quarterback change? With New Orleans, it's very much like the Gerard Mayo situation with New England last year. You have a rookie head coach, and Kellen Moore, I think, definitely going to get some more leeway than Mayo did last year. Yes, they had Drake May waiting, but the Saints do have Tyler Shuck waiting if they want to go to that. My point is that the Saints are going to continue to battle throughout the year because they're going to have a lot of guys on that roster that the Saints front office and organization want to see who they can build around, who they can continue with over the next couple years as they obviously try and find their franchise quarterback, but just try and find out the guys that are going to be on that team so they can try and get this thing up and running. I view more so Cleveland as the bet to have the worst record in the league, the fewest wins. New Orleans has just become way too trendy. I think they're going to continue to fight throughout the rest of the season, whereas I could see a team like Cleveland kind of laying down again once we get to like week 13, 14 of the season. That's my take on New Orleans. They're obviously going to be bad. I just think they're going to be like the 3rd or 4th worst team in the league. I don't think they're going to be the worst in the NFL.
I guess I point towards New Orleans, and like you make a very compelling case about Cleveland. I think nobody's going to argue with what you had to say there. Stefanski, though, I do believe is a good coach. Mm-hmm. We don't know with Kellen Moore. Could be a great coach, could be good, could be average, could be bad, could be terrible. Like it's all out there for Kellen Moore. We have no data points on him being a head coach. We know what he is as a play caller, but as a head coach, we don't know. So anytime you have a new head coach, first-year head coach with a team that's this talent poor, like I think they're going to end up being the worst team. But like you are right. Like sometimes these teams that we all think are going to be really bad end up just being bad and not like atrocious. Maybe they end up going like 5-12 or 4-13 as opposed to like the 2-15 that I think a lot of people think the Saints will go in 2025. Real quick, though, wanted to get off some of the news that we had here just reported about 10 minutes ago in the NFL. And this one is out of Las Vegas. And, you know, makes me wonder a little bit as to what's going on out there with the Raiders. But all the insiders are reporting that Raiders wide receiver Jacoby Myers has requested a trade. Jacoby Myers has been seeking a new contract. There has not been any progress on an extension. He is set to make $10.76 million in the last year of his deal. So right now, with no extension on the table, Jacoby Myers is looking to play elsewhere. Now, the Raiders have said that, hey, like, we value him and we don't really have plans to trade Jacoby Myers. But, you know, Christian Wilkins got cut. Now Jacoby Myers wants to request a trade. I'm like, hey, like, sometimes you got to crack some eggs to make an omelet, but, like, let's not crack that egg. Like, let's keep Jacoby Myers on the roster because we're both high on this Raiders team, PJ. Does it make you feel a little bit, like, you know, about the Raiders? Or are you like, whatever, this doesn't matter. They'll work things out. And maybe also they're really bullish on some of their younger players like Dante Thornton, who's a rookie receiver that I know they're really high on, and his connection with Geno Smith.
It does make me a little nervous because I don't think Jacoby Myers is the number one receiver, but he's the best receiver that they have, and that's the biggest question mark with that offense right now is who's going to catch the ball other than Brock Bowers. So you take away Jacoby Myers, like you said, it's Dante Thornton Jr., it's Trey Tucker, Jack Beck. I mean, it's bad. It's bad, Femi. So that's like another part of this too. I get Jacoby Myers wants his money. Also, how many NFL teams are you going to get traded to where you're the number one receiver or you're one of the top pass-catching options, right? So you step into a good spot with a new head coach now in Pete Carroll, a new OC. You finally have an NFL caliber quarterback in Geno Smith instead of dealing with all that Aiden O'Connell stuff and whatever the Raiders were trotting out there last year. That's like where I'm kind of puzzled with Jacoby Myers. I get a lot of these cases, you know, these guys want money and they want to get what they feel like they're worth. Jacoby Myers, I mean, we don't consider him one of the top wide receivers in the league. We don't even consider him a number one wide receiver. And you're in a great spot where you pretty much are the number one wide out for the Raiders. I'm just a little bit surprised because, I mean, he's in a great situation. If he wants money, then just pop off this year and either the Raiders will pay you or somebody else will.
Yeah, I'm hoping this gets worked out because if they do trade him, unless you're trading him for another player, like let's say like they're trading him for some defensive help, okay, I feel a little bit better about that because the Raiders do need help on that side of the ball. But if this is just trading for a draft pick, the draft pick doesn't help my bet. I'll just say that right now. Yes. We just traded Jacoby Myers for like a 5th-round draft pick. Great. That does nothing for me. As somebody who bet over 6.5, someone who's going to bet them 3-1 to make the playoffs, who wants to bet these outrageous outcomes, it does nothing for me if they get a draft pick. So hopefully things kind of smooth over and they give him his extension, or they say, hey, dude, just hang with us. We'll get this worked out in the regular season. Just be there. Because I'm getting a little nervous based on some of the veterans who have been leaving the Las Vegas Raiders. It was Jacorian Bennett getting traded to the Eagles. It was Christian Wilkins getting cut, by the way, he still has not been signed by a team. Got to figure out what's going on with his foot injury. And then now it's Jacoby Myers who is asking for a trade. We're not off the Raiders. We're still on that bandwagon, but gotta say, doesn't feel great to see this come across the timeline here as we're 2 weeks away from the start of the regular season. That does it for hour number 1 here on You Better You Bet. Hour number 2, we're talking college football week 0 recap coming at you next here on a Monday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Corey, the analyst, 80 in defensive rating. Whole hum. What are your thoughts on the fighting Christian McCaffreys? Can they win 4 games this year? If they do, it's a handsome plus 145.
If they do, I might be living in a box, unfortunately. My 2 favorite win totals this year, LSU over 8.5, Stanford, even though it's a low number at 3.5, under 3.5. They have 4 straight seasons where they've won only 3 games. Andrew Luck is in control of the program right now, so he brings in Frank Reich. Frank Reich is now the head coach, man. They have a former 4-star quarterback, Elijah Brown. I don't know if he's any good. They got a wide receiver, C.J. Williams, in the portal from Wisconsin, but under on Stanford. I think they win 2 games at the most.
Wow, 2-win season expected there in the Bay Area. So in Palo Alto, a place I know and love. I visit there often. A bar that just shut down, I think, like a year ago. The Old Pro, I used to go there all the time. When I worked at Yahoo in Sunnyvale. Man, pour one out for Stanford. It could be a very long year.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back. It is hour number 2 of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser. PJ doing an awesome job filling in for Nick Costos. Nick will be back with us on Wednesday, enjoying some nice time off before the start of football season. But 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by college football betting analyst at the Action Network, Michael Calabrese, to give us some of his Week 0 betting takeaways, a look ahead to the Week 1 marquee games, as well as a Heisman Trophy bet from Michael Calabrese. He texted me because I was texting him, hey, what do you like in the futures markets? He sent me a text, and a bright, big smile went across my face. I'm not going to spoil it. We're going to have to wait for 40 minutes from now, but you want to hear who Michael Calabrese likes in the Heisman Trophy market. 20 minutes from now, though, we'll get into our early thoughts on the Week 1 betting markets in college football with all the marquee games: Texas, Ohio State, Alabama, Florida State, LSU, Clemson, Notre Dame, Miami, TCU, North Carolina, Labor Day night to wrap up Week 1. We'll touch on all of it coming up in about 20 minutes. But we begin this hour discussing what we saw over the weekend with Week 0. The unofficial start to the college football season has come and gone. It all began across the pond in Dublin with Farmageddon between Iowa State and Kansas State. The Cyclones winning it 24-21. And PJ, I have to say this off the top. Probably one of the sloppiest games that I've ever seen involving two competent Power 4 programs. I've seen sloppier, but it's usually in some offshoot Group of 5 FCS level where it's a little bit crazy. But between two Power 4 programs who had big expectations heading into this season, that's about as sloppy as it'll get. And you can blame the rain, you can blame the surface. Nobody could hold on to the ball. Fumbles, drop passes, but as we always get in college football, a fun ending at the end of the game here. But man, what a game it was. Iowa State eking it out. Matt Campbell rolling the dice, going for it on 4th down, being a difference maker at head coach. Love to see that as a fan, but did not love to see it as somebody who bet Kansas State laying the 3 here. But what were your thoughts watching Week 0, Iowa State defeating Kansas State 24-21 in Ireland?
Coaching, Femi, especially Week 0, Week 1, when there's no preseason in college football. To me, more often than not, if I'm going back and forth between a bet, big part of every handicap is who's the coach for that team. And you said it. That was the difference in that Kansas State-Iowa State game was Chris Kleiman got way too aggressive when his team was down 3. They were on their own 30 with 8 minutes left, and he decides to go for it on 4th down. Punt the ball away. What are you doing? It's raining. It's slopping. You just watch your team muff a punt earlier. Maybe Iowa State can muff a punt, play the field position game. Instead, he goes for it. And they obviously get stopped. Iowa State scores on the next few plays. Now, Kansas State did come back and score a touchdown, but that play, that decision by Kleiman was not a good one. And then on the flip side, like you said with Matt Campbell, got to give him a ton of credit. There would have been a lot of head coaches in his spot on that 4th down who would have settled for the field goal and go up 6, but he decided to go for it. I love when coaches play to win and play not to lose, right? And he knew right there, if you get the 1st down, you end the game. And that's what they did. And that was my big takeaway, was coaching. I'm a big fan of Kleiman. I think he does a good job. But that was not his best game. And Matt Campbell's team was more disciplined. They had way fewer penalties. And their decisions, one was costly by Kleiman, not punting it and going for that 4th down, and Campbell being aggressive and going for it. To me, that was the difference. But yeah, look, I mean, that game was kind of, to me, epitomizes what the Big 12 is going to be all season. There's a reason why the odds are what they are for this league, why it's so jumbled towards the top, and nobody has any idea really who the favorite is, how this thing is going to play out. You're going to see a lot of one-score, 3-point games in the Big 12 this year. Both of those teams are going to win 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 games this season. But Kansas State, man, Avery Johnson just feels like the same kind of guy where you see the athletic ability, You watch him run the football, it's great. But God, as a passer, he's got ways to go. And Iowa State, they just know who they are. They're trying to replace their two receivers who they lost to the draft, Noel and Higgins, who are both on the Texans. Baracko Beck's still a really good player. They ran the ball very well, and their defense is always solid under Matt Campbell. So that's what these games are going to come down to, Femi. When any of those kind of top teams in the league are going to play each other, which head coach makes the right decisions, which team is going to have the fewer penalties, have less turnovers, everything that kind of wins you football games, and that's what decided it out in Dublin on Saturday.
I want to go back to, because when Chris Kleiman decided to go for it on 4th and 1 on their own 30-yard line, Kansas State was down 17-14 in the game. Do you think that Avery Johnson got the first down on that? It was so close to call. He kind of went kind of backwards towards it, so the ball was not in an advantageous spot for him. But the officials marked him short, and they went to the review, and I don't think there was anything conclusive that you could have seen to make you change your mind either way. So it looked like to me he got the first down, or at least it was much closer than what the original spot was. But that was a pretty bad break there for the Wildcats. If he gets that, maybe we're talking about Kansas State winning this game as opposed to Iowa State being able to go up 2 scores afterward.
I agree with you. I did think that was a bad spot, but again, you just kind of know when they rule it short and it's that close, and we all know you have to have clear evidence that to overturn it. You just knew they were gonna stick with the call on the field. But Femi, twice in that game, Kansas State had 4th down, and it's just QB sneak it, man. I can't believe we're still doing this with these teams where they're at a shotgun, they turn around and give it to their running back. You just need a half yard, man. Just QB sneak the football and get the first down. So that's really what it came down to was Kansas State, on a couple of those 4th and shorts, they just couldn't convert because they didn't go with the QB sneak. That's a tough loss for K-State and a huge win for Iowa State now, right? Especially if you have their win total over 7.5. That was a game that they were underdogs in. They take care of business, and they're looking like a team that's definitely going to compete for the Big 12 title this year.
Now, I know you liked Kansas State in the game. That did not go well. The total did go well for you. And it was going really, really well for much of the game until we got to late in the third quarter. So for those who might not have known, there was some big-time drama with the total, or rather the over-under, as most people call it. But this was a game that was tied at 7. Heading late into the third quarter, then all of a sudden a scoring outbreak to where we're sitting here, total dancing at 51, 50.5, depending on where you did your shopping. All of a sudden, here we are 24-21, to where there was a chance that this could have been a miracle over. But luckily, though, for a lot of people who bet the under in this game, justice prevailed at the end when Iowa State was ruled down at the half-yard line during the game-clinching first down. Almost a touchdown, but the slippery field, land, elbow hits, boom. Ball at the half-yard line, victory formation. We can go ahead and kneel this bad boy out at the 1. But, man, PJ, that must have been some kind of sweat on the under where through about 2 hours of real time, you're sitting there thinking, man, I'm coasting. And all of a sudden, a college football game breaks out, and it's hold on to your ass. But you got there, even though there was a couple of twists and turns along the way.
It's a nice reminder that during the college football season, the game is never over. Cashing your under until it's over, right? It can feel like it's the right side the whole game, and both of those teams. So, yeah, like you said, it was 7-7 at halftime. Only 7 points were scored in the third quarter. We had 21 points, and I had 50.5, right, going into the fourth quarter. I looked at one point, the lowest total I saw was 33.5. So, it was, we were on the right side. We were feeling good, and then both teams just start moving the ball against each other, and thank goodness that Iowa State running back got tackled, because that would have been tough. But thankfully, we're usually on the wrong side of those, Femi, so it's nice to be on the right side of one of those.
And I get it, not everyone is in the weeds with the betting stuff how we are here on this show. But I know a lot of people oh man, what a brutal beat for those of you who had the over. Come on. That game had no business going over the total. If you bet the over and you lost, hey, you lost. That's all it is. But you had no business even having a chance to potentially win. It would have been one of the all-time ski mask victories, highway robbery, if you're able to get that bad boy over. It would have been a gross beat for those who bet the under if that game went under or if it went over. But luckily, it ended up staying under the total. So, like, I get it. Like, it's frustrating to lose. We all lose bets, whether by close margin or by big margin. But, like, stop it. It was not a bad beat if you bet the over. You were never really deserving to be in that position, and justice prevailed. The football gods shine down on those of you who bet the under, and congrats, you get your money, and you're able to get out of there alive. Now, we'll see what this week brings, which we'll get into coming up in the next segment, week 1, early college football thoughts here. But real quick, PJ, wanted to get your thoughts on the Stanford-Hawaii game. Frank Reich making his interim head coach debut, and the Rainbows get the Stanford Cardinal. I mean, Stanford football, from where it was a decade ago, this program has really fallen off, losing 23-20. Their quarterback was atrocious in the game. I don't know what Frank Reich was doing. Like, they could run the ball all over Hawaii. Just stick to doing that. No, it's going to throw the ball 30 times. Like, come on, what are we doing with this stuff? And like this, if this is any indication of what it's going to look like this year for Stanford, what are we, 2-10? Is that what we're talking about? 1-11? Like, it was really, really bad, and a brutal start to the Andrew Luck regime as GM and Frank Reich as his interim head coach.
Femi, we were doing the show on Friday, and I told you I liked Hawaii minus 2.5, and I said the handicap was we're fading Frank Reich. That's really all there is to it. Stanford's the better team. They probably should win the game, but because of Frank Reich and Hawaii's never beaten Stanford, and the Bows are favored, I'm going to take them minus 2.5. And like you said, I mean, Hawaii had no business winning that game. Stanford was pretty much in control from the start. Then it kind of got close. You really didn't see too much scoring in the second half, but Stanford really controlled the ground game, especially in the second half. They went on a 10-minute drive to close the third quarter going into the fourth quarter. Hawaii's defense and their D-line was gassed. So what does Frank Reich do when he's nearing the red zone to go up 2 scores? They throw a pass. Hawaii picks it off, and then they go down, they kick a game-tying field goal, and then they go kick a game-winning field goal. So again, coaching. I can't emphasize it enough. College football, right? There's no preseason. You got to rely on these coaches that are going to have these teams ready. That's the thing, man, about Nick Saban. I mean, for as great as the guy was, in week 1, there's a reason Bama would always dominate their opponents. Go look at what Kirby Smart and Georgia usually do in week 1. Look at what they did to Clemson last year. When in doubt, just trust the best coaches because there's no preseason. You have to rely on these coaches having a game plan, getting their team ready, and making sure they're good to go for the start of the season. So having a guy like Frank Reich, I talked about the Sam Houston State Western Kentucky game. It's the reason I laid the 10.5 with Western Kentucky. Phil Longo was on the other sideline. It's usually not the biggest of handicaps when we get later on in the season, but early on in the season, look at who these coaches are, and if there's a big advantage, more often than not, usually going to be on that side.
Yep. Coaching matters. It matters quite a bit, especially in football. So a great handicap for you back in the Bows against Frank Reich and the Stanford Cardinal, which, I mean, I can only imagine what those point spreads are going to look like once we get into the meat of the ACC schedule. Like, they're going to be just the absolute cellar dweller in that conference. Them and Cal, the 2 teams that probably don't belong in the ACC. But, hey, welcome to conference realignment era in college sports. Let's get to some NFL news here real quick before we turn our attention to week 1 of college football in the next segment. I wanted to pass this along. This news just came out about 10 minutes ago. Out of Houston, the Texans will not activate running back Joe Mixon by tomorrow's 4 o'clock Eastern deadline. So that means Joe Mixon will be on the IR list, on the reserved non-football injury list, meaning he will miss the next 4 games. So the first 4 games of the Houston Texans season will be without Joe Mixon. Mixon has been dealing with an ankle injury. He's not allowed to play nor practice while he is out during that time. This is obviously a development. He's been walking around in a boot all training camp. A bummer and a big blow to the Houston Texans offense, which, you know, there's not a lot of proven playmakers when you look at it. You got Nico Collins. Joe Mixon was another one of them, but now he's going to miss the first month of the year. You got the 2 rookies in the Iowa State wide receivers. Maybe they can come on, but this is a very, very wide open running back room that is now left with Nick Chubb, Damian Pierce, Dare Ogunbowale, Woody Marks, British Brooks, and then Jahar Jordan, PJ. The Texans, I'm a little bit higher on them than I think most people are. I think they can be a contender, a real deal contender in the AFC, but this is not what you want to see, is now their second best playmaker outside of Nico Collins is going to be out for the first month.
So from a betting standpoint, 2 thoughts that are initially popped in my head from a CJ Stroud prop perspective is passing attempts and rushing yards for CJ Stroud. Now that Mixon is out, obviously they're going to try and run the football. I don't think maybe as much as they probably would if Mixon was in there. Going to more so rely on CJ, I'm sure. So pass attempts probably. And then again, rushing yards, especially early on in the season when quarterbacks, they're healthy, they're fresh, they're ready to go. I think CJ, maybe looking at some alt rushing yards for him as well. But without Mixon, that's immediately kind of what I thought of was Texans probably going to throw the ball more. And, CJ maybe looking to run a little bit, help out with some of that run game.
Yeah, and real quickly here from an awards perspective, I know there's been some interest in Nick Chubb. Now at BetMGM, Nick Chubb 13-1 to be the comeback player of the year. Would I recommend betting that? I would not. I doubt that Nick Chubb can put together a really good season, which is what would be required to beat out the likes of Aiden Hutchinson, Dak Prescott, Christian McCaffrey, and others in that betting market. All right, we'll turn our attention to Week 1 college football, the marquee matchups coming up next year on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
There are a couple that I was willing to eliminate right away that I'm not completely buying into. I have questions about. Not saying they're going to have a bad year, but I have questions about Detroit and Philadelphia for me. Those are the two teams that I do have some questions about. The depth of the Eagles and then the Lions losing both of their coordinators. Let's see how they rebound from that. And I think most wins with their schedule, their road schedule, you're asking a lot. So those are teams that I wasn't really interested in. And then the rest, it's Buffalo, Baltimore, Kansas City, and San Francisco. My first reaction was, oh, yeah, Bills. I like the Bills. I like the Bills to have the most wins. And then I look at it, oh, they're the favorite at plus 350. And then I, like you, uninterested suddenly in this market with them as a favorite and only plus 350. San Francisco. Everything went wrong injury-wise last year. Everything. And I know there are some new pieces and you don't have certain guys, like you don't have Debo anymore, but I think they could be okay. They could be just fine with that. They add to the depth on that defense, but the biggest thing is that soft schedule. By far the easiest schedule in the NFL. That's why the win total is so high. Like there are questions. What version of CMC are you going to get now? How does he look coming back from the injury? Same thing with Brandon Ayuk. Like I understand all of that, but they still have the talent. They still have the all-world left tackle on that offensive line. And you bring in Robert Saleh back to run that defense. And we know how successful he was as defensive coordinator before moving on to head coach of the Jets. So at 13-1, I'm with you. I think that's very doable for the 49ers in a bounce back year where they could be in the mix for most wins in the league.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Femi at Bebefe, PJ Glasser hanging out with you guys on the Monday here as we're already in college football week 1, week 0 over the weekend. We just recapped it in the last segment. If you missed that, make sure you check it out in podcast form. We will be joined by Michael Calabrese of the Action Network in about 20 minutes as he gives us his thoughts on week 1 of the college football season, some betting takeaways from week 0, as well as a Heisman Trophy bet that you will not want to miss. That's all coming up in 20 minutes with Michael Calabrese. But PJ, I mean, week 0 was the appetizer, as you mentioned, to start the show. The entrees this weekend, buddy. And the entree is a big old buffet of college football starting Thursday evening all the way through Monday night. Cannot wait for college football this weekend. And we figured right now would be a good time to kind of give our early betting thoughts on the week 1 college football slate. And how could we not begin with the big noon kickoff game, the game that everyone wants to see, a game that we did see last year in the semifinals of the college football playoff. That is between Texas and Ohio State, the number 1 ranked Longhorns versus the defending college football playoff national champions. This is like as good as it gets to start a season. You get Ohio State coming off winning the Natty. You got Arch Manning making his debut as the full-time starter for the Texas Longhorns. This is all that we all wanted to see. This is all the makings of a great game. And the betting market right now tells us, PJ, we will have a great game coming up on Saturday, where Ohio State is a 2.5-point favorite, total sitting at 47.5. You don't have to give me your final thoughts. You can change your mind on send it in later on this week, as early as tomorrow. But look, when you see that point spread as we sit right now here, still 5 days out from kickoff, what do you like side and total, and why?
So on Send It In, Femi, which people can catch here on the BetMGM Network Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern, every Monday I do a segment called Bet Now, games that I would bet right now because I think the line is going to move. And I did give out a play in this Ohio State-Texas game because I think it is a buy point on the Buckeyes at minus 120. When I was doing my show, the spread was minus 1.5 at BetMGM. Now we're starting to see a minus 2.5 pop up at plus 100. I would think the money line is going to move up. I think minus 120 is probably where you buy in on Ohio State. I don't think this goes to minus 115. I don't think it goes to minus 110. I think as we get closer, and certainly Saturday morning, I think some more money will come in on the Buckeyes. All summer, I thought I would be on Texas in this game, and we still got 5 days until the game, so I might be when it all is said and done. But I think there's more reason to like Texas in the game, but you bet numbers and not teams, and that number's telling me to bet Ohio State. I just think with the Buckeyes, like whenever we do this with them, and I look at 2 prime examples last season in the college football playoff against Tennessee and against Oregon, Ohio State, there aren't many times where they go into a game and like everybody wants to fade them, or everybody thinks they stink, or the team that they're playing, everybody thinks they're going to beat them. But I feel like recently, under Ryan Day, whenever we've had those games and like people are convinced Ohio State's going to lose, we should definitely bet against them as favorite, like all these things, that's when they take care of business, right? Against Tennessee, I mean, coming off the Michigan game, nobody wanted Ohio State. And obviously they take care of business. They smoke Tennessee. Then they play undefeated Oregon at the Rose Bowl, and Ohio State's favored. People are like, how is Ohio State favored in this game? Oregon's undefeated. They beat them earlier in the year, and that game's over in the second quarter, right? 2 years ago, I remember James Franklin and Penn State went into Columbus. Everybody thought that was the year Franklin was finally going to get him in the shoe, and Ohio State took care of business. Like, this is what happens, and because of Arch in Texas right now, and it just feels like a lot of people are liking Texas, and I get it. Ohio State's got a freshman starting at quarterback. They got 2 new offensive coordinators, and Texas has been great, man, in these early season matchups. Last year they went into Ann Arbor. They smashed Michigan. The year before, they go into Tuscaloosa. They beat Bama by 2 scores. Sark has had the ability early on in the year to have his teams play really well in these games. Now, Ewers has been the quarterback, and obviously he's been a little bit more experienced. The defense has been a little bit more experienced. So now with Arch and, some new guys on defense, as talented as they are, you wonder if that'll play a factor. Femi, for me, I think this is a game that you bet if you feel like you have a good number. And I think at Ohio State minus 120, we have a good number. If this thing goes back up to 3, I'm probably going to be on Texas. And man, if we can get a middle, that would be tremendous. But as of now, with the way that the lines are, I think Ohio State minus 120 probably would be my play.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. It does feel a little bit like you're getting Ohio State at a buy low opportunity, which is kind of crazy because the season hasn't begun. And the last time we saw them, they were lifting the trophy and they had the confetti falling on them. Yep. I will say this, though, because like everything that I believe in college football and everything I believe just in football in general is that the game is won and lost on the line of scrimmage. I think Texas has the advantage on the line of scrimmage in this game. Like their defensive line is going to be nasty this year. Their offensive line is always good. It's been really good ever since Steve Sarkisian stepped foot in Austin on campus. Like I think Texas will have the advantage when it comes to the big boys. I think Texas is going to win. Like, I think we're going to be Oppo Taco on this one. I know the betting market, it feels like Texas is a little bit trendy right now. I just think that both of these quarterbacks, it's going to be up and down. It's going to be shaky. And I'm curious to get your thoughts on what Arch Manning will look like because that's the guy that I think all eyeballs will be on since he's the Heisman Trophy favorite right now at BetMGM and other sports books. But I think Texas controls it on the line of scrimmage. I hate the coordinator hires from Ohio State. Like,
Same.
I can't get past that when it comes to the Buckeyes. So, like, you tell me I have to bet the game, and I'm still back and forth on whether I will or not. I probably will because it's the biggest game of the year, and it's, like, to start the season. I'm going to be so excited for it at the 9 o'clock kickoff out here on the West Coast. But I think right now I'm Texas or pass. I'm probably going to have something on Texas just because I think they're going to get it done where it counts, which is in the trenches with the big boys in their hands in the dirt. But what do you expect to see from Arch Manning in this game and also this year? Because I've been saying it all summer. I don't know how good he is. I've just seen him play against bad teams, and it was only twice. Like, there's a chance where Arch is just kind of mediocre. And what does that mean to Texas' season if that's the case? Like, what are your expectations for Arch Manning this upcoming season? We'll get on to some other marquee games as well.
So, I mean, the way I feel about Arch is that I think we're certainly overhyping him a little bit. It would be incredible if he plays up to the expectation that some people think he will. I think he's a fine quarterback. I've been saying all year, I think he's probably the 4th or 5th best quarterback in the SEC. Like, I wouldn't take him over Sellers or Lagway or Garrett Nussmeier. I think he's probably like after those guys, like maybe 4 or 5. He's a good player. He's a great athlete. But again, Femi, like, especially when it comes to betting Texas, man, if you're going to be the favorite, I would at least like to have seen the quarterback played before. You know, I can't bet on a team based on just like projection or how great we think they can be because we all think this quarterback is awesome. I want to see Arch be awesome. And if he is, Texas is going to win the national championship because the rest of their team is fantastic. I can't get there at some of these prices. I can't get there with everybody saying he's the best quarterback in the country. He's going to be unbelievable. I think he's a solid player. I think he'll have a good season. I don't think he's going to be a difference maker, though. And again, I think he's probably like the 4th best quarterback in the SEC.
Yeah, there's massive expectations on this dude. And like you said, like if he's just as good as people say, congrats, Texas. You're the new CFP national champions. But
yes,
I'm leaving room for there maybe being Arch is just like above average or just maybe good. And then maybe that keeps things wide open for some of these other contenders at the top to win the CFP. So Texas, Ohio State, fun game. Can't wait to watch it. But it'll be a smaller bet for yours truly. And it sounds like it'll be like that for PJ as well coming up Saturday afternoon. How about the Battle of Death Valleys between LSU and Clemson? This will be at Clemson. The Tigers, they're both Tigers. The Clemson is 3.5-point favorites. LSU is a dog in the game. Total sitting at 57.5. I know where I stand with this one. The betting market has liked Clemson quite a bit throughout the summer. This went from 3 now out to 4. Where are you at between the Battle of the Death Valleys and the Battle of the Tigers, LSU and Clemson?
Now, this is one of my favorite bets of week 1. I love LSU +4. I think they're going to win the game. I'm a fan of LSU this season. They got a really difficult schedule, but I think they're going to have a really good team. The area of concern for LSU, you talked about the line of scrimmage in the Ohio State-Texas game. That is definitely the concern because Clemson is one of the best D-lines. They have 2 of the best D-linemen in the country in TJ Parker and Peter Woods in the middle. And LSU starting 4 new offensive linemen. But I think the experience of Nussmeier, and even though those guys are new, they're talented, right? It reminds me a lot, Femi, of the A&M Notre Dame game that kicked off the season last year, where we talked about how that was a big advantage for A&M. They were at home. That home crowd would disrupt Notre Dame. They had these young linemen starting, a bunch of new pieces, but they found a way to get it done. And I think LSU is going to do the same. Yes, they have new guys. Yes, they have to go on the road, but Nussmeier's terrific. They got all those great skill position players, running backs, receivers. The defense still isn't what LSU maybe was 8, 9, 10 years ago, but I think they're going to be better. And, man, Brian Kelly he's got to have this one. They've lost 5 straight season openers. Like, you got to get this one. And I think he will. So it's going to be a great game. I also think we're overvaluing Clemson and Cade Klubnik, Femi. It's unbelievable. Guy played the best game of his Clemson career against Texas in the college football playoff, and you got to give him a ton of credit for that. He looked terrific. It just seems like we're also forgetting how many big games we've seen Klubnik play in where he hasn't been good. He played against Georgia the beginning of last season, was terrible.
Oh, yeah.
He played against South Carolina to end the regular season. He wasn't good. The biggest ACC game they played was against Louisville. He wasn't good. He's played in like other big games and he wasn't great, but we all see the Texas game and now we're just all convinced that like he's going to be awesome. I don't know if that's the case, whereas I know Nussmeier's the real deal, and he's an NFL quarterback, and he's one of the best in the country. I just think +4 with LSU is a really good bet. I think they're going to win the game, Femi. So that's one of my favorites of week 1. I like LSU.
So going LSU on the money line, which now I'm looking at the betting market, best price you can find +150 for LSU on the money line. BetMGM has +145. I don't like where we're headed with this because I think we're going to be Oppo Taco on a lot of these games, PJ. Like I like Clemson. And it's one of the reasons that I've been talking about all throughout this college football season. Like, I think Clemson's just better in the trenches. LSU, to me, it's great. And Garrett Nussmeier, like, that's my guy. We were on the Nuss bus last year betting him at big prices to win the Heisman Trophy. I am fully aware of what Garrett Nussmeier can do in terms of a downfield passing kind of quarterback. I don't trust the coach and Brian Kelly. There's a reason why his teams have stunk in these openers. He's not getting them ready. Or maybe he's putting too much pressure on them during the summer. I don't know what's happening, but something has not clicked for LSU in these opening games. And now you're on the road against a Dabo Swinney team. And like Dabo says, bring your own guts. Like Clemson usually rises to the occasion in these big time matchups. Now, Klubnik has not. And we were there on Front Street betting Georgia last year ahead of week 1, saying like, what the hell is this betting market? Georgia's going to wax them. And they did. But I actually do like where Clemson stands right now. The defensive line, everyone says it's similar to what they had when they won the title with Christian Wilkins and Cleveland Farrell and all those guys. Like, if it's that caliber of D-line, I think Clemson overwhelms them up front. Would I lay the 3.5 or 4? I kind of more like it as like a money line parlay. Like, give me Clemson on the money line paired with Texas or with something else. But I do think Clemson will win the game just because I think that defensive line at home will overwhelm LSU. And on the flip side, LSU's defense, they got to prove it to me before I can trust them on the road in hostile environments. So we will be Oppo Taco. Or maybe we stand in the middle. Maybe you take the points and I just bet Clemson on the money line and maybe Clemson wins by 3. But I do think Clemson wins the football game.
I love it. Look, nice little middle. That's what makes these games so great, Femi, is not only do we get, 3 top 10 matchups, but the point spreads are close. These games could go either way. And I think you're going to have a lot of people disagreeing on who they like in the games. Texas, Ohio State, a coin flip for me, but I'll go with LSU in this one. I just think Clemson's overrated. I'm not there with Klubnik. I think the defense is really good. This is the best crop of skill position players Dabo's probably had in like 5 or 6 years. But I just think we're overvaluing Klubnik. So I'll take LSU +4.
Yeah, these guys are all like top near the Heisman Trophy markets. It's gonna be fun, man. That Heisman Trophy market heading into week 2, that thing is not gonna look like how it looks right now based on the results of these games. Let's go over to the old-fashioned rivalry, back to the 80s for Sunday night's contest in South Beach. Notre Dame at Miami, Fighting Irish 2.5-point favorites, total 49.5. Your early thoughts, side total, Fighting Irish versus the Hurricanes.
This is a tough one. This game, I can't wait. I can't wait.
Who do you trust? Who do you trust here, PJ?
And that's the key, right? I mean, it's Freeman versus Cristobal, and even though Notre Dame's starting a freshman quarterback, it's probably going to be Notre Dame for me. If we can get a 3 with Miami, I think I might be on the Canes, even though I probably think Notre Dame money line is the best bet. Their defense is better. Both offensive lines are very good. They have the best running back in the country in Jeremiah Love. They have a top 3-4 coach in the country in Marcus Freeman. They're starting freshman quarterback at CJ Carr. And we don't know what that's going to look like, but I've seen Cristobal in enough big games to know that just probably not the guy you want to back in those spots. I think Notre Dame, probably the right side. It's probably similar to how I feel about Ohio State. I'll probably bet the game just because it's can't wait to watch it. It's a big matchup. Don't love it, but I lean Irish.
Yeah, I think right now I'm with you. Lean towards Notre Dame. They're favored. So, do I want to bet it? I don't know. It just feels like it's a little bit too easy to just lay the 2.5 with Notre Dame, but I don't think I'd ever find myself on Miami. Not Mario Cristobal. We're not doing it, not against a competent team that recruits at their level. Nah, I would never. So right now, it's probably a pass, but maybe I'll find myself on the Irish Sunday night. All right, Michael Calabrese of the Action Network joins us next to give us his thoughts on the Week 1 slate in college football.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Yeah, I lean under. If Scott Satterfield doesn't win at least 7 games, I think he's out, man. He's 8-16 in 2 years as head coach. Last year was a weird year. They started 5-2 and looked pretty good. They were on their way to a bowl game. All they needed was one more win. Instead, they lost their last 7 games of the season, and their offense only averaged 19 points per game. They bring back their quarterback, Sorsby. They bring back their top running back, Evan Pryor. He rushed for 418 yards and had 118 yards receiving last year. The wide receiver room is pretty much all new. It's a bunch of dudes from the portal. Cyrus Allen from A&M, Jeff Caldwell from Lindenwood, Caleb Goody from Colorado State. Their tight end's back, Joe Royer. He's pretty good. He had 50 receptions last year. Defense is decent. I don't like the schedule, though, even the non-con. They kick off their season against Nebraska, who I'm pretty high on this year. So I lean under, and I think Scott Satterfield is probably fired after next year for Cincy.
Oh, you had me at Lindenwood. Go Lancers!
Yeah.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Monday on the BetMGM Network. This is You Better You Bet. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser hanging out with you guys here, talking a lot of college football. We will get to my college football predictions coming up to begin the next hour. That's in about 20 minutes. I'm going to break down the 4 conferences, who I think will win the Power Fours to the ACC, the Big Ten, the Big 12, the SEC, my CFP semifinal teams, and of course, the team that I believe will win the national championship coming up in January. So all my college football predictions, we'll get PJ's thoughts to those, where he agrees, where he disagrees. That's to start the next hour here on You Better You Bet. But joining us right now to continue the college football conversation, it's a college football betting analyst for the Action Network, the great Michael Calabrese joins us once again here on You Better You Bet. You can hit him up on Twitter at East Breeze. Michael, thanks for hanging with us here during college football season. Happy college football season to you and yours. Before we get to week 1, any betting takeaways that you have from week 0, where we saw Iowa State win Farmageddon, we saw Stanford go to Hawaii and lose? Big takeaways from what we saw this past weekend in college football.
All right, let's start with Farmageddon. There's a lot of like buzz and hype every year in the offseason. It's like the Buffalo Bills need a dome on their stadium. How about a dome in Dublin? Because the weather is the same every single time they play that game. It's always like a little bit soggy and rainy. And to add in the fact that it was a pivotal Big 12 matchup, that could end up swinging who makes the conference championship game. To play in soggy conditions like that, please just put a cap on top of that stadium. Find a way to not have it be in the elements for week 0. But outside of that, the 2 big takeaways for me were the FCS heart transplant, as far as offense goes, still seems to be working for Western Kentucky. First it was Bailey Zappi, then it was, Reed, who came in from North Florida, and now it is Maverick McIver, one of the best names in college football. Rick Bowie, his offensive coordinator from Abilene Christian, came. They were immediately cooking. He threw it for over 50 times in that game, threw for over 400 yards, 3 TDs. Very exciting brand of football being played there. And Conference USA is just not all that exciting. So to have any kind of juice there, particularly for a team that you can just bang the overs all season long and cash at the window, I'm excited about that. And then I'm going to save the best for last, the new G5 darling, Kanzi Matsuzawa, the kicker for Hawaii, making all 3 field goals, giving Timmy Chang a win that he desperately needs, moving them one step closer to bowl eligibility, because that will save his job this year. The late night bail me out Hawaii bet is back on the table for college football fans. So what a way to start the season.
Oh, we love that. And we love him covering the 2.5, Michael. Some people had that on this show. So that was definitely big. Let's get to some of the big games that we have on Saturday. None bigger, Ohio State, Texas, 1 versus 3. Femi and I are on opposite sides. Femi's leading Texas. I'm leading Ohio State. I think both of us, the line is pretty important. We could see this game going anyway. How do you break down Ohio State, Texas?
Well, first of all, before I even get into this game, whoever loses, if they can be in that 9 to 10 to 1 range to win the national title, they're going to be worth a look after this game. So wait for the dust to settle, because we're in the Mulligan era. You can lose 2, maybe even 3 games and still make the playoff. So don't think that the loser here is out of it. If anything, they're going to have more value in the futures market. But there's just a couple elements that I lean Texas here. I like Arch a little bit more than Sayan. I know that he has limited game experience, but Sayan's coming in totally green. I like Arch's upside as a runner. And Sark as a play caller, I think, just has a huge advantage in this game, because when you look at what he's going up against in this the Ohio State play callers are going up against this Texas defense. They have All-Americans at all 3 levels. They got Simmons on the edge. They got Hill Jr. at linebacker. You can take your pick, whether it's Taff or Muhammad in the secondary. That could be an All-American. And Kwiatkowski is just a great play caller defensively. Whereas Ohio State, all the reasons why I liked them last year, they had the best coordinator duo in the game with Knowles and Chip Kelly. They're both gone. So now to me, it's a massive downgrade to Patricia and Hartline. Hartline, really, this is his first rodeo of being a true play caller. Yes, he was a co-OC in most of the seasons prior, but essentially when he had an opportunity to call plays, Ryan Day stepped in and did that. So to me, there's more uncertainty with Ohio State. So I'm going to go ahead and fire in a pick on the Longhorns here. I think UT is the play. And as you guys were talking, in the previous segment, like, I don't know, Arch can be B+, A-, and then go to the playoff, or he could be an A+ Heisman candidate kind of guy, and this team could run away with a national championship. I'm leaning more towards him being the guy, having that in his DNA, just the way he's carried himself, the way that he looked in limited duty before. So I'm going to go with UT here and Sark.
Yeah, I think there might be an argument to be made that Arch might be C+ and Texas still makes the playoff. Like, I think that the roster around him is that good with what they've been able to build out there in Austin. This is You Better You Bet Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser. We're hanging out with Michael Calabrese, college football betting analyst for the Action Network, breaking down week 1. You can hit up Michael on Twitter at East Breeze. How about in Death Valley, LSU Clemson? You were telling us during the break you will be boots on the ground for this game. Absolutely looking forward to that coming up Saturday night. Clemson right now, 3.5, 4-point favorites at home. What's the bet in this one? How do you break down this game between the Tigers?
Well, first of all, if you want a free drink, meet me at SO Club Friday night. I'll buy one for you. Second of all, I look at this with LSU. How many times are we going to fall for this? The talent is clearly there. The offense is going to pop, but it's Brian Kelly in an opener. If you look at the 3 years that he's been the head coach at LSU, in the opener, they've averaged 22.5 points per game. That scoring average in that same window for the season goes up by 2 more touchdowns the rest of the way. So there's something fundamentally broken in terms of fall camp, in terms of how they prepare, because they come out of the gate cold. Nussmeier has made mistakes with the football. You saw it against USC. And when I look at this strikes me as one of those vintage Clemson teams, the 2018 team with the Power Rangers that won the national championship. This defensive line can flip this game. And when I look at it, if LSU is pressing because they're behind even, 3, 7, 10 points in this game, once Clemson knows that they have to throw the football, forget about all the eye candy, the perimeter weapons. This offensive line is green. Will Campbell is, in the NFL at left tackle. Nuss is not a mobile quarterback. So if he is under fire, will he finally turn a new leaf and stop with those turnover-worthy plays under pressure? Or is he the same guy who's going to give you 375 yards passing, 3 touchdowns, but maybe 3 turnovers? Because if that's the case, I think it'll be enough for Clemson to win, even with an offense that I kind of feel as though they don't need to be at that super elite level to win the ACC, to be in the playoff, but to win the national championship, they're going to need some of these perimeter weapons to grow up in a hurry. They got young guys at a lot of these skill positions. Are they able to step up against an LSU defense that truly reloaded? I have a little bit more faith in the LSU defense than I do their offense, because I think that bugaboo is going to be the offensive line. But if Harold Perkins Jr. and their transfer D-end at Florida State really pop in this game, this could be a low-scoring one, and that's how I'm playing it. I'm going to go under 57.5 for the total.
Michael, 2 other great games that we have this weekend with the same point spread at 2.5. I'll give you a would you rather. You tell me which favorite you would rather lay 2.5 with. Would you take Auburn at 2.5 against Baylor on Friday night, or would you take Notre Dame 2.5 at Miami on Sunday night?
I'm going to go with Auburn. I'm hoping that Jackson Arnold is the right answer at quarterback. I'm hoping that Cam Coleman just ascends to superstardom and becomes an absolute mismatch on the perimeter, because if he does and he has that gravitational pull, everything is a little bit easier for them offensively. Jackson Arnold was a 5-star kid for a reason. You saw him pop 2 years ago in that bowl game. And then last year, he was just under fire. Like, you almost need to just go ahead and take that tape and throw it away, because the offensive line was so poor. The injuries were mounting. So I think in terms of a line truly being off, there's a much better chance that Auburn is the class in this game than Notre Dame, who I'm not even playing, by the way. I think Miami is the side in that one, because when you look at what Notre Dame lost from a defensive coordinator perspective, this was their identity. Al Golden, to me, was a top 10 play caller on the defensive side of the ball in the entire country. Chris Ash, if I put together a DC power rating, he wouldn't be in my top 75. He really struggled later in his career when he was calling plays. So I was surprised to see them pull the trigger on him, and I think it could be a real downgrade for them defensively. And if that's the case, are they relying more on their offense? Can a freshman quarterback get it done for them on the road in a hostile territory? I think I'm going to go with the Canes here. I think the wrong team is favored in that one.
Ooh, rocking with Mario Cristobal, Carson Beck, and the Miami Hurricanes at home as a short home dog against the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. We got a few minutes left here, Michael. Wanted to get to some of your CFP picks, but we had to ask you, because we've been teasing it throughout the show, your dark horse bet in the Heisman Trophy market. Now, the top of the market, Arch Manning, you got Cade Klubnik, you got all the big-name quarterbacks that, of the Big Ten contenders. Who do you like in the Heisman Trophy market, and why?
So Jed Fish finally got his head coaching opportunity at University of Arizona. He goes down to the desert, some slow progress, and then all of a sudden it pops with the right undersized quarterback, Noah Fafita. He was a fringe Heisman candidate by the end of that season. He finished top 10 in QBR nationally. Then Fish goes to the Pacific Northwest. Fafita turns right back into a pumpkin. What does that tell me? That says to me that Fish knows exactly what he's doing with quarterback play. Now he has an even more highly touted quarterback, albeit undersized, in Damon Williams Jr. You saw what he did in that bowl game against Louisville, 422 total yards, 5 total touchdowns. This kid is a potential star, and he doesn't just have to do it on his own. The offensive line was already pretty good, but then they got beefed up in the portal. I think they're going to be able to protect him. Denzel Boston is a huge security blanket for him on the perimeter, a big-bodied wide receiver. He can just throw it up and let him go get the football. And then the balance offensively for Jonah Coleman running, I'd be surprised if he didn't go for 1,000 yards for a second straight season. So when I put it all together and I look at the price, 100-1, you got teams like Ohio State and Oregon coming to Husky Stadium. Sometimes people forget this team was in the national title game 2 years ago, and winning at Husky Stadium is difficult. I can already hear the air sirens going off in the distance. If any of those highly ranked teams stub their toe, they don't play well, that's the kind of win that can take you from a Heisman dark horse to a serious Heisman candidate overnight. So I'm going to go with Williams Jr. at 100-1.
I mean, that's music to my ears. I'm a Husky fan. So, I absolutely love that. And, to your point, I've covered many games at that stadium. It is loud. And when they are good, that place is great. Very difficult place to play. We got about 60 seconds to go here. Make the CFP market. That's another interesting one. Are you putting Washington in that mix, or how are you betting that? We got about 45 seconds left for the answer.
Yeah, I would certainly put them in there, anywhere between 7 and 9-1. I think it's enough to pull the trigger. I also think that the Big Ten, the way it's positioned this year, if Ohio State, replacing 8 starters on defense, takes a step back, all of a sudden, are they going to make the playoff? And if not, does that give an opportunity for another team to kind of come out of nowhere and take it? But then also, if they're losing 2 or 3 games, are they beefing up someone else's resume? Another team to consider, Iowa. They've done it for years with defense, with special teams. And for my money, at least in the transfer portal, they got one of the best quarterbacks that money can buy. Mark Gronowski, he won the Walter Payton Award, which is the FCS Heisman, 49-6 in multiple years at South Dakota State. The guy is a dog. And if this offense goes from C minus up to B plus with that defense and special teams, look out for the Hawkeyes.
Wow. Absolutely love it. So Iowa and Washington as some dark horse CFP picks. Damon Williams Jr. as a dark horse Heisman. He is Michael Calabrese, college football betting analyst for the Action Network. Hit him up on Twitter at East Breeze. Michael, good luck with the bets this season. We'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
And enjoy Clemson. Enjoy that LSU Clemson matchup. That will be quite be seen out there in Death Valley. On the other side, my CFP predictions for the upcoming college football season.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
What's interesting about this game is that the Sharps made their first move. I've got this up on the screen, 187, 188. So the initial total was 50.5, 5-0. and it got hit right away. And then you started to see the 49s go away, and now you're seeing the 48s go away. So even at 48, which is a pretty important number in football, those are disappearing. 47.5 at Chris, 47.5 at BetMGM, a whole bunch of 47.5s in the offshore market. Now, eventually there's going to be that buyback, naturally. If we get to 47 at any point this week, you're going to have some groups go, buy, and they're going to buy over. But this is that old sharp square thing. Like, do they really like the under, or do they really like the number? And more times than not, they're betting a number. So those guys that went under 50.5 and 50 did their jobs. It's never going to run the 46, 45.5. That's just not going to happen. But I wonder if we're going to see this close north of 48. I lean to the under in the game. Look, Texas has 4 new offensive linemen, and Ohio State is replacing its starting quarterback with a kid who's played a handful of games, Julian Sayin. Sure, the promise is there. The upside is there, but the production's not there. And he's got NFL receivers, of course. But this is an offensive team in Ohio State that lost a bunch of guys to the draft. I mean, you're replacing, some of your best receivers, and you're replacing your best running backs, and you're replacing your starting quarterback. The talent is there. We know the talent's there on offense. But I'm inclined to think that this move to the under is real. And while there may be buyback, I don't think I'd agree with it. I don't know that I'd go over 47. I missed the move under. I wanted 49 so bad, didn't get it. I'm kind of in a holding pattern right now, but this feels like, to me, a 24-20 game either way.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Let's go ahead and make it legendary for our number 3 of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Femi Abebefe alongside PJ Glasser, the Glass Man, filling in for Nick Costos. Nick will be back with us on Wednesday after enjoying some nice time off ahead of the football season. Nick will be holding things down. I'll be leaving on Wednesday. I won't be back. And the next time you'll see me will be next Wednesday. So peace out, y'all. I'm not going to be here. Going down to Cabo. No joke. Literally going down to Cabo next week. Or I should say this week, but all into next weekend. But anyways, because of that, I wanted to go out there and put out all of my college football predictions ahead of the official start to the regular season. I know we had week 0. It's a little bit of an appetizer, but let's be for real. Let's be honest. College football begins on Thursday and in earnest on Saturday when we get a full slate of great games on the docket, which we have been breaking down all throughout the last hour. So I want to go out there and give out the teams that I believe will win each Power 4 conference, and the teams I think will make it to the college football semifinals, and the team who will be lifting the trophy in January and having the confetti fall down on them as the CFP national champions. So I'll start off with the ACC. Seems pretty simple. As I love the lower from Mike Brown here, Femi's foresight. Mike Brown knows me, knows I love the alliterations. So I like where he's going with that one. But in the ACC, the Atlantic Coast Conference, who will win the ACC? It seems rather simple to me. I agree with the betting market. I don't see a legitimate challenger to the Clemson Tigers in this conference. Miami, I don't know, man. I don't see it with that team. I can't trust Mario Cristobal. Carson Beck, the next time he puts together a really good season will be the first time. Like, let's just be honest about what it's been with Carson Beck. It hasn't been that great. There's the potential. You see the flashes, but you don't see the consistency. And now here's a Miami offense that was historic last season, now having to turn over all that production, and it's supposed to work here in 2025. I'm skeptical of that. And also defensively, there's holes that you can poke into that defense. I think Miami's talented, but I don't think they're going to put it together to be a team that could give a legitimate challenge to the Clemson Tigers. And everyone else, they're not on that same level of playing field from a talent standpoint. So I think it's rather simple. I think Clemson is your ACC winner. I'm not saying that I would bet it at -110. If you want to parlay it, put it with some other stuff that you like in the NFL, Major League Baseball, WNBA, Premier League, our guy Tyler Morales, now the Premier League aficionado. If you want to get into all those other stuff, yeah, pair it with Clemson, because I think -110 is a very good bet. But I would not bet it straight, only as a parlay leg. I think Clemson wins the ACC. I think Clemson goes to the college football playoff once again. In the Big Ten, it's a little bit of more of a nuanced conversation in the Big Ten. I think it's a little bit more interesting because you do have multiple teams with national title expectations, and maybe even one team or two. I think they might be a dark horse out of the Big Ten. Ohio State, the defending national champions, are your favorites, +190. Penn State's at +240. Oregon, the defending Big Ten champions, are at +350. And then there's Michigan and USC, who are kind of in the mix. Michigan, oh, by the way, named Bryce Underwood their starter. We all felt he would be the starting quarterback, but he was officially named the starting quarterback last night. Bryce Underwood, who just turned 18 years old last week. A very, very young guy, but he's massive, big-time recruit. Excited to see him play for the Wolverines. But who I think will win this conference? Let's get down to brass tacks. It's a little bit of a different conversation. Is it going to be Oregon? No, I don't think Oregon's going to repeat as the winner. I think this conversation is between Ohio State and Penn State. I really do. I think Michigan, they're talented. There's a runway where they could potentially be in the mix. I don't see it, though. I think this is going to be more of maybe next year for the Michigan Wolverines. And who knows? This might be as good as it gets, because once we start to lose the Harbaugh guys, can Sharon Moore kind of keep the ship afloat? I guess we'll find out moving forward here. But I think Michigan will kind of be more talented team that's frisky, that could also challenge some of the big boys, but not good enough to actually win the conference. USC, no. None of these other dark horses I think will win it. So I think Ohio State and Penn State are your two teams that you have to wonder about. And the way I see this playing out, I think Ohio State wins the game in the regular season in Columbus, and I think Penn State gets their revenge in Indianapolis at the end of the season in the Big Ten title game. There's going to be so much pressure on Penn State in that game, so much pressure about, can James Franklin win against a top 5 team on the road? I just don't like that setup for Penn State. I think once it goes to Indianapolis, Franklin finally clears the Ohio State hurdle, and they beat the Buckeyes, and Penn State wins the Big Ten. You know how I feel about this Penn State team. I'm very much in love with them. The two teams right now, I have Clemson win the ACC, Penn State win the Big Ten. What do they both have in common? They're awesome in the trenches. Offensive line, defensive line, that's where they thrive. I think those two teams win their conferences. The SEC, our next conference here, I think that one's pretty simple as well for me. Now, there's really big-time teams in the SEC, of course. We know this is kind of perennially the best conference in America. Always produce the most NFL players, big-time recruits littered throughout the programs of the SEC. LSU is a hard write-off for me. No, it's not happening. I'm sorry. I know some people want to believe. I don't believe in the Baton Rouge program down there. I think that team is more so just fluff. I could see them being outside the top 25 by the time we're done with this season. I think this is going to be a disappointing year for the LSU Tigers. Texas A&M, I'll believe it when I see it. Not going to get there. Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin never wins serious games. He doesn't. He doesn't. I know they beat Georgia last year. Oh, my God, here they come. And then they went ahead and lost to Florida. What are we doing? I don't trust Ole Miss. Wouldn't trust them with your money. Alabama, you could convince me on Alabama, but I'm not going to go with the Crimson Tide. I'm going to go once again to a team that's going to dominate in the trenches. It's rather simple. Football, we try to make this a hard game. It's not that hard. And in college football, if you're dominant in the trenches, you have a very high floor and also a high ceiling. That's the Texas Longhorns, who are your favorite. I think Texas will win the SEC. Whether they beat Georgia or Alabama, might be Alabama because I'm not sold on Gunnar Stockton down there in Athens. I think Texas gets it done. Arch Manning, I don't want to put too much on him. I think he's going to be probably good. I don't know if he's going to be great, but good is just good enough for this Texas team with how much talent that they have. I think Steve Sarkisian brings an SEC title to Austin in Texas's second year in the conference. So give me the Texas Longhorns out of the SEC. Now, I saved the Big 12 for last because the Big 12 is probably the most difficult one to talk about because all of these teams are in the conversation. I mean, we just saw the game in Dublin this past Saturday of, all right, it's going back and forth. The ball's loose. Like, what's happening? It's just going to come down to who makes the fewest mistakes that's going to win. And it ended up being Iowa State, who's now 8-1, by the way, to win the Big 12. But there's one thing in college football that I think we're going to start to learn as we go deeper and deeper into this NIL era, this transfer portal era of college football. And I think it's going to be the best teams that money can buy are going to be the best teams. I'm going with Texas Tech. I think Texas Tech wins the Big 12. Now, they've gone about this in an unconventional way, just saying we're going to just dole out millions of dollars and try to put a roster together to win this conference. But guess what? In a conference where there's not really high-end talent, I know Arizona State's a formidable team. Sam Levitt's back. Kenny Dillingham's a great coach. I just don't think that they have the year-over-year talent that's required to win this conference. I think Texas Tech has that talent. Joey McGuire is going to be feeling the pressure. It is a hot seat in Lubbock because that booster program, Cody Campbell in particular, put a lot of money and resources into building a competitive program and a competitive team. I think it comes to fruition this year in a wide open conference. Give me the team that's doing something unlike the other teams and is doling out massive amounts of money, only of the likes that are seen in the SEC. I think Texas Tech is your Big 12 champion. And do they make a run in the CFP? No, they're not going to do that. But can they win the Big 12? Definitely. I like the Red Raiders to be your Big 12 champions and get it done down there in Jerry World in December. So to recap, the Power Four conference winners. I got Clemson in the ACC. I got Penn State in the Big 10. I have Texas in the SEC. And I have Texas Tech in the Big 12. Now, let's really get down to the big boys and the important matter here in terms of the bets and what we might like once we get to the CFP. So I want to break down just the semifinals. I don't really care about the quarterfinals and before that, but we'll get there when we get there. I think it's a waste of time trying to predict the entire bracket. But let's predict who will be in the Final Four and who will win the national title. This whole time, outside of the Big 12, I've been talking about trenches. I've been talking about teams that get it done, offensive line, defensive line. Quarterbacks, we're learning in college football, yes, they matter a great deal, and they're still the most valuable players, but the system matters almost just as much as these quarterbacks matter. So I think almost some of these guys, like, you can plug and play, and we're good to go, but the O-line, D-line is where things are really decided in college football. So for my first semifinal, I have Penn State taking on Notre Dame. I know the concerns about Al Golden now being with the Cincinnati Bengals. Maybe Notre Dame's defense takes a step back. They're still really, really good on that side of the ball. Marcus Freeman's a defensive-minded head coach. They have a bunch of talent with that defense. The offense, let's see what C.J. Carr can look like. But they're not going to ask too much of C.J. Carr because he's got probably the best running back in the country behind him in Jeremiah Love. I think Notre Dame is able to get to the CFP semifinals where they'll face Penn State in a rematch of last year's Orange Bowl that saw Notre Dame beat Penn State. This time, the Nittany Lions get their lick back. I like Penn State over Notre Dame in the first semifinal of the college football playoff. Semifinal number 2. The trenches matter. However, talent also matters. Give me Clemson against Ohio State in the second semifinal of the college football playoff. I have no Texas. You might say, hey, Femi, what the hell happened to Texas? I'm sorry. I got questions with Arch, man. I think the expectations might be too much. I think Steve Sarkisian going into that college football playoff, I don't think they can handle all that pressure. So I actually have Texas missing the semifinals and getting eliminated in the quarterfinals. Where have we seen that? I don't know. We just saw the number 1 seed last year get run off the field in the Rose Bowl. It's definitely possible in this new era of college football. So it's Clemson and it's Ohio State. I think Clemson's defensive line wins the day, and they take down the Buckeyes. Ohio State will still be really good. It sounds like we're pessimistic about the Buckeyes this year. Like, it's relative to market. That's where we're a little bit down on Ohio State. But just in the macro, they're going to be there in the end because they're a talented team, but they're not going to get to the CFP title game. I have Clemson over Ohio State. And then finally, with my national title game, Penn State against Clemson. Dabo said, bring your own guts, BYOG. But they're not bringing enough, not against this Nittany Lions team. Penn State finally gets over the hump, and it's coming out of my mouth, and I'm about to say it, and it might make me sick, but damn it, James Franklin is going to win the national championship this season. Penn State has the best combination of offensive line, defensive line, the best coordinator combination with Andy Kotelnicki at offensive coordinator, Jim Knowles coming over from Ohio State to be the defensive coordinator. That's the formula. That's how Ohio State win the title last year. That formula is a winning formula, and it will be a winning formula in Happy Valley as Penn State will be your national title winner when they beat Clemson coming up in January. PJ, I know I said a lot. Gave all my predictions. Tell me where you agree. Tell me where you disagree. But I'm rolling with the Nittany Lions, man. I think they get it done. They're 7-1 to win the title right now over at BetMGM.
Yeah, so let's start with the conferences. Clemson, I'm right there with you. I think it's going to be interesting who they play in the ACC title game. I think you could make a case for like Georgia Tech, SMU could play again, could have a rematch, maybe Louisville. But Clemson's a big favorite for a reason. So I agree with you there. Clemson's going to win the ACC. Penn State, I also agree. I do think that there could be like a long shot that maybe plays for the Big Ten title game. I like a lot what Michael was saying about Iowa, Washington, Nebraska, USC maybe. Like, I have a feeling one of those teams, Ohio State, I think they're going to lose to Penn State in the regular season. They also have that road trip to Seattle. Wouldn't be surprised if they get left out. Make the playoffs still, but don't play in Indy. But I do like Penn State to win it. SEC, I'm taking Georgia to win the SEC title game again. I, like you, am a little concerned about Gunnar Stockton. I'm just trusting Kirby Smart, though. They play Bama and Texas this year in the regular season. Both those games are in Athens, though. So I think they're going to get tiebreakers to get them to Atlanta. And when they get there, I think they take care of business. So I like Georgia. And then finally, the Big 12. I mean, good luck trying to pick the winner of this league. You're going with Texas Tech. I'm going to go with Baylor just because I like the schedule of Baylor and the way that their opponents line up. Their three hardest games in the Big 12 are all at home. Texas Tech's three hardest games are all on the road. Texas Tech has to play Utah, Arizona State, and Kansas State all on the road. Baylor gets those three same teams all at home. For me, that's the difference. So I like Baylor a little bit over Texas Tech. And then as far as your semifinals, national championship matchup is I do like Penn State as well, Femi. I think Penn State is going to win the national title. I got Penn State over Bama would be my title game. But yeah, as you know, I mean, I'm riding the Penn State wave with you. I love their offensive defensive combo that they have up front, the running back room. And, you know, a lot of people, when you tell them, oh, Penn State, if it's not James Franklin, it's do you trust Drew Aller? I didn't even really trust Will Howard last year. I didn't even really trust J.J. McCarthy the year before, but the coaching staff was so good and the team around them was so good that they were just the last team standing, and I kind of feel like Penn State's going to be that same way this year. So I'm with you. Penn State to win it all.
Everyone's a choker until they finally win. Think about how we were talking about Ryan Day heading into last season. Think about how we were talking about him after they lost to Michigan, and then 6 weeks later they won the national title. So, James, don't let us down, please. Just don't. Those are my college football predictions for the upcoming season. On the other side, we'll get to the big breaking news out of the National Football League. An edge rusher close to signing. We'll tell you who when we come back here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I liked a lot of bets, but I think I like this one the best. And it's plus money because that's where it starts for me. You are getting great value on one of the best teams in all of baseball. So we're going to go with the Brewers at home today on the run line for plus 118. I understand sometimes it's tricky betting home favorites on the run line, but still, this is the biggest, it feels like mismatch of the day. You have the Diamondbacks in town, which have not been one of the best teams in the National League, and I understand that Milwaukee's been on a bit of a slump lately, but I think it's a great buyback spot for a Milwaukee team that is just too good to keep losing these games. Also, you look at the starting pitcher matchup today, Brandon Woodruff, one of the veteran pitchers in Milwaukee's rotation, 4-1 this year with a 2.47 ERA. Meanwhile, Erod for the Diamondbacks this year is just 5-7 with a 5.40 ERA. I understand he had one good start over his last three, but that was against the Rockies. That is a far cry from what this offense brings to the table in Milwaukee. And plus, if you're looking for run line bets, you need an offense that can pile on the runs. The Milwaukee Brewers have the best run differential in all of baseball by a wide margin. So if there's ever a time for the Milwaukee Brewers to rebound, it's at home where they have been fantastic this year. 43-22, they've been greatest favorites, 47-22, and overall on the run line this year, 73-58. So let's go Milwaukee on the run line for plus money today at plus 118.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet here on a Monday on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser hanging with you guys this afternoon. A lot of football that we've been discussing throughout this afternoon. College football, a little NFL. Well, PJ, we actually got some breaking news as we were heading to break in the last segment out of the National Football League, as we have an all-pro edge rusher back on the field signing. Who is it? It's not Micah Parsons. It's Cincinnati Bengals edge rusher Trey Hendrickson, as Trey Hendrickson and the Cincinnati Bengals are reportedly closing in on an agreement that will get Hendrickson a new contract for this upcoming season. It appears the two sides have come up with the one-year solution to put Hendrickson back on the field. I'm assuming he's going to get a nice little pay raise, but will still be a free agent coming up in March. So Hendrickson, entering his age 31 season, turns 31 in December, will be back on the field, ending his hold-in / holdout / trade request / teams now interested in Trey Hendrickson. The whole saga is now over. Trey Hendrickson, the league's leader in sacks last year, back with the Bengals defense. And I've been very critical of this defense. I still think they're going to stink, with Trey Hendrickson, but you'd rather have him on the field than him be on the sidelines or up in the owner's suite. So a nice day for the Cincinnati Bengals, as typically things play out. Once you get through training camp and all the preseason games, guys sign their deals, teams come to agreements, and guys play, because nobody wants to miss game checks. And it sounds like the game check for Trey Hendrickson will be a lot bigger than it was last year, PJ, as Hendrickson comes to an agreement with the Cincinnati Bengals. Your thoughts with this saga now coming to a close out of Cincinnati?
Yeah, they're saying 1 year, $30 million deal, Femi.
Ooh,
so he's going to be in. He's going to be in. Yeah, Schefter reporting that he's going to be an unrestricted free agent again after this season. He gets a $14 million raise. So, they were talking about earlier, and we talked about earlier in the show, they were finding kind of ways to maybe restructure the deal, and they were looking at, because like you said, Trey Hendrickson, I mean, this is kind of the peak he is as a player. So giving him more money in the first couple years if it was a long-term deal. Instead, they only go with a 1 year deal. But the Bengals got what they wanted in the end, right? I mean, all those guys that were free agents or they were looking to extend, at least for this season, they got it all done. And they got Higgins and Chase locked up long-term. They'll figure it out with Hendrickson next year. Probably going to draft another edge rusher in the draft again next year to fill the slot for Hendrickson. Or maybe, Femi, if the wheels fall off the bus this year for the Bengals, maybe they just decide to trade him, middle of the year potentially. A lot of different ways that they can go. But like you said, Bengals, they got better, getting the sack leader in the NFL last year back out on the field. So that's definitely going to help them in week 1. And Cincinnati, they're running it back from last year. With Hendrickson back, it's not like a needle mover at all. Now it's not like, oh, now the Bengals are good enough to go to the Super Bowl. Still feel the same way about them that I did when we talked earlier. They can get to the playoffs. They can win a game, maybe 2, but I don't think they can get to a Super Bowl or win a Super Bowl. I think the ceiling for the Bengals, best case scenario, probably AFC title game.
So does it make you want to bet anything Cincinnati related? Because you're a lot more bullish on this team than I am. I was looking at the week 1 market for their game next Sunday against the Cleveland Browns. That sounds great to say out loud. Their game next Sunday. I love that. But the Bengals right now, 6-point favorites on the road, total 46.5. Does it make you want to do anything with that game? Anything in the make-miss playoff market? Sounds like you're more bullish on them making the playoffs than I am to win the division. Is there anything Cincinnati that you would like to bet now that Hendrickson, there's no more uncertainty, he is signed, sealed, and delivered, will be on the field in 2025?
No, nothing I want to bet with the Bengals that this news, now is a new bet I want to put in. That week 1 game's an interesting one because Burrow always struggles in Cleveland. I think that's well documented. He just struggles against the Browns in general, but definitely struggles in Cleveland. The week 1 woes of Cincinnati, obviously, they're trying to change that with how much they played their guys in the preseason. I think the Bengals are just a good teaser leg, Femi, right? Down to -6. I know that's going to be popular. It's a dangerous game to play, but I really think that's the best call with Cincinnati. I would lay the 6 with them first before I would take Cleveland. I think week 1, AFC North, you take those home dogs more often than not, you're usually going to be profitable, but it feels like going into week 1 a lot of the times we haven't viewed the Bengals like we view them going into this week 1 now. I think that Patriots loss last year was kind of the final straw for a lot of people where it's like, I'm never betting the Bengals again in week 1, especially if they're a big favorite. Here we are again, right? I mean, you know how this works. So many people, myself included, got screwed by the Bengals last year in Survivor because I took them week 1 against the Patriots. You don't think people remember that? You don't think they're looking at that week 1 game against Cleveland going, well, if they would have taken care of business against New England last year, I probably would have come right back with them this year, but I've been burned by that, so I'm not doing it. And I think that thought is going to keep a lot of people off of Cincinnati. And again, the history that Burrow has against Bengals. So I kind of see an opportunity with the Bengals in that game. If this game was played in week 8, week 9, I think we'd view it totally different. But week 1 game, I actually think people might be on the Browns, and I kind of am leaning Cincy, but I think the teaser just is the way to go in that game.
So maybe teasing, a non-traditional teaser. You don't want the math nerds to start yelling at you here, PJ, if you're teasing from 6 down to pick them, but a non-traditional teaser is what we have here. So Trey Hendrickson gets his deal. I just saw this from Schefter. Sounds like the deal includes a $1 million incentive that he would collect if he plays 60% of the plays and the Bengals make the playoffs. Hey, Bengals make the playoffs, stays relatively healthy. An extra cool $1 million in there for Trey Hendrickson. I don't think he's going to get that because I don't think they're going to make the playoffs, but good that he got that in his deal nonetheless there. So, sounds like you wanted the multi-year deal, and this is what they came up with. And I think if you're Trey Hendrickson, it's, I guess, kind of a prove-it deal, but at a very, very high price. And if you're the Cincinnati Bengals, let's keep him for 2025, and we'll figure out 2026 in March. But we don't want to lock him up long-term, which I actually agree with. And I usually don't agree with the Bengals front office, but this I do think is good business. You don't want that guy out there for age 33, age 34 seasons, and all of a sudden he's just like an okay player as opposed to being a guy that could lead the league in sacks. So, PJ, real quick before we get to Tyler Morales with his victory lap with Tommy Fleetwood and Jake Hassan talking a little bit of baseball, we now have Terry McLaurin signed today. James Cook signed a couple of weeks ago. Hendrickson's now done and all good. Micah Parsons is still out there as a hold-in. When do you think the Parsons deal gets done? Is it this week? Is it next week? Does he miss a game? When does it get done? When can we end the Micah Parsons conversations off the field and can focus on the guy who's right now the favorite to be the defensive player of the year?
What's your over-under that you're setting? Or can we, are we throwing out 5 p.m. Eastern time Sunday? What's kind of are you thinking Friday, next Monday? What would be your over-under?
I would put it at Friday. I think Friday's a really good day to put it at. Friday 5 o'clock Eastern. Will it be before then or after then?
I think it's going to be after. I would go over. Because I think it's going to be over the weekend, or I even think it could be early that week, like Monday, Tuesday. See, Jerry, I think some of these other teams and owners and front offices, right, it's like a domino effect. I don't think that's a coincidence, Femi, that McLaurin signs his deal and Hendrickson's 3-4 hours later. I don't think that's a coincidence. Jerry doesn't strike me as a guy who's oh, man, Washington signed Terry, Bengals signed Hendrickson. Now we got to get this deal done with Park. He's in his own world, doing his own thing. He's got a process that works for him. He's done plenty of these deals. I don't think he's affected by any of this stuff. So Parsons going to get signed. He's going to make his money. But I don't think this process rushes Jerry. I would still go over. I think he gets signed Sunday, Monday, maybe even Tuesday of next week would be my guess.
So, and Bill, our executive producer, put into the chat here, talking about how the news cycle is going to flow over the next week or so. And I think it's something you want to keep in mind. Obviously, everyone's talking about the player cuts, and then Wednesday, Thursday, we're going to get more Micah Parsons. What the hell is going to go on with him? Friday is heading into a holiday weekend, which traditionally is not when you want to put something out there. If you want something to be big news, you're going to put it out there and avoid holiday weekend. So you're not going to want Friday. To your point about it being after Friday, 5 p.m., couldn't you just see, though, Jerry Jones trying to steal the headlines from college football?
Of course.
I could literally, I could picture it now. Third quarter, Texas, Ohio State. Breaking news from all the insiders as if an atom bomb just went off. Micah Parsons, 4 years, $160 million, whatever the terms are. I could see that actually happening to where Jerry's you know what? We're going to get this thing done, and we're going to announce it Saturday afternoon while UT is playing Ohio State. I don't know. He marches to his own beat. I don't think he thinks that he needs to avoid any other news items. I think he thinks he is the news item. So I don't know if I'd factor in what else is going on around the rest of the sports world right now. I think Jerry knows when Parsons signs, it's going to be the biggest story in sports that day, barring anything catastrophic happen.
Agreed. Oh man, you're right. I mean, I could see it during college football Saturday where
big noon kickoff. We're watching Texas Ohio State and Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, Tom Pelissero, Micah Parsons signed, sealed, and delivered. The saga is over. It's gonna happen at some point.
Especially during a Texas game too. I mean, would just be so cruel because obviously there are a ton of Longhorn fans that are Dallas Cowboy fans. So that would be something that wouldn't shock me if Jerry would do, but I'm thinking over Friday, this weekend, or Monday or Tuesday. But him rushing this, getting it done later tonight, tomorrow, I don't think that's happening.
We have some more breaking news out of the NFL here, PJ. How about this one from Jordan Schultz, NFL Insider? The Raiders are signing wide receiver Amari Cooper to a 1-year deal. This is coming off the heels of what we talked about earlier in the show. Jacoby Myers of the Raiders requested a trade because he wants a new contract. He's set to make $10.76 million in 2025, but the Raiders and Myers can't come to some sort of an agreement. There's no contract extension on the table, so Myers wants out. The Raiders respond by saying, well, guess what? We're going to bring back Amari Cooper, where it all began with the Raiders organization. So Amari Cooper on a one-year deal. What does he have left in the tank? Minimal. I think that gas tank is on like the 1 quarter left. We might even be getting close to EPJ, but Amari Cooper will now be in the silver and black once again, signing with the Raiders as he's missed all of training camp. I'm assuming he's been training in Florida, wherever he's been hanging out, but he will now be with the Raiders and helping out that pass catching core.
Yeah, this is like when the Ravens signed DeAndre Hopkins this offseason. You know, it's like a once great wide receiver. He was awesome in his prime, but now it's just, you know, the end is near. But it is interesting from a standpoint how the Raiders are doing business, right? How they're operating. Like, they are no nonsense. We saw it with Christian Wilkins, Jacoby Myers. You want to request a trade? Cool. We'll go out and get Amari Cooper. Now, that necessarily doesn't mean that it's a done deal. Jacoby is going to get moved, but certainly bringing in, you know, another wide receiver and some more reinforcements tells you that they're certainly entertaining the right idea, and maybe he struck a nerve, but yeah, that is interesting that the Raiders moved that quickly after the trade request to go get another wide receiver.
Yeah, Amari Cooper played in 14 games last season. Barely got over 500 yards, 547 yards, 4 touchdowns, 12 yards per reception. That was playing with the reigning MVP, Josh Allen.
Yeah.
That was his numbers. And you know what? I get it. Like, the game is the game, and people got to frame things certain ways because, you know, the agents out there texting folks. But, like, this is not big-time pass-catching help for the Raiders as it's being framed right now. Like, it is not that. Like, that's not what this is. This is the Raiders bringing in a body for a guy that is on the last legs of his NFL career. That's what this is. So Amari Cooper going over to the Las Vegas Raiders. They were in Oakland the last time he was with them. But now with the Las Vegas Raiders, the team that drafted him back in 2015. I did see this, and Bill put this in the chat. Diana Rossini saying the Bengals offered 3 years, $95 million for Trey Hendrickson, but only 1 year guaranteed, which is why we had this standoff between Hendrickson and the Cincinnati Bengals. But that's now over. Now he gets his 1 year, 30. That I think is a much better situation for Cincinnati. I'm sorry, I just saw a tweet. It's just the Bengals signed Jamar Chase, they signed T. Higgins, they signed Trey Hendrickson. The Bengals did it all. They also had all 3 of those guys on the team last year, and they missed the playoffs. Like, all right, you know, hey, hey, we got everyone. All the guys that we sucked with a year ago, they're back. Not to say that you're not going to sign those guys; those are all great players. But like, come on, man! Like let's stop with the nonsense. So Hendrickson signed. We have Hendrickson with the Bengals. Amari Cooper now with the Las Vegas Raiders. And unfortunately, we did not have enough time to talk about golf or baseball. But we will say congratulations to our guy Tyler Morales for hitting Tommy Fleetwood. Did you have Fleetwood? Any Fleetwood for you this weekend, PJ, or was that just a Tyler solo mission?
No, took him top 5. Wish I had him outright. Couldn't pull the trigger on that, but I mean, kudos to Tyler, man. To have a win ticket on Tommy when he actually does the job would be like hitting James Franklin when he wins the national championship, Femi. So, as we were telling ourselves during break, if Tommy Fleetwood can win a golf tournament, James Franklin can win a national championship. Let's just get nuts in the year 2025 into 2026.
You're damn right.
Come on.
You're damn right. And maybe, PJ, the New York Mets can win a World Series. Maybe that's on the table.
It's not happening.
Never say never. We'll break down the biggest stories in baseball with Robert Flores of MLB Network coming next up here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
If you're worried about Scary Terry being back with the Commanders, worry no more. 3-year extension worth $96 million. So Terry McLaurin will stay Commander. So in that division, what about Parsons? That's the question.
They always They always thought Terry would be there. I don't think anybody around that building thought that he was going to leave. It was just a matter of making both sides happy. They are trying to build around their superstar quarterback. And you brought this up earlier. That defense is getting older. I know that you have a long shelf life, ideally, with Jaden Daniels, but they feel like with the team they have and building off of what they did last year, they feel like they have a Super Bowl window in the next 3 years. So they wanted to make sure that everything around Jaden Daniels stayed the same or got better. You don't get better by losing Terry McLaurin. So this always felt like it was inevitable that they would bring him back.
Yep. You had to. Based on every move that you made, and with Jaden Daniels, like you mentioned, you had to bring Scary Terry back. 5 1,000-yard seasons. He's back with the Commanders, so no concerns there with their wide receiver one.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Monday on You Better You Bet. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser hanging out with you guys here on the BetMGM Network. 20 minutes from now, we'll begin the Power Hour as we break down all the line movement for Week 1 in the NFL season. Absolutely fired up for football to be back in our lives. We have a game coming up next Thursday. The Sunday slate less than 2 weeks away. Can't wait to get into all of that coming up to begin the 6 o'clock hour. But joining us right now, a real treat for us here on You Better You Bet to help us tackle some big picture baseball topics. It is the host of MLB Central on MLB Network, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern. It is Robert Flores who's joining us here on You Better You Bet. For those who have not seen the show, I'll say this, and I said it at the start of the show, and I'll say it again here with Robert on with us. I think that MLB Central is the best morning sports show, period. What the job that he and Lauren Shahadi do with Mark DeRosa, it's awesome. The trio is going to be on the call for Thursday's Phillies-Braves game, a part of MLB Network's showcase package. You can hit him up on Twitter at RoFlo. Robert, welcome to You Better You Bet. How you doing on this Monday afternoon?
Doing great. And with that introduction, I think I need to come back more often.
Hey, I'm just being honest about it. I have it on all the time. MLB Central is awesome. You guys make it fun. I'm a big football fan, but I like baseball. But like the fact that you guys make it fun makes me want to tune into it as opposed to some of the other morning shows that we have on the menu. So you guys do an awesome job. Absolutely looking forward to your guys' game coming up on Thursday. And let's start there with the Philadelphia Phillies, because unfortunately we all got the news Saturday that Zach Wheeler is going to be out for the next 6 to 8 months. Maybe he comes back for opening day in 2026, but for the 2025 Phillies, he's not going to be there in October. Can the Phillies still win the pennant without Zach Wheeler?
I think they can, and they're one of the few teams that can withstand this type of loss. Christopher Sanchez is pitching like a Cy Young candidate. Ranger Suarez has pitched really well recently. Jesus Luzardo has been solid. And then I think the X factor is Aaron Nola. The veteran, it's been a lost season in a lot of ways for him, but he pitched well in his last time out. So he might be that X factor for the Phillies moving forward.
Robert, looking at that, at the Mets in that same division, do you think they're going to be able to hold that final NL wildcard spot? Do you think Cincinnati jumps them? How do you see that playing out over the last 5 weeks of the season?
If I had to pick, I would go Mets. I believe their lineup. I believe in their lineup. I believe in their offense more than I do Cincinnati's. But that rotation has been a real problem, especially recently. And if that doesn't get fixed, then they've got some real problems. They need some depth. They need some length, from their starting rotation. Hell, they need depth too. They just need to be better with their starting pitching.
This is You Better You Bet. Femi and Bebefe, PJ Glasser. We're hanging out with Robert Flores of MLB Central on MLB Network. Make sure you check that out. He, Lauren Shahadi, Mark DeRosa, 10 to noon Eastern. You can hit up Robert on Twitter at RoFlo. So you mentioned the Mets and what they need. How do you see the NL West playing out? Because we just had the series over the weekend, Dodgers and the Padres. Everyone was watching that. And now, as we head here toward the final 4.5 weeks of the regular season, both teams tied at 74 and 57. We have a legitimate race in this division. Not sure many people thought that heading into this year. Who do you think will win the NL West and why?
Boy, that's a really great question. I mean, the Dodgers right now, they own the tiebreaker over the San Diego Padres. So that is essentially a one-game lead for the Dodgers in the division. The Padres certainly got better past the post-deadline. I would give the edge ever so slightly to the Los Angeles Dodgers. That being said, both of these teams are going to get into the postseason, and I think they're two of 7 to 10 teams that I think could win the World Series this year.
Yeah, looking at some of those other teams, Robert, certainly the Brewers, I mean, they have the most wins, the best record in all of baseball. Do you worry that the Brewers peaked a little bit too early, though? They're 4-6 in their last 10 games after going on that 14-game win streak. Do you think they can find it again come October? Do you worry that they maybe peaked a little too early?
No, I don't worry too much about that. I think that they can find it again. And you're right, they've lost back-to-back series for the first time since June. Look, you can't stay that scorching white hot, So look, they come back down to earth a little bit, but I have no reason to believe that they can't get it cranked up again. The thing that worries me about the Brewers is postseason baseball. We've seen it in the last few years. The teams that out-homer their opponents win postseason games. They win titles. The Brewers aren't necessarily built that way. Can they string together hits like they do in the regular season? Can they do it again in the postseason? I don't know. I'll have to wait and see.
I mean, I feel like that's such an interesting way to phrase it here because, most people see the Brewers look at all the fundamentals, look how they play baseball. But then once again, as we've been saying on this show for a good portion of the summer, we can't trust the Brewers because of what has happened in postseasons past. I mean, we all remember Devin Williams giving up the homer to Pete Alonso last year in the wild card game. There's just so many disappointments in October for this team. Do you think that this team is a little bit different? I know you mentioned how they go about their business and scoring runs, but just psychologically, can this team get over that hurdle of all of the past failures in October?
Yeah, that's not really something that I worry about when I look at this version of the Milwaukee Brewers. Yeah, maybe they don't have the power numbers like I was talking about earlier, but they don't beat themselves. They take the extra base, they catch it, they throw it, and they have a lot of qualities that you want in a team that can make a deep run to the postseason. I love the starting rotation. I love the bullpen. But like I said, the only question I have is offensively. Can they perform at the highest level during the postseason? But I don't have any concerns about any sort of postseason hangovers when it comes to the Bruins.
Robert, looking at the AL West, the Astros have a 2-game lead over the Mariners. Those teams have kind of been going back and forth a little bit during the second half. Do you think Houston, you think they hold off Seattle yet again for another year to win another division title, or do you think Seattle finally wins that division this year?
I think this series, this division is going to come down to a 3-game set next month in Houston. It's the last time that those two teams will meet one another. The tiebreaker advantage also hangs in the balance. And I'm assuming that series is going to determine who wins the AL West. On paper, there's no reason. I think on paper you can make the case, and a very strong one, that the Seattle Mariners have the most complete team in the American League. I still can't believe that they're 2 back of the Astros, considering all the injuries that they've had. Considering Yordan Alvarez hasn't played since May, they just lost their closer, Josh Hader, for the rest of the regular season. But yet the Astros still have a 2-game advantage on the Mariners. I honestly don't know who's going to win. Like I said, I think it comes down to that 3-game set next month in Houston.
Staying with the Mariners here, Robert, I mean, over the weekend, Cal Raleigh just hit the most home runs that we've seen a catcher hit in Major League Baseball history in a season. Cal Raleigh, very much in the MVP conversation with Yankees slugger Aaron Judge, who's, working his way back from the IL stint with the elbow injury. Right now, as it stands here on August 25th, who do you think is the front runner for the American League MVP? Is it Aaron Judge or is it Cal Raleigh?
I think it's still Aaron Judge. However, it's getting really, really close to being a toss-up. When you consider that Cal Raleigh is hitting home runs at a prolific rate, and prior to yesterday, he had been kind of scuffling a little bit. But when you look at his numbers, when you look at it, considering he's doing it from the catching position, and also take into consideration Aaron Judge's injuries here recently, that has prevented him from playing in the field. So does that hamper his candidacy in some form or fashion? I think that if the Mariners can find a way to win that division, I think that could boost Raleigh a little bit. I still lean Aaron Judge, but the gap has definitely narrowed between the two.
Which of those wild card teams in the American League do you think could be the most dangerous come October? If it stays like it is, Robert, with Boston, New York, and Seattle, which of those teams do you think could maybe cause the most damage?
I'm going to go Boston. I picked the Red Sox to play the Phillies in the World Series before the season began, so I'm going to stick with that pick. Obviously, like I said, I love the Mariners lineup. I love their starting rotation, the back end of the bullpen. The offense has gotten better. But there's something – the Red Sox are explosive, man. And, look, they've got a Cy-Young candidate at the top of their rotation in Garrett Crochet. If they can get some depth behind them in the rotation, I like what they can do, especially when you consider Aroldis Chapman. I mean, he is every bit as good as he was during his prime. I mean, hell, he might still be in his prime. So if you're asking for an AL wildcard team that can make a deep run as it stands now, I'll take the Red Sox.
And Boston right now, I mean, the way that they've been playing and what they did to the New York Yankees over the weekend, hard to argue with the Boston Red Sox as it stands right now. Robert, we have a little bit of time left. I want you to let our audience know what you guys will be up to Thursday. I know you're going to be on the call for the game. Anything special a part of the MLB Network showcase? I know it'll be you and Mark DeRosa and Lauren Shahadi doing the Phillies and the Braves. Kind of just promote what you guys will have coming up later on this week.
Well, we're hoping to take a little bit of what we do on MLB Central and take it into the play-by-play booth a little bit. It is going to be slightly different, but obviously we still honor the game and honor the players and want to call it the we're not going to do anything too crazy, but we are eager to take what we do there in Studio 21 and bring it to the evening time for a game. So I know we've got a production meeting tomorrow, and we're going to hammer out some things and decide exactly what we want to do, but we're really looking forward to it. This is our second time doing it. We did it last year in Kansas City, so we're definitely excited to be able to do it again.
And we'll be excited to watch it. Once again, Robert Flores, MLB Central and MLB Network, does a great job with Lauren Shahadi, Mark DeRosa. The trio will be on the call for Thursday's Phillies-Braves game as part of MLB Network's Showcase package. Robert, we appreciate you taking the time to hang with us this afternoon. Be well, and we hope to talk soon.
Thank you very much. Anytime, guys. Enjoy the week.
It's Robert Flores of MLB Network. On the other side, dun, 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 dun. I think it moved. NFL Week 1, it moved to begin the Power Round.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
During the draft, is the NFL colluding against Shedeur Sanders? Is the NFL colluding?
It's an actual story.
Yes, it was.
People are saying this.
I know. And do I think Shedeur should have been drafted higher? Yes, I do. But he fell to the 5th round. What was it last week? Is Dylan Gabriel trying to throw shade at Shedeur Sanders? Then that was a thing. And then this week, it's something new. Is Kevin Stefanski screwing Shedeur? He's a 2-time NFL Coach of the Year. No, he's not. Shedeur Sanders was what? 3 of 6, 14 yards, got sacked 5 times. He didn't look good. Looked great previously. He's been battling injury as well. And also, I think this was, like you were saying, it's a preseason game. No one thought the Browns were going to cut Shedeur. Obviously, they were going to keep him. So Shedeur's struggling. Let's put Snoop in here for the final drive. Get him something on tape. Probably not going to keep him. It's the freaking preseason. But if you go back to the draft, it's always something. Oh, is Shedeur getting a raw deal? Is Shedeur getting a raw deal? Look, at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, he is a 5th-round pick. If you disagree with that, fine. But if his name wasn't Sanders, you wouldn't be worried about what the Browns were doing with a 5th-round pick in a preseason game.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, bring it up, Jake. Let's go. Power Hour. Femi Abebefe alongside PJ Glasser. PJ's been rocking it for the first 3 hours, filling in for our guy, Nick Costos. Nick will be back with us on Wednesday, enjoying some nice time off before the football season begins. But the Glass Man has been holding things down through the first 3 hours of the program. And guess what? We have a great final 60 minutes of the program on deck for you guys as well. All of our bets from across the world of sports, aka Major League Baseball and the WNBA. Those are the two that we have tonight. So MLB, WNBA bets coming up in 40 minutes with our Power Hour plays. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by the whale capper, Drew Dinsick, of NBC Sports Bet, co-host of the Deep Dive podcast, going to help us break down the National Football League, as well as what's happening over at Flushing Meadows for the U.S. Open, the final Grand Slam of the year. In tennis, we'll get Wales' best bets, who he likes to maybe win the tournament for the men's and the women's. I want a fun future to sweat. So I'm hoping Whale can hook us up with one that we can sweat and watch over the next couple of weeks. So Drew Dinsick joins us in about 20 minutes. But PJ, we begin this fourth hour, the final hour of You Better You Bet, celebrating the National Football League, because as we've been talking about all throughout the show today, we got a full slate coming up next Sunday, baby. We got a full slate. Get the YouTube multi-view on the Sunday ticket ready to roll. I tweeted yesterday, I'm like, man, that YouTube multi-view, it's going to hit like crack once we get to 1 o'clock Eastern, man. Like, I am fired up for that. I got two screens, get a quad box on one screen, quad box on another, iPads working. We're going to have the entire slate ready to roll. And to celebrate week one coming up in less than 2 weeks, we wanted to hit you guys with an updated thought, because there's no more preseason games. We just have the regular season to look forward to, which means the betting market has been moving. So let's celebrate with an updated week one edition of NFL It Moved.
I think it moved. I think it moved. I think it moved.
It moved.
Oh, baby. PJ, let's go, man. Let's go. It gets you fired up for the NFL regular season. And we will begin this edition of It Moved with the game to kick off the 2025 regular season in the city of brotherly love, where it will be banner night for the Philadelphia Eagles, who will play host to the rival Dallas Cowboys. Now, right now, over at BetMGM, the Eagles, a 7-point favorite, sitting at -105, the total of 46. But over the weekend, PJ, we saw some 6.5s populate to where we almost got to a point where it was 6.5 across the board. When that happened, bang, all the Philly money came in and took it right back to a full touchdown. What are your thoughts on the line movement with the side between the Cowboys and Eagles opening night next Thursday?
Yeah, I'd like to thank all those people that came in and bet Philly at 6.5 that pushed this thing back out to the key number, because I am on the Cowboys +7, Femi. I think it's a real good number, grabbing Dallas at the 7. Look, divisional matchup, and this is one of those rivalries where I feel like the road team tends to play better. Dallas, whenever they go into Philly, it feels like they play them a lot better than when they play them at home in Jerry World. So Look, Dak coming back from the injury. First game for Schottenheimer. Hopefully Micah Parsons is out there. George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb on the outside. I just think Dallas is going to play free. You have Philly bringing in a new offensive coordinator. We'll see what that looks like. A little bit of a Super Bowl hangover potentially in the first game is always a possibility. But at the end of the day, this is a divisional matchup. You're getting 7 points with Dallas, and I like them in this game, Femi. I think they're going to be able to keep it close. Obviously, a lot of familiarity there on both sides. So at 6.5, I still lean towards Dallas, but now that we're getting the 7 again, I like the Cowboys. That's a bet for me at +7.
How much do you trust Brian Schottenheimer? Because we have to remember, this is now a first-time head coach making his coaching debut on the road at a division rival who, oh, by the way, just won the Super Bowl this past February. Do you think that Coach Schotty, because it's a lot of points, you're getting 7. If this is McCarthy and I'm getting 7, bang, easy bet. But Schotty, a little bit more uncertainty as to what this will be. Could be good, could be bad, could be in the middle. But are you a little bit hesitant with Brian Schottenheimer on the sidelines leading this thing for the Cowboys?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think anybody that tells you they wouldn't be would be lying, right? But I also think that's built into the handicap. To your point, McCarthy was the head coach, Femi. I think this line's maybe 6, maybe even 5.5. With Schottenheimer, I think it's 7. I think that's worth a full point. Just the unknown. It's his first game as an NFL head coach. You're on the road in a hostile environment, massive rivalry game. You're facing the Super Bowl champs, all of those things. So I think it is built to the line. But I also like the fact that none of us know how the Schottenheimer experience is going to go, especially in week 1. Dallas is going to be throwing the ball all over the yard. I think Dak's going to look good. I think Dallas is going to play really well in a game like this. So, look, week 1, Femi, these things could go a bunch of different ways. Baltimore and Kansas City went wire to wire. Right down to the end. Detroit went into Kansas City the year before, and they beat them. So these last few years, these teams, these road teams have gone in to Kansas City, who's obviously won the previous 2 before Philly, and they've played them pretty tough. I think Dallas is going to do the same thing again. 7 is a lot of points, and we're getting a competent underdog in Dallas. It's not like we're betting one of the worst teams in the league and we have to just hope and pray. We're getting a solid team that should put up some points and I think can keep it within the number.
Yeah, you just mentioned it right there. Should put up some points. I think for me, the bet is the over. That's what I like in this game. And it looks like there's interest on the under because I do see at a pretty prominent sports book, 45.5. That's the first 45.5 I've seen all offseason. 46 is the consensus, but if that thing keeps trickling down, I will be there with my money before kickoff to bet it over. I think if Dallas is going to be competitive, it has to go over because the Cowboys defense, they ain't got nothing for the Philadelphia Eagles offense. That's a mismatch on that side of the ball. So if you like Dallas, PJ, I'd almost tell you, hey, bet Dallas as well, but also bet the over because that's the way the Cowboys keep the game competitive. Let's go over to Brazil. Shout out to Fast 5. The best of the Fast and the Furious movies. Fast 5, I will go to my grave and say that was an awesome one. But in Brazil, Friday night, Chiefs at the Chargers, at putting in quotes because it's a neutral site, out there in Sao Paulo. Kansas City, 3 heavily juiced, -120 over at BetMGM. Total sitting at 46, but the total is what has moved, has gone up from 45 over the weekend to now 46. PJ, side total, what do you make of Friday night? The Brazil game between the Chiefs and the Chargers.
So I would like the over in this game if we're looking at the total. You saying it did move. I would look at the over 46. When these two teams, when we got our game last year in Brazil with the Packers and the Eagles, that was a high-scoring affair. The footing was an issue. Both quarterbacks were turning the ball over, but were also throwing touchdowns. Running backs were running wild. And I'm expecting a big year from that Chiefs offense. I think getting embarrassed in the Super Bowl, Mahomes finally having a good group of wide receivers for the first time in a little bit. I think Kansas City's going to put up some points this year. I think Mahomes is going to win MVP. I think that starts in week 1. So I do like the over in that game. I also like Kansas City on the money line. I think putting them in a parlay is a really good bet. I'll never trust Justin Herbert in a game like this. Neutral site game, prime time, kick off the season against your division rival. For me, this is Mahomes and Andy Reid all day. Minus 185 money line. I think it's a good parlay piece, but I do like that over 46 as well.
Going with Mahomes doing MVP. That's interesting. And you've been the MVP whisperer. Like, for folks who are not familiar with it, before the season starts, whoever the glass man says is going to win the MVP has gone on to win the MVP. We'll see if you can do it once again here in 2025. But I don't hate it because it does feel like Mahomes is like angry. And he looked pretty good Friday night against the Chicago Bears. Everyone's been like, oh, Lamar's the best. Josh Allen's the best. No, it's actually the guy that wears number 15 for the Kansas City Chiefs. The guy that, I don't know, wins all the Super Bowls. He seems to be the best to me. For me, I want to bet the under, but you bring up good points about the field and the surface. Man, I don't know about this Chargers offense, you know? Like, that's what scares me a little bit, to where I think this could go under, but let's see if maybe people continue to play the surface angle. Maybe this goes up to like a key number of 47, then I could play under that. But right now it's a lean to the under for me in the Brazil game Friday night. Let's get over to Sunday's slate, a game that we talked about a little bit in the last hour, but has some news as well attached to it. Trey Hendrickson has come to an agreement on a new contract with the Cincinnati Bengals. It is a pay raise. It's a $14 million raise. It'll be a 1-year, $30 million contract. Well, he and the Cincinnati Bengals will be in Northeast Ohio taking on the Cleveland Browns. Bengals 6-point favorites. This total sits at 46.5, and the movement here is with the side because we saw some 5.5s over the weekend. We are now 6 across the board. 6 is a newish key number once they move the extra point back. We've seen some more missed extra points, so 6 games do land on it more often than we once thought about a decade ago. But PJ, what do you make of the movement on the side? Cincinnati now a full 6 on the road, and maybe even go to 6.5 by the time we get to game week.
So when we were talking about this earlier, I told you I also like the Bengals on the money line at minus 275. I just talked about how I like the Chiefs as well. So, Femi, I've found my bet. I'm going to parlay Bengals, Chiefs money line together, BetMGM, get plus 110 on that. So that's how I would attack the game. If I had to bet it on the spread, I would lean Cincinnati minus 6 as well. Again, the perception around the Bengals going into the season, we know how bad they are. They lost to the Patriots last year in week 1, knocked out a bunch of people in Survivor. People are going to look forward to fading them, right? And Burrow always struggles against the Browns, especially in Cleveland. But I think the Bengals are going to take care of business. The Browns, I think, are the worst team in football, even against this Bengals defense. I think they are going to struggle a little bit to find some offense. So I would look Bengals minus 6 if I had to bet it, but again, I think Cincy KC moneyline parlay probably the way that I would go about it.
I'm going to be taking the points with Cleveland. Now, am I taking 6 or 6.5? We'll see. But I'm going to be patient because I think there's going to be an appetite to bet Cincy or to put Cincy in parlays and or teasers to where maybe you can get that extra hook. I don't think it would ever get to 7. I think at that point, a lot of people would come in and bet Cleveland. So I'm going to be on the Browns side. I think Myles Garrett has the potential to completely wreck this game. That Bengals offensive line is a big question mark. The defense, you know how I feel about them. I think this is a competitive game. Since he probably wins it, maybe they win by a field goal or so, but I do think this is a competitive game to start the year. We see these teams that are bad every year at least show up for week 1 because like that's their Super Bowl. Hey, there's optimism, new year, fresh start. And then by the time we get to week 4, yeah, they're dreadful. But in week 1, I could see Cincinnati keeping the game competitive. Cleveland keeping the game competitive. So I'll be backing the Brownies. Let's go over to the Bayou, though, where the Arizona Cardinals are taking on the New Orleans Saints. We continue to see movement on this game. 5.5 over the weekend, now out to 6. And there is a pretty sharp offshore sportsbook that has a 6.5 minus 110. Total still hanging out at 42.5. What do you think of the line movement here between the Cardinals and the Saints?
So I think one of the Browns or Saints are going to cover this one of the games, right? 2 of the worst teams in football. They're both 6-point home dogs. I think one of those teams cover, and I think the Saints are going to be the team that covers. Kyler Murray as a road favorite, especially a road favorite of 6. I'm way good on that. Everybody thinks New Orleans is going to be the worst team in football. Femi, I will also be taking some Saints money line. I think they absolutely are live in that game. But we'll play it safe and take a plus the 6 as well.
EJ going with the Saints as his upset special. That's another one that will knock a lot of people out of your survivor pools. I think Arizona's going to be a very, very popular choice. I tend to agree with you, and it sounds disgusting. But I need it to be Spencer Rattler. I don't think I can do the Tyler Shuck experience. So let's make sure we get Spencer Rattler out there. If it's 6.5, I will bet the New Orleans Saints in the game. And may God have mercy on our souls. Let's stay, though, in the NFC South. Tampa Bay Buccaneers at the Atlanta Falcons. We've seen some movement with the total with this game. This was 48.5 over the weekend. Now we're down to 47.5. Side still hanging out at 1.5 or 2. Do you agree with the movement to the under in this NFC South clash?
I think so, just because of Liam Cohen moving on. We all love Emeka Ibuka, it appears, right? I mean, everybody's raving about him, but we'll see it in action. I think it makes sense. Divisional game, those tend to hit towards the under in week 1.
Yeah, I think we talked about this last week. If I had to bet the game, it would be a contrarian under. Sounds like it might not be contrarian if other people seem to like it as well, but no preseason for Michael Penix Jr. Baker Mayfield dealing with some injuries in training camp. I think this is actually lower scoring than what the betting market thinks. On the other side, we'll get some updated Week 1 thoughts from our guy, the whale capper, Drew Dinsick, who joins us next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
During the draft, is the NFL colluding against Shedeur Sanders? Is the NFL colluding?
It's an actual story.
Yes, it was.
People are saying this.
I know. And do I think Shedeur should have been drafted higher? Yes, I do. But he fell to the 5th round. What was it last week? Is Dylan Gabriel trying to throw shade at Shedeur Sanders? Then that was a thing. And then this week, it's something new. Is Kevin Stefanski screwing Shedeur? He's a 2-time NFL Coach of the Year. No, he's not. Shedeur Sanders was what? 3 of 6, 14 yards, got sacked 5 times. He didn't look good. Looked great previously. He's been battling injury as well. And also, I think this was, like you were saying, it's a preseason game. No one thought the Browns were going to cut Shedeur. Obviously, they were going to keep him. So Shedeur struggling. Let's put Snoop in here for the final drive. Get him something on tape. Probably not going to keep him. It's the freaking preseason. But if you go back to the draft, it's always something. Oh, is Shedeur getting a raw deal? Is Shedeur getting a raw deal? Look, at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, he is a 5th-round pick. If you disagree with that, fine. But if his name wasn't Sanders, you wouldn't be worried about what the Browns were doing with a 5th-round pick in a preseason game.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. The Power Hour is rolling along here on You Better You Bet on a Monday. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser. This is the BetMGM Network. 20 minutes from now, all of our bets, our Power Hour plays, coming at you here to wrap up the show. MLB, WNBA. How about the WNBA over the weekend? Welcome back, Nafisa Collier, right? That MVP race continues to be fascinating in the betting streets. As a Collier, a minus 400 favorite after dropping 32 points last night in her return from an injury absence. But we'll get into the MLB, WNBA to wrap up the show with all of our bets. But joining us right now, like he does each and every week on a Monday, it's our good buddy, betting analyst for the NBC Sports Bet Deep Dive podcast. It is the whale capper, Drew Dinsick, who you can hit up on Twitter at whale_capper. We're going to talk a little U.S. Open as well, Drew. So let's kind of keep that in mind as we get into the latter portion of this interview. But we have to start with the NFL. And the big news in the NFL today, Trey Hendrickson, signed, sealed, delivered, 1 year, $30 million contract. Going to still be a free agent next March, but they do get him back on the field as the hold-in is over. Where are you at with the Bengals defense, which, of course, last year is what prevented them from making the postseason? Are you a little bit more optimistic this year?
Yes, our long national nightmare is over. Trey Hendrickson is back
that's
in the
Michael
building.
Parsons. That's the national nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
This is something different. Yeah.
Actually, speaking of, a lot of Eagles money showed up out of the blue, which kind of interesting to me and making me wonder if, because I was waiting to get the 6.5 because I figured the Parsons news would come and would move that market, and it's going the other way. So very much worth following that. Hendrickson does not move the needle for me for the Bengals defense. He's certainly he has an important role for this team because his pass rush contribution specifically for this Bengals squad is going to be important for putting away leads in the fourth quarter when the Bengals have them. But overall, this is still a very talent poor defense, I think. The tackling and the gap control that they exhibited in the preseason with the starting unit out there was problematic, to put it kindly. I think there is absolutely a world where Cleveland is defense number 31 in the NFL, and you should prepare for that low and what that means for Cincinnati overall, and in particular what that means for Cincinnati's offense and how many points they're going to have to score and how much Joe Burrow is going to have to throw in order to be in games with a defense that's that bad. But I think with Hendrickson on the field, Cincinnati is still not a top tier pass rush, but they're absolutely serviceable. I mean, this is middle of the pack in the NFL in terms of being able to generate pressures, and Hendrickson in particular, his ability to kind of finish those pressures and convert them to sacks last year was a huge reason why he's getting this payday. But the coverage I still have huge questions about, and the run stop is really the one that is the eyebrow raiser, because if you can run on this Bengals team, you can play keep away from this elite offense, and I think that actually is what makes things a little sketchy for Cincinnati reaching their potential this year.
Drew, what about Washington? They earlier today made the deal with Terry McLaurin. How big do you think that is for their offense? And where are you on the Commanders? Because it feels like a team that a lot of people can see regression with, but Jaden's just so good that, they might just end up in the playoffs again this season.
Yeah, I land on the latter of those two. The regression points are all fair, and in a normal year with a normal team, I think you take all of that stuff super seriously. But Jaden Daniels to me is a clear top 5 guy, to where a lot of the norms you throw out of the window, and I'm dying to see what he looks like in year 2. His specific excellence, as far as I can paint the picture, all comes down to how incredibly fast he is as a processor, beyond just the kind of dual threat that he possesses with the cannon for an arm and really, really outstanding athleticism. And the Commanders last year ran a really, really up-tempo offense, a lot of no huddle, and that is putting a ton of kind of heavy lifting on the plate of a young quarterback. And for him to be able to do as well as he did in that type of an ask as a rookie, I think, stands up as, example of maybe the best rookie quarterback year we've seen. And I think the good parts of that offense and the good wrinkles that existed, you can now compound on. And they did a nice job, in my opinion, of trying to add talent on the offensive line. Not as nice of a job of adding talent behind McLaurin until, to be determined with Deebo Samuel, I guess. But, I think McLaurin's specific value to this offense is top 6 among all wide receivers in the NFL because of, having him available as wide receiver one and what that means, roles and responsibilities for everyone else down the chain. But, with the fact that Daniels played as well as he did with an injury in his rookie year with what they were asking him to do, I think is all the proof I needed to believe that he's going to be able to elevate a club that otherwise might not look good enough on paper to be contending in a really crowded NFC. And I wouldn't bet against the Commanders as long as he's healthy.
I mean, he's one of those guys. I think you can prove that in just 1 year, being able to take that team to the NFC title game in 2024. This is You Better You Bet, Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser, hanging out with Drew Dinsick, the Whale Capper, of course, of NBC Sports Bet, co-host of the Deep Dive podcast, on Twitter at @whale_capper. The preseason is now done. We don't have to play fake football anymore. However, was there anything from the preseason that made you change your opinion for the upcoming regular season? Could be about a player, a team, a coach, whatever. Anything that you saw over the past 3 weeks that made you change how you felt about someone heading into the season in less than 2 weeks?
Well, the big macro one that I think is kind of going to be the most valuable question to answer, and maybe the most valuable in terms of just being a bit ahead of market, is whether the new kicking rules are going to influence the scoring environment. The fact that you saw a team like the Jaguars attempt a 70-yard field goal and that it was a no-doubter, and that now you have these, conditioned balls available, for players to practice with all week and then, play the games with, I think could really open up another level of scoring that we aren't used to, at least in recent weeks or recent seasons. And we could ultimately wake up week 4 and we're like, oh, wait, the mean total shouldn't be 44. It should be 47. Or 4 more. Like, I really have no idea what this is going to do to teams that, are willing to, who have the ability to convert these long field goals. I mean, it's not that far in the recent past that we saw a lot of kickers struggle with these long field goals, getting the yips here and there. And now you have guys like Jake Elliott, who I would have had on my, are we sure he's still got it kind of list, just absolutely drilling 50-yarders in preseason week 3. And it's like, okay. Like there's clearly something going on here. And, I don't ultimately know what was entirely fueling the super high scoring we saw in the preseason broadly, but certainly in week 1 when there was a lot more, starter action. But I would say that I'm treading extremely lightly on unders to start this season. And every one of these kind of matchups where you have two defenses that look like they have fatal flaws, I think there's going to be a pot of about 5 overs that we can round robin, and again, won't be that surprised if there's a lag in terms of adjusting what a fair price should be for a total.
Yeah, looking at week 1, Drew, is there anything that you've already bet? Are there games that you're monitoring, like you're hoping if it gets to a certain number you might pull the trigger? Just any of the games that maybe you've already fired away on, or you're just monitoring to see maybe if you're going to bet that game here over the next couple of days?
Yeah, there's a handful. 2 sides that I'm the most excited about are both underdog money lines. Seattle at home against San Francisco, I think should be pick, and you can still get that at plus money. And I am pretty excited. This kind of dovetails to Femi's question as well. I'm pretty excited to see what Baltimore's offense can do against this Buffalo defense that is really struggling right now at the safety position. That was one of the ones where you're like, is this real? Is this signal? And you're seeing it with your eyes that like there's something not right about this group. McDermott's not happy about the way they're playing. The team is trying to find upgrades in that secondary. They went out and drafted a cornerback high who's going to be unavailable. Like there's definitely potential for the middle portion of that, the spine of that Bills defense to get exposed with a team that's as complete and as talented as the Ravens come into town. So I'm ready for the Ravens to hang 40 on those guys and everybody to be like, oh, I guess this is your Super Bowl favorite. And I mean, I'm being a little bit tongue in cheek that they're going to score 40, but I think that they have the kind of the exact makeup of weapons with Zay Flowers over the top and Mark Andrews up the seam to really test the safety group for the Bills, which right now is absolutely in free fall.
Mark Andrews' revenge game, Sunday Night Football, after he cost us thousands and thousands of dollars in the playoffs.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
First touchdown bet, you got to bet Andrews' first touchdown score. I mean, it's just, you have to.
Yeah, maybe first dropped 2-point conversion. We'll bet that as well after what happened in January. Let's talk a little bit about tennis, though, because I'm now getting angry even thinking about that Ravens-Bills game. We're going to have to relive it again coming up in less than 2 weeks now. The U.S. Open got underway yesterday. We're looking at the men's market, the women's market. We've seen some pretty big upsets happen. Like Medvedev goes down. You see Madison Keys earlier today. She went down. Like, what has stood out to you so far through 24 hours? And are there fun bets to be made in the futures market or anything just from a simple matchup market as well?
Yeah, it seems like there's certainly a lot of the trends that we saw coming out of Wimbledon and into the hard court season are carrying forward in terms of who's playing with confidence and who's really struggling right now. So keep an eye on a player like Coco Gauff, who really struggled after her French Open title, and whether things have been fixed with her staff change. But the exit of Keys was a shock. I did not think that was very likely at all, and she did not perform especially well. And you might be like, well, what is there some reason? What's happening here? And I think, like, broadly in the macro world, a lot of the players that you saw perform pretty well in the winter and into the early spring through the clay court season, like the fatigue is just showing up. Wear and tear, small injuries. You had a player like Mboko of Canada break through finally and have just an amazing, title run in Canada, and then gets ousted today by Krejcikova. And it's like, that was fatigue. That has to be kind of the piece of the puzzle here. And I think some of the younger players that have broken through this year are kind of circle them for concern. Are they going to be able to carry their form into this grueling tournament? And the names that specifically pop there are Mira Andreeva. Her youth and her inexperience is going to be tested, considering how much tennis she's played so far in this calendar year. And then the other side of the coin is the players that are a little bit less tested, a little bit less, put through the ringer, are absolutely ones to keep an eye on. The name that is the most kind of perfect kind of example of that is Naomi Osaka. Nice now that she also doesn't have to sweat the potential of a head-to-head with Madison Keys, but she can take advantage of a weakened Coco Gauff and a little bit of a wide open third quarter right now and make a run deep into the second week of this tournament. Everyone knows Naomi Osaka is the best on hard court in general, and if you just isolate her hard court numbers in the last 52 weeks, she's playing like a top 4 player, and so the fact that a player like Sabalenka, who's going to have to go through Rybakina just to get out of her quarter, is 3-1, and then Naomi Osaka is 20-1. Doesn't check out to me at all. I think that fair price is probably closer to 12, maybe 10, especially now that Keys is out of the way there in the third. So keep an eye on Osaka to win the third quarter. She's going to be the kind of player I'm the most interested to see what her form is, how the crowd is treating her here as a multiple time champion and just in general a huge star in the world on the world stage. So Osaka Iga as a potential semifinal on the bottom is absolutely electric. I don't think anyone realistically can touch Iga in the fourth quarter. She's playing so phenomenally right now. And then on the top, I think it's going to be Sabalenka, Rybakina in Q1. Whoever comes out of that head-to-head probably represents the top half of the draw in the women's final, with your likely winner in Q2. Could be that's where you want to kind of shoot for the stars, go for a long shot again, because Andreeva with her fatigue is a likely candidate for an upset. So on the women's side, it's going to be a lot of fun. And on the men's side, tune in 2 weeks for the start of the men's U.S. Open when Carlos Alcaraz and Jannik Sinner take the court for the men's final.
It's that simple. So, like, real quick, because we're running up on time real quick, but, like, Can any of the American men make a run to like the semis or anything like that? Like Taylor Fritz, Tiafoe just won earlier this afternoon. Like in like about 30 seconds, which of those American men could actually make a legitimate run? Might not win it, but make a deep run in the tournament.
Yeah, Fritz, I think, wins Q3. I would take him over Djokovic in that quarter, and I think he'll be in the semifinals. And Alcaraz is not unbeatable. He has had some performances at the U.S. Open in particular, and at night in particular, where you're like, what was that? And you know, if there's a primetime fourth quarter head to head between Ben Shelton and Carlos Alcaraz, I'm gonna have some Shelton in my pocket almost surely, because the market is going to be informed by the last time those guys played. So keep an eye on Shelton. Fritz, I think, goes to the semifinals, but ultimately we're playing for third and fourth place here, guys.
USA. I guess not. But we're a big Ben Shelton fan club here on You Better You Bet. So we'll see if he can make a deep run. But that's our guy, Drew Tinsick, the Whale Capper, NBC Sports Bet, co-host of the Deep Dive podcast on Twitter at @whale_capper. Drew, we'll talk to you next week, buddy. Be well.
All right, best of luck, guys.
Awesome stuff there from Drew. On the other side, all of our bets, Power Hour plays to close out the show here on a Monday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Josina Anderson, you're adding to the problem of what's going to kill Shador's career. So now you want to roll a guy out there who's injured because he'll have plenty of time to heal. Do you realize how crazy you sound? How insane that is? In a game we talk about health and safety, you want to roll a guy out there just because he needs the reps, because it'll maintain his rhythm? Hey, Josina, when a guy is taken in the 5th round, a large portion of his career is going to be spent as a backup quarterback, or at least an early going. There's no maintaining rhythm. You come into a game when your number is called, and you're prepared to do so. And also, as far as what was gained for the Cleveland Browns, what about the wide receivers, the tight ends, the running backs, who are trying to cling on to dear life for some semblance of an NFL career to put on tape? What did they gain by Shador Sanders taking 5 sacks yesterday? Nothing. So maybe in that last drive, one of those guys, because Snoop Huntley's at least capable, help them out in putting some decent tape on, because it was non-existent when Shador Sanders was on the field. This selfish act of the way some are covering Shador Sanders is a disgrace to journalism. And it's going to bury Shador Sanders' career. Because who the hell wants to sign that guy when you have that many people clamoring for him to start and be treated even more fairly in preseason games? Some of the media should be ashamed and embarrassed with their journalism degrees with the way they've handled Shador Sanders.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on You Better You Bet. Final segment here on a Monday. Femi and Befe, PJ Glasser hanging out with you guys here on the BetMGM Network. Thank you to Drew Jensick, the Whale Capper, who joined us in the last segment. Always good catching up with Whale, his thoughts on the NFL, the U.S. Open as well. You know, Whale be dabbling in them tennis streets. So Naomi Osaka, the name to look after in the women's quarter 3. Love the sound of that because she's got big-time pedigree there at Arthur Ashe Stadium. So, Will, awesome job. If you missed it, check it out in podcast form, as well as all the other guests that we had on the program here today. Shout out to our guy Michael Calabrese of the Action Network. Dropped by to give us his takes on the marquee matchups in Week 1 in college football coming up this weekend. Also, Robert Flores of MLB Central on MLB Network joined us to break down the big picture topics in baseball. Robert said he's still sticking with his preseason World Series pick of Red Sox Phillies. We'll see if that comes to fruition coming up in October. But thank you to all 3 of those guests. Thank you to the crew today. Our guy Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Addie Zopp. But Addie helped us book Robert Flores. So shout out to Addie Bates as well for hanging out and helping out here on You Better You Bet. The good times will keep rolling along here on the BetMGM Network after us here on You Better You Bet. 7 to 11 Eastern. BetMGM tonight, Ryan Horvat, and our next guest who joins us here right now, like he does every single day, it's our man, the bald freak, Brad Evans. Brad, how we doing after the weekend, buddy? What's happening?
Hola, amigos! I had a glorious weekend. Actually profited in Week 0 of college football, and I am chomping at the bit already on some player props Week 1 of the NFL.
I absolutely love it. I'm like, you got to be really excited this time of year because we're done with the preseason. Now we're playing big boy football. It's meaningful football. Yeah. You said you already have props for Week 1. You don't have to give it away. If you want to give it away, like, feel free. But like, what are you eyeing for Week 1? It could be a bet that you've already made or a bet that you're eyeing for the NFL regular season, Week 1 in less than 2 weeks.
I am not a bashful individual, as you know. And yes, I've already made a wager. And yes, I already have it on my always free, always transparent, always public spreadsheet available at thegamingjuice.com. Jahan Dotson. Yeah, nobody would have remotely guessed that. Pop quiz hot chat. Who does he play for? You probably don't remember. It's the Philadelphia Eagles Fly. It's just 5.5 yards for his receiving yards prop. That is it, folks. All I need is one stinking catch. Available there at BetMGM at a -115 juice on the over. You know, A.J. Brown has been banged up throughout this entire month of August. So there might be some limited snaps for him in some form or fashion. Maybe it doesn't get like the customary 80% snap share. Maybe it's more like 65-70%, but Dotson probably going to show up in a lot of 3 wide receiver sets. Last 4 games of the regular season last year, a guy averaged around 20 routes run per game, so a sizable volume. And we know the Dallas defense is going to be rubbish this season. So Jahan Dotson, find a soft spot on a quick slant. Just get me 6 yards. Don't catch any backwards passes the rest of the game, and we cash.
Going with Jahan Dotson. Love that. Okay, because that's why Brad is different. Because like most people, it's like, hey, like I'm going to go with A.J. Brown. I'm going to go Saquon over rushing yards. No, he's giving you Jahan Dotson over 5.5 receiving yards, like the true sicko that he is. We absolutely love it. Brad, what can folks look forward to tonight on BetMGM tonight? I know you and Ryan, what did we talk about? More fantasy. I know you've been drafting probably all throughout the weekend. You're going to draft some more this week, probably even next week as well. What can folks look forward to from 7 to 11?
Yeah, we're going to do a little boom, bust, and bank new segment that I'm introducing tonight. We're featuring the quarterback position. So guys are going to boom in fantasy, guys that can potentially bust at their ADPs in fantasy, and our favorite player prop at significant plus money available at BetMGM. That's one segment we have in mind. Elsewhere, we're going to be breaking down the Week 1 of the college football season. 4-pack of games. We're going to focus on Thursday and Friday, some of the marquee matchups there. That is the specialty of Ryan Horvat Horvat, and Marty Mornhinweg, the former coach there in the NFL, is going to be joining us. We're going to break things down with him from his point of view on a variety of topics, of maybe some breakout players that he's got an eye on, some teams that could be undervalued right now in the market, maybe some teams, conversely, that could be overvalued. We're going to have it all, and we're answering your questions. 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. Only on BetMGM tonight.
Marty Mornhinweg, what a name out here, taking us back to like the little 90s and 2000s NFL. So look forward to that. Once again, Brad, Ryan Horvat, 7 to 11 Eastern, bunch of guests, boom, bust, or bank. And also they'll be sweating out all of the games from MLB and WNBA. Brad, have a great show. We'll talk to you tomorrow, man.
Shane Smith over 1.5 walks, minus 120 against the Royals. I'm out.
I love that guy. I love it. Shane Smith, once again, 7 to 11 Eastern. Ryan Horvat, Brad Evans here on the BetMGM network. But it's time, Jake, go ahead and drop the dope-ass beat, and we can let the folks know about some cool promotions that our friends at BetMGM have put together. And speaking of cool promotions, how about this one? BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and SGPs. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app, and please gamble responsibly. Do we have the dope-ass beat for the rest of the show? Like, do we not have it? Are we okay? We might not have it. I don't know. Nobody's communicated to me in the chat if we have it or not. But at some point it will play, and at some point we will get to Power Hour plays here, PJ. Let's do that right now because we have Major League Baseball, WNBA on the slate tonight. How about an MLB? Nationals at the Yankees. Yankees, of course, in the midst of this American League wild card race. Twins, Blue Jays. We have the Royals and the White Sox. Phillies, Mets, the big one in the NL East, of course. Padres, Mariners, a little interleague matchup there. Reds and the Dodgers. What do you like tonight in Major League Baseball, and why?
Yeah, I like the Mets tonight, Femi, plus 110. There's a lot of money coming in on the Phils. They were minus 115 this morning. Now they're up to minus 130. So I think you're getting good value on the Mets there at plus 10. Sanchez on the mound going up against Senga, so a good pitching matchup. But I'll go with the Mets tonight as home dogs. I also like the Reds as dogs tonight. Hunter Green against Emmett Sheehan for the Dodgers. Reds are plus 120. Give me Cincinnati on the money line as well. And then I'll take the Mariners at home tonight. Minus 125 against the Padres. Bryce Miller against J.P. Sears. San Diego obviously playing very good baseball. Mariners struggling as of late. But I think Seattle takes care of business. So Seattle, the Mets, and the Reds for me tonight, Femi. Those are the three games that I like.
All right. I absolutely love it. I have one bet in Major League Baseball tonight. Didn't really love the card, if you will. But I will go with somebody to meet the moment, read the room, and leave the yard. Let's go to our guy, north of the border, with Bo Bichette of the Toronto Blue Jays, plus 500. Now, I know what everyone's thinking. Oh, they're going up against Joe Ryan. Joe Ryan's been really good. Joe Ryan gives up barrels. I'm sorry. Like, he does have some big-time stuff, and there's outings where Joe Ryan looks like he might win a Cy Young in like a year or two. But there's some of those outings where he's serving up taters. And I think Bo Bichette, the way he's been hitting the ball this month in August, batting average above 300, OPS above 1,000. Give me Bo Bichette plus 500 to hit a home run tonight against the Minnesota Twins. Let's get on over to the WNBA, where we have two games tonight in the WPJ. The Sun at the Liberty. Welcome back, Breanna Stewart. She missed the last 13 games dealing with a knee injury. She is back tonight. And when you look at the point spread, it's pretty clear as to why. The Liberty, 14-point favorites against Connecticut. And then finally tonight, the red-hot Las Vegas Aces, winners of 10 straight, taking on the Chicago Sky. Anything for you tonight in the W, PJ?
Nothing for me, but it is interesting with Stewie back. Normally when that kind of stuff happens, I want to take the other side. You know, line gets inflated. Everybody wants to bet that team. I tend to want to go the other way, but I'm staying away from that one.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, like we said on this show, there's a fallen hero spot, and then there's like the first game back with the star player spot.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to leave all of those alone. I think I'm passing that game. The Aces, though, at some point this has to end, doesn't it? Like, they've won 10 straight games. They're by far the hottest team in the WNBA. I will be passing the WNBA tonight, but once again, the WNBA MVP market. Welcome back, Nafisa Collier. What a performance last night. It's what we've been saying over the last couple of weeks. When Collier comes back, that's the real pivot point. She came back, she dropped 32. It's why we've been avoiding betting Asia Wilson. Doesn't mean that Collier's for sure going to win, but if things keep going like this and the Lynx continue to have the best record in the league by far, I think she's going to win her first WNBA MVP. Let's go ahead and bring on our baseball aficionado, Jake Hassan, because we've not spoken with Jake today so far. Jake, you're alive.
Hello.
We're glad for that.
Yes. Sorry.
I was worried for a second. I was like, is he okay? Like,
we're good. We're good.
Not
We're good.
Getting a response from Jake.
So
but
we
are good.
some studio issues. We're good. We figured it out. Handyman Jake was on this case.
We get a new backdrop, and all of a sudden the equipment starts working, or stops working, I should say. But let's go ahead. What do you like tonight in Major League Baseball, and why?
I'm going to be honest, guys. I didn't bet any of these games because I am so filled with general anxiety about the Phillies game. Christopher Sanchez, please.
Wow.
I don't ask for much. For much. We need it. I mean, Paul Skeens, to his credit, was awesome yesterday against the Rockies. And yeah, it's the Rockies. 7 innings, shutout, 7 strikeouts. If Christopher Sanchez was ever going to have a complete game, an 8-inning just dominant performance, double-digit strikeouts would be awesome. If not, this probably starts to slip away from us. So I am going to be locked in on the Phillies. If you want to lay the minus 130 on the money line against the Mets, who are playing terrible baseball, I don't hate that. But I legitimately, it made me sick to my stomach to even think about any other bets. Just the biggest Christopher Sanchez fan in the world tonight.
So you'll be sweating out Christopher Sanchez against the New York Mets on the road in Queens. I mean, the Mets lineup, sometimes it's hit or miss, so we'll see how that goes for you. But we'll root for you. Let's keep that market bettable, because right now, like, Paul Skeens is minus 1,000. You couldn't even hedge if you wanted to on Paul Skeens. So Jake will be sweating Christopher Sanchez. Jake, thanks again for hanging with us. We're glad that you're also okay, because I was getting concerned there for about 10 seconds. I was legitimately worried. Yeah. Well, I was like, is he alive? Was going to be my next question, because we were just crickets. We didn't hear from Jake, but all is good out there in Chicago. PJ, great show tonight. We'll be back tomorrow as well to recap everything from Monday Night in Sports. Will Micah Parsons be signed? Probably not, but all the NFL happenings as well as college football. My bets for week 1 coming up tomorrow. But PJ, good luck tonight, buddy, and I'll see you tomorrow, man.
You as well, Femi. Look forward to doing it again tomorrow, sir.
Awesome stuff. That does it for us here on You Better You Bet. For PJ Glasser, for our entire crew, I'm Femi Abebefe saying good luck with all the bets. BetMGM tonight here on the BetMGM Network. Don't go away.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I think what's playing into this line move, though, is that Notre Dame is starting a freshman quarterback. I mean, that has to count for something, right? CJ Carr, by nature, is a better passer than Riley Leonard was. But first start, I mean, it's a lot of pressure. A lot of these young quarterbacks start against Troy or Kennesaw State. This kid's got to go into Miami. I don't have the weather in front of me. I'm going to look it up right now, but I'm going to guess it's going to be in the 90s in Miami this weekend. It's 87 today. Here we go. Saturday, the high is 86 in that muggy Miami weather. This kid's got to go against one of the top 15 teams in the country. And that's why I'm a little hesitant to bet Ohio State, to bet Notre Dame week 1, because these young quarterbacks are just going to be so challenged. And if they're not ready for the game speed and the adjustments that need to be made, they won't have success. It doesn't mean they can't have good seasons. It's just a tall test for both CJ Carr and Julian Sayin right out of the gate. Here you go. Here's Texas, top 5 defense. Here's Miami. Try and keep up with Carson Beck and potentially a top 10 offense. Those are big hills to climb for both young quarterbacks.
The chaos commence.
We are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
and it's gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise, another banging edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans, joined by my dude, Ryan Horvat, on this Manic Monday edition of the program, and we got a dandy for you tonight. Of course, we're going to reveal our top 3 picks on our card starts here momentarily. From there, Parlay P's going to drop on by, get his parlay of the day on the board. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. Roll the shoulders that get seduced by the juice. And working some bonus time bets as well. Then over the top overreaction, week 0 of the college football season. To go the way that you anticipated. We're going to discuss that. Also, the preseason, putting the cherry on top of the Sunday. We'll have some takeaways. Whether or not they're concrete, we will decide here momentarily. Then in Seg 4, very special guest, a man I used to call offenses way back in the day and not so distant past, and Marty Morningwig. He's going to drop on by and give us his opinions on the upcoming NFL season, dig in on his thoughts about the MVP race, some teams that could be overvalued, undervalued. Can't wait to talk to Coach Morningwig here momentarily. From there, boom, bust, and bank. We're going to talk about quarterbacks tonight from a fantasy football and a sports betting perspective. Then NFL player pick'ems, another 4-pack at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end. 3 picks apiece. Those are your options. All fantasy football, all the time. The second biggest draft weekend is on the immediate horizon. If you had a draft for the weekend, hopefully it went well and you have recovered from your raging hangover. Then David Harrison's going to drop on in, and he's going to break everything down. Washington Commanders. I have been peppered with questions on social media about the running back pecking order between Bill Jacory, Krosky Merritt, and also in Chris Rodriguez, Austin Eckler. We'll get the inside scoop from David Harrison. Of course, Terry McLaurin also signing on the dotted line today. Is he in game shape and going to be ready in the Washington Commanders Week 1 matchup? We'll ask all those pertinent questions to one David Harrison, followed by Fade or Follow. College football week 1 is here. We got a 4-pack of games going to break down. Looking at the Thursday and Friday marquee matchups. And 2, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine program. If you want to talk fantasy football with us, you absolutely can. You want to talk sports betting as well? NFL features, college football features, MLB, WNBA, whatever is on your mind. Simple way to contact Ryan Horan and I. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: who among fantasy football's buzziest draft risers will ultimately be a bust at their current ADPs? Your options are Ricky Pearsall, San Francisco, pick number 63.41. Jacory Krosky Merritt. Man, he's been rising with a flaming arrow at pick number 97.53. Travion Henderson of the Pats at pick number 39.63, or Emeka Egbuka of Tampa Bay at pick number 58.05. So far, over 315 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming, and go ahead and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Let me bring my esteemed colleague in right now, Ryan Horvat. And Horvey, here are your choose-your-own-adventure topics we're going to discuss right now. Option number 1, Travis Etienne and Tank Bigsby. Are they on the trade block? Well, according to John Shipley, SI, that is the rumor. Option number 2, Jacoby Myers has requested a trade away from Las Vegas. Also, on a related note, Amari Cooper rejoins the Raiders on a 1-year deal. Option number 3, Trey Hendrickson finally ends his hold in, signs on the dotted line on a 1-year deal worth $30 million with the Cincinnati Bengals, scoring Ian Rappaport. Option number 4, Joe Mixon is going to be replaced on the reserve/non-injury list and will miss the first 4 games of the season. That's at the Rams, against the Bucs at home, at Jacksonville, and the Titans at home. And your last option, Scary Terry McLaurin. Ooh, no longer has fantasy managers shivering in their sneakers. He signs a 3-year extension worth $96 million to stay in the nation's capital. So out of all of those options, been a busy news day. Which one do you want to dig in most on?
Well, I would go Terry McLaurin, but I always just kind of figured that he would just end up sticking around in Washington, coming back on a deal. So let's go with Trey Hendrickson, just because the Bengals prices are a little intriguing right now to win the AFC. You could find them 10-1. And then I saw the best price to win the division, to win the North, plus 260. Now, the Ravens on paper, we were talking about this before the show. They're a perfect football team, right? I think the defensive side of the ball is going to be even better. They add Jair Alexander this offseason. They never miss in the draft. Lamar could win the MVP any year, realistically, and he's coming off one of his best seasons as a pro. Derrick Henry probably not going to skip a beat. But the Bengals are interesting, man, just because of the offensive side of the ball, because it's Joe Burrow, because it's Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and our guy Chase Brown. They're going to be in a lot of shootouts. But I trust Joe Burrow in big game situations. The only issue I have with the Bengals, man, is they cannot stop the run. But if you are interested in any of their prices, you have to feel a lot better bringing back Trey Hendrickson, back-to-back seasons of 17 and a half sacks. So the Bengals intrigue me a little bit, man, just because injuries do happen. If you're not sold on the Steelers with 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers, we know the Browns are going to be a disaster. Almost 3-1. Price on Joe Burrow really intrigues me now that they did the right thing and they bring back Trey Hendrickson. And I do think, Brad, once we get to like week 5, week 6, I do think the defense will start to improve because I'm a big fan of Al Golden. I also like Lou Anarumo, but I do think that they needed a new voice. It was time to move on. So I'm kind of talking myself into the Bengals at that plus 260 price and 10-1 to win the AFC a little bit now with Hendrickson.
I think that's a fantastic call. And you also mentioned the ripple effects of when Joe Burrow in the MVP market. Like if they outkick their coverage, so to speak, defensively, and are just even slightly below average unit, I think honestly that's all that is required for the Cincinnati team. And obviously Trey Hendrickson would be a key cog in them reaching that low-hanging fruit if they can actually pluck it. Burrow's got to have a banner year. Obviously going to be the centerpiece. We're going to talk about a little bit later on in our boom, bust, and bank selections. I got one that is an absolute doozy at nearly 3-1 odds. Currently at BetMGM, tied specifically to him. But the modern-day Joe Cool could finally really deliver on the mainstream hype. I mean, he's already there in fantasy circles. Obviously, a guy that's going inside the top 5 in the quarterback position, consistently, having his name called and falling off the board right around round 3 and average fantasy draft. So you put it all together. If that defense, again, just slightly below average is all that we're asking, they could definitely exceed expectations and challenge the Baltimore Ravens in that division and maybe some of the elite teams overall in the AFC. I can't wait for the Bengals and watching them this year. I think they're going to be one of the more compelling, intriguing, and just flat-out fun franchises week in and week out. And congratulations, you get the Cleveland Browns in week 1. You cannot wrench an ankle in the opener this season, especially with all the reps that the first-team offense has been taking throughout the preseason. All right, we'll get after some of those other topics already listed a little bit later on the show, but right now, we got to get after with our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays in the world of sports betting. Numero uno on your card, mi amigo. What you got?
Even though it's against my religion, I'm going to bet the Cardinals tonight, minus 130 against the Pirates. It's a little bit fishy where the Pirates are only plus 115 coming off a series sweep. Granted, it was against Colorado. Skeens was really good the other day, 7 strong innings, but he's not going tonight, man. So we will go with the Cardinals again, minus 130. Over their last 30 games, they're 12-18. They've really struggled on the road, but they do go back home tonight to St. Louis, and they got McGreevy on the mound. He's 5-2 this season with the 4.26 ERA. His last 4 starts, though, 3-0 with a 3.38. So let's take a shot here with the Cardinals, minus 130 right now at BetMGM.
Oh man, you need to take a shower. I think you better rinse off after the show if you're betting on a team that we absolutely loathe, and that being the St. Louis Cardinals. I do not loathe this selection. Numero uno on my card tonight. I'm going to live in the land down under 8 runs in Phillies Mets at a -110 juice. I grabbed this morning at BetMGM. Great pitching matchup. Kodai Senga on the mound for the Metropolitans against Christopher Sanchez, who I think is still a long shot, as Skeens is likely going to win it, but a long shot in the NL Cy Young competition. You look at Sanchez on the road this year, 2.54 ERA. Senga at home, a 2.50 ERA. So both have been outstanding in the road and also home venues. You look at Philadelphia, they're 4-4-2 over to under in their last 10. New York 5-3-2 over to under in their last 10 contests. And the Mets, numero uno on WRC Plus, makes things a little bit rickety, a little shaky for me there over the last 2 weeks. And Philadelphia at number 5 in that category. So both these teams have been putting a lot of crooked numbers on the scoreboard, but I think it's going to be a pitcher's duel tonight in Queens. So give me the Phillies and Mets under 8 total runs at a -110. Numero dos on your card, mi amigo. What else do you have?
All right, I went with the Twins +120. Joe Ryan on the mound tonight. In his last outing, he gave up 5 runs on 7 hits, only went 4 innings. But overall this season, 12-6 with a 2.96 ERA, a 0.95 WHIP. One of the bright spots this year for Minnesota. And he's been pretty good on the road, 6-2 with a 2.44 ERA and 12 road starts. So let's go with him. Let's fade Max Scherzer. He's been pretty good, man, for a 41-year-old, but we'll fade him. He's 4-2 this season with a 3.60 ERA, but I like plus money on the Twins tonight with Joe Ryan on the mound, so +120 Minnesota.
All right, let's go to the South State of Chicago. Oh, the tavern-style pizza. Personally, my favorite. Love that thin, crunchy crust, available at several venues there in that part of the city. But Shane Smith, give me the over on 1.5 walks, taking on the Kansas City Royals at a -120 juice. So look at Shane Smith. He has done this 11 of his last 14 starts. So a consistency king in this category. In fact, it against the Royals earlier this season. Start back on May the 5th. On Cinco de Mayo, he issued 3 free passes. He's got 3.95 walks per 9 mark on the year. And Kansas City over the last couple of weeks, they're numero dos in terms of highest base on balls percentage at 11.2% of their plate appearances. So put all together, Shane Smith over 1.5 walks against KC at a -120. Numero tres on your card. Horvey, bring it home.
Let's go to the WNBA, and I like this spot for the Liberty, kind of a buy low spot, man. One of the better teams in the WNBA, but they've lost 4 of their last 5 games. Now 5th in the standings, but if you look at the overall numbers this season, 3rd in the league in scoring, defensively still top 10. They did drop to 7th, giving up 81.6 points per game. The Sun have been hot. They've won 3 straight games, but obviously the Liberty are the better team, and they were 13-point favorites. This game has gotten underway. You could get them right now at 15.5. I still like that number tonight for New York, though.
Yeah, great call, New York, man. They've been covering machines in the W. And let's go the W for my numero tres play. I'm going to go to the player prop market on a member of the Chicago Sky, that being Camila Cardoso. I'm going to live and land down under, though, on 8.5 rebounds for that Chicago lane clogger. She's taking on the Las Vegas Aces. This one at +110, so nice little juice on it. You look at Las Vegas, in their last end, they have allowed the 4th fewest opponent rebounds per game at 32.5. And with Angel Reese on the floor in the last 3, Cardoso has cashed the under in 2 of 3, and that is absolutely pivotal. I don't know if she's got enough tick in this game to justify her grabbing 9 rebounds, especially in a difficult matchup. And I'm getting +110 on that under 8.5 rebounds. Love, love, love that price on Camila Cardoso. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to say hello to our little friend, and Parlay Pete's going to stop on by and get his parlay of the day on the board in baseball. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
every summer. I do 7 futures, and for the last 5 years at Fox and the last 6 years of my life, it's been very simple. Kansas City Chiefs win Super Bowl. I don't know why, man. Call it a hunch. Call it a gut feeling. I think this is the best team yet for Josh Allen. He's clearly at his best level off the MVP. For the first time in my life, hand on heart, I have made a bet on the Buffalo Bills to win the Super Bowl. They are my second highest power rated team. So I have Baltimore 1, Buffalo 2, Philly 3. I just can't. I can't put my money on Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. That might not be fair. I know the Ravens are really good, but for some reason, they turn into bubblegum in the playoffs. And I think Buffalo adding White at corner, bringing in Bosa, the entire offense is back. And I think Josh Allen's the most valuable player in the league. He might not win the MVP again, but that team, if it's not this year, Joe, it might never happen. So I did find myself on Buffalo. I got Buffalo over San Francisco. Write it down.
The latest stat for Paul Skeens is that he has the second lowest ERA in baseball history through 50 starts. And that is in the live ball era, which I feel like goes back a very long time. Like, you look at this list, Vita Blue is first in baseball with a 2.01 ERA. That was in 1969 to 1972. And the rest of these guys on the list, like the top 5, the latest somebody did this was in 1984. Oral Hershiser did it in 1984 to 85. He had a 2.15 ERA. So Paul Skeens sitting in second at 2.02. Like, none of these guys are even like within 25 years. And think about how much baseball has changed and how much the role of starter has changed, where, you know, hitters have caught up. We even had the era of like juice balls, and like hitters are swinging for the fences now, where they're really trying to have that upward swing and they hit home runs more. So it's just every single day I am more impressed with Paul Skeens. Like, has anybody lived up to the hype like he has? Like, I'm thinking that he's on the level that we saw from LeBron James.
My national title game, Penn State against Clemson. Dabo said, bring your own guts, BYOG. But they're not bringing enough, not against this Nittany Lions team. Penn State finally gets over the hump, and it's coming out of my mouth, and I'm about to say it, and it might make me sick, but damn it, James Franklin is going to win the national championship this season. Penn State has the best combination of offensive line, defensive line, the best coordinator combination with Andy Kotelnicki at offensive coordinator, Jim Knowles coming over from Ohio State to be the defensive coordinator. That's the formula. That's how Ohio State win the title last year. That formula is a winning formula, and it will be a winning formula in Happy Valley, as Penn State will be your national title winner when they beat Clemson coming up in January.
Now, Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath bring out their sledgehammers on BetMGM tonight. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvath Rod in the house on this Manic Monday edition of the show. We're going to get more bets on the board here momentarily because that's what we do on every single episode. We're going to have Parlay Pete pull his ass away from the bar and get his parlay of the day on the board in Major League Baseball. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. Roll the shoulders that get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time wagers as well. Friendly reminder, folks, we have our pole dancing poll question day live right now on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And it's asking this: who among fantasy football's buzziest draft risers will ultimately be a bust at their current ADPs? Your options are Ricky Pearsall, San Francisco, pick number 63.41. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt of Washington, pick number 97.53. Travion Henderson, the Pats, at pick number 39.63. Or Emeka Egbuka of Tampa, pick number 59.05. A lightning rod subject. Nearly 320 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. And go ahead and exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. And pardon me for a second, I gotta yell at this drunk at the bar. Hey, slobber knockered pirate dude, get over here. Yeah, shiver me timbers, I'm here to make some booty. Parlay Pete is in the house and he's itching to get some action in Major League Baseball. He's going to work a little two-leg parlay. Leg numero uno. Got to go with Tampa's, or formerly Tampa, now Seattle, Randy Arozarena on the 1.5 under total bases. And leg numero dos, taking the Detroit Tigers straight up on the money line against the Athletics. I'll reserve the juice, but let me give you the reason straight from the cold dead hand of one Parlay Pete. Again, leg numero uno, Randy Arozarena on the under 1.5 total bases. A guy who was only done this 8 times in the month of August, batting just $195 this month with a 612 OPS. That's what you call no bueno. Oh, and it gets worse, folks. The last 15 days, only batting 164 on the season, hitting 225 at home for the M's with an 805 OPS. But most importantly, he is taking on the Padres and a familiar foe in JP Sears, former Athletic. He is over 10 lifetime against Sears with 5 strikeouts, and Sears has pitched pretty well this year against Seattle with a 3.27 ERA in a pair of starts. So again, Randy Arozarena under 1.5 total bases, leg numero uno. Leg numero dos, the Tigers on the money line, taking on the Athletics, and it's all about Scooble-Doo. Where are you? Hopefully put up a bunch of donuts in the box score. A guy that's been masterful on the road this season, 2.28 road ERA. He did get a win earlier this season against the Athletics and start in late June. And he's going against JT Jen, a guy that pairs well with Tonic, and also somebody that pitches like he's drunk because he's got a 6.75 home ERA on the year. Only 1 win in 9 home starts in that bandbox there in the sack. You look at Detroit, 8-2 straight up in their last 10, and they're 2-1 straight up against the Athletics this season. So, yeah, shiver me timbers to recap. Parlay Pete roll with his 2-legger in the MLB. Randy Arozarena on the under 1.5 total bags, and Tigers on the money line. That works out to a cool plus 129 at BetMGM. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend Ryan Horvat. What is the phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer, Brando. Yeah, there it is. All right, I got my first week 1 NFL bet. I bet a couple today, actually, but college football coming a little bit later. Let's go NFL. Let's go to Atlanta, out in Atlanta. Noon kickoff for you guys on the Central Time Zone. 1 p.m. East Coast, we get the Falcons as 1.5-point dogs. I like the money line plus 110, total 47.5. I did bet Atlanta to win the division. I know things were looking shaky at the start of camp for Michael Penix, but I think the offense is going to be much improved with Penix under center this year. We've talked a lot about Drake London and Bijan Robinson. The concern for Atlanta has been the defensive side of the ball. But I think this year, man, the defense is actually going to show up. I don't know that they finished top 15 or anything like that, but I do think that they're going to be much improved. I like what they did in the draft. And I think Tampa's going to take a step back, or at least get off to a slow start this season. I really think Ibuka's going to be a stud, but Godwin's not going to be healthy to start the year. We obviously all like Mike Evans, but I think it's going to take them some time. And I got some concerns about them on the defensive side of the ball as well. Atlanta's home, so let's go with Atlanta plus 1.5 and on the money line plus 110. Our first week 1 bet. We're going to fade Tampa Bay.
Ooh, that's a perilous selection. Good luck to you there. Hopefully that's going to fatten your bankroll. I'm going to go back to Major League Baseball because I need some instant gratification with a possible winner tonight. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Let's go! Ooh, baby. Let's order a bloomin' onion because I'm going to live and land down under on Jacob deGrom, 17.5 outs in the City of Angels, taking on the Halos at a minus 125 juice. A little bit heavier there, and honestly, it's warranted. You look at deGrom, been decent on the road this season, but worse compared to how he's performed in Arlington. He's got 3.46 road ERA on the year. Last 4 starts, not great. 5.32 ERA. And you look at his 10 1/3 innings pitch against LAA on the season, a 6.97. Yikes, ERA. Unable to complete 6 innings in those 2 turns of the rotation. So we'll be able to right the ship and start number 3 against the Angels. I say not so fast, my friend. Though you look at the Angels, just number 24 in WRC plus the last couple of weeks. So I think the trend is going to be thy friend on the under. Jacob deGrom, 17.5 outs against the LA Angels at a minus 125 juice. Oh, speaking of juice, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Oh, bartender, thank you for the handsome pour as always. Oh, so generous. Here's a fat tip. And hopefully Horvat's going to give my wallet a fat tip as well with another NFL selection. Man, is he chomping the bit at week 1, and I can't blame him. So, Horvey, what you got?
Yeah, this is a little, two-parter because I did take Vegas plus 3, which you could get right now, minus 108 on the road, taking on New England. But I had to take a stab on the money line as well at plus 150. Right now, still seeing plus 146 for the Raiders. I think the Raiders are going to be much improved this year. Pete Carroll, Chip Kelly, Geno Smith, Ashton Genty. The defense, they're going to have some issues, I think, but I really do like Max Crosby, and I just think we're overhyping the Patriots a little bit. Maybe they prove me wrong, man. Maybe they win 11 games. I don't think they have a chance to win the East as long as Josh Allen's healthy. But, with Vrabel and these guys, I think it's just going to take a little bit of time, which last year they win 4 games, and now we up the win total to 8.5. I do think they're going to be improved on the defensive side of the ball, but a lot of new pieces. They fix up the offensive line. A lot of new pieces. Stephon Diggs coming back week 1 from an ACL. So let's take a shot here with the Raiders on the money line. BetMGM has a plus 130. Like that quite a bit.
Yeah, excellent call. And we might dive into a subject related to the Raiders here momentarily. I'm going to go to baseball, and I'm going to roll the shoulders on a little baby seduced by the juice. Corbin Carroll on the over 1.5 total bases against Milwaukee. The good land, as Alice Cooper called it in Wayne's World. Just plus 105, but it still qualifies. And, of course, we're pulling for the Slithering Snakes. Cubs are off tonight, but they are slightly chipping away at that Brewers lead right now in the NL Central. Look at Carroll. against Milwaukee this season. Really owned them, batting .385 with a .967 OPS, 5 for 13 with a 2 doubles. As a matter of fact, you look at what he's done over the last 15 days, batting .298 with 8 extra base hits and a .926 OPS. He's 2 for 5 lifetime against Brewers starter taking the hill tonight, and Brandon Woodruff. And you look at Woodruff, he's been pretty good for the most part. But Carroll does have a triple against him in those 5 at bats. So hopefully he's going to split a gap, maybe collect a couple of singles, hit one over the fence, maybe get a triple, which is kind of his forte. But give me Corbin Carroll on the over. 1.5 total bases against the Brewers at plus 105. All right, it's bonus time. Whether in college football, Major League Baseball, the NFL, and looking ahead to week 1, the WNBA, all I require is another bet. So give me one, Horvat. Give me one.
This might be a mistake because maybe this goes up, man, because, the narrative is Dallas is not going to be very good this season because Jerry Jones is an insane person and they need to pay Micah Parsons. He's upset. There's already concerns about the defensive side of the ball. But I'm going to grab them right now. It's 7 plus 7 minus 115 in the opener. I feel like everybody's obviously going to be all over Philadelphia. I don't think that there's going to be a Super Bowl hangover. I don't think that that's going to be a thing. I actually think that there's a good chance they might be even better. But A.J. Brown's dinged up. And I just think this is a good spot for Dallas. I do think that Dak is going to have himself a solid season. That's why I grabbed him at 15-1 to lead the league in touchdown passes. I don't know how good Brian Schottenheimer is as a head coach, but I do like him as a play caller. And I think Dak is going to have complete freedom of the offense. Like the offseason for them on the offensive side of the ball. Again, let's hope something good comes out of camp here and they figure out who running back number 1 is going to be. But I like Dallas catching a touchdown. I don't know that they win the game outright, but I think they could keep it within a field goal opening night when everybody in the whole public is going to be on Philadelphia here, man.
Yep, I could see a little backdoor cover action as a distinct possibility in that game. I'm going to go to your neck of the woods in college football. I absolutely love this bet. Miami, Ohio, plus 17.5, taking on the Badgers of Wisconsin at a minus 110. I think the Badgers going to be a middling team. They're going to be lucky to be a bowl team this season. I look at ESPN's Football Power Index. Miami, Ohio, just at number 78. And yes, Wisconsin at number 40, but you look at the analysts and their projections and offensive and defensive rating. Wisconsin, 41 offensive rating, 79 defensive rating. Miami, 60 in offensive rating, 87 in defensive rating. 17.5 is a wide margin. You also throw in the fact that the total in this game is just 39.5. So the odds makers at BetMGM are banking on this being a war of attrition, which tells me one thing and one thing only. Scoring is not going to really mount in this game. So I think 17.5 points, too large of a spread. Give me Miami of Ohio plus 17.5 in Madison, taking on the Badgers at a minus 110 juice. Quickly before we go to siesta, Jacoby Myers said he wants to be traded away from the Las Vegas Raiders. Give me a percentage chance that could actually happen before week 1. And I also saw maybe the Raiders are making, some moves as a result and thinking forward. They re-signed Amari Cooper, brought him back to Las Vegas on a 1-year deal, though he's looking like a guy that's getting long in the tooth. So what are your feelings on Jacoby Myers? Does he stay in Sin City? Does he get shipped out? What are your overall thoughts? My 2 cents, I don't think he's moving a muscle.
I don't either, man. I would say a 98% chance that week 1 and beyond, he's suiting up for the Raiders. Yeah, I mean, they even came out and said, man, you're too important right now, right? You're wide receiver number 1. We've moved on from Devontae Adams. Obviously, Brock Bowers is a stud, but he's a tight end. Genty's a stud, but he's a running back. So I think they're going to find some sort of resolution, and he'll be out there. This is just kind of how it goes, every offseason now, especially with wide receivers and pass rushers. Everybody sees the next guy set the market or get what they think that they deserve, so then they want more money, but he'll be out there, man. I'm really high on him in fantasy as well.
Well, he's at wide receiver 37 right now, so maybe there is a slight price adjustment where he drops a little bit further in drafts, going at pick number 73.83 overall. Steal of a deal in my estimation. Yeah, he's got 1 year left on his current deal with Las Vegas, worth $10.5 million. It's a sweetheart deal, quite frankly. And yeah, Terry McLaurin is setting the market, but he is going to be motivated by money. And obviously, I think he's got a clear path to targets, though really technically, and I'm putting this in quotes, the WR1 in Vegas is one Brock Bowers. But Myers, I think, is going to lure at least 120 targets with the quarterback upgrade he has over Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell, that being, of course, Geno Smith, who was QB8 last year and adjusted completion percentage. So, again, continue to invest in with supreme confidence in the world of fantasy football. All right, we got to take a little siesta when we come back. Over the top overreactions, week 0 of the college football season as well. The entirety of the preseason in the NFL. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
I think what's playing into this line move, though, is that Notre Dame is starting a freshman quarterback. I mean, that has to count for something, right? CJ Carr, by nature, is a better passer than Riley Leonard was. But first start, I mean, it's a lot of pressure. You know, a lot of these young quarterbacks start against Troy or Kennesaw State. This kid's got to go into Miami. I don't have the weather in front of me. I'm going to look it up right now, but I'm going to guess it's going to be in the 90s in Miami this weekend. It's 87 today. Here we go. Saturday, the high is 86 in that muggy Miami weather. This kid's got to go against one of the top 15 teams in the country. And that's why I'm a little hesitant to bet Ohio State, to bet Notre Dame week 1, because these young quarterbacks are just going to be so challenged. And if they're not ready for the game speed and the adjustments that need to be made, they won't have success. It doesn't mean they can't have good seasons. It's just a tall test for both CJ Carr and Julian Sayin right out of the gate. Here you go. Here's Texas, top 5 defense. Here's Miami. Try and keep up with Carson Beck and potentially a top 10 offense. Those are big hills to climb for both young quarterbacks.
I think it's still Aaron Judge. However, it's getting really, really close to being a toss-up. When you consider that Cal Raleigh is hitting home runs at a prolific rate, and prior to yesterday, he had been kind of scuffling a little bit. But when you look at his numbers, when you look at it, considering he's doing it from the catching position, and also take into consideration Aaron Judge's injuries here recently, that has prevented him from playing in the field. So does that hamper his candidacy in some form or fashion? I think that if the Mariners can find a way to win that division, I think that could boost Raleigh a little bit. I still lean Aaron Judge, but the gap has definitely narrowed between the two.
during the draft, is the NFL colluding against Shedeur Sanders? Is the NFL colluding?
It's an actual story.
Yes, it was.
People are saying this.
I know. And do I think Shedeur should have been drafted higher? Yes, I do. But he fell to the 5th round. What was it last week? Is Dylan Gabriel trying to throw shade at Shedeur Sanders? Then that was a thing. And then this week, it's something new. Is Kevin Stefanski screwing Shedeur? He's a 2-time NFL Coach of the Year. No, he's not. Shedeur Sanders was what? 3 of 6, 14 yards, got sacked 5 times. He didn't look good. Looked great previously. He's been battling injury as well. And also, I think this was, like you were saying, it's a preseason game. No one thought the Browns were going to cut Shedeur. Obviously, they were going to keep him. So, Shedeur struggling. Let's put Snoop in here for the final drive. Get him something on tape. Probably not going to keep him. It's the freaking preseason. But if you go back to the draft, it's always something. Oh, is Shedeur getting a raw deal? Is Shedeur getting a raw deal? Look, at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, he is a 5th-round pick. If you disagree with that, fine. But if his name wasn't Sanders, you wouldn't be worried about what the Browns were doing with a 5th-round pick in a preseason game.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath along for the ride on this Manic Monday edition of the show. We're going to be digging into a brand spanking new topic called Over the Top Overreactions. And this is going to be really a ritual on Mondays for us throughout the entire football season. The college football week 0 is officially in the books. Ryan's got some, thoughts and opinions on what went down over the weekend, especially across the pond in Ireland. We're going to dig on that momentarily. We'll dig on what we saw. NFL preseason week number 3. Now it's, kind of the calm before the storm in the professional game. But, of course, the main attraction week 1 of the college football season, everybody is going to be playing starting on Thursday. So we got games on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I think even on Sunday. There might be one on Monday, Horvath. College football takes advantage of the NFL being off and in preparation of opening night, which will be, of course, Thursday in intra-divisional matchup between a couple of rivals. The reigning champion Philadelphia Eagles taking on Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys. Can't wait for that. By the way, if you want to talk fantasy football, you probably may have another dozen drafts on the agenda yet to come. If you want to talk sports betting as well, whether in college football, the NFL, and the futures markets, some player props already available. BetMGM for that Cowboys and Eagles matchup. You want to talk baseball, WNBA? It doesn't matter. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also rifle off your questions and comments on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Speaking of BetMGM, no matter where the action is, BetMGM will supercharge the odds on your next sports bet. Use the Odds Boost token to boost your potential payout on a winning bet only at BetMGM. All right, let's go ahead and dig in to our first over-the-top overreaction from the weekend, and let's start in that matchup in land of Guinness, and that being Dublin, Ireland, as Iowa State defeats Kansas State 24-21. Obviously, everybody and their great-grandmother, including us, were laying the chalk, and yes, hey, we get stuff wrong all the time. We're transparent. We're open here on BetMGM Tonight, so yeah, we lost that one at a -3, although you did cash in on your Avery Johnson anytime touchdown at +115. Ding, 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 ding. Congratulations, mi amigo. So it wasn't a complete wash. But the sweatiest part of that entire game, Horvath, was the very end, as the total was very much a play. I had an under in that game at 50.5, had it boosted up, so I had a little bit of writing on it. And I was like, okay, when they show the replay, the Iowa State player's elbow was down at about the half-a-foot line. I said, yeah, bring that sucker back. Then I start looking at the clock, and I start listening to the broadcasters on the game, and I'm looking at the reaction of the Iowa State guys on the side. I'm like, oh my God, they could just run the clock out with knees. Are they going to actually do that? Or are they going to get greedy and try to punch it in? Or maybe they're going to take a knee, and then maybe on the second down, they're going to say, oh, screw it, we're going to punch it in because we bled enough of the clock down at that point. That will really drive in that final nail into the coffin. Well, no, they didn't. Knee, 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 knee. Victory, baby. I'll take those kneel downs all damn day. That was me pulling up in all the wrong places, but it came through on the under in glorious fashion. And I immediately took to X at Noisy Huevos, and I said, football is so back. It's way back. With some of those beats that were out there. So absolutely outstanding stuff at the end of that game. But your overall thoughts on Cyclones and Wildcats, again, Kansas State falling 24-21 in that opener.
It was a good college football Saturday for week 0, man. The Jayhawks did their job. Unfortunately, the Wildcats did not. Had the under, had the Avery Johnson anytime touchdown, so that was fun. And it was a fun game, but I felt like I was watching a replay of what we saw last year where Kansas State, and I'm not making excuses for the bet, for all of our bets, because I knew we were in trouble when everybody we talked to throughout the week was like, yep, Kansas State, Kansas State.
Right.
And I was like, oh no,
Yep.
man. And Iowa State at one point was catching more than a field goal. But I come away not really all that impressed with either team. Avery Johnson, the numbers, and also what a sweat on the under, by the way. It was 7-7. We were tied up at 7 going into the half. It was 14-7 going into the fourth quarter, and just like that, 24 points scored in the fourth quarter. And it reminds you college football is crazy, man. And you can never feel good about any bet on any Saturday. But if you look at the box score, man, Avery Johnson, 21 of 30 passing, 273 yards through the air, 2 touchdowns, also had a rushing touchdown. Rocco Beck was shaky without Higgins and Noel, man. 14 of 28 passing, 183 yards, but he made the throws when he needed to, and Avery Johnson didn't. And again, not making excuses, but I was excited to see what Dylan Edwards could do now, being the lead back, and he gets hurt on the opening kick return. Fumbles and gets injured. We don't see him the rest of the game, and you're like, yep, that's why you can't go too crazy week 0, but yeah, my biggest takeaway was we were lucky to get the under, and I'm not really all that impressed with either team, right? I think my Kansas State Big 12 ticket is probably ready to go in the fire. I'm not going to overreact to 1 week, but they were sloppy tackling. Once Hansen got going, they couldn't tackle him. He had 73 yards rushing. Everything was right up the middle. I saw the same team that I saw last year. They're probably going to finish with 2 or 3 conference losses. And I don't think Iowa State wins double-digit games, man. I think, if you want to play some futures, look at a team like Baylor. Look at a team like Utah, or just go with the favorite. Maybe I was wrong, and maybe Arizona State just does win the conference once again this year.
Yeah, just a nutty game, to say the least. Highly competitive.
Crazy.
It was great to see. And, yeah, the sweat was building on the brow, to say the least, on that final set of downs. Thank God they took knee after knee after knee. I still can't believe that. Absolutely outstanding stuff. All right, let's go to the NFL and talk about the train wreck that was one Shedeur Sanders. A guy obviously made highlight play after highlight play as a member of the Colorado Buffs last year in college football for Neon Deion. He was the antithesis of that. Really seemed destined for the Calgary Stampeders, quite honestly, in his preseason final against the LA Rams. 3 of 6 for 14 yards, but he took 5 sacks. And I jokingly wrote this for roughly 3,067 yards of a negative, accumulation. Like, he was abysmal, to say the least, and that's a problem with him. You can blame the offensive line, you can blame the route running, you can blame the fact he's playing with second and third stringers against this Rams team, but he was holding the ball too long, trying to make plays, and you can't get away with that nonsense, even against a bunch of backups in the National Football League. So I'm going to ask you this, Horvat. Right now, Mike Clay updated all of his projections there at ESPN. He has Shedeur Sanders for 4 starts this year. I'm going to set that over under, and I'm just making this up on the fly, at 3.5 games started this season. What say you? And keep in mind, too, that Dylan Gabriel has now outperformed him in back-to-back games.
I was going to say, I would take the under, man, because Dylan Gabriel has outperformed him in back-to-back games, right? And Dylan Gabriel went ahead of him in the draft. Usually where Shedeur was drafted, if he is going to make the roster, it's on the practice squad. He's not even going to be out there, right? So I would set the under. And this is what you worried about at Colorado, right? Like a decent enough arm, but I worry about his leadership skills. He's coming into preseason games, and I'm not like trying to go like, FS1 here or debate show here, but like when he comes in, he's got the boom box and he's got his people. Like as a quarterback, I don't know, man. Like I feel like Dylan Gabriel, like even Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, right? Like will earn the respect of their teammates more. And he holds on to the ball too long. Same thing that he did at Colorado. And that was the Pac-12 and the Big 12. You cannot do that in the National Football League. So I'm going to go under. And like I look at social media and I'm like, what are we doing? Like, why are people making excuses? The Browns aren't out to sabotage him. He's had reps with the second team. It was his turn to take the reps with the third and fourth team, and he didn't look good, and it was all on him. So I would go under 4 starts.
I would take the under all day as well. He might get a cup of coffee as a start, like a token start, and I don't know what, week 17, week 16. They're going to be well out of the playoff picture at that point. And Joe Flacco, once Rome was Stegosaurus in the Cretaceous, so they may have to see what they have. Possibly could be Dylan Gabriel getting a lot of that action late in the year, but maybe Shedeur gets one start this year. I think that's about it for him, if he even survives the entire season on that squad's roster. All right, let's move on. Courtland Sutton looked like a baller and a shot caller. They clear-cut WR1 for the Denver Broncos. We were the first team, and granted, it was against the lifeless New Orleans Saints, but was targeted 7 times, caught 4 passes for 83 yards and a touchdown. You look at Courtland Sutton right now, a guy largely going right around the wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 line and average fantasy drafts. I can give you the exact number right now. Wide receiver 22, 46.75 in drafts conducted over the last 7 days. Playing a impromptu game at that price point. Again, wide receiver 22, 46.75. Is Courtland Sutton overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued in fantasy?
I might say he's slightly undervalued, man. The first, because I try to do on my reading, Monday morning, and I saw a couple Broncos blogs pop up, and it was like, are the Broncos still too reliant on Courtland Sutton? And I was like, maybe, but that would be a good thing for fantasy owners, man. I mean, obviously, like last year had 81 grabs, a little bit of a breakout year, 8 touchdowns as well. I think those numbers could go up. I think it could be closer to 100 receptions, because towards the second half of the season, that's when Sean Payton finally took the handcuffs off Bo Nix, let him push the ball down the field, throw outside the number. So I'm really high on him, man, as long as, like we always say, as long as he could stay healthy.
Yeah, a lot of the advanced analytics are awfully encouraging. 7.9 targets per game last year. That's a plus. He was number 2 in total air yards among all wide receivers a season ago. Yeah. Number 8 in total red zone targets. And he was also number 9 in expected fantasy points per game. And throw this on top, number 3 in contested catch rate. He is the definitive, unchallenged WR1 with an established quarterback in Bo Nix, so I don't think he's going to regress. He's only going to get better in this Sean Payton system. I know the defense is arguably the best in the NFL. It's not going to be involved a lot of shootouts. But, yeah, I think he's going to profit at wide receiver 22. I think he is going to tuck inside the WR top 20 this year. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. Marty Morningwig is going to join us. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I saved the Big 12 for last because the Big 12 was probably the most difficult one to talk about because all of these teams are in the conversation. I mean, we just saw the game in Dublin this past Saturday of, all right, it's going back and forth. The ball's loose. Like, what's happening? It's just going to come down to who makes the fewest mistakes that's going to win. And it ended up being Iowa State, who's now 8-1, by the way, to win the Big 12. But there's one thing in college football that I think we're going to start to learn as we go deeper and deeper into this NIL era, this transfer portal era of college football. And I think it's going to be the best teams that money can buy are going to be the best teams. I'm going with Texas Tech. I think Texas Tech wins the Big 12. Now, they've gone about this in an unconventional way, just saying we're going to just dole out millions of dollars and try to put a roster together to win this conference. But guess what? In a conference where there's not really high-end talent, I know Arizona State's a formidable team. Sam Levitt's back. Kenny Dillingham's a great coach. I just don't think that they have the year-over-year talent that's required to win this conference. I think Texas Tech has that talent. Joey McGuire is going to be feeling the pressure. It is a hot seat in Lubbock because that booster program, Cody Campbell in particular, put a lot of money and resources into building a competitive program and a competitive team. I think it comes to fruition this year in a wide-open conference. Give me the team that's doing something unlike the other teams and is doling out massive amounts of money, only of the likes that are seen in the SEC. I think Texas Tech is your Big 12 champion. And do they make a run in the CFP? No, they're not going to do that. But can they win the Big 12? Definitely. I like the Red Raiders to be your Big 12 champions and get it done down there in Jerry World in December.
I feel like people are sleeping on Bama a little bit here, and it's a thankless job taking over for Nick Saban. They're taking over for the GOAT, and I know Alabama didn't have the season that it wanted compared to the standard in Tuscaloosa. What was the game? Was it against Tennessee or was it Vandy where they ran like a fourth down play and a couple of the receivers were pretending to shoot jump shots on the outside? Do you remember this? Last year, I mean, Nick Saban's head would have quite literally exploded had he seen that. So some things to clean up, but I think Kalen DeBoer is a hell of a head coach.
Time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday edition of the show. We're going to be talking to Marty Morningwig here momentarily. Get his thoughts on what are you seeing so far in this NFL preseason, and get his thoughts as well. Some of the projections he might have with some key players and teams. He knows a little bit about football, given his days as a coach in the league for a number of different organizations as the offensive coordinator. Can't wait to pick his brain. Friendly reminder, folks, the phone line still wide open if you want to talk fantasy football. If you want to talk sports betting with us, whether in the NFL, college football, Major League Baseball, or the WNBA, you absolutely can. Simple way to contact Horvat and I, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also drop off your comments or questions via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, contact us on X at BetMGM tonight. Right now, let's go out and talk to Marty Morningwig, a former NFL head coach and OC for over 3 decades. Again, the man knows a lot about pigskin. Make sure you follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there. At Marty Morningwig, again, on X, at Marty Morningwig. Coach Marty, welcome to BetMGM tonight. Straight away for me, with the preseason in the books, give us a couple of offensive takeaways you gathered from the exhibition season, whether according to like some of the first team player performances or team based. Does anyone in particular stand out to you, and who do you feel is poised to have a big NFL year?
Well, it's the classics. It's Mahomes, it's Allen, it's Lamar Jackson, it's Burrow in the AFC, and you go through the NFC quarterbacks. But listen, Ryan and Brad, today is a rough day, and tomorrow as well, where they're cutting down their players, and you're as the cuts are coming in, you're seeing the development of the football teams. But I will say the preseason, when they used to play 4 of them, it was a little misleading. Yeah. Now they only play 3. The Kansas City Chiefs, I believe, are 0-3. Are you kidding me? So here's what typically, especially, the veteran coaches are trying to do. They're trying to give, and that's the coach's responsibility. Give these young or rookies or second-year players or third-year players an opportunity to show what they can do, and where are they in the development to be able to help their team win. And in some cases, you're hiding guys out. Some cases, you're waving a guy a day early, trying to act like you're not going to sign him back to the practice squad. So a lot of games, a lot of sort of behind-the-scenes strategy is going on here in the next 2 or 3 days.
Marty, you brought up the Chiefs, in the preseason, and once we get to the regular season, they're usually a lock to win double-digit games and at least make it to the AFC Championship game, at least as long as Pat Mahomes is taken over behind center for Andy Reid. But this year, they're actually not the favorites. We have the screen up right now, the Ravens, the Bills. I mean, they have some serious threats in the AFC. Is there a team that you like a little bit more than Kansas City, or would the Chiefs still be your pick this year to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl?
Oh, listen, I will not bet against the great Patrick Mahomes. With Andy Reid, the Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, throw a little tomahawk chop in there. And then, look, if they stay healthy, they will be there at the end, and Andy does a fantastic job. You know, these first games of the season that's coming up in about 10 days, right? It's sort of like the Super Bowl for fans. Some of the owners, especially if they just bought the team within the last handful of years. Many of the administration, it's like the Super Bowl. It's the first time that the game actually counts for that particular year, where the veteran coaches understand it's one of 17 games, and you've got to stack some wins throughout the year, and it doesn't matter if they come early or they come late. In fact, Andy does such a great job. His teams are normally playing their very best down the stretch and into the playoffs.
So, two of the guys that I really like, Ben Johnson and Liam Cohen, both got head coaching gigs. Ben obviously takes over in Chicago with Caleb Williams, and Liam Cohen takes over in Jacksonville, and he is going to be in charge, I guess, of kind of revamping Trevor Lawrence's career. What's the biggest difference? Because they both had a lot of success calling plays, but what's the biggest difference now, when you're taking over, you're in control of the locker room as the head man, and do you like either of those teams going into the season, either Jacksonville or Chicago?
Love Chicago. Why? Caleb Williams. The man is talented. He's talented. So if Ben Johnson, which he's done before, right? So he's got experience doing this. If he can sort of almost like a Brett Favre, corral just a little bit, still allow him to make those great plays, at the quarterback position. What the most important aspects are: decision-making, accuracy, timing, gut instincts, which Caleb has, and then trust your training, turn it loose with some passion, right? And some guys just do the right thing with the ball more than others. And so Ben's challenge is to get Caleb playing in that manner, where those most important aspects are highlighted. I really like Ben Johnson's opportunity there in Chicago, mainly because of the quarterback. Now, Aaron Glenn with the Jets. I love Aaron. Now, he and I go way back. I mean, that's one reason I was bringing him up. But I think he's got an outstanding chance there with the Jets. Schottenheimer with the Cowboys, right? A rookie coach. What? He's in a pretty good spot. Why? Because they're normally a pretty talented team. They normally are going to win their share of games. And if Brian can get them to play just a little bit above that, they'll be in the playoffs and be there at the end.
We're talking the great Marty Morningwig, a man who obviously was a head coach in the NFL, also an offense coordinator for a number of teams, and he is a Montana football legend. Give him a follow on X, would you kindly, at Marty Morningwig. Again, on X, at Marty Morningwig. Marty, we got some breaking news. I'm going to get your gut reaction on this. The Browns, this according to Adam Schefter at ESPN, are sending quarterback Kenny Pickett to the Las Vegas Raiders for a 2026 fifth-round pick. Now, obviously, Cleveland has a bevy of quarterbacks. We already land-based Shedeur Sanders based on his preseason Week 3 performance, but he is left right now with Dylan Gabriel and the elder statesman in Joe Flacco. So give us your instant gut reaction to Kenny Pickett exiting Cleveland and going to Sin City.
Thought that was a possibility, not exactly to the Raiders, but thought that Cleveland – there was a possibility that they would not keep 4 like they were saying publicly. They were doing that, so they could probably get a little bit more out of Pickett. So you've got my man Joe Flacco, who was at my quarterback school. He was the guest coach at the quarterback school for the high school quarterbacks in the great state of Montana this past summer. And so Flacco's got the experience. He's a Super Bowl winner. He's a Super Bowl MVP. All of those things, right? So they've got that, right? And then for them to go with the 2 young guys that they drafted, I thought that was a real possibility. What are they giving up? If Joe gets nicked, they have no experience at the position. Now, Shedeur Sanders, who my son helped coach there at Colorado last year, plummeted it down into the 5th round. He played better Week 1. So they must be with their 2 young quarterbacks, they must be pleasantly surprised at the maturity, even though Shedeur didn't play nearly as well in the preseason game number 3.
Yeah, definitely. Again, absorbed 5 sacks in that game for just a colossal amount of yards lost. Coach, this year's group of rookie wide receivers are supposed to pale in comparison to last year's wide receiver overall group. But who among Tatora McMillan and Mecca Buka, Matthew Golden, and Travis Hunter, who do you think makes the bigger first-year splash? Are any of those guys, in your mind, got to top 1,000 yards this year?
Well, I'm biased because my son coached at Colorado, the Heisman Trophy winner, Travis Hunter. He won games for Colorado on offense. He won a game for Colorado on defense. The man is a monster physically. So, and the wider you get, right, in the NFL, like a receiver, the much easier, and runner, let's say running back, it's a little bit easier to play early, right, mentally. And for a receiver, we talked about the most important aspects to play quarterback at a high level in the National Football League. Receiver is what two major things: the ability to catch the ball on a consistent basis and then go make the great catch, right? That's one. And then the second one in the National Football League is the ability to defeat, bump and run. Many people call it press coverage, where it's up in your face. If you can beat bump and run, press coverage in the National Football League, everything else will fall into place. Travis Hunter can do both of those things, the most important aspects of playing receiver in the NFL. Catch the football consistently and beat bump and run. Make him scared to put somebody on top of you in a bump and run type of situation. And Travis has the skill and ability to do that.
Yeah, an absolute athletic freak is one Travis Hunter. I got to try and play.
Guys.
Well, yeah, you're making me fired up. You're matching my energy, Coach. I absolutely love it. We'll let you go on this one. Coach, I am of the belief Joe Burrow is going to repeatedly carpet bomb the competition, tossing another 40-plus touchdowns this year, instead of based on the category and also in pass yards. Right now, he's second to Lamar Jackson at MVP odds at BetMGM at 6-1. Do you think my crystal ball is broken on Joe Burrow? What are your thoughts on the modern-day Joel Cool, and would you pick him as your MVP?
Well, you've got Mahomes. You got Lamar Jackson, who I'm biased. I told you that before, but now Joe Burrow, I love him. The man's a fantastic quarterback. He didn't have quite the team last year. They lost a little mojo, didn't you think? And I'm a believer in a little mojo, a little momentum. They just couldn't put it all together. And in between, Joe Burrow's throwing for world records, right? So if they can put that team around Joe Burrow, there'll be no cap on him. What a wonderful quarterback. They surround that they get a little bit better on defense, a little bit more consistent on offense, and Joe Burrow will find himself in a Super Bowl. You know who else?
Outstanding stuff.
Get over that hump. It's Josh Allen. Josh Allen has to get over the hump as far as winning Super Bowls, because when it's all said and done, the quarterbacks, most of them are evaluated on how many wins did they get back to back. How could they stack the wins? Could they lead young men, grown men, week after week? And how many Super Bowls did they win? That's what you're evaluated on when it's all said and done most of the time. There's a couple outliers. Joe Namath won one. My man Marino, great quarterback.
Yep,
got to one and never got to another one after that. So, but for most of the time, you're evaluated on winning games and winning championships at the quarterback position.
Joe Burrow could have a monster year statistically, but will the defense support him for them to even get a shot in the postseason? That is the $64,000 question. Terrific and energized stuff from Marty Mornhinweg, former NFL head coach and, of course, offensive coordinator. Give him a follow on X, would you kindly? At Marty Mornhinweg, again on X, at Marty Mornhinweg. Coach, we appreciate the time, and I would say go Mahomes, but I'm kind of sick of the Chiefs.
I think a lot of people are, aren't they? That's what you get when you win a lot of games. And I'll tell you what, I better get back on X. You've been pounding that thing so much. I haven't been on there in quite a while. But you know where I get to jump on an airplane and get to Des Moines, Iowa on Wednesday for Drake, their home opener on Thursday night. My other son coaches at Drake. So what an exciting time right now, right? The NFL teams are developing themselves for 10 days to 2 weeks from now, and then the colleges are starting to get after it already. What an exciting time. I'm juiced up. It was great talking with you guys today.
Thanks,
we
Coach.
Appreciate
Take care
it, Coach.
of business against Upper Iowa. Yeah.
That's right. Go Bulldogs. What we say all the show all the time, you never fade the Drake. I usually plays
Never.
college basketball, but in this instance, we're going to follow Coach Monenwig and his son there as Drake in action. Tremendous stuff from Marty Monenwig. Dude is a baller. What's going on?
Delaware State. And then Mike Vick. I mean, so they both open up on Thursday as well. So what an exciting time for the football world, huh? Deshaun Jackson, Mike Vick, head coaches at the college level.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, tremendous stuff. I didn't know Coach was still there, which is even more of a delight that he's throwing that out there with Delaware State, Deshaun Jackson, Michael Vick, and their coaching debuts. Man, we're all jazzed up right now talking about week one of the college football season, and of course, a week one of the NFL season as well, right around the corner. All right, Coach, we got to let you go because we're up against it. When we come back here on BetMGM tonight, boom, bust, and bank picks at the quarterback position. We're talking fantasy and a little betting peppered in as well. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move, take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
Every summer, I do 7 futures, and for the last 5 years at Fox and the last 6 years of my life, it's been very simple. Kansas City Chiefs win Super Bowl. I don't know why, man. Call it a hunch. Call it a gut feeling. I think this is the best team yet for Josh Allen. He's clearly at his best level off the MVP. For the first time in my life, hand on heart, I have made a bet on the Buffalo Bills to win the Super Bowl. They are my second highest power rated team. So I have Baltimore 1, Buffalo 2, Philly 3. I just can't put my money on Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. That might not be fair. I know the Ravens are really good, but for some reason, they turn into bubblegum in the playoffs. And I think Buffalo, adding White at corner, bringing in Bosa, the entire offense is back. And I think Josh Allen's the most valuable player in the league. He might not win the MVP again, but that team, if it's not this year, Joe, it might never happen. So I did find myself on Buffalo. I got Buffalo over San Francisco. Write it down.
The latest stat for Paul Skeens is that he has the second lowest ERA in baseball history through 50 starts. And that is in the live ball era, which I feel like goes back a very long time. Like, you look at this list, Vita Blue is first in baseball with a 2.01 ERA. That was in 1969 to 1972. And the rest of these guys on the list, like the top 5, the latest somebody did this was in 1984. Oral Hershiser did it in 1984 to 85. He had a 2.15 ERA. So Paul Skeens sitting in second at 2.02. Like, none of these guys are even like within 25 years. And think about how much baseball has changed and how much the role of starter has changed, where, you know, hitters have caught up. We even had the era of like juice balls, and like hitters are swinging for the fences now, where they're really trying to have that upward swing and they hit home runs more. So it's just every single day I am more impressed with Paul Skeens. Like, has anybody lived up to the hype like he has? Like, I'm thinking that he's on the level that we saw from LeBron James.
national title game, Penn State against Clemson. Dabo said, bring your own guts, BYOG. But they're not bringing enough, not against this Nittany Lions team. Penn State finally gets over the hump, and it's coming out of my mouth, and I'm about to say it, and it might make me sick. But damn it, James Franklin is going to win the national championship this season. Penn State has the best combination of offensive line, defensive line, the best coordinator combination with Andy Kotelnicki at offensive coordinator, Jim Knowles coming over from Ohio State to be the defensive coordinator. That's the formula. That's how Ohio State win the title last year. That formula is a winning formula, and it will be a winning formula in Happy Valley as Penn State will be your national title winner.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this Manic Monday edition of the show. Very fun conversation. Kind of random as well. I'm just over the top, brimming with energy during the break. Heart's been racing because Marty Morningwig, it was like from the top rope, dropping the elbow down in that interview. That was outstanding stuff. Did he directly answer any one of our questions? Not really. He just talked to Patrick Mahomes and a bunch of FCS matchups, including the matchup with Delaware State, and I guess Michael Vick's involved, and Deshaun Jackson in their coaching debut. I mean, we would talk Drake, Bulldogs, not men's college basketball, but football. If you missed any of that, do yourself a favor. Again, if you want a really good laugh, you want to be tickled, you want to be entertained, go back and listen at your leisure to the BetMGM Tonight podcast interview with Marty Morningwig. Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Subscribe and download right now the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Also, a friendly reminder, phone lines remain wide open. We would love to talk to you. If you want some feedback about your fantasy team, maybe you got a start sit that you're already pondering for week one, or just a player in terms of the season-long market, you've got that top of mind and you want answers, we're here to help. A simple way to contact Ryan Horvath and I, just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions or comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, we got a brand spanking new segment on the show tonight. It's called Boom, Bust, and Bank. A little secret about me, and you probably already gathered this, I love alliteration. So I constantly use it in a lot of our segment titles and topics. This is a type of segment we're going to feature quite often throughout the entire regular season of the NFL. So the premise is this. It's kind of a mixture of fantasy football and sports betting. So living in a hybrid world, which is what I do on the regular, not only writing pieces on thegamingjuice.com, also going to be contributing to The Athletic this year. I got a column that's going to make its debut later this week, and it is of this hybrid approach. So the boom is going to be a player most likely to exceed average draft position currently in average fantasy drafts. A bust is just the opposite, a player least likely to exceed his ADP at the quarterback position, and bank is just simply a favorite player prop available right now at BetMGM. That's it. So boom, bust, and bank. And let's start out with kaboom, a player that could definitely go over the top in terms of what they bring to the table in the box score consistently for fantasy football players. So looking at the average draft position that is out there, Ryan, give me a guy right now that's going well outside the QB1 ranks in a 12-team setting that comes seasons in, may be a bit of a surprise. Who is it?
I'm going to go with Michael Penix Jr. You know, I'm seeing him as high as quarterback 24, and it was a small sample size because he only played 3 games as a rookie. Kind of got thrown into the fire because I didn't think we were going to see Michael Penix, man, because they gave Kirk Cousins $100+ million guaranteed. Got forced into action, completed 58% of his passes, averaged 245.7 passing yards, 7.4 yards per attempt, 3 touchdown passes, 3 picks. He's not going to give you much rushing upside, especially with the injuries that he suffered at Indiana. Love what I saw, obviously, at Washington in the DeBoer and Ryan Grubb offense. He led the FBS in passing yardage each of his last 2 seasons at Washington. He can make every single throw. And I'm pretty high on Atlanta, at least on the offensive side of the ball this year, man. Bijan's going to be a stud. I think he's going to catch a ton of balls out of the backfield. Drake London, bet him to score double-digit touchdowns, and he's looking for a new contract. I like Mooney as a number 2, Ray McLeod. And we'll see, what, if anything, they get from Kyle Pitts, who's been working out a little bit more with the wide receivers. So I'll go Michael Penix Jr. at quarterback 24.
We get to Rasante. My shares of Drake London. Hope you are correct, sir.
Me too.
Having Bijan Robinson obviously makes this all the more supportive because that guy can do everything, although they got some offensive line issues already. And they were an elite run blocking unit and pass blocking as well last year. So hopefully the backups can rectify some of the question marks that are plaguing that franchise heading into week 1. My pick is a guy that I think you would echo the same sentiment on. Trevor Lawrence, the blonde bomber of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And I think he's going to make some dollars down there in Duval County for fantasy franchises. Right now, quarterback 20 is ADP in drafts conducted over last week at pick number 146.58 overall. Cheap is one Trevor Lawrence. It's a make or break year for him. I've read about this several times already on thegamingjuice.com. I look what he has done the preseason. He's been really outstanding. Pinpoint accurate, 14-17, 119 yards, and a touchdown in his preseason appearances. That's an 82.4% completion rate, folks, and a 115.4 QBR as well. Mike Clay's got him fearlessly forecasted for 592 pass attempts, 4,277 pass yards, 22 passing touchdowns, 14 INTs, 283 on the ground, and 4 rushing scores. Got him a quarterback 14. And frankly, if everything fires in this Liam Cohen offense, which is highly proven, I see the evidence of Baker Mayfield's renaissance that he underwent last season in Tampa Bay, you could be looking at a back-end quarterback 1 even in 12-team leagues. Look, I know he was a horrendous number 42 in adjusted completion percentage when qualifying QBs last year, but he was number 6 in deep ball completion percentage, can really twirl the pigskin quite well down the field, though he was only number 26 in red zone completion percentage. You have an elite number 1 in Brian Thomas, Brenton Strange guy that came on strong in the second half last year. Hopefully can build on that. You bring in Travis Hunter as well. He got Dammy Brown. They have weapons. And Liam Cohen is a genius. He is a mastermind. I think he's got to maximize the talents of one Trevor Lawrence. So I think he's got to definitely turn a tidy profit at quarterback 20, 146.58 overall. He is my boom selection. Flip side of the coin, who is going to bust at their current ADP in fantasy leagues this year, Horvey?
Yeah, I feel like now I'm just being a little bit of a hater, even though I like the guy. I love his commercials. I've loved him since he was at Oklahoma, and that's Baker Mayfield. But just at quarterback 7, man, I had a draft this last weekend, and I went with Brock Purdy over him. I think Brock Purdy could throw close to 4,000 yards like he did 2 seasons ago, nearly did it last year, even though he missed 2 games and all of his pieces. His skill position players were hurt, including Christian McCaffrey, but I also think he's going to use his legs a little bit more. Also, I'm higher on Kyler Murray and Bo Nix because I think they're also going to use their legs a little bit more than Baker. And I just worry a little bit about no Tristan Wirfs to start the season, right? No Chris Godwin to start the season. Mike Evans being another year older. Like I talked about in the beginning of the show, I like Ibuka, but he's a rookie. And it's like, especially the schedule in September, they get the Houston Texans, the Jets, and the Eagles, all top 10 secondary. So I still think Baker's going to have a solid season. But I don't know that he's top 8 this year. So I'm going to say Baker Mayfield, quarterback 7, least likely, I should say, to exceed his ADP. A couple guys I like a little bit more this year.
All right, my pick and earmuffs, Coach Morton Wig, because you kept talking about and how much you love and adore him. Patrick Mahomes. Yes, I'm paying living daylights out of him. I moved him outside my top 10 on my rankings available there at thegameofjuice.com. He's quarterback 6 at 71.10 in terms of overall ADP. Way too high, too rich for my blood, especially with the unknown side of Rashee Rice. You look at Travis Kelce, may be able to still get it done, but this could be the swan song for him. Hollywood Brown is already dealing with injury. Xavier Worthy, gonna give it to you. Yeah, he may indeed do that. He does have Isaiah Pacheco back, but this offense that we thought was going to fire on all cylinders has some question marks, to say the least, and so does Mahomes. He's a guy last couple of seasons, quarterback 10, quarterback 11 was the finish. Last year, he was quarterback 10 and adjusted completion percentage. Good, but not fantastic. He was only number 34 in deep ball completion percentage. That's just crazy that he was that underwhelming in that category, though he was number 6 in red zone completion percentage, largely because of Travis Kelce. He'll contribute a little booty scooting on the ground. Mike Clay's got projected for around 300 yards and maybe 2 to 4 touchdowns in that capacity. Sure, he's got a top 6 overall fantasy strength of schedule, a favorable one. But again, we have no idea what is going to happen with Rashee Rice. We don't know how many games Hollywood Brown truly is going to play. Again, there's just a lot of question marks. And you got to invest a quarterback 6 price in him? No, thank you. I'd rather wait for guys and get a full 2 to 3 rounds later who has a really good chance of exceeding and surpassing Patrick Mahomes in the fantasy football quarterback pecking order this season. All right, let's get a bank pick in. Give me your favorite player prop among Sono colors, mi amigo.
All right, we've talked about this one a couple times, man, right? Like my 2 favorites, it's Dak at 16-1 to lead the league in touchdown passes, and it's Trevor Lawrence over 21.5 touchdown passes. Let's go with T-Law, especially because you hyped him up already, so I feel good about this one. You could still find minus 135. Always shop around for the best prices, but he just has to stay healthy. Last year, only 11 touchdown passes, 7 picks, played about 10 games, and then got hurt. It was Mac Jones. Year before that was a down year, 21 touchdown passes, to only 14 picks. But the first year with Doug Peterson, after the Urban Meyer rookie disaster, he threw 25 touchdowns, only 8 picks. I think that's more of the Trevor Lawrence that we see this year. I like Liam Cohen. I like Brian Thomas Jr. I like De'Ami Brown as wide receiver 3. I think Travis Hunter is going to catch a ton of screens and hopefully be a yak god for us. And then we both really like Brenton Strange, man. I think he could be a threat in the red zone as well. So I'm going to go over 21.5 touchdown passes on Trevor Lawrence, minus 135. He's got to throw at least 22, 23 minimum in the Liam Cohen offense, which saw Baker Mayfield last year throw 41. So that's my favorite quarterback prop still available right now.
Yeah, again, a guy that was number 6 in deep ball completion percentage last year. Excellent call there, mi amigo. Joe Burrow, 40-plus passing touchdowns, an obscene plus 260 right now at BetMGM. I think he can replicate what he did last season, exceeded that number last fall. Preseason, he actually got some action. He looked damn good. 18 of 24, 185 yards, 3 touchdowns, a 136.3 passer rating. I think he's going to start off on the right foot this season. Why? Well, week 1, he's facing the low-life Cleveland Browns. Mike Clay's only got a projected for 34 passing touchdowns. I know the strength of schedule is not all that favorable, but he was one of the most accurate spiral throwers last year. Number 3 in adjusted completion percentage. He was only number 13 deep ball and number 13 in red zone. But he's got oodles of weapons. He's got a rather unsupportive defense. It's going to be a banner campaign for one Joe Burrow. So 40 more passing touchdowns. Love the value at plus 260. We got a caller. Let's out at the phone lines right now. 833-732-3875. Mike dialed those digits in Miami. Mike, welcome to BetMGM tonight.
Hey guys, how you guys doing tonight? Yeah, I have a flex question for you guys in a PPR league and a half point per attempt, rushing attempt. So I have Jalen Warren slotted in as the starter, but I'm looking to probably bench him. I have the choices between Rashee Rice, Ricky Pearsall, Austin Eckler, J.K. Dobbins, and if Devon Achane is out, I also have Ollie Gordon. So I just wanted to see which way should I be leaning towards, and what's the best player to go the first week 1.
Yeah, exactly. You got to play this on a week-to-week basis. So he's got a lot of fine options there. Obviously, Rashee Rice is TBD, right? Because there's still a chance that he may not be available week one. If Rice is on the field, you're playing him. Period, end of story. Because they're going to pepper him with targets. Now, if he is in street clothes or he's not even with the team in their game in Brazil, then the guy I go with over Jalen Warren is Ricky Pearsall. Because what we know is this, he's one of the few healthy receiving options in San Francisco, and he's a guy that may see 8 to 11 targets in week one, knowing that Juwan Jennings is unlikely going to be on the field. That's what the latest indications are. Knowing that Brandon Ayuk is still working his way back. It's going to be him and George Kittle, and you love some Brock Purdy this year, don't you?
Absolutely, man. Brock Purdy is going to push the ball down the field, right? Even last year in a little bit of a down year, over 7.4 yards per attempt or whatever it was. And right now, they're all beat up at the wide receiver position. No Brandon Ayuk. So other than George Kittle, man, I think he could lead the team in targets. So, yeah, love Ricky Pearsall, who last year obviously had a very unfortunate situation to start the season. But when he did get on the field, showed some flashes. And showed some flashes again this preseason. So that would be my pick if, again, Rashee Rice isn't out there. But like you said, if he's out there, man, that's who I'm going with. And Mahomes looked damn good. Granted, it was the preseason against the Bears. But I liked watching him push the ball down the field. You know, he was missing those throws a little bit last year. He looked good. So Rashee Rice or Ricky Pearsall for me as well.
Yep. All right. It's a sweep with those pair of options. Good luck to you, Mike, in week one. All right. We got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, the fantasy football talk rolls on. We're going to do another edition of NFL Player Pick'em at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I think what's playing into this line move, though, is that Notre Dame is starting a freshman quarterback. I mean, that has to count for something, right? CJ Carr, by nature, is a better passer than Riley Leonard was. But first start, I mean, it's a lot of pressure. You know, a lot of these young quarterbacks start against Troy or Kennesaw State. This kid's got to go into Miami. I don't have the weather in front of me. I'm going to look it up right now, but I'm going to guess it's going to be in the 90s in Miami this weekend. It's 87 today. Here we go. Saturday, the high is 86 in that muggy Miami weather. This kid's got to go against one of the top 15 teams in the country. And that's why I'm a little hesitant to bet Ohio State, to bet Notre Dame week one, because these young quarterbacks are just going to be so challenged. And if they're not ready for the game speed and the adjustments that need to be made, they won't have success. It doesn't mean they can't have good seasons. It's just a tall test for both CJ Carr and Julian saying right out of the gate, here you go. Here's Texas, top 5 defense. Here's Miami. Try and keep up with Carson Beck and potentially a top 10 offense. Those are big hills to climb for both young quarterbacks.
I think it's still Aaron Judge. However, it's getting really, really close to being a toss-up. When you consider that Cal Raleigh is hitting home runs at a prolific rate, and prior to yesterday, he had been kind of scuffling a little bit. But when you look at his numbers, When you look at it, considering he's doing it from the catching position, and also take into consideration Aaron Judge's injuries here recently, that has prevented him from playing in the field. So does that hamper his candidacy in some form or fashion? I think that if the Mariners can find a way to win that division, I think that could boost Lally a little bit. I still lean Aaron Judge, but the gap has definitely narrowed between the two.
During the draft, is the NFL colluding against Shedeur Sanders? Is the NFL colluding?
It's an actual story.
Yes, it was.
People are saying this.
I know. And do I think Shedeur should have been drafted higher? Yes, I do. But he fell to the 5th round. What was it last week? Is Dylan Gabriel trying to throw shade at Shedeur Sanders? Then that was a thing. And then this week, it's something new. Is Kevin Stefanski screwing Shedeur? He's a 2-time NFL Coach of the Year. No, he's not. Shedeur Sanders was what? 3 of 6, 14 yards, got sacked 5 times. He didn't look good. Looked great previously. He's been battling injury as well. And also, I think this was, like you were saying, it's a preseason game. No one thought the Browns were going to cut Shedeur. Obviously, they were going to keep him. So, Shedeur struggling. Let's put Snoop in here for the final drive. Get him something on tape. Probably not going to keep him. It's the freaking preseason. But if you go back to the draft, it's always something. Oh, is Shedeur getting a raw deal? Is Shedeur getting a raw deal? Look, at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, he is a 5th-round pick. If you disagree with that, fine. But if his name wasn't Sanders, you wouldn't be worried about what the Browns were doing with a 5th-round pick and a preseason.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath along for the ride here on this Manic Monday. Hey, we got our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it demands your attention. It's asking you this. Who among fantasy football's busiest draft risers, I should say buzziest draft risers, will ultimately be a bust at their current ADPs? Your options are Ricky Pearsall, San Francisco, pick number 63.41 overall. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, whose value's been skyrocketing here last couple of days, pick number 97.53. Travion Anderson of the Pats at pick number 39.63, or Emeka Egbuka of Tampa Bay, pick number 59.05. So far, over 320 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. We're going to be diving in some more fantasy football conversation here in this segment. Another round of NFL player pick'ems. For those that may not be familiar with the show, we come up with all kinds of creative ways to scratch your fantasy football itch. And don't think we're just going to do this during the draft season. We're going to be here all year to try to hold your hand, help you out, hopefully maybe get you, off to the right start to the season, hopefully have you fight through some of those bye weeks and the roster turnover, and hopefully get you across the finish line into the fantasy postseason. And hell, if everything breaks your way, maybe this year you'll earn bragging rights in your league. So when it comes to the BetMGM Network, Horvath and I are your resource for fantasy football talk. So join us every single night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, right here on the BetMGM Network. And I'll go ahead and share the number one more time as well. We are taking your phone calls We said Mike in Miami, who dropped in. We gave him some insights on his week 1 roster. If you have any fantasy questions you want to ask us, pick up the phone and dial us, fools. 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. All right, Horry. Let's get into NFL player pick'ems. Let me give you another round of quarterbacks. And I organize this by guys that are going in a similar tier. So if you're looking at whatever round that might be, and you're like, hey, I'm determined to get a quarterback in this round, these 3 guys are out there, who would you take? And that's exactly what we're trying to prompt here. So here are your 3 options. Patrick Mahomes, Baker Mayfield, who you've already talked negatively about, or Bo Nix. So all these guys available right now, like the 70s, low 80s, and average fantasy draft. So Mahomes, Mayfield, or Nix, pick your poison. Who do you like?
I want to go Mahomes because I bet him to win MVP, but you have the whole Rashee Rice situation, and I'm not in love right now with his weapons. Do love the play caller, obviously, and Andy Reid. That's why I would stay away maybe from Baker Mayfield, 3rd offensive coordinator in 3 years. Some injuries on the offensive line and in the wide receiver room. But for Bo Nix, I mean, he balled out as a rookie, and Sean Payton didn't really take the handcuffs off until the second half of the season. Still, as a rookie, nobody had any expectations, and he produced 316 fantasy points, 5th most by a rookie quarterback. And he's also going to give you some rushing yards. And I like the weapons, man. I like Bo Nix because we always know that he's going to be the one throwing the football, running the football. I don't love all the weapons other than Sutton because you never know who it's going to be in the Sean Payton offense, right? Who's going to be the Joker? So let's go. I'll go Bo Nix here.
Yeah, I'm going to go Baker, the touchdown maker, and the Popeyes chicken salesperson as well. Those wings look delightful and delectable, and he's going to post some finger-licking good, some tasty numbers this season for the fantasy football masses as well. I look at Mayfield, quarterback, 782.11 is the current ADP. Mike Clay's got predicted for 554 pass attempts, 4,164 yards, 33 passing touchdowns, 14 INTs. Oh, and look at this. A boost on the bottom line with the rushing data as well. 319 on the ground and a pair of rushing TDs. Got him a quarterback 7. I am right now at quarterback 8. Again, I got Mahomes. That's on my top 10. I actually have Bo Nix now ahead of Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes at 11. I got Nix at 10. Mayfield was outstanding last year. Grizzard, I don't think the offensive scheme is really going to change with Cohen now calling the shots in Jacksonville. Last season, he was number 6 in adjusted completion percentage. Numero uno in red zone completion percentage. And number 10 in deep ball completion percentage. I think Ibuka is going to be the real deal. As Mayfield described him on the New Heights podcast in late July. I still got Mike Evans, my cousin, Kate Ott in there as well. I know he's down Jalen McMillan for maybe the first half of the regular season, and who knows when Chris Godwin is really going to return to his old ways. But I like Baker Mayfield quite a bit. He is my pick over Mahomes and Bo Nix. Let's go to running back. Alvin Kamara, Chuba Hubbard, or James Conner. Pick your player.
Unfortunately, I got James Conner. I mean, not unfortunately, but I would go Alvin Kamara, man. I mean, even last year, he missed 3 games, was running back 9, was running back 5 in PPR points per game. And we're really down on the quarterback situation, whether it's Spencer Rattler or Tyler Shuck out there the majority of the season. But he's going to catch a ton of checkdowns, a ton of balls. Last year, like I said, he missed 3 games, and he still had 68 receptions. And he still rushed for 950 yards, 4.2 per pop, and 6 touchdowns. So I'll go Kamara, even though he's getting a little bit older, and even though the Saints aren't going to be very good. I think that might be a good thing because he could catch, 6 to 8 balls every single week in a dink and dunk offense.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Like, PPR raises the floor with Alvin Kamara, right? He still got the shimmy, the shake. The guy lives in the Matrix. We've all seen his offseason workouts on the balance ball and catching random objects. Like, his guy could still pay the fantasy bills. But my guy, James Conner, I know he's on the wrong side of 30, but the Terminator,
right.
I feel, has got another season where he is going to pop off. Right now, I look at James Conner. He's at RB 20 on average at 87.75. I even see him slip into like the RB22 to RB24 range in a couple of drafts. Clay's got him projected for 249 attempts, 1,130 rush yards, 10 rushing touchdowns, 46 receptions, 345, and 2 through the air. He's got him RB15. That's exactly where I'm ranked right now. Third easiest projected fantasy running back strength of schedule. Oh, I know. Trey Benson, Evans. Trey Benson. But he only saw 66.3% of the opportunity share. So if it is another 65-35 split with Benson, he may give up a couple of those touchdowns, but he can still get it done across the board. Remember, he was top 5 missed tackles for us, and he was number 13 in yak per attempt. People are sleeping too hard on Arizona and too hard on James Conner. I'm buying him all day. What about wide receiver? Your options are a guy we talked about, a big week 3 of the preseason, Cortland Sutton of Denver, George Pickens of Dallas, or DK Metcalf, switching teams, and now a member of Aaron Rodgers' Steelers. So who's your choice out of Sutton, Pickens, and DK?
I love the Pickens pickup for Dallas, man, but he's still wide receiver too, and CD's still going to get double-digit targets every week. Cortland Sutton, we already talked about. You're not going to agree with this one, I already know, but I believe Aaron Rodgers still has some magic left in those 41-year-old legs and arm. Hopefully, he can still make the throws, man, if they can protect him. Now, if he goes down, most likely screwed. The reason I'll go decaf, I'll go DK is just because, Aaron Rodgers, man, when he has the number one guy, whether it's Garrett Wilson, whether it's Devontae Adams, whether it's Jordy Nelson, he's going to give you double-digit targets every single week. So if DK could stay healthy, he's going to get the targets. I'll go DK Metcalf here.
He is dead last on my list out of this triumvirate. I got Pickens, man. I love George Pickens. I think he's going to be a shining star there in Dallas. Yeah, man, because Dak Prescott throws a damn good deep ball. He's got a cannon arm, and I think they're going to make beautiful music together. We just kept seeing video after video popping up on X throughout the entire month of August of those two connecting deep down the field, and that is a luxury. He's going to have a lot of single coverage opportunities to exploit with so much attention that CeeDee Lamb takes in underneath coverage. I think he's going to have a banner year. Clay's got him for 117 targets, 72 catches, 1,022 yards, 7 touchdowns at wide receiver 30. I got him a little bit higher. I think he's going to be a back-end WR2. He averaged 15.3 yards per reception last season. Outstanding there. Number 25 in yards per route run. Number 13 total air yards. Number 15 in ADOT. He's not going to rack and accumulate a ton of catches, but when he does reel in the pigskin, it's going to be for an explosive gain. I think Pickens is going to have a hell of a year. So, again, correlate, synergize, bring them together. I love Dak Prescott. Bet him for over 30 touchdowns, largely because Pickens is going to be the bee's knees. Let's go to tight end. Your options are Sam Laporta, TJ Hawkinson, or Mr. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Who do you got?
Ooh, man. I'm actually going to go with TJ Hawkinson because last year he was coming off a knee injury. He wasn't fully healthy to start the season. Kind of talked myself into Minnesota this year, man, with J.J. McCarthy behind center. Jordan Addison's going to miss the first 3 weeks of the season, as we know. Justin Jefferson, hopefully he could stay healthy the majority of the year, but I'll go with TJ Hawkinson. I'm tempted to go Laporta because I do think it's going to be a bounce-back year, Brad, but he burned me last year. Kelce, I think, is going to be more a situational player. Could still catch some touchdowns and be used in the red zone, but this one's tough. I'll go Hawkinson over Laporta, though.
I'll bury the hatchet on Laporta. He's my pick. I take him all day long. By the way, TJ Hawkinson, I think, goes the same hairstylist as Avery Johnson. Just want to put that out there. Identical. It's kind of crazy.
Great hair.
But give me Sam Laporta. He's right now going to pick number 71.66. Clay's got him projected for 103 targets, 74 catches, 725 yards, and 6 touchdowns. Got him a tight end 4. It feels right to me, that projection. You look at the target share, only 5.2 targets per game last year, but he was number 5 in total red zone targets, number 6 in total yak, though an underwhelming number 11 in expected fantasy points per game. I think he will rebound. And I think he's going to deliver on that tight end for hype and price. Much better output this season compared to Hawk and Travis Kelce. All right, we got to take a little CS. So we come back. We're going to give you answers on the running back situation in Washington. I'll be getting peppered with questions about it. We're going to talk to David Harrison, our Commanders insider, next. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
I saved the Big 12 for last because the Big 12 is probably the most difficult one to talk about because all of these teams are in the conversation. I mean, we just saw the game in Dublin this past Saturday of, all right, it's going back and forth. The ball's loose. Like, what's happening? It's just going to come down to who makes the fewest mistakes that's going to win. And it ended up being Iowa State, who's now 8-1, by the way, to win the Big 12. But there's one thing in college football that I think we're going to start to learn as we go deeper and deeper into this NIL era, this transfer portal era of college football. And I think it's going to be the best teams that money can buy are going to be the best teams. I'm going with Texas Tech. I think Texas Tech wins the Big 12. Now, they've gone about this in an unconventional way, just saying we're going to just dole out millions of dollars and try to put a roster together to win this conference. But guess what? In a conference where there's not really high-end talent, I know Arizona State's a formidable team. Sam Levitt's back. Kenny Dillingham's a great coach. I just don't think that they have the year-over-year talent that's required to win this conference. I think Texas Tech has that talent. Joey McGuire is going to be feeling the pressure. It is a hot seat in Lubbock because that booster program, Cody Campbell in particular, put a lot of money and resources into building a competitive program and a competitive team. I think it comes to fruition this year in a wide open conference. Give me the team that's doing something unlike the other teams and is doling out massive amounts of money, only of the likes that are seen in the SEC. I think Texas Tech is your Big 12 champion. And do they make a run in the CFP? No, they're not going to do that. But can they win the Big 12? Definitely. I like the Red Raiders to be your Big 12 champions and get it done down there in Jerry World in December.
I feel like people are sleeping on Bama a little bit here, and it's a thankless job taking over for Nick Saban. You're taking over for the GOAT, and I know Alabama didn't have the season that it wanted compared to the standard in Tuscaloosa. What was the game? Was it against Tennessee or was it Vandy where they ran like a fourth down play and a couple of the receivers were pretending to shoot jump shots on the outside? Do you remember this? Last year, I mean, Nick Saban's head would have quite literally exploded had he seen that. So some things to clean up, but I think Kalen DeBoer is a hell of a head coach.
the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the Sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
it is gone!
No way!
It is gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Bradley Big Noise Evans with you, Ryan Horvat, hand in hand with your boy here on this Manic Monday. We're going to be talking to David Harrison, all Commanders, all the time, a team at the top of a lot of fantasy football drafters' minds, to say the least. We're going to dig in on a number of topics side of this organization who were very much in the news today, with Terry McLaurin finally signing on the dotted line. We're going to get his thoughts on that. And, of course, we're address the RB stable. Is Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt really going to be that dude in the backfield with Brian Robinson no longer in D.C. as he was sent packing to the left coast in the San Francisco 49ers last week? Friendly reminder, folks, our phone line still wide open. If you want to talk some fantasy football with us, you want to talk week one start sit, you want to talk season-long prospects about some players. Maybe you don't have your draft in the books yet, and you want some assistance there, Ryan Horvat and I are here to help. All I got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also submit your comments and questions via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Right now, let's go out to the phone lines and bring on David Harrison, host of Locked On Commanders, beat reporter for WSA 9 CBS in Washington, D.C. Make sure you give him a follow on X, or he's always giving it to you there at DHarrison82. Again, on X at DHarrison82. David, welcome to BetMGM tonight. I've been chomping the bit to ask you this question all day, so let's go ahead and dive into it right now. Right now, in the fantasy football community, I have received just endless questions about who is going to be that dude in the Commanders' backfield with Brian Robinson now the picture. And, of course, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt has seen a meteoric rise in his average draft position. A guy was an afterthought like 2 weeks ago. Even a week ago, he started to pick up some steam, but now he's going inside the top 100 picks overall in average fantasy drafts. And drafts are going to be conducted this weekend. A guy that may go with like round 6, round 7 to some of those exercises. So what are you expecting from Krosky-Merritt in week one? What roles will Austin Eckler and Chris Rodriguez have as well? Handicap, to the best of your knowledge, this backfield under Dan Quinn and what it looks like week one, and possibly how it evolves throughout the course of the season.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. You kind of painted that picture there. Like, you know, I've been secretly telling my listeners, as secretly as I can anyway, to put Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt on their draft boards and look forward to kind of stealing him, somewhat late in the fantasy drafts, because nobody else is picking up on just how talented that kid has really been in training camp. And then, like you said, the last week or so has really just kind of taken off, and you're not really getting him at a steal anymore. It's hard to tell right now, truthfully, just how quickly he's going to take over like true RB1 type of touches. And that volume is where you kind of have to figure out how much risk are you really comfortable taking. I'll say right now, I drafted in my money league last night, and I drafted Jacory Krosky-Merritt. I got him in the 7th round, but he's also like my 3rd running back on my list because as we get into practice this week, we'll really start to kind of figure out how they're going to flesh out these touches. I think early on, it's going to very much be matchup based. It's going to be who Cliff Kingsbury thinks he can exploit the defense with the most, and then you're just going to kind of see the hot hand get the majority of the touches, and that's really dangerous from a fantasy aspect because you never know who that's going to be. If you want security and touches, Austin Eckler is your safest bet because I think no matter who the RB1 is, Austin is going to have his role similar to what he had last year, and as long as he's healthy, he's going to have that role no matter who the other guy is, whether it be Chris or Jacory or even Jeremy McNichols if he gets the opportunity. So, it's not a great answer for those who want to look at Jacory Krosky-Merritt, but if you have a good stable of backs ahead of him, that you can wait till maybe mid-season, November time frame to where maybe he's able to kind of take the reins fully, then it might be a safe stash.
David, Terry McLaurin fantasy owners have to breathe the sigh of relief today because it looks like it's a $96 million extension. Last year, I'm not going to say it was a breakout season because every year he has over 1,000 yards, I believe, since his rookie season when he had 919. But finally got into the end zone double-digit times, man, had 13 touchdown receptions. Do you expect, even though he's missed some time, he's obviously the veteran, has a really good rapport and relationship with Jaden Daniels, do you expect him to be able to put up similar numbers? I don't know about 13 touchdowns, but double-digit touchdowns, or do you worry now, in this offense, year 2, maybe the numbers aren't as good?
I mean, I think as long as he's healthy, right, the production we saw last year is the production we should see this year, maybe even better given that, Deebo Samuel's on the roster now, and obviously defenses are going to have to pay a little bit more attention to him. I think Zach Ertz has earned, some respect around the league after what he was able to do last year, so teams aren't going to be so willing to vacate the middle as much as they were early last year. And, as far as the concerns of, him having a slow start, there's certainly that possibility of maybe – he doesn't get up to speed as quickly because he's missed all the training camp and all that stuff. Like you just mentioned, that rapport that he and Terry, or that Jaden Daniels and Terry had coming out of last year. Dan Quinn has talked about it a lot, that, they've banked a lot of reps together. And I think where you're really seeing that benefit this preseason and training camp is going back and remembering how long it took Jaden and Terry to get on the same page in 2024. It didn't take Jaden and Deebo near as much time. And I think that kind of just shows the growth that Jaden has made and being able to kind of adjust to a new receiver after his experience with Terry. So I think that process of kind of reacclimating to each other is going to be a little bit faster. And look, Terry didn't get his first touchdown catch till week 3 of last season. So, if you have Terry McLaurin on your roster and that happens again this year, obviously, those first couple of weeks are going to be a little nerve-wracking. But if you kind of go back to that history and remember that, you can still get those double-digit touchdowns from week 3 on. And certainly have, a wide receiver 1 type of caliber player on your roster.
Jaden Daniels, obviously, pretty good at football, right? He's right now quarterback 3 in fantasy, right behind Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. If there's anything that he can improve on, what is it entering year 2? And do you expect him to use his legs as much? I know everybody worries because he's not the biggest guy, but especially now with this running back situation, man, I think that he's still, especially when they get in the red zone, going to call his own number quite a bit. What do you project for him year 2? Anything that he needs to improve on? And what kind of numbers can he put up, both passing and rushing this year?
Yeah, the thing about Jaden is it's not going to matter, what the situation is, what weapons are on the field. If he feels like it's best served for his offense for him to take off and run the ball, he's going to do it. Like you saw it in that preseason game. I think literally everybody in the stadium held their breath as he did run it in the goal line there. The Bengals defender kind of pulled up on him, a little bit of a preseason brotherhood favor, I think, there for Jaden. I think he certainly should appreciate that. But Jaden's that competitor. He's going to do that no matter what. And when you get in the red zone, Zach Ertz is probably his favorite target down there. But the problem with the defense is you either follow Zach Ertz and his route, maybe clearing out the middle of the field and leave it open for Jaden to try to run it in, or you kind of stay on Jaden and spy him, but then you got Zach Ertz, who's a master of finding gaps in your zone. So, it's kind of a pick your poison type of thing in that situation. But I think where Jaden is getting better in year 2 is not just his mastery of the offense. I think we saw that last year, especially towards the end and into the playoffs. But now he's to the point where, he's elevating the offense. He's putting people in a better position, and he's even to the point, they've got a prearranged and all that stuff, and saying, you know what, maybe I want you split out a little bit wider. Maybe I want you to come in closer to the line of scrimmage to exploit this matchup a little bit better, and just kind of the cerebral part of seeing everything a little bit better. And in some of these joint practices that we've gotten to see, and even their own burgundy and gold scrimmage against each other, we really got to see kind of the football IQ. He already had a lot of it, but it's grown tremendously in just one offseason.
We're talking to David Harrison right now, host of Locked On Commanders, beat reporter for WUSA 9 CBS in D.C. Make sure you give him a follow on X, where he's always giving it to you there at DHarrison82. Again, on X at DHarrison82. David, how much gas in the tank do you believe Deebo Samuel has? Currently, right now at BetMGM, his season receiving yards prop sits at 675.5. I'm going to put you on the spot. What do you say, over or under?
Yeah, I'm going over on that one. This is data is interesting. Stats can be deceiving, right? But this is a stat point that I've kind of been holding under my hat until Terry's contract got done, which obviously did today. So I unveiled it on my show today. We all go back to Deebo's career and we say, 2021 had a really great season, but really kind of hasn't produced at the same level since then. And I just kind of looked at it, and 2021, Brandon Ayuk is kind of becoming that wide receiver one, right? Hadn't quite necessarily reached that level yet until really 2022. But if you go to 2021 and the years where Brandon Ayuk is, arguably, right, a wide receiver one in San Francisco, every year that both those guys are healthy, but one, Deebo Samuel has 1,000 yards total offense, receiving and rushing combined, obviously. The 1 year he doesn't hit 1,000 yards of offense is Brock Purdy's rookie season. That year they start Jimmy Garoppolo, then they start Trey Lance, then they go to Brock Purdy, and Brock Purdy gets the last 5 starts of the regular season. Deebo finishes with just under 900 yards total offense. But in that 5-game stretch with Brock Purdy at quarterback, he nearly doubles the pace of Jimmy Garoppolo, who started, 10 games before all that stuff happened. So if Brock Purdy starts even, 7 games, if he gets those 2 starts that Trey Lance got instead of Trey Lance getting those starts, then Deebo Samuel's on pace to hit over 1,000 yards of offense, even with a rotating Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy. And I think what that kind of shows you is the right offense with Deebo Samuel teamed with a wide receiver one on the other side and a capable quarterback. I think Jaden Daniels today probably look at him as a better quarterback than Brock Purdy, certainly as a rookie. Terry McLaurin is a better wide receiver one than Brandon Ayuk was even that year. And now Deebo looks healthy. He looks fast. He looks motivated. I mean, I think, I've got Deebo going over 1,200 yards total offense this year.
Wow, with conviction on Deebo Samuel in that over. Dave, we'll get you out here on this. Zach Ertz on the wrong side at 30. He's obviously not spring chicken. But what are your expectations for him this fall? And do us a favor, predict the stat line. What does he finish with?
I think when you look at Zach Ertz, you should expect exactly what you got last year this year. He looks pretty much the same, which was shocking a year ago. But this year to see him just kind of looking the exact same, it's really encouraging. He and Jaden, their chemistry is only growing stronger. And like we just kind of talked about, in that red zone, Zach Ertz is going to be a problem.
Wow. Okay. I love that. With authority, Zach Ertz going to be a problem in the red zone. Tremendous stuff from David Harrison, host of Locked On Commanders, beat reporter as well for WUSA 9 CBS in D.C. Give him a follow on X, would you kindly, at DHarrison82. Again, on X, at DHarrison82. David, we appreciate the information, and let's catch up as the regular season unfolds.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. There he goes. David Harrison, a man who plays fantasy football as well, which is tremendous. I got to get your thoughts. This is what he said. And for those of you that missed the question straight out of the gate, I want to get some clarity on what's going on in that murky running back situation, because everybody is really sacrificing one of their appendages to acquire Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt in their fantasy drafts. He even took him. David did in round 7 of a draft over the weekend, but he said it's a risky selection. His words, not mine. And he said it's going to be matchup based early on with how Dan Quinn really rolls these guys out. That's not the the best description that fantasy players want to hear, especially he believes it could be a hot hand situation. So it could be series by series, touch by touch, week by week, game by game. This is going to be a confusing backfield. I don't think we're getting a whole lot of clarity. It's as clear as mud right now. But the strongest takeaway, and I think he kind of agrees with it, if you're drafting him in like round 6, round 7 of your fantasy drafts, and this is coming from a guy who did that exactly, you might be overspending. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I totally agree, man, because, we don't know what this running back room is going to look like. The usage is going to look like. It could be a hot hand situation. Austin Eckler, even at his age, man, can still catch balls out of the backfield. You have Chris Rodriguez, who I do like, and he's got about 15 pounds and some muscle on Krosky Merritt. So I think that he could get the goal line touches, the red zone touches. So I'm staying away, especially in the 6th or 7th round right now, man. I'm pumping the brakes a little bit on Bill.
Yeah, I'm still loving Chris Rodriguez after pick number 200. All right, we got exit. We come back. Fade or follow college football week 1. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Every summer, I do 7 futures, and for the last 5 years at Fox and the last 6 years of my life, it's been very simple. Kansas City Chiefs win Super Bowl. I don't know why, man. Call it a hunch, call it a gut feeling. I think this is the best team yet for Josh Allen. He's clearly at his best level off the MVP. For the first time in my life, hand on heart, I have made a bet on the Buffalo Bills to win the Super Bowl. They are my second highest power rated team. So I have Baltimore 1, Buffalo 2, Philly 3. I just can't put my money on Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. That might not be fair. I know the Ravens are really good, but for some reason, they turn into bubblegum in the playoffs. And I think Buffalo, adding White at corner, bringing in Bosa, the entire offense is back. And I think Josh Allen's the most valuable player in the league. He might not win the MVP again, but that team, if it's not this year, Joe, it might never happen. So I did find myself on Buffalo. I got Buffalo over San Francisco. Write it down.
The latest stat for Paul Skeens is that he has the second lowest ERA in baseball history through 50 starts. And that is in the live ball era, which I feel like goes back a very long time. Like, you look at this list, Vita Blue is first in baseball with a 2.01 ERA. That was in 1969 to 1972. And the rest of these guys on the list, like the top 5, the latest somebody did this was in 1984. Oral Hershiser did it in 1984 to 85. He had a 2.15 ERA. So Paul Skeens sitting in second at 2.02. Like, none of these guys are even like within 25 years. And think about how much baseball has changed and how much the role of starter has changed, where, hitters have caught up. We even had the era of like juice balls, and like hitters are swinging for the fences now, where they're really trying to have that upward swing and they hit home runs more. So it's just every single day I am more impressed with Paul Skeens. Like, has anybody lived up to the hype like he has? Like, I'm thinking that he's on the level that we saw from LeBron James.
my national title game, Penn State against Clemson. Dabo said, bring your own guts, BYOG. But they're not bringing enough, not against this Nittany Lions team. Penn State finally gets over the hump, and it's coming out of my mouth, and I'm about to say it, and it might make me sick, but damn it, James Franklin is going to win the national championship this season. Penn State has the best combination of offensive line, defensive line, the best coordinator combination with Andy Kotelnicki at offensive coordinator, Jim Knowles coming over from Ohio State to be the defensive coordinator. That's the formula. That's how Ohio State win the title last year. That formula is a winning formula, and it will be a winning formula in Happy Valley as Penn State will be your national title winner when they beat Clemson coming up in January.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday edition. We're going to talk some college football. Horvat's specialty. Only got merely an appetizer. You got some jalapeno poppers with week 0. But the main course, it's about to be on its way. Just a pile of steaks, perfectly cooked. Going to be absolutely delicious, absolutely delectable, to say the least. Week 1 of the college football season. And, man, we got a mother load of top-flight matchups. Honestly, and I think, Horvat, you have already expressed this on BetMGM Tonight. This might be the best opening weekend of games in the history of our lifetimes, at least, of college football. It's insane in the membrane how many marquee matchups there really are.
Oh, man. I mean, we get Texas, we get Ohio State, right? Even this Thursday, right? I'm really excited for some of these matchups. Friday night, we get some really good matchups, you know? I'm excited for this Baylor-Auburn game. Obviously excited for Notre Dame-Miami. A little bit nervous for that game as a Notre Dame fan, but I'm really excited. LSU-Clemson, Boise State, South Florida. It's going to be a lot of fun, man, and it all kicks off on Thursday. So we got the appetizer out of the way week 0. Now it's time to get down to business. So really looking forward to this Saturday.
Yeah, grab a knife and fork, sharpen them up, and start digging in, and we're going to do exactly that. Every single show this week, we're going to have a different 4-pack of games that Horvat has got a handicap. We're going to dive into them here in a moment. I'm going to play Numbers Nerd and give you some numerical statistical background in each single one of those. But he's the aficionado. So, fade or follow, that, of course, is up to you, but I'm going to be following and tailing Horvat's perspectives, to say the least. Friendly reminder before we get to the college game, we have our pole dancing poll question today live right now on X at BetMGM Tonight. It's asking you this: who among fantasy football's buzziest draft risers will ultimately be a bust at their current ADPs? Your options are Ricky Pearsall, San Francisco, pick number 63.41 overall. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt at pick number 97.53. Travion Henderson at pick number 39.63. Or Emeka Egbuka at pick number 59.05. So far, over 320 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming. And drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. With that business out of the way, it's time to get after it with another edition of Fade or Follow.
Will you fade or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM Tonight.
All All right, we got a 4-pack of college football games on week 1, and we're going to focus these in time slots every single day this week. So let's get the Thursday and Friday marquee matchups out of the way tonight. And we're going to start off with one on Thursday. The tequila is going to be flowing on this one as the Fighting Ashton Genties of Boise State. They're -6 favorites right now at South Florida, taking on the Bulls at a -115. We've seen significant line movement in this one over the last 24 hours. Yesterday was at -8 at BetMGM, and again, sliced 2 points off of that with the Broncos now favored by 6. Numbers near time, folks, to give you a little bit of background on this matchup. You look at Boise. They are number 34 in the Football Power Index, projected to win 10.3 games this season, according to ESPN. The Bulls at number 70 in the Football Power Index, projected to win 6.5 games. You look at the analyst.com offensive rating projection for Boise at number 31, for USF at number 80, defensive rating for Boise number 70. For South Florida, number 83. All right, that out of the way. Time to get Horvath's view on this one. Boise State -6 at South Florida at a -115 juice. Are you going to fade or follow that, amigo?
Yeah, I actually bet South Florida this summer. This opened at 10. And like you said, went down to 8. Now it's down to 6. So maybe you wait and you try to get over the key number of at least 7.5, more than a touchdown with South Florida. I'm still going to pick them, though. South Florida here. Byron Brown's coming back. He broke his leg, dual threat quarterback. When he's right, he's one of the better playmakers in the AAC, and he's fully healthy. They have home field advantage here. They got some good weapons, too, man. They got Singleton coming back, who's a solid deep threat. They get Jaden Alexis coming back from a knee injury, and then they get some good transfers. They got Rubin from Stanford, and then they get Chaz Nimrod from Tennessee. The offensive line, this was their issue last year, man. They got to be much better in pass protection, especially going against Boise State. Last year, Boise State was tops in the country, 55 sacks. So that's the concern. But if they could protect Brown, and he's going to use his legs a little bit as well, I think South Florida is actually live in this game. I still think Boise State's going to be good this year, but they have to replace Ashton Genty, who broke a bunch of records. They bring back their starting quarterback, Maddox Madsen. But give me South Florida. I think if Boise State wins this game, it's a field goal game. So I'll take 6, but I got to be honest, man. I really like the 8 and the 10 a little bit more. But even at 6, we'll go South Florida here.
All right, gonna roll with the Bulls. So saddle them up. All right, let's take it with another Thursday night matchup. Nebraska, the Huskers, laying 6.5 on the road against the Bearcats of Cincinnati at a -115 juice on that one. Numbers near time. I look at Nebraska, number 29, according to ESPN's Football Power Index, projected to win 7.4 games this season. Cincinnati at number 52, according to the FPI, with a 6.1 win projection. And the analyst says, let's see, Nebraska, number 27 offensive rating, Cincinnati, number 57. In terms of defensive rating, Nebraska, number 23. Really balanced team. At least the projections are saying so on paper. Cincinnati at number 50 in that category. So again, with all that coursing through the brain, what are your thoughts? Nebraska -6.5 at Cincinnati -115. Fade or follow?
I'm going to go with my bet of the week here, man, but it's going to be the total, actually. If you could still get anything under 54.5, 53.5, 54, maybe you wait on it and see if it goes back down. But I really like the over in this game. So I will also follow Nebraska as the favorite. I would only bet them at 6.5, anything under a touchdown. I have them over the win total. I took a stab on them making the college football playoff, now year 3 for Matt Rule. Also, not really a home game, but they're going to have the home field advantage. The game's going to be played at Arrowhead, so the Husker fans are going to be all over the place making the trip. I really like what I saw last year from Dylan Raiola the last 3 games of the season. I think the issue might have been Marcus Satterfield calling plays, because the last 3 games when he left and Dana took over calling plays, Raiola completed over 70% of his passes, 236 yards per game, and only threw one pick. Stop taking those terrible sacks. Like you said, Brad, they're really solid on the defensive side of the ball. Tony White, the coordinator, left for Florida State, but they bring in John Butler, who was the defensive coordinator way back in the day, longtime NFL assistant. I think Nebraska is going to be an 8-9 win team. I think that's their floor. And I don't know what to do with Cincinnati. Scott Satterfield, he's only 8-16 in 2 years as head coach. I like Brennan Sorsby. Last year, 18 touchdowns, 7 picks, but the offense fell apart the second half of the season. They started 5-2, and then the final 7 games of the season, they lost all of them, and the offense only averaged 19 points per game. So I'm going to go Nebraska at 6.5, but I love the over.
All right, going to rock with the wannabe Patrick Mahomes and Nebraska minus 6.5 there against the Cincinnati Bearcats. All right, let's go with another matchup. But on Friday, Georgia Tech -4 against Deion Sanders' club in Colorado on the road. This one being played in Boulder. Tech, let's see, -110 on that -4 line. Numbers nerd time. You look at Georgia Tech, Ramblin' Wreck, number 39, according to ESPN's Football Power Index, projected to win 7.3 games this season. Meanwhile, Colorado, number 48. So not too far off, fairly evenly matched. Number 48, according to ESPN's FPI, projected to win 6.4 games. You looked at the analyst.com, the offensive rating for Tech at number 18 projected. For Colorado, just number 68 in offensive rating. Defensively, Tech at number 52. Colorado, slightly better at number 50. All right, with those goods out of the way, what are your thoughts? Georgia Tech -4 at Colorado -110. Fade or follow?
So while the Nebraska over against Cincy is my favorite bet before we get to Saturday, this is probably my second favorite bet, and it's the under in the game. Anything around 53.5 to 55.5. I think it should be closer to 52, so not a huge edge. But Colorado is going to look much different this year without Shedeur. They're going to look to run the ball a lot more. They're going to be a run-first offense. They bring in Caden Salter from Liberty. Took him to the Fiesta Bowl last year, threw for almost 3,000 yards, but also rushed for over 1,000 yards and rushed for 12 touchdowns. They have to replace a ton in the wide receiver room. But Deion calls this the best offensive line since he's taken over, which is a good thing because they almost got Shedeur killed. In their wins last year, they only gave up 18 points per game. In their losses, they gave up 33 points per game. So I like the under. I'm considering taking Colorado. So for the exercise, I'll go with Colorado. I don't think they win the game, but I think this is a field goal game. Everybody's going to bet Georgia Tech, and I get why they like them. 10 starters back, 5 on offense. Haynes King is back. Jamal Haynes is back at running back. I think Colorado is going to surprise some people, man. I think they're going to be a little tougher in the trenches. So I think Georgia Tech wins this game, let's say 24-21. So I'll take Colorado with the points.
All right, going to fade Tech, laying the 4 points on the road there in Boulder. All right, last one, also on Friday, and honestly, some other ball matchups on the weekday game slate. Auburn, -1.5 at Baylor at a -110 juice. Numbers nerd says Auburn, number 20, according to ESPN's FPI, projected to win 7 games this season. Baylor, number 28 in the FPI, projected to win 7.6 games. The analyst says Auburn, number 28 offensive rating, Baylor at number 18, and defensive rating, Auburn at number 12, Baylor at number, 55. So wide disparity there. Will that be the difference? So what are your thoughts? Auburn -1.5 at Baylor, -110 juice. Fade or follow?
Only a lunatic would bet a Big 12 team over an SEC team, but I am that man. Give me Baylor here, man. They went 8-5 last year. I liked them a lot. The issue was, weirdly, the defensive side of the ball for Dave Aranda. So what does he do? Hits the portal hard, man. They bring in Devin Turner, a transfer from Northwestern, who I really like at safety. They get White from Tulane, bring in a couple pass rushers. And then on the offensive side of the ball, I have no issues with Baylor. Sawyer Robertson's back at quarterback. Last year, threw for over 3,000 yards, 28 touchdowns. Could have transferred for big money, but went back to Baylor instead. And I think there's a reason for that, man. He had the 5th best QBR in college football. Didn't even start the first 2 games of the season. They have Bryson Washington coming back. He had the best season for a freshman running back in Baylor history. Over 1,000 yards on the ground, 12 touchdowns. They also have the backup running back coming back, Dawson Pendergrass. He had 671 yards on the ground. 4 starters back on the offensive line. Like I said, I think the defense is going to get better. This one could burn me if Auburn's just the real deal. I just don't know, man. Hugh Freeze, he's on the hot seat. So we hit the portal hard. They bring in a former 5-star Oklahoma quarterback, Jackson Arnold. Showed some flashes and some bad tape as well. Did, lead Oklahoma to a win over Bama and then hit the portal 11 days later. Just too many unknowns. So I'm actually going to take Baylor. I think Baylor is going to be a 9-10 win team this season. Took them over 7.5 wins. Wish I would have took them to win the Big 12 rather than Kansas State. I think they're going to win this game by a field goal.
All right, so the Bears, you feel, are going to earn their honey and spring the mild upset at home against the Auburn Tigers. All right, to recap, folks. Again, Horvath is on South Florida plus the 6 in the first game against Boise State. He likes Nebraska, laying the 6.5, but really loves the over of that game, assuming it's around 54.5. He is fading 11 daylights out of Georgia Tech back in Colorado, which is catching 4 points in that one, but really loves the under in that game more than anything else at 53.5. And last and certainly not least, the big matchup on Friday night, rolling with Baylor to pull off, again, the mild upset, catching 1.5 points down there in Waco, taking on the Auburn Tigers. As I say, fade or follow, of course, that is entirely up to you. Horvath, I think you've really sold me more than anything else on your emphatic reasoning behind the under on Tech in Colorado. That's the one I feel most confident in tailing you on, because I think that game has a shot to be a war of attrition, and I think you certainly agree.
Yeah, everybody's going to think Colorado, right? Shaky defense, but the defense actually should be a strength for them this season. The offensive line has really been an issue since Deion took over, and this year it actually should be a strength. And then Salter, I think Colorado, I don't know if this is a hot take, I think they might be better than they were last year, and they almost made it to the Big 12 championship game. So I think they might surprise some people, man. Now that Deion's back, he's fully healthy, thank God. We don't have to worry about that the health scare. So I like Colorado a little bit in this game.
All right, stick around, folks. We got to take a little siesta when we come back. Our cards right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I think what's playing into this line move, though, is that Notre Dame is starting a freshman quarterback. I mean, that has to count for something, right? CJ Carr, by nature, is a better passer than Riley Leonard was. But first start, I mean, it's a lot of pressure. A lot of these young quarterbacks start against Troy or Kennesaw State. This kid's got to go into Miami. I don't have the weather in front of me. I'm going to look it up right now, but I'm going to guess it's going to be in the 90s in Miami this weekend. It's 87 today. Here we go. Saturday, the high is 86 in that muggy Miami weather. This kid's got to go against one of the top 15 teams in the country. And that's why I'm a little hesitant to bet Ohio State, to bet Notre Dame week 1, because these young quarterbacks are just going to be so challenged. And if they're not ready for the game speed and the adjustments that need to be made, they won't have success. It doesn't mean they can't have good seasons. It's just a tall test for both CJ Carr and Julian Sayin right out of the gate. Here you go. Here's Texas, top 5 defense. Here's Miami. Try and keep up with Carson Beck and potentially a top 10 offense. Those are big hills to climb for both young quarterbacks.
I think it's still Aaron Judge. However, it's getting really, really close to being a toss-up. When you consider that Cal Raleigh is hitting home runs at a prolific rate, and prior to yesterday, he had been kind of scuffling a little bit. But when you look at his numbers, when you look at it, considering he's doing it from the catching position, and also take into consideration Aaron Judge's injuries here recently, that has prevented him from playing in the field. So does that hamper his candidacy in some form or fashion? I do think that if the Mariners can find a way to win that division, I think that could boost Raleigh a little bit. I still lean Aaron Judge, but the gap has definitely narrowed between the two.
During the draft, is the NFL colluding against Shedeur Sanders? Is the NFL colluding?
It's an actual story.
Yes, it was.
People are saying this.
I know. And do I think Shedeur should have been drafted higher? Yes, I do. But he fell to the 5th round. What was it last week? Is Dylan Gabriel trying to throw shade at Shedeur Sanders? Then that was a thing. And then this week, it's something new. Is Kevin Stefanski screwing Shedeur? He's a 2-time NFL Coach of the Year. No, he's not. Shedeur Sanders was what? 3 of 6, 14 yards, got sacked 5 times. He didn't look good. Looked great previously. He's been battling injury as well. And also, I think this was, like you were saying, it's a preseason game. No one thought the Browns were going to cut Shedeur. Obviously, they were going to keep him. So, Shedeur's struggling. Let's put Snoop in here for the final drive. Get him something on tape. Probably not going to keep him. It's the freaking preseason. But if you go back to the draft, it's always something. Oh, is Shedeur getting a raw deal? Is Shedeur getting a raw deal? Look, at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, he is a 5th-round pick. If you disagree with that, fine. But if his name wasn't Sanders, you wouldn't be worried about what the Browns were doing with.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house here on this Manic Monday. Put the finishing touches, at least my time on the show tonight. Don't forget, folks, you get a bonus time hour of BetMGM Tonight. Coming up next with Ryan Horvath. He's going to give you more insights in the world of college football. Again, he loves that sport like a child, so he's going to be breaking things down on mammoth slate. Week 1 upcoming. I guarantee he's going to spend at least 2 segments on Illinois' utter annihilation of Western Illinois, his alma mater here in short order. Although Western Illinois, I think the line has moved dramatically. I think it opened at like 39.5, and I'm going to say now it's like 46.5 or something like that, right, Horvey?
You could make it 65.5, and I still would not bet the Leathernecks, man. There's a good chance that they lose that game by 70-plus points. That is a terrible program. I'm not going to lie. I barely ever made it into any game. A lot of tailgates. I think I made it into like one half of a game to watch one of my buddies, and I was like, all right, we're out of here in the 3rd quarter. Leatherneck football, not great, man. Illinois should roll in that.
They better. I am not going to be in attendance because I have to be on air here with BetMGM tonight with that game being played on Friday on Peacock. I have my sons had told me my oldest son is in the Marching Illini band. He's a bass 3 drummer. He has said, hey, sneakily, Dad, Western Illinois has a fire drum line. I'm like, oh, that's their redeeming quality. I had no idea. So you at least will have that, and they're going to have like a drum off apparently at the game. So for the roughly 25 Western Illinois fans in attendance, that will be something they look forward to at Memorial Stadium on Friday. And that's just one of a slew of games you could choose from. Again, Ryan Horvath's got plenty of insights on a number of those matchups coming up here in the next hour. By the way, too, phone line still wide ass open, and we want to hear from you. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, you want to talk sports betting as well, don't be shy. Pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. I'm going to go ahead and shut that bad boy down. It was asking you this. What or who among fantasy football's buzziest draft risers will ultimately be a bust at their current ADPs? Your options are Ricky Pearsall, San Francisco, pick number 63.41. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt of Washington at pick number 97.53. Travion Henderson, New England at 39.63. Or Emeka Buka of Tampa Bay at 59.05. We had officially 322 votes cast. Again, people had opinions about this subject. Horvey, who do you think led the way?
I'm going to go with Bill Krosky Merritt.
Ding, 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 ding. Correct. It was Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. The poll just crashed on me. Apparently, my internet is having some issues, and I think we're back. So I'm trying to pull up the percentage on that. So give it a second. I have a 14.4 connection, old school. Oh, here it is. Yes, 42.9%. Your silver medalist, Travion Henderson. Again, his value was gone like from round 6. You have to spend round 3 draft capital and 12-team exercises to get his services right now. That's crazy to me. At 26.4%. Third place, Ricky Pearsall, 19.3%. Dead last, Emeka Buka. A lot of people confident he's going to live up to his hype that's really been building at 11.5%. We did get a couple of comments here. Brandon Combs, our EP on the show, said Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt is the answer. Pearsall is going to be a big part of the Niners offense. Travion Henderson could end up as a top 10. Wow, bull call running back there, Brando. And Abuka is probably the best of the bunch. JCM might be good, but there are a lot of players who appear to be good in preseason, so I'll pass. Kevin at Raider_Kev said, I answered JCM, but I could see a scenario where Godwin is back week 6 and the Bucs wide receivers are kind of a mess until one gets hurt. That's a fair point there. And a buddy of mine, Matt Cronin, said, hey, I drafted 2 of those guys last night. Way to go, Matt Cronin, my old buddy there in Denver. We have a draft actually upcoming this weekend. So he's kind of shown me his hand a little bit. Which 2 of the 4 did he draft? I'm going to say Travion Henderson and probably JCM and Krosky Merritt. Let me ask you this real quick. How high is too high to invest in Krosky Merritt? Like, we talked to, an insider from the Washington Commanders earlier on the show. And David had said that he took JCM in round 7. Is that about the right price, or is that like tippy top of the ladder for you?
I was going to go round 8, round 9, right? Not somebody that I have circled or highlighted. I got my last draft coming up this weekend. I would say, about round 7. I would look, if he's there round 8, round 9, that's probably when I would take a shot, man. But again, I would rather have C-Rod just because I think he's going to get the goal line opportunities. And if he makes the most of them, he maybe never gives that spot back. And I like Krosky Merritt, Bill's skill set, but Austin Eckler's not going anywhere anytime soon, man. So in PPR leagues, he's probably going to eat up a lot of those targets. So I would say 8 or 9, or I'm just avoiding altogether.
Look, you're not going to get him in probably round 9 right now at this juncture. So, if he goes in round 8, strong pass. I mean, there are going to be better options out there in your fantasy drafts. And people are just head over heels in love. They're swiping right. Oh, give me the digits right now. I got to call my boy JCM. He's going to take me to the promised land. Slow your roll, folks. He's all the rage, and we've seen this play out numerous times this time of year in fantasy drafts every year, where everybody jumps on the bandwagon. They plant both cheeks on that bandwagon, and then over the first 4 or 5 weeks, they're like, bro, what happened? He's only getting like 10 touches per game. Because the coaching staff is still evaluating. They're figuring things out. Eckler, you're right. He's a surefire guy. He's probably going to get around 11 to 13 touches per contest, primarily in the passing game. And that Washington defense could stink. So he could be a busy guy as a pass catcher. I mean, Krosky Mary only had like 13 rush attempts last season in Arizona. That's it. So he's got a lot to prove. And I know he's been all the buzz of Commanders camp, yada, yada, yada. Oh, he looks so damn good. But when you get, the real pads on, it's a real game. You got different stakes, different feels, different developmental track. It just, all comes into perspective and into focus. So, again, just do not go bonkers drafting him in your league if you still yet to have a draft. And quite frankly, if you did grab him, let's say you had a draft like a week ago. You got him in like round 10, round 11. Shop him. Shop him right now. His value may not be hotter except for right now. Period. End of story. You might be able to steal him, steal a proven player in exchange for JCM, and you could be laughing all the way to the bank in the bitter end. I love to take advantage of these situations, especially because you probably got him as like your RB4, RB5, so you probably have a lot of depth at that position, assuming you didn't punt some of the other positions. So if you have that luxury, put him on the trade block and see what bites.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I would do. Especially like you said, man, if you got him round 10, round 11, then you got yourself a steal. So I would shop around, see what you could get the best return before, just in case this guy has no role whatsoever in the offense, or it's like 2 or 3 touches to start the season. He doesn't make the most of them. There's so much uncertainty with that Washington backfield right now, man. So that's what I would be looking to do. I'm with you on that.
All right, let's touch on this subject real quick, and then we'll get in our card. So give me like a 1-minute answer on this, if you don't mind, amigo. Joe Mixon's going to be placed on reserve non-injury list. He's going to miss the first 4 games this season with a nagging foot injury. And who knows what kind of shape he's going to be in once reactivated. First 4 games of the Texans: at the Rams, home against the Bucs, at the Jags, home against the Titans. What do you think of Woody Marks? What do you think of Rub-a-Dub-Dub and the Chubb Club? Should you order some bottle service? Are you thinking he's got some at least flexy, sexy appeal? Maybe he's going to be an RB2 out of the gate. Are we going to get any kind of vintage Nick Chubb in the first 4 games of the regular season?
Maybe some flex appeal, right? I mean, I don't know that he's going to go for 5-6 yards per pop. I think those days are gone. The explosion is gone, but he could grind out like 3 to 4 yards per carry, maybe like 45 to 50 rushing yards per game. But he's going to get in the end zone, man, especially if he's the primary running back, and he's at least going to get the first crack. So I like what I saw in that last preseason game, especially when you're reading the training camp reports. It's like the burst is gone. So yeah, maybe some flex appeal. I want to see what week 1 looks like, though, man, if he could actually move out there.
Yeah, I got him in a couple of drafts, took a flyer on him, a couple of auctions. They got him for like $4 or $5. I know that's what I spent in the Kings Classic on him, and I feel great because I got 3 flexes in that league. Yeah. And where is Chubb? Chubb is going to be in the flex position at a 14 team or one of those 3 over those 4 weeks. And you're right. I think it's like 50 to 60 yards is what he's going to average. And he'll probably score a couple of touchdowns at least because he's still a battering ram in the trenches, though lacking that vintage burst. All right, let's get after with our cards this evening. Our top 3 plays. How are yours looking?
All right, so we unfortunately start the night with a loser because the Twins get blown out. So we crossed that one off the list. Cardinals were getting blown out. All of a sudden, in the 5th inning, they score 5 runs. So now they have a 6-4 lead. So hopefully we get a 1-1 start. The New York Liberty, they did not cover the 13. They almost lost the game outright. They only win 81-79 against the Connecticut Sun, who are 9-28 this season. They are playing better basketball. So looking like most likely at best a 1-2 night. Sledgehammer special a week away, 2 weeks away, I guess. But we went with Atlanta catching 1.5 against Tampa week 1 at home. Seduced by the Juice, went with the Raiders +3 and +130 on the money line against the Pats. And then bonus time, small little bet, but
Give me the Cowboys catching a touchdown, +7, -115 against the Eagles. So hopefully the Cardinals don't blow this, or else I might be done with baseball until at least we get to the postseason.
All right, let's see. I am 1 and 2 on my card. Cardoso came through on the under 8.5 rebounds. Lost on Shane Smith over on walks. The under in Mets and Phillies did not come through. DeGrom hit on the under 17.5 house, and Corbin Carroll hit the over on 1.5 total bases. So not too shabby, but my card sucks. I'm out of here. Adios, amigos. I'm done with baseball.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
I saved the Big 12 for last because the Big 12 is probably the most difficult one to talk about because all of these teams are in the conversation. I mean, we just saw the game in Dublin this past Saturday of, all right, it's going back and forth. The ball's loose. Like, what's happening? It's just going to come down to who makes the fewest mistakes that's going to win. And it ended up being Iowa State, who's now 8-1, by the way, to win the Big 12. But there's one thing in college football that I think we're going to start to learn as we go deeper and deeper into this NIL era, this transfer portal era of college football. And I think it's going to be the best teams that money can buy are going to be the best teams. I'm going with Texas Tech. I think Texas Tech wins the Big 12. Now, they've gone about this in an unconventional way, just saying we're going to just dole out millions of dollars and try to put a roster together to win this conference. But guess what? In a conference where there's not really high-end talent, I know Arizona State's a formidable team. Sam Levitt's back. Kenny Dillingham's a great coach. I just don't think that they have the year-over-year talent that's required to win this conference. I think Texas Tech has that talent. Joey McGuire is going to be feeling the pressure. It is a hot seat in Lubbock because that booster program, Cody Campbell in particular, put a lot of money and resources into building a competitive program and a competitive team. I think it comes to fruition this year in a wide open conference. Give me the team that's doing something unlike the other teams and is doling out massive amounts of money, only of the likes that are seen in the SEC. I think Texas Tech is your Big 12 champion. And do they make a run in the CFP? No, they're not going to do that. But can they win the Big 12? Definitely. I like the Red Raiders to be your Big 12 champions and get it done down there in Jerry World in December.
I feel like people are sleeping on Bama a little bit here, and it's a thankless job taking over for Nick Saban. They're taking over for the GOAT, and I know Alabama didn't have the season that it wanted compared to the standard in Tuscaloosa. What was the game? Was it against Tennessee or was it Vandy where they ran like a fourth down play and a couple of the receivers were pretending to shoot jump shots on the outside? Do you remember this? Last year, I mean, Nick Saban's head would have quite literally exploded had he seen that. So some things to clean up, but I think Kalen DeBoer is a hell of a head coach.
Pros, welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark version. I'm Ryan Horvath with you here solo for the next 60 minutes or so. Brad Evans done for the night. He'll be back with me tomorrow night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern here on the BetMGM Network, talking a ton of fantasy football. Maybe you had your draft last weekend. Maybe it's coming up this weekend. If you're, wanting to meet that deadline here before we kick off the season. We'll be talking a ton of fantasy football, sleepers, busts, all that fun stuff, getting you set for the draft. I was a little distracted there because I did bet the St. Louis Cardinals tonight. They were up 6-4, just like that. Now it's a 6-5 game against the Pirates. It's the bottom of the 7th, 2 away. Hopefully the Cardinals don't blow that. They were down earlier in that one. Some scores that wrapped up around Major League Baseball. The White Sox, 7-0 winners over the Royals. They were plus 116 dogs tonight. Total goes under 8.5, barely. Toronto, 10-4 winners over Minnesota with Joe Ryan on the bump. Toronto, minus 144 tonight on the money line. Total goes over 8. Out in New York, the Yankees, 10-5 winners tonight over the Nationals. You had to bet big money. Minus 239 on the Yanks tonight. Obviously, the Nationals are terrible. Total goes over 9.5. Out in Miami, the Marlins, 2-1 winners over the Braves. Marlins tonight, plus 107 winners. Total went under 8. The Tampa Bay Rays, 9-0 winners over the Guardians. Tampa tonight was plus 102. Total goes over 7.5. Boston, 4-3 winners over the Orioles on the road out in Baltimore. Boston tonight, minus 119 favorites. Total went under 9. The Mets beating up on the Phillies right now in the bottom of the 8th. It's 10-3 New York. Brewers up 6-5 on the Diamondbacks. They just won't go away, unfortunately. I am a Cubs fan, so I would love for that to happen, but most likely not going to happen. I don't know if they're for real, though, once we get to the postseason. Angels up 3-0 right now on the Rangers, and the Mariners with a 1-0 lead on the Padres. College football, we got the college football show, the BetMGM Tailgate to Kickoff, coming up this Saturday, 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern with myself. And we had week 0. Not the sexiest slate of games, although kicking off in Dublin, Ireland with Iowa State and Kansas State, that was fun, man. Iowa State wins 24-21. They were 3-point dogs in the game. The total goes under 51.5. Unfortunately, I did have Kansas State in the game on the money line, which didn't come home since they lost outright. The total barely comes through at 51.5. It was a weird game. Reminded me a lot of the game that we saw last year between these two teams, where if you look at the box score and you don't look at the final score, you probably would have said or thought Kansas State won the game. I mean, Avery Johnson was 21 of 30 passing, completed 70% of his passes, 273 yards through the air, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, meaning in the game, he had a 168.4 rating. Usually in college football, you're going to win 9 out of 10 times when your quarterback throws for 273, 2 tutties, and no picks. The problem was, weirdly, for Kansas State, they couldn't run the ball because they lost their starting running back right away in the beginning of the game, and Dylan Edwards, who is going to be a stud if he could stay healthy, but he gets hurt on the kickoff, which he fumbles, by the way. Iowa State starts with great field position, and they couldn't get the ground game going. Kansas State couldn't in the game. Jackson had 12 carries for 51 yards. Avery Johnson, I thought they should have put the ball in his hands a little bit more read option stuff, allowed him to use his legs as a dual threat quarterback. Instead, he only had 8 carries for 21 yards. So they kept him bottled up, but the numbers, decent. But the problem is he still can't make some of the throws. Rocco Beck, the quarterback for Iowa State, also struggled without his 2 best wide receivers from last year, in Higgins and Noel, both members now of the Houston Texans. He was 14 of 28 passing, only completed 50% of his passes, but there were multiple times in that game on 3rd down where he just made the throws, 183 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. So he did protect the football. Weirdly, they didn't really go to their starting running back in the beginning of the game, Hansen. They were running back, and they were running their backup a little bit more. And it made sense in the second half, man, because they wore down the Kansas State defense, and they play a ton of 3-3-5, so they're already looking to stop the pass. But once they got Hansen going, and the numbers end up being pretty good, 16 carries, 71 yards, 4.4 yards per pop. His longest rush of the game was 15 yards, but he was just going right up the middle. And Kansas State was really struggling to tackle.
And it was just a weird fluky game where if it weren't for turnovers and injuries, Kansas State probably wins, but that's college football for you. Also, you had to sweat out the total. The under, like I said, it came home at 51.5. The over kept taking money because it opened at 49.5. We closed at 51.5. And Iowa State actually scores to go up 10 or 9, technically, because they didn't kick the extra point. They review it, and Hansen's knee was actually down at the 1. So they play the clock game and end up taking 3 knees, and they run out the clock. So if you had the under, you're ecstatic, man. Like, go buy a lottery ticket. If you had the over, that's one of those situations where even if you like the afternoon slate, you might have to turn the TV off at least for an hour and go for a walk. Walk the dog, go pour yourself a drink, hit the gym for an hour, do something. Because if you have the over and the starting running back of either team goes in the end zone and then they call it back only to watch the other team take 3 consecutive knees, that's a brutal beat. But Iowa State winners, I got to be honest, my overall takeaway of this game, not that impressed with either team. I really like Matt Campbell as a head coach for Iowa State. Last year, they win double-digit games, 11 games, best in school history. I don't think they're going to be able to do that again this season, and I don't think that's a hot take. Rocco Beck is a decent college quarterback, but last year, Higgins and Noel made them look really good, and I just don't think they have the skill position players that they had from last year. Still worry a little bit about the defense because Kansas State, if their starting running back doesn't go down, I think they win this game. Avery Johnson, the numbers were good. I'm more concerned about whatever's going on off the field because I don't know if you guys out there saw the video on social media. His dad and his older brother, apparently getting a fist fight in Dublin. I don't know how much Guinness was being served. I mean, I do know, but I don't know how much with the family. And all of a sudden, just right after the game, this viral video pops up. And it's Avery Johnson's dad just like pummeling his own son and, the brother of Avery Johnson. I don't think that's an excuse or a distraction because Avery Johnson played fine. There's just throws that he can't make. But 24-21 is the final score. Iowa State covers. They win outright. Total goes under in that game. We also saw Fresno State and Kansas. And if you're a Fresno State backer, you back them over 6.5 wins, maybe took a stab on them to win the conference. I wouldn't freak out. But they were bottom 30 this season in returning production on both sides of the ball. I really like what I saw from Kansas. I don't want to overreact because that wasn't against Texas Tech. That wasn't against Kansas State or a Big 12 opponent. It was against Fresno State. But Jalen Daniels looked the healthiest he's been since his freshman year. And I know last year was the first time that he played more than 9 games in his career at Kansas. But we got to remember a couple years back before Andy Kotelnicki left to call plays at Penn State, he was a legit Heisman candidate going into the season. And that's what he looked like on Saturday night, man. He was 18 for 20 passing against Fresno State, completed 90% of his passes. That's like your created player in Madden. 176 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Last year turned the ball over way too much, 12 picks to only 12 touchdowns. Yesterday, 2 days ago, 3 touchdowns, no picks. If he can do that every week, he's going to get drafted. And if he could stay healthy, I think Kansas is going to be a legit football team this year, and they might be a sleeper. The defense looked good. Again, granted, it was against Fresno State, but I like what I saw from the running back. Hishaw, he had 13 carries for 69 yards. His longest of the day was a 21-yard gain, so he could pop one for the home run. LJ Williams, also 6 carries for 57 yards, had a touchdown in the game. And then the receivers, they kind of spread it out to everybody. Pickett had 6 catches on 6 targets, caught all 6 of his targets for 77 yards and also had 2 touchdowns. But Henderson caught 3 of his 4 targets. Williams caught a target for 16 yards out of the backfield. I really like what I saw from Kansas on the offensive side of the ball. That was the best they've looked, like I said, since Kotelnicki left. For Fresno State, you don't really want to judge because they had to step up in class, but not great. E.J. Warner, who's been a solid quarterback at all of his stops the last 3 years, but he's turned the ball over way too much, looks shaky at times, finishes 18 of 29 passing, 179 yards, but no touchdowns. I wouldn't do anything right now with Kansas futures or anything like that, but they look like a legit football team. I need 1 or 2 more data points
before I do anything. But I really like the coaching staff. Love Lance. So who knows, man? Maybe we were all sleeping on them coming into the season. Western Kentucky, they win 41-24 over Sam Jose State. I don't really have a whole lot of thoughts on this game. Sam Houston State, by the way, is what I meant to say there. But I don't have a whole lot of thoughts on this game. I'm trying to erase this from my memory because I did bet the under in this one. It was 41-24, meaning obviously the total went over 59.5. So I was on the wrong side of that one. Luckily, I was on the right side of the Hawaii winner, 23-20 over Stanford. I did bet Stanford under 3.5 wins coming into the season. Frank Reich, he could build some culture, but I don't think he's going to be the guy to bring Stanford back to where they were years ago when it was Harbaugh and Andrew Luck and the Christian McCaffrey squad, right? They lose to Hawaii. Granted, on the island, but they lose to Hawaii. So it's going to be a rough year for Stanford. 23-20, the final score. I did have Hawaii outright in the game. There was crazy line movement where this summer they opened as 3-point dogs. They actually closed as 2.5-point favorites, and there's a reason for that. Stanford's not going to be very good this year in the ACC. I also don't know how good Hawaii is going to be. Not really a big takeaway from that game, but I was happy to make some money. And now when I look at the upcoming schedule for Stanford, if you bet the under on 3.5 wins, find me 4 wins now that they couldn't beat Hawaii. It's not there. So that seems to be a really good bet, the under 3.5 on Stanford. We got Brandon Combs producing the show. Brando, what was your biggest takeaway, would you say, from week 0? Because really, man, other than the Dublin game, and then maybe Kansas, they look pretty good against Fresno State. I didn't have any huge takeaways, right? I wasn't really impressed with Kansas State or Iowa State. And, if Jalen Daniels could stay healthy, I think they're a better football team than they've been the last 2 years.
My biggest takeaway from week 1, or week 0, as we like to call it, is Stanford's as bad as everybody thought they were. You lose to a quarterback with one leg. The guy basically tears his ACL out of his knee in the first quarter, and he's hobbling around the rest of the damn game, and he's just tearing you apart. And he does it for the entire game. And I don't know if you can't beat that team in that moment. And apparently, Hawaii doesn't have a backup quarterback. I don't know what the hell they were doing, but you lose to that team in that moment. I don't know who. I look at their schedule too. I don't know who you look at them and you're like, yeah, you know what? I might bet them this week. There's just nobody. Stanford's as bad as everybody thought that they were, even though Joe DeLeon told me, go ahead and bet them.
Yeah, I think that was the thought process, though, right? Everybody's out on Stanford, right? And so people are betting Hawaii, but it's Hawaii. And Timmy Chang is trying to turn that thing around, man, but it's Hawaii. And it's Hawaii in the world of NIL, right? It isn't Hawaii when, Colt Brennan, rest in peace, messed up a couple times and, they got him. And all of a sudden, they were winning 9 games. It's just different now, man. It's hard to get guys to go to, to build a program there. But, yeah, not the best slate, but I am really excited for this weekend, man. What are your early thoughts on Texas, Ohio State now that we're down to almost a pick? And if this closes as a pick, who are you betting to win the game? Because when it opened at 3.5, I said I'm going to grab Texas because both Sharps and Public will get involved in this game. It's Arch Manning. It's Sark.
Yeah.
It's Texas. They were just in the college football playoff. They probably should have actually made it to at least the semifinal game against Ohio State. They should have won that game if they don't call the pitch play on 1st and goal at the 1. But I knew they were going to take money. Now that we're close to pick, I might have to buy in on Ohio State. It's just they're at home. If Julian Sayin lives up to the hype, does he even have to live up to the hype? You have Jeremiah Smith. You have a freaking cyborg who's going to be a top 5 pick next year. Just throw the ball up to him, as we saw, unfortunately, against Notre Dame. Where are you with that game, though, now that we're down to 1.5, and you're not getting a field goal any longer with Texas?
Yeah, I'm more on the side of Texas still. I like. It's funny because I was talking to somebody over the weekend, and I said, man, if this game was played in Texas, I'd probably be on Ohio State. But since it's in Ohio State, I'm more on Texas because I think that there's more pressure on you, right? When you're coming into with your new team and you're coming in and you're trying to win and you're supposed to be this and you're in front of the home fans, it's just there's more pressure on you. And I always like the teams that come in a little bit loose. And I think Texas is going to be able to come in just a little bit more loose. So I'm still on Texas in this one.
Yeah, same here, man. I got to be honest with you. Like, as of right now, I haven't bought back with Ohio State, only because my concern with Ohio State, I like the home field advantage, actually, for them. I think Sayan's going to be fine. I think the defense is going to probably have to figure some stuff out, though, man, because you lose Jim Knowles and you replace him with Matt Patricia, right? You lose Chip Kelly and you replace him with Hartline, who has done a great job as the wide receiver coach, but 2 new coordinators, everybody back, on the coaching staff for Texas. I don't know. We'll look at some of these other week 1 games, a much better slate, obviously, than week 0. We'll talk some NFL as well. BetMGM tonight, coming back on the BetMGM network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Every summer, I do 7 futures, and for the last 5 years at Fox and the last 6 years of my life, it's been very simple. Kansas City Chiefs win Super Bowl. I don't know why, man. Call it a hunch. Call it a gut feeling. I think this is the best team yet for Josh Allen. He's clearly at his best level off the MVP. For the first time in my life, hand on heart, I have made a bet on the Buffalo Bills to win the Super Bowl. They are my second highest power rated team. So I have Baltimore 1, Buffalo 2, Philly 3. I just can't put my money on Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. That might not be fair. I know the Ravens are really good, but for some reason, they turn into bubblegum in the playoffs. And I think Buffalo adding White at corner, bringing in Bosa, the entire offense is back. And I think Josh Allen's the most valuable player in the league. He might not win the MVP again, but that team, if it's not this year, Joe, it might never happen. So I did find myself on Buffalo. I got Buffalo over San Francisco. Write it down.
The latest stat for Paul Skeens is that he has the second lowest ERA in baseball history through 50 starts. And that is in the live ball era, which I feel like goes back a very long time. Like, you look at this list, Vita Blue is first in baseball with a 2.01 ERA. That was in 1969 to 1972. And the rest of these guys on the list, like the top 5, the latest somebody did this was in 1984. Oral Hershiser did it in 1984 to 85. He had a 2.15 ERA. So Paul Skeens sitting in second at 2.02. Like, none of these guys are even like within 25 years. And think about how much baseball has changed and how much the role of starter has changed, where, hitters have caught up. We even had the era of like juice balls, and like hitters are swinging for the fences now, where they're really trying to have that upward swing and they hit home runs more. So it's just every single day I am more impressed with Paul Skeens. Like, has anybody lived up to the hype like he has? Like, I'm thinking that he's on the level that we saw from LeBron James.
My national title game, Penn State against Clemson. Dabo said, bring your own guts, BYOG. But they're not bringing enough, not against this Nittany Lions team. Penn State finally gets over the hump, and it's coming out of my mouth, and I'm about to say it, and it might make me sick, but damn it, James Franklin is going to win the national championship this season. Penn State has the best combination of offensive line, defensive line, the best coordinator combination with Andy Kotelnicki at offensive coordinator, Jim Knowles coming over from Ohio State to be the defensive coordinator. That's the formula. That's how Ohio State win the title last year. That formula is a winning formula, and it will be a winning formula in Happy Valley as Penn State will be your national title winner when they beat Clemson coming up in January.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark. Ryan Horvat here solo for the next two segments. Brandon Combs producing the show out in Chicago. I'm out here in D.C. We're looking at week one of the college football season. Just wrapped up talking a little week zero. Is Iowa State defeats Kansas State as 3.5-point dogs. Total goes under 51.5. Now is when it really gets good, though. So let's take a look at what we got coming up here. Starting on Thursday, Boise State, last year, they win the Mountain West. They make the college football playoff, but they lose Ashton Genty. He's pretty good at football. They opened as 10-point favorites. That number now down to 6.5 in some shops. They're on the road taking on South Florida. At 10, at 9.5, I really like South Florida at home. Their issue last year was their offensive line was shaky, especially in pass protection, and their starting quarterback, Byron Brown, got hurt. He broke his leg. But now he's back. The offensive line should be a little bit better. They had 3 players from the portal. The defense hopefully should be better because last year they were outside the top 100. Boise State, still the favorite to win the Mountain West. Their quarterback, Maddox Madsen, comes back. It won't surprise me if they do win the Mountain West. That's many people's pick. But at 9.5 even, I thought South Florida was worth a bet. At 6.5, I think this is one maybe you wait, you bet live, or maybe you just take the discounted price now on Boise State unless you think South Florida is live to win the game. Where are you at with this, Brando? You have any thoughts? Boise State this year, no Genty, but now went from 9.5 to 6 point, not even a full touchdown against South Florida. What would you do here, if anything?
Yeah, I bet this game when it opened at 8.5, and I took South Florida at the 8.5.
Love that.
So I am on South Florida at 6.5. Though I think you're right. I think I would probably wait, see if it goes back up a little bit. I do like South Florida at home in this game, though. I debated money line on South Florida in this game.
Well, if you're going to do it big, right? Like anything better than a 2-to-1 price, you can still get that right now on South Florida. Byron Brown's a stud, man. He's one of the better quarterbacks in the AAC, dual threat. He's just got to stay healthy. He's coming back from a broken leg, which, so the first couple games might be a little shaky, but at home, that crowd's going to be pumped with Boise State coming to town, especially a team that made the college football playoff last year. I can't wait to watch that on Thursday night. That's a 5:30 p.m. kickoff here on the East Coast. At 6 p.m., Rutgers at home. We've had some line movement in this one as well. They're taking on Ohio, and Rutgers opened short, 10.5, way too short. Now the number's about right, 15.5. I would still only bet Rutgers. It would be Rutgers or pass. Also coming up on Thursday night, we get East Carolina catching what was 12.5, now 13.5 on the road against North Carolina State. I love North Carolina State in this game. Now 14 is about where the number should be. I loved them at 12.5. I think they win this game by at least 2 touchdowns, which would be a push. So that would still be my bet. NC State at home against East Carolina coming up on Thursday. Central Florida opens up against Jack State. That's one I'm not touching. Under 5.5 wins on Central Florida, year one for Scott Frost. Complete rebuild for the program. Laying 18.5, they could easily beat Jack State by 21 points, man. But they can also struggle, kind of like UNLV did week 0. So that's a stay away for me. Duke, I really like Duke this year. When you go out and you spend $4 million on a quarterback at the college level, he better produce. So we'll see what we get. They opened against Elon as 29.5-point favorites. That was short. Now it's 34.5. I still like Duke at 34.5, to be honest with you. Buffalo opened as 17.5-point dogs on Thursday night against Minnesota. That number's now up to 18.5. That's a stay away for me. Minnesota loses quite a bit from last year. The defense should still be good, but they lose their coordinator, Heatherman. He goes over to Miami. Last year, they had a top 10 defense. Houston out to actually Stephen F. Austin. Stephen F.A. Stone Cold Stephen F. Austin took a little money against Houston. Houston opened up as a 23.5-point favorite, down to 22.5. Missouri plays Central Arkansas. They're 36.5-point favorites. Nobody's touched that number, nor should they. Nebraska. I want to get your opinion on them, Brando. They opened as 6.5-point favorites against Cincy. They took a little bit of money, only a touchdown, -7. Nebraska on the road. I like Nebraska this year with Dana Holgerson taking over as play caller last year. He did that the last 3 games of the season. Raiola was much better. I think the defense, even without Tony White, should still be top 50 at worst. And I took a stab on Nebraska to make the college football playoff. Went over 7.5 wins. As long as Dylan Raiola doesn't go out there every week and pretend to be Pat Mahomes and take a bunch of bad sacks and throw a bunch of picks, I think they're going to be more competitive than they've been the last decade in Nebraska. So I like them in the game. I love the over, which I bet at 52.5. Now it's out to 54.5. What would you do here, and what are your thoughts on Nebraska this season? Are you buying or are you selling Matt Rule year 3?
I'm buying on Nebraska. I have them in the college football playoff this year.
Yeah.
I like what they're doing over there. This game here, though, I'm betting the over for sure. I love the over in this game as well. Cincinnati's one of those teams where you never know which one's going to show up, and this could be a team that puts a week 1 scare into Nebraska. So I kind of stay away from betting the spread at all, or betting the game even on the money line, just because Cincinnati can just put that scare into you. And I'm not going to go out there and bet -6.5 and then have Cincinnati hang around and only lose by a field goal. So I would stay away, but I would bet the over. I love the over. I think there's going to be a ton of points scored in this game.
Totally agree, dude. I like Sorsby as a college quarterback, right? But like I talked about earlier on the show with Brad, I don't know what to expect from Cincinnati because they started hot last year and then they lost their last 7 games and only averaged 19 points per game. Hopefully they score more than 19 because we got the over in that one. All right, Miami, Ohio, catching 17 at Camp Randall against Wisconsin. The total in the game is only 39.5. I kind of like the under. But I kind of like Wisconsin in this game. It's going to be a down year for Wisconsin. Their win total is only 5.5. They only went 5-7 last year, year 2 for Luke Fickell. Some think he should already be on the hot seat. It's going to be hard this year to can him, man, and to pay the buyout because that schedule is brutal. It is brutal. Like you play Alabama in the non-con. You get all the good teams in the Big Ten. That's why I think they come out and they beat the living hell out of Miami, Ohio, dude. Ben Roethlisberger ain't walking through that door. And at Camp Randall, still an electric environment, tough place to play. Primetime night game, not a standalone because there's other games going on, but it's a weeknight. I feel like that's the one game that they could go out and kick some ass and feel good about themselves before they finish with like 4 wins. That makes me kind of want to bet them a little bit. What about you, though, here? I think Fickell's going to have them ready to – I think he's a good coach. I just think, like, they can't get the offensive side of the ball figured out for whatever reason. They've been through how many coordinators, man? And quarterbacks.
Yeah. And the not being able to get the offensive side of the ball figured out is why if I had my Lee Corso hat right now, I'd be like, not so fast, my friend, because – I'm taking Miami, Ohio, and I'm taking the points in this game. I actually already bet Miami, Ohio, plus the points in this game, just because I think they're a lot like a team like Cincinnati, right? Miami, Ohio just always finds a way to put a scare into teams early in the season, and I think Wisconsin's kind of ripe for the picking in that one. I think Wisconsin wins this game, and they probably win it pretty easily, but 17.5 is just too much for me to give a Luke Fickell team right now.
If they don't win this game and you're a student or you're a fan in Madison, there's no reason to show up, man. If you can't beat Miami, Ohio,
who are you beating this year? Again, like if you're at home right now, just Google their schedule. Just take a look at Wisconsin's schedule. It is terrible. Phil Steele has it as the toughest schedule in the country. So good luck to the Badgers in that one. Western Michigan, 17.5-point dogs on the open, now out to 21-point dogs at Michigan State on Friday night. We'll be live on the air for this one, 7 p.m. kickoff. I like Michigan State this year, man. I bet their win total over 5.5. I think they're a 7-8 win team maybe for Jonathan Smith. I really like what he did at Oregon State. I like their quarterback enough, Aiden Childs. I think the defense should be pretty solid. Not the easiest schedule in Big Ten play especially, but I think they clean up here. I liked it at 17.5. I probably wouldn't touch it at 21. Total in the game's 49.5. Maybe if anything, I go over on the team total on Michigan State. App State is a 6.5-point favorite against Charlotte. Kennesaw State, 17.5-point dogs against Wake Forest. Colorado, Georgia Tech. Want to get your opinion on this one? And then Auburn and Baylor. Georgia Tech now out to 4.5. They're favored in the game against Colorado. Total 52.5. I like the under. I get why people would like the over here because you're thinking Colorado, Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders, but they're gone, dude. You bring in, Caden Salter, who I really liked at Liberty, dual threat quarterback. I think he's going to use his legs a lot in this game, right? Like he had over 1,000 rushing yards last year, 12 touchdowns on the ground. And Colorado's offensive line is going to be good. They're going to be able to get some push for once. And on the defensive side of the ball, I think they could be top 40 this year. Georgia Tech, everybody's in love with them because they bring back Haynes King, and their running back, Haynes, is an absolute stud. And everybody likes the coaching staff. I like Brent Key a lot as well. But I think Colorado keeps this close. I'm going to stay away from the side. I'm going to bet the under, 52.5. Thoughts on this one, man? Are you high on Georgia Tech? What do you think about Colorado this year?
I am high on Georgia Tech this year. I think this is a 9 to 10 win season for them. The toughest test, obviously, Clemson in week 3. But I do like Georgia Tech. I like Georgia Tech in this game, and I kind of like Georgia Tech big in this game, which is why I kind of lean towards the over because I think Georgia Tech's going to score a ton of points against this Colorado defense. So I don't know. I like this game. This might be a stay away for me, though, betting-wise.
Auburn-Baylor. Auburn now out to a 2.5-point favorite against Baylor. Total in the game, 57.5. Auburn on the money line, minus 135. Baylor plus 115. I like Baylor, man. The defense has to be better this year for Aranda, but the offensive side of the ball should be solid. Sawyer Robertson might be one of the better quarterbacks in the country, definitely in the conference. And Auburn could be really good this year. They have to be for Hugh Freeze to keep his job, or they could be a disaster. Now, are we sure Jackson Arnold is as good as we think? Former 5-star quarterback. I like Baylor at home here. Give me Baylor, but it's at 2.5 right now. Maybe I wait, see where this number heads on Wednesday. Wednesday's very telling if you're betting college football because the markets open on Monday. Now it's week 1, so these markets have been open forever. But Wednesday is when limits open, so that's when you'll see what the side is here. Not that it's going to be a winner 100% of the time, but you'll see where the professional money comes in because if Baylor goes from 2.5 to 3.5, big money came in on Auburn. If this goes back to where we were yesterday at 1.5 or close to pick, money's coming in on Baylor. And you would figure everybody's going to go with the SEC school that spent a bunch of money in the NIL. I don't know, though, man. I think Aranda's the better coach, even though last year the defense wasn't as good as they've been. And I think that Baylor has the better offense. So I like them. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, I'm with you on everything that you said there. I think that this is going to be one of those games where right out the gate, everybody at Auburn is going to start to lose their minds a little bit, and you're going to start seeing, people calling for people's jobs at Auburn. So, yeah, I think Baylor wins this one. I think Baylor wins this one kind of handily, to be honest with you. I don't think Auburn's as good as some people might think they're going to be.
We'll hold off on some of these other games. One bet, though, that I placed, I like Florida State. I liked it a lot at 14.5. Anything over 13, I think they keep this game against Alabama close. Alabama, today they announced they are going to be without one of their starting offensive linemen in Jaden Roberts. That game coming up on Saturday. I like Florida State. Everybody's down on Florida State after they won 2 games last year, rightfully so. But it's a big year for Mike Norvell, and I like what they did this offseason. The other big news in college football today, before we talk a little NFL to close out the show,
Michigan makes it official, and I figured this was going to be the case, but they're going to start true freshman Bryce Underwood at quarterback, 18 years old. He will start Saturday against New Mexico, but after that, man, travels to Oklahoma September 6th to face Oklahoma in that defense. He was the number 1 overall recruit in this year's signing class. Originally, he committed to LSU, and then he flipped last November because Michigan offered him, I believe it's $12 million for 4 years. So $3 to $4 million every single year that he's at Michigan. That's crazy. Imagine being 18 years old and making $4 million to go to college and play quarterback at Michigan. And now you're starting. Big expectations, high expectations though, man. I don't know if you remember a couple of years ago, UCLA had this same situation when they brought in Dante Moore and they didn't want to start him. They started, I believe, Garbers that year. And then it was like week 3 or week 4, and Dante Moore's camp was like, hey, if he's not on the field starting, we're leaving. And he ends up leaving anyway, but I think Bryce is going to be pretty good. Michigan's win total right now is 8.5. Last year, the defense, like they usually are, top 10. This year, they bring back, a ton of starters from the defensive side of the ball. The issue last year was the offensive side of the ball. They could not throw the ball. They did not have a quarterback that could complete a forward pass, unfortunately. Now, you have a 5-star. It's making $4 million a year. So I get why people are high on Michigan. Win total 8.5, 34.5 point favorites against New Mexico coming up week 1. Take a quick break. When we come back, we got to talk a little NFL, hit the headlines from the day, BetMGM tonight.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
I think what's playing into this line move, though, is that Notre Dame is starting a freshman quarterback. I mean, that has to count for something, right? CJ Carr, by nature, is a better passer than Riley Leonard was. But first start, I mean, it's a lot of pressure. A lot of these young quarterbacks start against Troy or Kennesaw State. This kid's got to go into Miami. I don't have the weather in front of me. I'm going to look it up right now, but I'm going to guess it's going to be in the 90s in Miami this weekend. It's 87 today. Here we go. Saturday, the high is 86 in that muggy Miami weather. This kid's got to go against one of the top 15 teams in the country. And that's why I'm a little hesitant to bet Ohio State, to bet Notre Dame week 1, because these young quarterbacks are just going to be so challenged. And if they're not ready for the game speed and the adjustments that need to be made, they won't have success. It doesn't mean they can't have good seasons. It's just a tall test for both CJ Carr and Julian saying right out of the gate, here you go. Here's Texas, top 5 defense. Here's Miami. Try and keep up with Carson Beck and potentially a top 10 offense. Those are big hills to climb for both young quarterbacks.
I think it's still Aaron Judge. However, it's getting really, really close to being a toss-up. When you consider that Cal Raleigh is hitting home runs at a prolific rate, and prior to yesterday, he had been kind of scuffling a little bit. But when you look at his numbers, when you look at it, considering he's doing it from the catching position, And also take into consideration Aaron Judge's injuries here recently. That has prevented him from playing in the field. So does that hamper his candidacy in some form or fashion? I think that if the Mariners can find a way to win that division, I think that could boost Lally a little bit. I still lean Aaron Judge, but the gap has definitely narrowed between the two.
During the draft, is the NFL colluding against Shedeur Sanders? Is the NFL colluding?
It's an actual story.
Yes, it was.
People are saying this.
I know. And do I think Shedeur should have been drafted higher? Yes, I do. But he fell to the 5th round. What was it last week? Is Dylan Gabriel trying to throw shade at Shedeur Sanders? Then that was a thing. And then this week, it's something new. Is Kevin Stefanski screwing Shedeur? He's a 2-time NFL Coach of the Year. No, he's not. Shedeur Sanders was what? 3 of 6, 14 yards, got sacked 5 times. He didn't look good. Looked great previously. He's been battling injury as well. And also, I think this was, like you were saying, it's a preseason game. No one thought the Browns were going to cut Shedeur. Obviously, they were going to keep him. So, Shedeur's struggling. Let's put Snoop in here for the final drive. Get him something on tape. Probably not going to keep him. It's the freaking preseason. But if you go back to the draft, it's always something. Oh, is Shedeur getting a raw deal? Is Shedeur getting a raw deal? Look, at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, he is a 5th-round pick. If you disagree with that, fine. But if his name wasn't Sanders, you wouldn't be worried about what the Browns were doing with a 5th-round pick in a preseason game.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark, Ryan Horvat. We just wrapped up some college football conversation from week 0. We talked about a couple games week 1. We'll have our full breakdowns, all of our picks throughout the week. BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. If you missed those, you can always go back and find the podcast wherever you find your podcast. All you got to do, search BetMGM Tonight, like, subscribe, review, rate, tell a friend, tell a friend's friend. A 4-2 start to the year. Unfortunately, Avery Johnson rushing yards don't come home, but he does score an anytime touchdown. Rocco Beck rushing yards do come home, despite the fact that he was sacked like 50 times. Kansas comes home. Hawaii even comes home. The one that doesn't come home was the one that I felt the best about. Kansas State. I got a good number, and then I had a good cheap price on the money line. And they lose really in identical fashion that they lost last year, man. And again, I don't want to make excuses. A bad bet's a bad bet. But if you look at the box score, if you look at Avery Johnson's numbers compared to Rocco Beck's numbers, Kansas State wins that game 9 out of 10 times. The problem was the fumbles, the turnovers again. And you never want to use injury as an excuse, especially when it's a running back, next man up. But Dylan Edwards getting hurt killed them. Last year averaged over 6 yards per carry, and he was going to touch the ball like 22 to 25 times, man. And they just really struggled to get the ground game going. So I will use that excuse, but a 4-2 start to the season. We'll have more college football picks tomorrow night. We'll talk more college ball. We got to hit some NFL here, though, because it was a busy day as far as headlines. Let's start with the Bengals. They finally wake up. Right? On the offensive side of the ball, they're going to be fine as long as Joe Burrow stays healthy and Jamar Chase stays healthy and T. Higgins stays healthy and Chase Brown stays healthy. They have so many weapons. In this offseason and last offseason, they paid all those weapons. But the problem for the Bengals is never their offense. It's health and it's the defense. They bring in a new defensive coordinator in Al Golden, who was the DC last year at Notre Dame. They say goodbye to Lou Anarumo, who was with them when they made that run to the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. I think it was the right move. I know this was the right move, though. They finally wake up and pay their best pass rusher. Now, unfortunately for the Bengals, this isn't going to fix their run defense. I know it was only preseason, but they were getting gashed once again in the preseason. Last year, outside the top 20 against the run. but it's going to help their pass rush. 14 mil, that's the raise for Trey Hendrickson. So now 2025, his salary will be $30 million, I believe is what Shefty had on this. He will also see a $1 million incentive if he plays 60% of the plays and the Bengals make the playoffs. So Hendrickson was looking for a 2-year, $79 million extension, settles for this. He's 30 years old, but he's coming off his best season in the NFL. He's had back-to-back 17.5 sack seasons. Last year was named to the AP All-Pro team and reached the Pro Bowl for the 4th straight season. This is a deal they needed to get done, man. So, Brando, I'm going to ask you this. Are you back in on the Bengals? The offense we know is going to be good, but is the defense going to be serviceable enough, good enough to win 10, 11 games? Not even win the division, because the Ravens on paper are perfect, and you have the Steelers, and the Browns aren't going to do much. But is the defense good enough to win 11, 12 games, 10 games, get them to the playoffs?
Yeah, I think so. And I think that this can only help them, right? Like, I mean, when you, especially only signing him to a 1-year deal, because now Trey Hendrickson knows he's playing for his next contract. He's going to play out of his mind. And Hendrickson, I think he's going to be one of those guys you're going to look at the end of the season, is going to have somewhere around 12, 13, 14 sacks, something like that. And he's going to be looking for his new deal. And I think that this team, this defense is good enough, and this offense is definitely good enough to carry them. I think that's what you're going to look at. I think that you're going to see a lot of shootouts with the Cincinnati Bengals. And when they get into these shootouts, you're going to see Joe Burrow go off. And that's why, like, I love the idea of Joe Burrow MVP. I love the idea of Joe Burrow leading the league in passing yards. I love all of those bets. So for me, I think this team is good enough to do it. And I think the defense obviously only got better with the Trey Hendrickson signing.
Bengals 10-1 to win the AFC, better than 2-1, almost 3-1 to win the division. Other big story comes from here, actually, in the district. The DMV is the Commanders. Terry McLaurin, the hold-in, not the holdout, the hold-in finally ends. He gets a 3-year deal worth up to $96 million. So he ends the hold-in. He's going to get a $30 million signing bonus in the deal. I'm out on the Commanders this year, man. I love Jaden Daniels, but schedule gets a little bit tougher. Last year, you play a last place schedule. This year, you play a first playoff schedule. I worry a little bit about the defensive side of the ball. You know, last year, they played good enough to win games, but it's hard to win every week in shootout fashion. And like I said, tougher schedule. So I went under 9.5 wins, took them to miss the playoffs at plus 115. Might be a bad move, you know, because Jaden Daniels might be just good enough to win 10, 11 games himself every year. But where are you at with the Commanders? And where are you at with McLaurin this year? Can he duplicate what he did last year when he had 13 receiving touchdowns, double-digit touchdowns for the first time in his career?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not out on the Commanders. I do think that they regress a little bit, but their schedule's not too bad. I mean, especially to start the season. Their first 5 weeks, you got the Giants, you do get the Packers, you get the Raiders, the Falcons, and the Chargers. Like, for me, like right there, you start that season out 4-1, and then you get into the meat and potatoes of your 4-1. Yeah, again, the Giants, Packers. The Packers are the loss there, right?
Packers are going to beat them. Chargers are going to beat them.
Okay,
I got a hot take for you. I got a hot take for you. I think the Giants beat them week 1.
Is Jackson Dart starting?
Nope. Russell Wilson.
Then
he's going to ball out. I've kind of talked about I think the Giants, I'll put it here. I think the Giants are going to be all right this year. I think the Giants go over 5.5 wins. I'll bet this and I'll screenshot it. I want to be the one person on this network that has a Giants over 5.5 win total. I do.
I just can't go with you. I got the Giants to be the worst team in the NFL this year.
They're not going to be the worst team in the NFL. You think the Giants are going to be worse than the Saints?
Dude,
the Browns?
Looked at the Giants' schedule is probably the most brutal schedule I've ever witnessed in my entire life. They've got Commanders, Cowboys, Chiefs, Chargers, Saints, Eagles, Browns, Broncos, Eagles, 49ers, Bears, Packers, Lions, Patriots, Commanders, Vikings, Raiders, Cowboys. That is a gauntlet of a schedule. And beyond the Saints in week 5, I don't look at that schedule and look at any game where I would look at this team as a favorite.
Dude, the Browns are in a division where they're going to see Aaron Rodgers twice. They're going to see Lamar Jackson twice. They're going to see Joe Burrow twice. And they're trotting out a 55-year-old quarterback. They're trotting out Shedeur Sanders. And they're
But that
trotting
defense
out
is good enough to keep them in
Dylan
some games. I think the Browns are going to win a few games more than people think. I
Oh,
think they're going to
man.
win at least
See,
3 or 4.
That's where
I
I'm
can't
at
see
with
the
the
Giants
Giants.
more than 2.
I can make the case. The Giants, you want to talk about a defense. The Giants might end up having a top 5 defense in the league. That pass rush is lethal, man. And they're going to be able to rotate those guys. I don't know. What if Russ has one more year in him? Last year, he didn't play all that bad. I'm telling you.
He doesn't.
Giants.
Especially behind this
By me
offensive
being
line.
in on the I am doing it. I'm betting them over 5.5 wins. I will go to MGM National Harbor tomorrow to do it, and I will have somebody. I'll have whoever's working the counter, whether it's Monty or Heather, whoever's working tomorrow, and we'll get a photo together. I just made those 2 names up, by the way. I don't know.
If you could do me a favor and just Venmo me that money instead, I could put it to better use.
No, I'm not betting them to make the playoffs. I'm betting the Giants over 5. Is it 4.5 or is it 5.5? What are they even at? 5.5?
They're at 5.5. Yeah.
They're gonna win a couple games they shouldn't, and it all starts week 1. But anyway, Terry McLaurin is back with the Commanders, and I think the Browns are just gonna be an absolute mess. I honestly I don't know. I feel like it's too popular of a take for the Saints to be the worst team.
Yeah, I don't think the Saints are going to be. I think the Saints are going to be the team that you can see winning 4 or 5.
It's probably going to be Miami. Tyreek Hill is going to spin off the planet. Tua is going to be hurt, or he's just going to stink. Mike McDaniel's going to get canned. The defense, they're soft. Nobody's ever healthy on the defensive side of the ball in Miami. They're going to see the Bills twice. They're probably going to lose to the Jets. I don't think
what's going to be more for Tyreek Hill? Touchdowns this season? Or new baby moms?
I don't know, man. I don't know. How many kids does Tyreek have now even?
Like
a lot?
47.
I don't know. Every time I see his name pop up, I got to kind of click off because I don't know. Just Tyreek just drives me kind of nuts, to be honest with you, man. I think he's a little out there. I like Tua. I love Jalen Waddle. I want the Dolphins to succeed. It's just not going to happen. But they're not going to be the worst team in the league. Too much talent to be the worst team in the league. I got to go with, I really do think that it's going to be the Browns. That would be my bet. Browns is the worst team in the league. That would be where I would go. The other big story in the NFL, speaking of the Browns, I should say, the Browns trade Kenny Pickett to the Raiders for a 5th round pick. So Pickett will actually now be the backup quarterback to Geno Smith, because 2 days ago, Aiden O'Connell fractured his right wrist in the preseason finale against the Cardinals. And he's expected now to miss anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks. So he's going to be on the IR. I'm not going to say it's a big loss because it's a backup quarterback, but my gosh, do the Raiders need to pray that Geno Smith can stay healthy, because Aiden O'Connell is actually a serviceable backup. He could win games in this league. Kenny Pickett has the hands of my 11-year-old son. It is no good. The Browns traded. Well, he used to be with the Steelers. Kenny Pickett might be one of those guys that plays for every team when it's all said and done, bro. But Kenny Pickett,
the hands of my 11-year-old son is wild.
They trade for him only to trade him away without him ever stepping foot on a field in a regular season game. Has that ever happened? It has. I don't think I could count on one hand how many times that's happened. You trade for a quarterback, and then you trade him before week 1 of the NFL season. So Kenny Pickett making history in the National Football League. You love to see it. All right, we're back. One slate is crazy, and I'm probably going to bet a ton of games tomorrow morning. Ryan Horvat, Brandon Combs, Monty running the board. Back tomorrow night on BetMGM tonight, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, with my co-host, Brad Evans, on a Tuesday night.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
I saved the Big 12 for last because the Big 12 is probably the most difficult one to talk about because all of these teams are in the conversation. I mean, we just saw the game in Dublin this past Saturday of, all right, it's going back and forth. The ball's loose. Like, what's happening? It's just going to come down to who makes the fewest mistakes that's going to win. And it ended up being Iowa State, who's now 8-1, by the way, to win the Big 12. But there's one thing in college football that I think we're going to start to learn as we go deeper and deeper into this NIL era, this transfer portal era of college football. And I think it's going to be the best teams that money can buy are going to be the best teams. I'm going with Texas Tech. I think Texas Tech wins the Big 12. Now, they've gone about this in an unconventional way, just saying we're going to just dole out millions of dollars and try to put a roster together to win this conference. But guess what? In a conference where there's not really high-end talent, I know Arizona State's a formidable team. Sam Levitt's back. Kenny Dillingham's a great coach. I just don't think that they have the year-over-year talent that's required to win this conference. I think Texas Tech has that talent. Joey McGuire is going to be feeling the pressure. It is a hot seat in Lubbock because that booster program, Cody Campbell in particular, put a lot of money and resources into building a competitive program and a competitive team. I think it comes to fruition this year in a wide-open conference. Give me the team that's doing something unlike the other teams and is doling out massive amounts of money, only of the likes that are seen in the SEC. I think Texas Tech is your Big 12 champion. And do they make a run in the CFP? No, they're not going to do that. But can they win the Big 12? Definitely. I like the Red Raiders to be your Big 12 champions and get it done down there in Jerry World in December.
I feel like people are sleeping on Bama a little bit here, and it's a thankless job taking over for Nick Saban. They're taking over for the GOAT, and I know Alabama didn't have the season that it wanted compared to the standard in Tuscaloosa. What was the game? Was it against Tennessee or was it Vandy where they ran like a fourth down play and a couple of the receivers were pretending to shoot jump shots on the outside? Do you remember this? Last year, I mean, Nick Saban's head would have quite literally exploded had he seen that. So some things to clean up, but I think Kalen DeBoer is a hell of a head coach.
And now it's time for Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Futures here on the BetMGM Network. Obviously presented by BetMGM Sportsbook. Born in
Vegas. Hope everybody's weekend was great. Hope you were busy. Hope you were active. With me, as always, my great co-host, the wonderful, the delightful, the happy, the go-lucky, the big Seahawk himself, Will the Thrill, Ortner. How we doing, Ortner? How was your weekend?
Dude, it was pretty good. Got to go adventuring around Dallas, I ended up, I don't know how, don't know the name, but I ended up at the same bar that Scotty ended up at after he won the Masters. They make it very obvious. Like, as you walk in, there's like a big old picture of Scotty Scheffler right in the green jacket. And it's like, hey, guess where he went after he won the Masters once he got back home? Don't know how I got there. Don't know what the name of it is. Couldn't get back there if I wanted to. But I do remember that because I took a picture of it.
Okay, that's pretty awesome. They should just call it Scotty Doesn't Know. I think it'd be a play on Scotty Scheffler going there and everybody walking out not remembering being there. I think it would be a perfect combination. We have a lot of football to get into. I'm going to pick your Seahawk brain because I have something I want to throw at you that it may scare you, but I think you would actually agree with the sentiment. So we'll get to some NFL. We'll talk some college football today. I just, at the start of the show, I want to make a quick announcement. We've been doing this show now for, what, is it 4? Is it 5 years, Zach? I forget the total. COVID's broken my brain on dates and start dates and all that. We've been doing this show for a minute, Back to the Futures here, before the BetMGM Network, and now obviously on the BetMGM Network. And Odyssey and everything that has been tied with it has been a fantastic journey. I've really enjoyed doing the show. Now I've had 3 co-hosts and it's been great. Ortner, I've had a lot of fun with you. I had fun with Lucy. And the show has evolved in some ways, meant as like, hey, if you're on the go and you can't catch Sunday Night Football, here's some content giving you an update, but also just breaking down where we're at after the weekend of activities. It's a lot of fun. I remember one time about 4.5 years ago, I kid you not, I remember thinking to myself, I would love to do a gambling show. I love sports gambling. I'm not great at it, but I'm interested in it. I think the futures markets are great. I love seeing how they update with wins and losses and players and whatnot. And about 5 months later, I had somebody email and call me and basically say, would you be interested? And so I had to do a little dummy reel. They got back to me and they said, hey, this is the show we're doing. We'd love you to be the host. And I was like, that's crazy. That's awesome. So it was weird how it worked out, and it's been a lot of fun. This is going to be our second to last show. After next week on August 30th, Back to the Futures will be no more. We will be sunsetting the show. There's just a lot that's happening right now. Obviously, it's on during the middle of Sunday Night Football. I'm going to miss it. I'll miss working with you, Ortner, because we worked together in Portland. Now you're in Dallas. I'll miss working with Zach, Kenny. It's been great hearing how bad you think my picks are, and I love your football takes, and I'm actually rooting for your Chicago Bears. It's been great to be here every Sunday, but I'm also looking forward to having Sundays back and not having to be the guy who's talking in the middle of a show while his eyes, for the audio audience, you can't see it, is watching Sunday Night Football because I have money on the game. So it's a sad announcement, but I'm okay with it. It's great. Everybody's been great. And so this will be our second to last show. Our last show will be next week, August 30th. And then Back to the Futures will cease to exist. So I just wanted that in front of the show to make that announcement. I'm sad, but also life goes on. Everybody will be okay. And it's been a lot of fun doing it. So for 4 years, I believe is what Zach said. And there you go. There's the sad but big news for the show. But the BetMGM Network's going to have you covered all week long. They have great content during the weekend, Saturdays during college football, and obviously through the week, their stellar lineup. So very happy to be a part of it, and I'll keep tuning in as a listener as well. Let's start with NFL. We'll get to college, okay? Start with NFL. Preseason is officially over. Thank God. It was one of those, we love to see it. We hear the music. And then we have to get excited and we question why we're excited. And then we remember we shouldn't be excited. But then some of us stay excited and then we get our hearts ripped out week 2, week 3. The NFL preseason is finally over. So let's start with the obvious question. What is your favorite futures bet to make right now? And I'm going to run down conference, Super Bowl, and then I'll get we'll pick your brain here, Ordner, and get some picks out here. Let's start with conference. I want to start with AFC. Now, you can use the preseason if you want, but what is the AFC futures? Give me 2. Let's just limit to 2, okay? 2 that you like in the AFC.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have to kind of go chalky with one of the picks just because look, I really like the Buffalo Bills. I like what they're doing with that offense. You're not asking too much out of Josh Allen. Like I felt early on when it was, the years with Josh Allen and Gabe Davis and Stephon Diggs on the outside. They were throwing the ball all the time. Josh Allen took probably too many risks with the football, led to too many interceptions, too many turnovers. Last year and the last couple of years, you've seen them rebuild that offensive line. They're big, they're strong, they're physical. They have 2 capable tight ends in Knox and Kincaid. They run the football really well with Cook. On the outside, I think Keon Coleman is going to continue to evolve into being one of those really good, big, tall X receivers in the NFL. I like Shakir in the slot as well. If you're not asking as much out of Allen in the fact that he doesn't have to take as many risks, and he just continues to get better year after year after year. Like last year, his efficiency rating was fantastic. He turned the ball over less than he has any other year, still running the ball well, still throwing the ball at a highly efficient level. I know they're plus 340 and they're tied right now with the Ravens as the top teams to be the number 1 team out of the AFC. I really freaking like the Bills. The other team that I would take just on a longer shot, I'm going to go with the Bengals. And the reasoning for the Bengals is simply Burrow. It's simply Burrow. It's not because I like the defense isn't good. I'd like to think that they take a step forward and get a little bit better. It sounds like Gibson is at least going to have to play a little bit. Like he's not going to get a new contract. So you're going to have to go out there and play or you forfeit the whole year. I think at his age, I don't think he can do that. Hopefully that defense takes half a step up. But when you have Joe Burrow, you have T. Higgins, and you have a new rebuilt offensive line, you have Jamar Chase. Like, I just feel like if there's any team that has the opportunity to go from being outside of the playoffs to being the number 1 team in their conference, it's that team right there. They've made it to a Super Bowl in this Joe Burrow era. Why couldn't they do it again? And I'm only taking it because of Burrow.
I get it. They're futures bets, right? So like we're trying to find value mixed with what we think. Burrow is a good option. It's a good reason. They had Joe Burrow. They had the most elite Joe Burrow last year. They didn't make the playoffs. I'm not hating on the pick. I wouldn't blame anybody for taking the Bengals. Right now at BetMGM, the Bengals are 10-1. Like if you can get 10-1 action for them to be the team, we've seen them do it. Maybe the defense will take a step forward. Maybe Burrow will be awesome, just as awesome as he was last year, and they'll figure that out. I was going to ask, why should the Chiefs be the 3rd favorite in the conference? And you can give me like, Kelsey's old, and, is Xavier Worthy really a number 1? And Rashee Rice and everything going on with Rashee Rice. And, yeah, the defense is great. Look, I think it's a valid question. I thought Simmons, and look, I'm just using one preseason moment, but I thought if there was a positive from Chiefs Seahawks preseason a couple weeks ago, I thought Simmons looked good on the left. Like I didn't see him give up a lot of guys past him. So if you have a left tackle solidified and you have Patrick Mahomes, it's going to be hard not to see them being in the mix, and everybody's going to bet them again. I'm just going to kind of die on a hill at this point, and it's not being a Chief hater. I've given the Chiefs enough flowers in my career. I'd love to see somebody new. And 2, like these are two guys that they are amongst my favorites to watch in the sport. So it's to me, it's Bills and Ravens. I'm with you on the Bills. I love everything the Bills have done. I love Josh Allen. The fact that he's turned his career around, even in the pros, not just from college to the pros, but in the pros itself. Like he was kind of an idiot madman running who would just sling the ball, and he's cut down on that. And having that MVP season was awesome. I still wish they had a better, real number 1 option at wide receiver. But, Josh Allen is so gifted and so good that I think they can be fine there. I like the Bills. And, look, people cannot buy Lamar all they want. That's totally cool. He may never win a Super Bowl. I'm going to bet on continuity, a good organization. They're really good in the regular season. And Lamar's really stinking talented. So maybe at some point he breaks through and he becomes LeBron James screaming about damn time. You know, if that happens, I'll be happy. But I wonder if the Chiefs should be third on the AFC title odds. But I'm also like, I'll take the top two with Bills, Ravens, just because I really like both teams. I really like both quarterbacks. Coaches are fine. I think both teams can dethrone the Chiefs and get to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't hate that. When I was going through it, like, I think that, Ravens, they're going to be a good pick. If Lamar keeps playing the way he has been, honestly, I think you can make the argument that aside from Patrick Mahomes, he's been the best player in football the last 3-4 years. Like, he's really playing at an elite level. He's got 2 MVPs, probably should have 3. It kind of felt like just a voter fatigue why Josh Allen got his. Not disputing that Josh Allen is a good player or an MVP-worthy player. You can make the argument that he was more valuable. But at this point, like, Lamar is an absolute freak of nature. I wanted to get a little bit of value with the Bengals. I know that I'm strictly taking based on offensive value and offensive name recognition. That defense isn't great. The other one that I think is sneaky, and I almost pulled the trigger on them, Harbaugh's win everywhere they go. And if Rashawn Slater was healthy, that Chargers at 12-1, that would be screaming a lot more to me. Like, Jim knows how to run the football. He found ways to win at San Francisco and win at a highly efficient level, almost won a Super Bowl. Obviously, he went to Michigan. He won a title there. Like, he's going to play a brand of football that keeps him and his team in games. Justin Herbert is the real deal. I don't care what that idiot at Fox Sports says about him, that old Texas linebacker. I'm not going to say his name, but if you can't figure it out, that's on you.
He's not at Fox Sports anymore.
Rip. But other than that, I would say, I just like this team. I think that defense is strong. I think they're going to run the ball well. I'm not going to pick it as one of my 2, but I wouldn't hate anyone who came up to me and was like, hey, dude, I put some money on the Chargers. Like, that's not a bad – there's some good reasoning there, I think, for a longer odds team.
I'm with you 100%. If Slater was healthy, I'd kick it around. And, honestly, if you open this up and you sprinkle a little, quarter unit on multiples, I actually think the 3 teams listed in the order that they are, Chargers, Broncos, Texans, why not? Stroud's gotten to the divisional round in back-to-back years. Last year, they didn't even have a good team. Chargers missing Slater, I think, is going to hurt. I also think they can be okay and still be a playoff team. They just it lessens maybe the excitement or the idea that they can break through because it's such an important position, and we'll see how everything goes with that switch. And Denver, I mean, I was going to throw this at you. We only have 3 minutes left, and we've only gotten the AFC. I wanted to get the NFC in the Super Bowl, so we'll get to it. But I was going to get to this and throw this at you. I actually think 2 teams, if you're going to go preseason, 2 teams that have gotten the most buzz, the most chatter, the biggest love, the sleeper stuff. I'll give you just the AFC one. I think Denver's gotten a lot of this. The noise with Denver feels very loud. You get in all these national people Sean Payton's really liking what he has. Bo Nix, year 2. Oh, the defense. They got the depoy. I think Denver's going to be really good. And you can get them at 14-1 value. That's pretty damn good. My hang up on Denver is just, I think they are good. I just don't know if are they ready for that leap? Are they ready to really knock a Josh Allen out? Are they ready to host a playoff game with a year 2 quarterback and say Lamar and the Ravens only were 10-7 because he missed 4 weeks. Here comes Baltimore into Denver. Are they ready to win that game? And I don't know. I can't quite get myself there yet on Denver going into the regular season. But I think in the AFC, it's the Bengals, it's the Chiefs, it's the Ravens, it's the, you know what I mean? It's the Bills. Mm-hmm. I feel like the narrative stuff driven AFC wise is there's a lot of noise with Denver. They're like a preseason Super Bowl dark horse that I don't know if it's dark horse if multiple national media pundits are picking them. So Denver, I can't quite get there yet, but I think they're one of them.
Yeah, I like what the West just is going to be good in the AFC. As long as there isn't any crazy injuries, Kansas City, I'm not writing them off anytime soon. I agree with you on Simmons at left tackle. That's been their biggest bugaboo. When they've had a good, strong level, and this isn't an offense towards Joe Thuney. He's a great guard. He's not big enough or long enough to play that tackle position. When they've had a great, right and left tackle, guess what they've done? They've gone out and won the Super Bowl. When they haven't, they've lost in the Super Bowl or in the AFC Championship game. So I'd say they've done pretty well for themselves there. I think with some of the longer odds teams, like, I couldn't agree with you more. At the end of the day, though, I think it's a disappointing year if Buffalo or Baltimore doesn't get it done. And so I think that's probably the best odds. Maybe you throw half a unit down on each one of them, you'll come away still winning some pretty decent bucks.
Let's carry this over, get to the NFC and the Super Bowl. We'll talk some college football. It's Back to the Futures, back with more on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back with Brendan Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.